The courier Zhang Hao was added to a chat group, where he was greeted by a plethora of emperors. Initially, he assumed he had stumbled into the realm of the insane. Chatting with emperors? It seemed absurd. However, his skepticism was swiftly shattered when he received a red envelope from Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 1. The Emperor's Red Envelope. At the entrance of Wantong Building in Haizhou City, a young man, covered in blood, was unceremoniously tossed outside by a ferocious security guard. This young man, named Zhang Hao, was a courier for Wantong Express. Earlier that morning, while delivering packages, his electric bike malfunctioned, and in a desperate attempt to avoid colliding with pedestrians, he crashed into a large tree. The outcome was disastrous. His bike was overturned, and he sustained numerous abrasions, with a ligament injury in his left hand that would require a month of rest for recovery. Logically, as an employee of Wantong, he should have been entitled to workers' compensation due to his injury sustained while on duty. However, his direct supervisor, team leader Zhang, callously denied him this entitlement, citing his probationary status, and even threatened to dismiss him. Recalling the frequent bullying he had endured from team leader Zhang Hao erupted in protest. In response, team leader Zhang escalated the situation, instructing the security personnel to unceremoniously eject him from the company premises. At that moment, Zhang Hao glared at the smug team leader Zhang and the intimidating guards, a surge of rage coursing through him. Zhang Donglai, just you wait. This isn't over. Little brat, you think you can fight me? You're just a novice. Get lost, or I'll ensure you regret ever delaying the company's business. You. Zhang Hao's face flushed with anger, his fist clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm. Zhang, I know why you have it out for me. Isn't it because I exposed your vile intentions towards a female client? You, who have committed countless misdeeds, will face your retribution. Haha. Speaking of that incident, I must thank you. If it weren't for you taking the fall, I wouldn't have escaped so easily. How does it feel to be wronged? Zhang Donglai, you are truly despicable. Zhang Hao's eyes blazed with fury. 3 months prior, he had just joined the courier company when he inadvertently caught Zhang Donglai drugging a client in an attempt to assault her. Zhang Hao had driven Zhang Donglai away, but the female client awoke suddenly. The feeling of being wronged was unbearable, and even 3 months later, just the thought of Zhang Hao filled him with hatred. He was tempted to confront Zhang Donglai, but upon glancing at the fierce security guards and his own battered state, he ultimately abandoned the thought. Lying in bed, the pain in his left hand intensified his resentment. He contemplated revenge, but found himself at a loss for ideas. Just then, his makeshift phone chimed, and upon checking, he realized someone had added him to a group chat. The chat was abuzz with lively discussions, albeit with some rather peculiar usernames. Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. Another newcomer. Welcome, welcome. The last Emperor Puyi. Greetings, esteemed predecessor. Nurhasai, the founding emperor of the Qin Dynasty. Puyi, unworthy descendant. Why do you immediately bow to someone? You're tarnishing the prestige of our Qin Dynasty. The last Emperor Puyi. Ancestor. Being an emperor is quite a burden. Everyone seems more impressive than me, so it's only proper to show respect. Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the Song Dynasty. Newcomer. Could you change your name card? It would enhance our understanding and facilitate communication. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had inadvertently joined a group of emperors, and it seemed they were all quite mad. As someone suggested, he changed his name card. Zhang Hao was momentarily speechless. Feeling irritable, he considered leaving the group, but then he realized that leaving would only leave him with nothing to do. So he decided to engage with these eccentric individuals for a while. What's the harm in changing my name? He whimsically altered his name card to Zhu Yu Jian, the Chongshan emperor, and sent a fist bump emoji in the chat. This sparked an uproar. Zhao Kuangyin. Now, this is interesting, an impersonation. Ming Xizong Zhu Yu Jian, newcomer, you've gone too far. Though I am a fallen monarch, I have always served my people diligently and maintained my dignity until my last breath. What gives you the right to mock me? Zhang Hao is even more speechless, realizing that simply adopting a name had led to accusations of impersonation. These lunatics were indeed lost in their roles. Upon checking the group members, he found a staggering 408 emperors listed, encompassing all the emperors in history. This had nothing to do with him. Whatever, they'll just make something up. Resolutely, Zhang Hao changed his name to Hao Yin Emperor Zhang Hao. Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng. Hao Yin Emperor? Quite a grand name. It feels even more impressive than my title as the first emperor. Nurhasai. It's merely a name. What's so impressive about it? After all, my great Qing has perished. Zhang Hao felt as though 1,000 frustrations were racing through his mind. Initially, he had joined to pass the time, but he had not anticipated that this group would be filled with genuine lunatics, and of the most extreme kind. Forget it. I should just leave the group before I get dragged down with them. At that moment, a new message appeared in the chat. Ming Xizong Zhu Yu Jian. Ming Guangzong Zhu Chongluo. Father, I'm heartbroken. Our Ming Dynasty should not have fallen. It is all the fault of those treacherous ministers. They lament poverty while living in opulence, causing our nation to lack funds for war. I am unwilling to accept this. Ming Guangzong Zhu Chongluo. Ming Xizong Zhu Yu Jian, my son, do not be distressed. I have avenged you. The list of treacherous ministers you provided has been dealt with. I have exterminated their families and seized their wealth, totaling 100,000 taels of gold. Ming Xizong Zhu Yu Jian. Father, you are wise and decisive. Truly decisive. Ming Guangzong Zhu Chongluo. We must not let the Tatars benefit from this fortune. Let us distribute red envelopes instead. Ding. Ming Guangzong Zhu Chongluo sent a red envelope. Oh, a red envelope? He'll grab it. Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng claimed one. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuan Zhang claimed another. Tang Taizong Li Shimin claimed one as well. Haoyan Emperor Zhang Hao seized a red envelope. Zhang Hao opened the envelope and was met with a striking number. At just over 30 yuan, it seemed somewhat acceptable, enough to buy a bottle of beverage. Zhang Hao murmured to himself, but suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, nearly startling him to death. Ding. System notification, the great Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao has seized 31 taels of gold, which has been converted to RMB at market value and deposited into your bank account. Please check. I didn't just acquire 31 yuan, but rather 31 taels of gold? Ha ha ha, is this a joke? Ding dong. Immediately, a message pinged on his phone. Your bank account ending in 6094 has received an income of 634,000. With 2 zeros after the decimal point. My heavens. That amounts to over 60,000 yuan. In that instant, Zhang Hao felt his breath quicken, collapsing to the ground. Having received the message, it surely couldn't be a falsehood. That meant this chat group truly consisted of emperors from all dynasties? This was utterly ridiculous. Moreover, over 60,000 RMB is sufficient to sustain me for quite a while. After a moment, Zhang Hao shakily stood up, his hand trembling as he held his phone. A clear sign of his overwhelming excitement. At that moment, the group was even more lively than before. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Dynasty exclaimed, "You two truly are unworthy descendants, distributing such a vast wealth all at once. It pains me deeply." Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty replied, "Do not be so stingy, this is but a trifling sum. Not even enough to buy a set of armor for my general." Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng lamented, "How unfortunate. What kind of speed are you all exhibiting? I didn't manage to seize any. And you, great Emperor Hao Yin, your luck seems unparalleled. Why not say a few words?" Observing the enthusiastic exchanges from the emperors, Zhang Hao felt compelled to contribute. In truth, remaining silent and quietly amassing wealth was the true path. Occasionally snatching a red envelope from the emperors would suffice for a comfortable life. However, he could not remain silent any longer, as someone had called his name. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Hao nervously sent a message. "Great Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, look at how excited you all are. Is it not merely a small sum? I can easily spend more than this on a drink." Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of the Song Dynasty responded, "Great Emperor Haotian is mighty. Truly incomparable." Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng remarked, "Impressive, impressive. Can you divulge what exquisite nectar you speak of?" Emperor Liu Bang of the Han Dynasty added, "Indeed. Let us also partake in this experience." Resolutely, Zhang Hao decided to take a bold step. "Great Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, have you ever tried erguotu? It is a rare spirit. Real men drink erguotu." Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng retorted, "What nonsense. This group is filled with the revered 9-5. Who has tasted fine wine? Erguotu sounds like anything but quality." Emperor Li Longji of the Tang Dynasty echoed, "Indeed, indeed. Brother Haotian, being of the 9-5. Boasting like this diminishes your standing." Watching the chorus of disapproval in the group, Zhang Hao felt utterly speechless. "Great Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, if you do not believe me, what can I do? I cannot possibly send you the liquor." Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng suggested, "That would be a splendid idea. I endorse it." Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Dynasty added, "I wholeheartedly agree." I raised both hands in support. Emperor Nurhasai of the Qing Dynasty chimed in, "One great Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, do not jest. How could I send it?" Emperor Nurhasai insisted, "Seriously? Brother, you do not know how to do this?" Emperor Liu Bang of the Han Dynasty explained, "There is a settings button in the chat dialog box at the bottom right. Click it, and there is an option to send. After that, you can send red envelopes." Initially skeptical, Zhang Hao did indeed locate the settings button and found the option to send. With a spirit of experimentation, he clicked on a few packets of instant noodles on his bedside table, and then a miracle occurred. The packets were actually absorbed into his phone. Simultaneously, an option to send appeared in his red envelope. Instant Noodles 6. Chapter 2. The 5-Animal Play. Send. Zhang Hao clicked confirm. And 6 packets of instant noodles were sent directly to the group. Emperor Qin Shi Huang Zheng seized 1 packet of noodles. Emperor Lu Che of the Han Dynasty also claimed 1 packet. Within seconds, all the noodles were gone. Emperor Qin Shi Huang Zheng exclaimed, "Wow! They are crispy and fragrant. Simply delightful. Thank you, great Emperor Hao Yin." Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Dynasty added, "Delicious, delicious. I haven't had something so good in ages." Emperor Cao Cao of the Wei Kingdom lamented, "Woe is me, I did not manage to grab any." Emperor Nurhasai of the Qin Dynasty questioned, "Is it truly that scrumptious? I too could not secure any." "Brother Hao Yin, are you not going to send us some liquor? Hurry." Emperor Zhu Yujian of the Ming Dynasty urged, "Quickly. Great Emperor Hao Tian Zhang Hao, wait a moment, prepare yourselves." Zhang Hao's heart swelled with glee, thinking these fellows were quite naive, having never encountered instant noodles. Moreover, the erguo was not a challenge. It was readily available at local convenience stores and quite inexpensive. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao returned with a box of erguo, the small bottle variety, and it cost him hardly anything. Send. He promptly dispatched 10 bottles of erguo. Emperor Nurhasai of the Qin Dynasty seized 1 bottle of erguo. Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of the Song Dynasty also claimed 1 bottle. Once the erguo was distributed, the group erupted once more, as all the emperors were unfamiliar with this blended spirit, and they exclaimed in delight, simultaneously growing ever more respectful towards Zhang Hao. "Hee. This is indeed rather amusing." Zhang Hao's enthusiasm ignited. What if the group was comprised entirely of emperors? Modern products of the 21st century would undoubtedly astonish them. He could envision countless gold coins beckoning him. Ding dong. Just as he contemplated further expanding his business, he received a private message. Emperor Cao Cao of the Wei Kingdom wrote, "Brother Hao Tian, I didn't manage to grab anything you sent. Could you possibly send me a private package?" What? Cao Cao truly had a thick skin. Great Emperor Hao Tian Zhang Hao, I am not exactly affluent either. You can only blame your bad luck. Zhang Hao's impression of Cao Cao was not particularly favorable, not merely due to the scheming, but because he had executed Hua Tuo. Recalling Hua Tuo, Zhang Hao quickly sent a message. Great Emperor Hao Tian Zhang Hao, old Chao, Hua Tuo is a benevolent man of noble character. You must not kill him. Emperor Cao Cao responded, "Too late. I have a headache. That quack dared to attempt to cleave my skull with an axe, and I've already ordered his execution." What? Zhang Hao felt a surge of anger, further disliking Cao Cao. Great Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao, then bring me Hua Tuo's medical texts. I will give you a bottle of liquor for them. Emperor Cao Cao replied, "No problem." Before long, Zhang Hao received a private package from Cao Cao. Upon opening it, he discovered a large chest containing a plethora of bamboo slips along with some bottles and jars of medicinal pills. The bamboo slips were undoubtedly medical texts, containing the entirety of Hua Tuo's lifetime learnings. Any single one of them would represent peerless medical knowledge. As for the bottles and jars, they likely contained the medicines Hua Tuo had concocted. Zhang Hao did not wish to dally with Cao Cao, so he directly sent him a bottle of erguo, thereby concluding their transaction. Trembling with excitement, Zhang Hao picked up a roll of bamboo slips and began to peruse, filled with exhilaration. It was said that Hua Tuo, aware of his impending doom, had gifted all his life's learnings to the jailer, only for them to be inadvertently destroyed. Thus, the majority of his unparalleled medical skills were lost. It is truly lamentable to think upon. However, now, these medical texts had appeared in Zhang Hao's hands, and he resolved to study diligently, aspiring to promote and elevate these arts. Zhang Hao immersed himself in learning, diligently researching anything he did not understand online. Before long, 3 days had passed, and he had gained immensely. Hua Tuo's medical skills were vast and profound. Mastering them in just 3 days was utterly impossible. Zhang Hao primarily concentrated on 2 aspects, the first being the section on injuries, which detailed various massage techniques, acupressure knowledge, and several formulas for ointments. The reason for my focus on this matter is quite straightforward. His hand was injured, and by mastering these medical techniques, he would be capable of self-treatment. Furthermore, there is the intriguing practice of the 5 animals play. Indeed, it is the 5 animals play. In the medical text of Hua Tuo, not only are there astonishing medical skills, but there is also his lifelong compilation of physical training methods, the 5 animals play. Zhang Hao could never forget the moment he was unceremoniously thrown out of Wantong building by the security guards. His pursuit of this knowledge was driven by a desire for revenge. At 9 o'clock a.m., Zhang Hao made his timely appearance at the largest herbal medicine market in Haizhou City. After 3 days of massage therapy, the ligament strain in his left hand had significantly improved, yet complete recovery would still require a few applications of medicinal plaster. The preparation of this plaster necessitated the use of herbal ingredients. Additionally, the cultivation of the 5 animals play required a medicinal bath made from a concoction known as the 10 Complete Nourishing Soup to ensure rapid progress and efficiency in training. Upon entering the herbal market, Zhang Hao was utterly astonished. The prices of certain herbs were exorbitant, particularly those required for the 10 Complete Nourishing Soup, which were, in his eyes, extortionate. Fortunately, he had previously secured 60,000 yuan from a group, or else he would have been unable to afford them. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Hao spent a total of 58,000 yuan to finally acquire all the necessary herbs. The cost of the plaster was negligible. The real expense lay in the 10 Complete Nourishing Soup. Some of the herbs were quite rare and had to be wild. Even then, he had only gathered enough for a month's supply. After a month, he would need to continue purchasing herbs to sustain his training. Nevertheless, these herbs should suffice for me to practice the tiger leap and bear pounce techniques to a minor accomplishment. As for the future, I will earn more money when the time comes. With the Emperor's chat group at my disposal, I am confident I can acquire funds. That evening, Zhang Hao prepared the medicinal plaster according to the recipe and, after applying it, performed additional massages. The following morning, his left hand had returned to its original state. After executing a few punches, he felt no pain whatsoever, as if he had never been injured. Indeed, Hua Tua truly deserves the title of divine physician. The medical skills inscribed on the bamboo slips possess unfathomable power. The 5 animals play must be even more formidable. Time waits for no one. And I shall commence my training immediately. Zhang Donglai, you had better watch out. I will exact my revenge sooner or later. Having made up his mind, Zhang Hao proceeded to boil the precious herbs into a medicinal broth, which he then poured into a plastic tub already filled with hot water. As Zhang Hao submerged his body in the medicinal liquid, he experienced an indescribable sensation. The pure medicinal essence penetrated through his pores and swiftly spread throughout his body, making him feel as though his physical form was undergoing some unpredictable transformation. Chapter 3. Hidden Talents Bear Pounce. The next morning, in the central park near the basement, Zhang Hao propelled himself forward, his body lunging at a tree that 3 people could barely encircle. Bang! His palm struck the trunk with pure force, causing the nearly 10-meter-high tree to creak and shed countless leaves like rain. The power of that single strike was truly terrifying. Indeed, the 10 Complete Nourishing Soup is as remarkable as its reputation suggests. I have already made slight progress in the bear pounce technique of the 5 animals play. After finishing his practice, Zhang Hao wore a faint smile. Despite only mastering the bear pounce, this single move could easily leave his opponents searching for their teeth. At 6:00 a.m., Central Park was sparsely populated, yet an elderly gentleman nearby observed Zhang Hao's movements. With a white beard and dressed in a white training outfit, his kind eyes bore an air of authority. Whose child is this? Such strength at such a young age is truly rare, he mused. The elder intended to approach and engage in conversation, but Zhang Hao strode away with purpose. At 9:00 a.m., Zhang Hao arrived punctually at the entrance of Wanong building. As fate would have it, he encountered Zhang Donglai, who had just alighted from his vehicle. Zhang Donglai, upon noticing Zhang Hao, hesitated briefly before a mocking grin spread across his face. You little brat, you've been expelled. What are you doing here? Get lost. Expelled? Zhang Hao retorted, locking eyes with Zhang Donglai without a hint of hesitation. What authority do you have to expel me? I have a contract with the HR department. Who do you think you are? Zhang Donglai burst into boisterous laughter. Come take a look at this announcement. You've indeed been expelled. Zhang Hao turned his gaze forward and, to his dismay, spotted a notice on the wall. Courier Zhang Hao has been repeatedly late, displayed poor discipline, and was absent without leave for 1 day. The HR department has decided to terminate his employment and withhold his salary for the month. What? Zhang Hao's anger surged upon reading the notice. It was nothing short of blatant slander, especially since he had been thrown out by Zhang Donglai just the day before. Little brat, you think you can challenge me? You're still too inexperienced. Zhang Donglai's smile grew more arrogant. I'm not afraid to tell you, the HR manager, Zhang Kangyan, is my cousin. With a word from me, your employment is as good as terminated. You, a mere wretch, are destined to be under my heel. Zhang Hao suddenly laughed, his expression shifting to one of calmness. Zhang Donglai was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to provoke Zhang Hao, reveling in his rage. But this unexpected turn left him flabbergasted. It felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. You think it's funny? Zhang Donglai spat. I want to give you work-related injury benefits. I will make sure to trample you into the mud. What are you going to do about it? I bet you won't dare to hit me. I have 1,000 ways to make your life miserable. The commotion quickly drew the attention of several onlookers. In truth, many sympathized with Zhang Hao as Zhang Donglai exploited his connections to bully his colleagues. They were all too afraid to voice their anger. As Zhang Donglai openly harassed Zhang Hao, most colleagues could only whisper among themselves, none daring to stand up for him. Zhang Hao was in a dire situation, having not only been expelled but also lost his salary for the month. Zhang Donglai was utterly despicable. Keep your voice down. He might hear you. Zhang Donglai cast a disdainful glance at his colleagues, who immediately averted their eyes, lowering their heads in silence. Damn it! Zhang Hao suddenly unleashed a slap across Zhang Donglai's face, causing him to spin 3 times before his left cheek swelled up, blood trickling from his mouth. What are you doing? Zhang Donglai was stunned. He had never anticipated Zhang Hao would strike him, leaving him standing there in disbelief. Not only was he surprised, but the surrounding colleagues were equally astonished. No one expected the usually docile Zhang Hao to be so fierce. However, that slap was undeniably satisfying. What are you doing? I'm hitting you. Zhang Hao delivered another slap, causing the other side of Zhang Donglai's face to swell, transforming his head into a grotesque visage. Well, Zhang Hao is impressive. This is exhilarating. Colleagues around them murmured in admiration, their gazes towards Zhang Hao filled with respect. How dare you hit me? Zhang Donglai finally regained his composure, shouting for security. Where are the guards? Come and beat him senseless. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Furious, Zhang Donglai glared at Zhang Hao, his eyes sharp as daggers. As the vicious guards closed in on the seemingly frail Zhang Hao, several colleagues exchanged glances of pity. Many felt compassion for him, fearing for his safety. What now? Zhang Hao is going to get beaten to a pulp. There is nothing we can do. He has offended Zhang Donglai too severely. Maybe we should report this to the higher-ups? You're risking your life. Zhang Donglai will definitely retaliate against you. The murmurs of the colleagues were lost on Zhang Hao, who remained undaunted until 2 menacing guards charged at him. These 2 guards happened to be the very ones who had thrown him out of Wanong building the day before. The security guards were sinister smiles. Perceiving Zhang Hao as inconsequential, a mere nuisance easily subdued. As they approached him, their fists clenched tightly, resembling bags of sand. Some timid colleagues had already shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending spectacle. A bloodthirsty grin flashed across Zhang Donglai's face as he envisioned Zhang Hao sprawled on the ground. In a moment of electric intensity, Zhang Hao summoned his strength, propelling himself forward like an arrow. The force he unleashed rivaled that of a full-grown grizzly bear. With a resounding crash, the 2 leading security guards were sent flying as if struck by a truck, their derisive smiles abruptly replaced by shock. They careened through the air, toppling a distant trash bin, struggling in vain to rise after several attempts. The power of his strike was terrifying. The onlookers were dumbfounded, as if witnessing the most unbelievable event imaginable. Colleagues gasped, realizing that Zhang Hao was a hidden force to be reckoned with. The remaining guards hesitated. Having witnessed the gruesome outcome of their predecessors, they were unwilling to follow in their footsteps. Yet, the most terrified of all was Zhang Donglai, as Zhang Hao advanced towards him step by step. Chapter 4. You're insane. Don't come any closer. I warn you, my cousin is the HR manager. If you lay a finger on me, you're as good as dead. Smack. Unfazed, Zhang Hao retaliated with a swift slap, accurate and fierce, leaving Zhang Donglai seeing stars and spitting out several teeth. You're finished. I'll fight back. Zhang Donglai roared, his voice filled with madness. What are you all doing? Are you willing to lose your jobs? Join me and let's take him down together. Hearing his frantic shout, the usually obedient security guards and colleagues instinctively took a step back, none willing to aid him. Zhang Donglai, you've done nothing but harm. No one wants to help you. Go to hell. Zhang Hao retaliated with a kick, sending the flailing Zhang Donglai flying like a kite severed from its string. The crowd erupted with exhilaration, some wishing they could join in the fray. With a clever glance, Zhang Hao retrieved a burlap sack from the nearby refuse pile and swiftly placed it over Zhang Donglai's head. What are you doing? I want to let you get away with this. Bang. As Zhang Donglai attempted to resist, he was met with a merciless kick. Colleagues and friends, Zhang Donglai has done enough wrong. If you hold a grudge, now is the time for vengeance. He can't see you. Are you brave enough? I'll make you pay. Bang. Ouch. You really dare to hit me? My cousin is the HR manager. Bang. 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 Ouch, that hurts. Just wait. Zhang Donglai, initially belligerent, soon cried out for mercy, pleading, stop, please. I won't do it again. I promise. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless beating, Zhang Donglai's wails echoed continuously. The president is coming. Everyone, stop. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd dispersed. Moments later, a commanding woman emerged from the building. It was Zhao Yuting, the newly appointed president of Wantong Group. Upon seeing the commotion outside her office, Zhao Yuting frowned. President, please help me. They're beating me. It's terrible. Hearing her voice, Zhang Donglai shouted desperately, writhing in a futile attempt to remove the sack from his head. Zhang Donglai? Zhao Yuting recognized his voice, signaling the guards to remove the sack, causing her to recoil at his disheveled appearance. President, it's Zhang Hao who attacked me. He is the root of this issue and must be severely punished. Zhang Hao remained undeterred, striding toward Zhao Yuting. You scoundrel! Stop him. He is going to harm the president. Step aside. A guard attempted to intervene but was easily brushed aside by Zhang Hao. You must be the new president. I wish to report that Zhang Donglai is a tyrant who abuses his colleagues, taking advantage of his cousin's position in HR. Just yesterday, after I was injured delivering a package, he refused to grant me worker-s compensation and promptly fired me. Zhang Hao recounted Zhang Donglai's misdeeds, painting him as a parasite within the company, a villain beyond redemption. Zhao Yuting listened intently, her brow furrowing, her pale face clouded with concern. President, do not listen to this scoundrel. He is making baseless accusations. Zhang Donglai crawled closer, pleading, President, you must support me. This rogue frequently arrives late and intentionally skips work. My decision to fire him was for the company's benefit. He attacked me without provocation. Zhang Hao ignored Zhang Donglai's attempts to deflect blame, focusing solely on Zhao Yuting. Regardless, I've already been fired, so it matters little to me. However, this scoundrel is truly detestable. Others witnessed the incident yesterday. The truth can be uncovered. Do not let yourself be deceived by this villain. President, do not listen to his lies. I have been diligent at Wanong for years, contributing in my own way. Zhang Donglai began to boast about his tenure, but Zhao Yuting interrupted him. Enough. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Zhao Yuting turned her attention to Zhang Hao. Her expression serious, her tone icy as if a cold wind had swept through. Come to my office. I have questions for you. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao followed her inside. As soon as Zhao Yuting entered, the colleagues began to murmur among themselves. Our president is known for her cold demeanor and decisive actions. Zhang Hao is surely doomed. Not necessarily. She wouldn't be unreasonable. Perhaps Zhang Hao can evade punishment. Impossible. Zhang Hao is merely a temp, while Zhang Donglai is a veteran. It's an easy choice. What a shame. Zhang Hao is such a good person. Hearing their discussions, Zhang Donglai wore a smug expression, confident that Zhao Yuting would not act against him. He believed he could charm her, as she was merely a newcomer, if she failed to win him over. Her presidency would surely be short-lived. You coward. Zhao Yuting felt a surge of emotion, her breathing quickening. She had encountered many men, even those with corrupt hearts. Yet they maintained a facade of politeness. Zhang Hao's boldness was unprecedented. However, she quickly rationalized this audacity. After all, who else would dare to assault Zhang Donglai in front of so many witnesses? What do you plan to say about Zhang Donglai's actions? I've already told you. That man bullies others, creating chaos within the delivery team. It's intolerable. Yet, your response was violence. Could you not have resolved this matter rationally? When Zhang Hao heard her dismissive tone, he felt no obligation to justify himself. You're insane. What? Zhao Yuting furrowed her brow, convinced she had misheard. I said you're insane. You've made yourself clear now, she retorted, her anger flaring. If you continue to speak recklessly, our discussion is over. And the company will not compensate you for your injury. You're aware? Of course. The details are all documented here. Take a look for yourself. Zhao Yuting tossed a file at him, containing detailed accounts of the incident, including testimonies from witnesses and medical reports from the hospital. Zhang Hao realized that, despite her cold exterior, this woman was fair and just. Indeed, that is exactly how it transpired. You are well aware of the situation, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, I must assert that I am not speaking frivolously. There is indeed something amiss with you. Before you hastily deny it, allow me to surmise that this ailment has persisted for quite some time, particularly over the past 6 months, during which you have experienced excruciating pain on certain days each month, with no pain relief proving effective. Zhao Yuting stood there, utterly astonished, her heart racing with disbelief. She had no doubt that the other party was speaking the truth, for such intimate matters are entirely unknown to outsiders. Can you provide treatment? I have studied some massage techniques and might be able to assist. Massage? Zhao Yuting felt her cheeks flush. The thought of such physical contact was somewhat distasteful, especially coming from a stranger. Yet, the pain was unbearable, and weighing the pros and cons, she decided to let Zhang Hao give it a try. Very well, go ahead. Zhang Hao employed the techniques described in medical texts, and Zhao Yuting felt a significant reduction in her abdominal pain, replaced by a comforting warmth. How do you feel? Is it over? I mean, have you cured my ailment? Not so swiftly, it is merely a temporary alleviation. For a complete cure, acupuncture must be incorporated. But I am not prepared today, let us defer it to another occasion. Oh, very well, let us proceed to the conference room. Your matter requires resolution. Approximately 15 minutes later, Zhao Yuting led Zhang Hao to the company conference room, which had already gathered a substantial crowd, including the bruised Zhang Donglai and several colleagues from the delivery team. Zhang Donglai cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Hao, confident that this individual would not only be dismissed but would also face the harshest consequences. Other colleagues looked on with expressions of pity and sympathy toward Zhang Hao. At that moment, Zhao Yuting spoke, her voice carrying a weight that stunned everyone. As for Zhang Donglai, the evidence of his bullying as team leader is irrefutable. I hereby announce his termination from the company, never to be re-employed. As for Zhang Hao, he is the victim. The dismissal issued yesterday is rendered void, and he is hereby reinstated with a special appointment to assume Zhang Donglai's position. Chapter 5. The Art of Subjugation. Zhang Donglai was unceremoniously expelled from Wan Company, leaving in a state of utter disgrace, subjected to ridicule from many onlookers. Zhang Hao enjoyed a paid leave of 3 days. 3 days later, at the entrance of Wan Company, Zhang Hao gazed at the company's sign overhead, growing increasingly fond of it. Even the time clock in the lobby appeared oddly endearing. Zhang Group, time to work. Zhang Group, good morning. Have you eaten yet? I just bought breakfast. Care to join me? After a few days apart, Zhang Group looked even more handsome. The compliments from passing colleagues were sweeter than ever. Zhang Hao felt slightly elated. This was his first taste of such flattery. As the leader of a large team, Zhang Hao had an independent office. Though it was termed an office, it was hardly better than a security guard's duty room. This space had previously been the source of his utmost disdain. Every time he was summoned by Zhang Donglai, it was never for anything good. In the past, Zhang Donglai would constantly concoct reasons to withhold bonuses. One must admit, when he was scheming to withhold bonuses, Zhang Donglai was at his most astute. Seated in his modest office, sipping tea while perusing some paperwork, Zhang Hao leisurely ambled out for lunch, intending to visit the company cafeteria as usual. A delivery worker named Lu stopped him, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhang Group, where are you off to? To eat, of course. How could you dine in such a place? Wait for me, Lu exclaimed, dashing away. The two entered the small office, where Lu had brought a generous spread of cooked dishes and several stir-fries, quite a feast indeed. He arranged the food and handed Zhang Hao a beer with a broad smile. Zhang Group, from now on, we're counting on you to look after us. Zhang Hao was taken aback, feeling an awkwardness in his heart. Wasn't this the very scheme employed by Zhang Donglai? After a long day of deliveries, the earnings were hardly substantial, and while this meal was affordable, Zhang Donglai had always indulged in such lunches. Previously, he had seen Lu buy lunch for Zhang Donglai every day, and he couldn't fathom where Lu obtained the funds. Zhang Hao set his chopsticks down and questioned Lu, your salary isn't substantial. How can you afford to treat us to meals so often? Lu rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Zhang Hao surveyed the table laden with food and eventually picked up his chopsticks. Refusing to eat would be impolite, yet indulging felt even worse. Nevertheless, since Lu had gone to the trouble of bringing it, it would be disrespectful not to partake. As they ate, Zhang Hao felt increasingly discontented. Lu's chatter was incessant as he handed over several problematic delivery slips. Brother Hao, we've had some issues today. Please bear with us. Zhang Hao was well acquainted with such matters. It was common for delivery personnel to face complaints each month, with reasons often convoluted. Some complaints were indeed due to the delivery personnel's errors, while many others were not their fault at all. The slips Lu handed over were all associated with complaints received. By protocol, these slips and complaint information were to be reported, with the team leader handling the matter directly. The so-called handling meant imposing fines, and in more severe cases, calling out individuals during meetings. Brother Hao, look at these 3 slips. They're all from the same customer. This person is problematic if they're in a bad mood. They lodge complaints against us. You know old Wang, right? He is such an honest guy, and even he has been complained about by this person. I know. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, muttering, how could I not know that scoundrel? Last month, he complained about me, and that bastard Zhang Donglai deducted my entire monthly attendance bonus. As they continued their conversation, Zhang Hao collected all the slips, and Lu's smile brightened once again. The events of the day lingered uneasily in Zhang Hao's mind, making him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. In the past, he had rarely let things bother him, aside from Zhang Donglai's outrageous behavior. He had generally kept a broad heart towards others. The 5 animal play. Beyond the superficial skills Zhang Hao had acquired, it also had the benefit of refining the body. Zhang Hao rubbed his head, inwardly chuckling. With an elevated IQ, my perspective naturally shifts. This is a windfall. In this era, what is the most valuable? Aside from talent, it is intelligence. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Hao retrieved his phone and entered the chat group that had altered his fate. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, good morning. The once quiet chat group sprang to life, as several familiar faces greeted him enthusiastically. Zhang Hao had few friends. Most of his former classmates had drifted apart. After work, engaging in trivial discussions in this chat group had become a habit for him. He enjoyed venting, and the group members delighted in listening. Zhang Hao recounted the events of the day and shared a frustrated emoji. Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. I can't shake the feeling that Liu is acting strangely. He is too enthusiastic. The last Emperor Puyi. When someone offers undue flattery, they are either deceitful or seeking advantage. I speak from experience. Alas, my Qing dynasty has fallen. Nurhasai, the founding emperor, unworthy descendants. Wiwd Chow Chow. I would rather betray the world than let myself be deceived. That would be utterly humiliating. Tang Tai's only Shimin. Civil and military officials are like pieces on a chessboard. We hold the power to determine the realm's fate. You must learn from us. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes at his phone. Yet, their words served as a reminder. Indeed, the members of this group are genuine emperors, rulers of vast territories. Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement. With such allies in the group, how could he not manage a humble delivery team? It would be akin to colliding with a block of tofu. Emperor Hao Tian Zhang Hao, esteemed guests, could I trouble you for a favor? Emperor Cao Cao of Wei. Speak freely. The wine from that day is on me. Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of Song. Truly a cunning hero of our time. Emperor Liu Bang of Han. Hao Tian. 5 bottles of wine. I bestow upon you the art of commanding subordinates. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang of Ming. Hao Tian. For bottles. I shall partake. Emperor Cao Cao of Wei. Hao Tian. 2 bottles. At that moment, a new message appeared on the screen. Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng. I, the Emperor. 1 bottle shall suffice. Majestic. Dignified. Indeed, he is the first emperor of Qin, leaving no room for opposition. Zhang Hao found himself in a perplexing situation. Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. If you all are willing to impart your wisdom, each shall receive 5 bottles, and the one who teaches best shall receive 10. As soon as the message was sent, his phone incessantly chimed with an influx of replies. Each word, each phrase, emanated from the profound art of imperial governance. Chapter 6. A feast. The messages within the group were a cacophony of varied topics, even tales of yurt resurfaced. Zhang Hao spent the entire night engrossed in his phone. Until dawn broke, when the chatter finally subsided. Emperor Liu Bang of Han. Hao Tian, are you truly employing this art of governance upon us? Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. Not at all. It is merely an illusion, a misconception. Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng. 1 Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of Song. 1 The last Emperor Puyi. 1008666 Emperor Nurhasai of Qin. Unworthy descendants. I wish not to lay eyes upon you. Zhang Hao felt a headache coming on. He was accustomed to the banner of these emperors, and hastily excused himself to leave. That day, Zhang Hao remained unperturbed, occasionally summoning individuals to inquire about trivial matters. Yet, these matters, while seemingly inconsequential, were of utmost significance to him. Previously, he had been a subordinate under the thumb of Zhang Donglai, consumed by thoughts of how to navigate around him. Now, however, things had changed. Zhang Hao had learned to view those under his management from a managerial perspective. He sought not merely compliance but genuine allegiance. Lunch proceeded as usual, courtesy of Liu. As the evening approached, Zhang Hao sought out Zhao Yuting. General Zhao, might I request an advance on half a month's salary? Zhao Yuting, resting her chin on her hand, regarded Zhang Hao with curiosity. With your capabilities, why would you lack funds? Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and decided to rise and leave to contemplate alternative solutions. Just then, Zhao Yuting chuckled lightly. There is no need for an advance. You deserve compensation for the healing you provided. As Zhang Hao turned, he noticed Zhao Yuting retrieving 10,000 yuan from her drawer and placing it on her desk. Take it. General Zhao, this is inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Your healing requires expenses. This is your rightful remuneration. Zhang Hao, do not underestimate your worth. To me, you are quite capable. At her words, his heart raced. Who was Zhao Yuting? She was his superior, and when it came to insight and status, she was leagues above the sycophants beneath him. Zhang Hao, not one to be coy, accepted the money, expressed his gratitude, and hurriedly departed. What does this lad need the money for? An hour later, the workday concluded. Liu and others gathered, lining up to clock out. Zhang Hao emerged from his small office and waved at Liu and the others. Gentlemen, do you have any plans for the evening? Liu and the others exchanged glances. Zhang, you're not suggesting more overtime, are you? The storeroom is quite tidy. Let us not cause a fuss. Indeed, we've had a busy day with deliveries. We're quite worn out. Zhang, let us tackle it in the morning. We'll ensure it's spotless. Listening to their words and observing their expressions, Zhang Hao formed a conjecture. These individuals were indeed compliant in words, but not in spirit. Their group was akin to a scattered pile of sand, as it had been before, and as it still was. But in the future, it would be different. With renewed determination, Zhang Hao waved again. Who said anything about overtime? I've just taken office. We must celebrate. Lu appeared taken aback, standing there in silence while the others looked to him, as if he were the true leader of the group. Zhang Hao squinted, watching Lu closely. They whispered among themselves, and Zhang Hao chuckled. All right, I will treat you. Will you join me in a few words? Wait, you're treating? Is that for real? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking how these individuals had been so browbeaten by Zhang Donglai that they could hardly believe it. Yet, he himself had been in a similar position. The rules instilled by Zhang Donglai must be shattered today. Zhang Hao led Lu and a few others to a nearby mid-range restaurant. As they perused the menu, Lu handed it to Zhang Hao with a smile. Zhang, you take the lead. Zhang Hao understood Lu's intent. By selecting the first dish, the subsequent orders would have to remain within that price range. However, Zhang Hao declined the menu, saying with a smile, I'm treating, you may order freely. Remember, during work hours we adhere to the rules, but after hours, there are no such constraints. Lu's eyes widened, and the others exchanged glances before beginning to order. Once the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Zhang Hao produced 500 yuan and handed it to Lu. You've been busy these past days. Lunch has been on you. Here is some money for you to keep. Spend the extra on drinks for everyone. Zhang, this is too generous. I can't accept this. Oh. Zhang Hao pointed to the money on the table and asked Lu, is it that you cannot accept it? Or is it that you dare not? Lu was momentarily speechless. He truly had no response to that. At that moment, Zhang Hao's demeanor shifted. A calm assurance radiated from him. Asserting his role as the host of the gathering, he pushed the money toward Lu and patted his shoulder. In the past, we were all in the same boat, bullied by Zhang Donglai's antics. But now, it's different. I am your leader. Should anyone dare to bully you, they must first contend with me. Forcing Lu to pay for my meal is something Zhang Donglai might do, but I, Zhang Hao, will not. Take the money, and let us meet in the cafeteria for lunch moving forward. Oh, Lu, if Brother Hao tells you to take it, then take it. Brother Hao, I'm impressed. From now on, the brothers will surely stand by you. If anyone falters, we shall address it without needing your input. Zhang Hao smiled knowingly. That was precisely the affirmation he sought. After finishing a drink, the atmosphere surged with enthusiasm, and everyone eagerly pledged their loyalty. At that moment, Zhang Hao pulled out some documents from his pocket and slammed them onto the table. His expression darkened instantly, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. If there are genuine issues within these documents, come to my office tomorrow. I will feign ignorance. This opportunity is fleeting. If you fail to come to me, it implies a lack of respect for your leader. At that point, we shall proceed through the company's protocols. And do not claim that Zhang Hao did not take care of you, my brothers. Chapter 7. A masterful display. This display of authority was executed with precision, and the atmosphere became noticeably tense. Zhang Hao smirked internally. He was well aware of who among them had issues. They had all shared a common plate before, and their little schemes were already well understood. Zhang Hao left the documents behind, settled the bill, and departed without allowing Lu and the others to see him off. Instead, he hailed a taxi and swiftly vanished from sight. Lu and the others sat on the curb outside the restaurant, some smoking while others perused the documents. Lu shot a glare at the one asking questions. Can't you see it? What? Could it be that General Zhao has taken a fancy to Brother Hao's charming visage? Lu, filled with frustration, clenched his teeth and stood up to kick the young man, angrily exclaiming, what nonsense! It is evident that Brother Hao possesses true ability. Our team has always been the least productive. We might manage with deliveries, but the orders are few and far between. In the past, with Zhang Donglai's incompetence, we could muddle through by spending a little money, but can we do the same now? Lu's words held a ring of truth. Previously, Zhang Donglai had been a poor leader, yet the team had not risen to the occasion either. They spent their days indulging in leisure. Deliveries were made only when orders came in, and if none were available, they merely earned a little less and endured some discomfort. The negative habits left behind by Zhang Donglai vanished along with him. Within a month, Zhang Hao's team had surged from the last position to the top 3. At the company meeting, Zhang Hao received a substantial bonus, and his salary increased to 10,000 a month. Rather than squander his bonus, Zhang Hao purchased 2 drinking fountains and adequately stocked the first aid kit, culminating in a barbecue outing for the team. Other groups envied Lu and his team, as their treatment had transformed dramatically. Lu and his colleagues wholeheartedly respected Zhang Hao. One day, while Zhang Hao was in the office chatting with Lu, the door remained open, allowing others to join in during their breaks. Lu was munching on peanuts when his phone rang. It was his wife, informing him of additional school expenses for their child. Lu acknowledged her and hung up, exclaiming in exasperation, "Goodness, that little rascal spends money like water. I'm fortunate we only have one child. If there were 2, I would know where to hang myself." He lamented, "Can my salary even sustain a child?" Lu's face fell in despair as he rambled on, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. In this day and age, even millionaires struggle to support a family. Zhang Hao paused, reflecting on his own situation. He was still single. Yet Lu's remarks instilled a sense of urgency within him. A monthly salary of 10,000, when scrutinized, seemed hardly sufficient. Oh, it appears I must devise ways to earn more, he mused, calculating that his greatest expense was his practice of Qin Shi. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed outside the door, and Zhang Hao recognized them to belong to Zhao Youting's assistant. Ah, Assistant Wang back again? Are you perhaps interested in our Hao Go? I must tell you, he is still single. Lu teased. Assistant Wang stomped her foot. Her cheeks flushed. Get back to work. A bunch of men gossiping all day is quite annoying. Zhang Hao rose, grabbing his small case as he made to leave. Lu leaned back in his chair, munching peanuts and clicking his tongue. The person summoning Zhang Hao was not the assistant, but rather their superior, Zhao. How curious. Could it be that Zhao truly has an interest in Haogu? I must tread carefully. If he ceases to strive, I might benefit from his fortune. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes at the absurdity. Over the past month, his hearing had sharpened. Even Lu's booming voice and hushed murmurs could be discerned from several meters away. The assistant approached him with a smile, readily taking his case. Zhang, thank you for your help. No need for formality, Zhang Hao replied dismissively, although he appreciated the assistant's amiable demeanor, befitting someone close to Zhao Yuting. In Zhao Yuting's office, everything proceeded methodically. Zhang Hao's hands moved with dexterity, steady and powerful, completing each step meticulously. What used to take mere minutes now extended to over 20. Zhao Yuting, perspiring yet increasingly clear-headed, inquired, "How do you feel?" As he concluded his task and stored his equipment, Zhang Hao observed Zhao Yuting's complexion had noticeably brightened, her beauty enhanced, akin to delicate peach blossoms. Very comfortable, he began, but she hastily covered his mouth, exclaiming, "You again. I have remembered. If you say more, I shall hit you." Zhang Hao stared in astonishment. Zhao Yuting, usually an ice queen, was now displaying a more feminine side, igniting a flurry of thoughts within him. Teasing. This is undoubtedly teasing, he mused. Clearing his throat, he said, "I merely worry you might forget," refusing to admit his intent. Zhao Yuting remained silent, producing a stack of cash and offering it to Zhang Hao. "You seem quite adept at this money-giving business. It makes me feel rather embarrassed," he remarked, his heart heavy. Zhang Hao, "Not again," she retorted, laughter escaping him. "All right. I concede. I shall remain silent." Chapter 8. Practice partner Zhang Hao meticulously arranged his silver needles, exercising extreme caution. Throughout the month, he had diligently practiced with Qin Shi, particularly improving in acupuncture. During idle hours after work, he engaged with his peers online, not merely for idle chatter. They possessed numerous medical texts, many of which were fragments or rare manuscripts, which Zhang Hao diligently studied. The adage that knowledge leads to progress was undeniably true. As for Zhao Yuting, her treatments had also yielded substantial benefits for Zhang Hao, as his skills flourished alongside her recovery. As Zhang Hao prepared to leave, Zhao Yuting called for him to wait. She retreated to the office's changing room. Zhang Hao overheard her changing clothes, realizing that his acute hearing could sometimes be a burden. Moments later, she emerged. Now clad in a soft pink casual outfit, her hair styled in a ponytail. Had he not known her as a businesswoman, Zhang Hao might have mistaken her for a university student. As she organized her belongings, she glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Zhang Hao, with your abilities, why do you remain in this company?" "Lack of funds," Zhang Hao internally shouted. Yet as a man before a beautiful woman, he hesitated to voice it. Zhao Yuting blinked, as if a thought struck her. "Zhang Hao, can you heal any ailment?" "Zhao, please don't jest. I can't guarantee that. Besides, you seem quite healthy." "Oh, I wasn't referring to my own ailment." Zhao Yuting hesitated, surprising Zhang Hao, who was accustomed to her directness. Leaning against the marble table, he softened his tone. "Speak plainly. Is there something you are hesitant to discuss? Will you be compensated for healing me?" "Absolutely. If you fail, will you face punishment?" "Zhang Hao." He chuckled, waving her off. "All right, I will comply with your request, even without payment. However, I must see the patient first before providing any assurance. Let us hope for the best. When we have a long break, you must accompany me. No running off. I want to flee." "Zhao, I thought you were inviting me for a meal." Zhang Hao dismissed further conversation, taking his leave. As he departed, he heard Zhao Yuting making a phone call, but he did not linger, hastily exiting. In earlier days, he may have eavesdropped, but now he simply moved on. Now, after undergoing the refinement of the art of subjugation, Zhang Hao's demeanor and conduct have become considerably restrained. As he was leaving work, he noticed Zhao Yuting's vehicle departing from the company entrance, with another individual seated in the passenger seat. The car was moving too swiftly and from too great a distance for Zhang Hao to discern any details, save for the fact that the person was clad in black attire. "Brother Hao, what are you staring at?" Isn't the Zhao's car? The group erupted in laughter, prompting Zhang Hao to shoo them away. Today marked the 15th of the month, and according to custom, Zhang Hao, as the team leader, was obliged to stay late to compile the month's statistics for presentation at tomorrow's meeting. Last month, their team had achieved remarkable results, and Zhang Hao was eager to see if there had been any further improvements over the past fortnight. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Hao busied himself in the office. Several hours passed before he finally shut down his computer, stretching his neck and legs. Although the office was empty, surveillance cameras were present. And Zhang Hao knew better than to practice his 5-animal play here. That would be courting trouble. Those unaware might think him insane. The destructive potential of the 5-animal play was escalating. Should Zhang Hao unleash it fully, this office would require extensive renovation. He strode purposefully out of the company's entrance, knowing that hailing a cab at this hour would be difficult, with the last bus long gone. Having moved from his cramped 10-square-meter basement, he now rented a place not far from the company. Rather than wait for a taxi, he chose to walk home. After taking a couple of steps, he paused momentarily before continuing onward. Footsteps, and not just one pair. Zhang Hao controlled his pace. The street was eerily quiet, allowing him to clearly hear a series of footsteps approximately 20 meters behind him. 1, 2, 3, he squinted. There were likely a dozen or so individuals. It was already past 1 in the morning. What could a group of over 10 people be doing in the alley near the company at this hour? If not playing cards? The entire company had closed for the day, with only he, the diligent team leader, remaining, and even the security guard was sound asleep. A thought struck Zhang Hao. Could these individuals be coming for him? He retrieved his phone, typing as he walked. Zhang Hao, the Emperor of Heaven. It appears someone is seeking trouble with me. Qin Shi Huang Ing Zhang Kill. Wei Wu Di Chao Chao. 1. Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin. 100-8666. Zhang Hao, the Emperor of Heaven. No way out. After all, these are all emperors, and in their world, decisive action is but a snap of the fingers. Zhang Hao cursed his misfortune inwardly, regretting his decision to discuss such matters with these rulers. It was merely asking for trouble. Li Shimin, the Tang Taizong. Who approaches? Investigate swiftly and proceed with caution. Pui, the last emperor. If you cannot win, flee. Run swiftly. Nua Erhachi, the Qing Taizu. Unworthy descendants. Worthless scum. By this time, Zhang Hao had walked out onto a street and deliberately veered away from home, heading north instead. There lay a development zone, typically deserted during the day, let alone at this hour. Zhang Hao sauntered along, a smile creeping across his lips. Excellent. Since someone had come looking for a fight, he would have the perfect opportunity to test his current prowess in the 5-animal play. A willing sparring partner was a rare gift. A notification chimed on his phone, and as he glanced down, a surge of frustration washed over him. Zhu Chongluo, the Ming Guangzong. Everyone, I bet on Zhang Hao, the Emperor of Heaven. The deal is set. The chat exploded with activity, various red envelopes being sent, and Zhang Hao, not one to be outdone, decided to wager a few bottles of leftover liquor from his last gathering. The odds were alarming. Several acquaintances supported Zhang Hao, while others banded together in a collective. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue, stepping into the desolate area. With a dozen opponents, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Chapter 9. Brother Hao in the Development Zone. Amidst a sprawling factory yard, Zhang Hao stood alone, a solitary figure in the vast emptiness. A group of individuals surged through the entrance. Kid, you've got guts. Big brother. This fool actually dares to come to a place like this alone. It's as if the heavens are aiding us. He is doing it on purpose. Leading the group was a burly man with a dark complexion, muscles threatening to burst from his skin, veins protruding on his arms, clearly a seasoned fighter. His movements were steady and deliberate, each step imbued with power. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. He had few friends and even fewer enemies. If he had offended anyone recently, it was indeed a certain individual, but it certainly was not this man before him. Zhang Hao cracked his neck and smirked. Quite the crowd. Yet the main character is absent? Humph. What main character? I simply find you displeasing. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. With a collective roar, the group lunged at Zhang Hao. Like a tiger pouncing, Zhang Hao leaped into action, launching himself toward the two foremost attackers. Bang. Clang. The two collided with the force of iron, howling as they were sent sprawling. One crashed against the factory wall, producing a tremendous thud. Boom. The wall emitted a mournful groan as bricks tumbled down, burying the man's legs. Shawu. Damn it, brother, this kid is no ordinary foe. Several rushed to pull their comrade free, while the others hesitated, encircling Zhang Hao but wary of approaching. They may not have been the brightest, but they were not entirely foolish. Zhang Hao's earlier display had already stunned the crowd. The dark-complexioned man scrutinized Zhang Hao, his expression betraying disbelief. He was accustomed to this line of work, dealing with debtors of all kinds. Over the years, he had encountered all manner of tough characters, including the bodyguards of those in debt. Yet, he had never encountered someone with Zhang Hao's ferocity. A smirk crept onto Zhang Hao's face as his aura shifted dramatically. An air of lethal intent enveloped him. His fighting spirit reached a zenith. This was also a result of the 5-animal play. Zhang Hao now resembled a fierce tiger, provoked and ready to strike. Lowering his body slightly, he positioned his hands in a claw-like stance, his eyes gleaming with a menacing light. Incredible. The dark-complexioned man took 2 steps back, his expression darkening. As a martial artist himself, he had never encountered such an aura, not even from his master. It was a raw ferocity that emanated from the very core of Zhang Hao's being. After a moment of internal fortitude, the man relented. Fine. I'll personally handle this. You are no match for him. Brother Meng, go for it. With that, several individuals charged in, and Brother Meng nearly spat blood in frustration. Channeling all his strength, Brother Meng dashed toward Zhang Hao, aiming a kick at his abdomen. Like a tiger on the prowl, Zhang Hao exhibited remarkable agility, evading Meng's strike effortlessly. With the speed of lightning, Zhang Hao unleashed a powerful blow, striking Brother Meng with an unmatched force. At the last moment, he tempered his strength, only utilizing 20% of his power. Even so, Meng emitted a subdued groan, spinning several times before collapsing, eyes rolling back in his head. It's over. Run for your lives. If Meng can't defeat him, what kind of monster is this? We were only supposed to deal with a pretty boy. This bastard has led us astray. The group let out frantic cries, fleeing toward the exit. Zhang Hao, however, paid them no mind. These insignificant minions were hardly worth his effort. However, this time, Zhang Hao finally verified the formidable nature of the 5-animal play. His reaction speed and sensory perception underwent significant transformation. Yet, these were merely the surface effects. After half an hour, Meng finally regained consciousness, still lying in the courtyard. The difference this time was that Zhang Hao had procured a chair from somewhere and was now seated, casually crossing his legs and smiling at him. Speak clearly about Zhang Donglai's matter. We have rules. With that, Zhang Hao delivered a swift kick, sending Meng sprawling several meters away. Meng Ji's features contorted in pain. But a more terrifying ordeal awaited him. Zhang Hao had risen from his chair and was leisurely approaching him step by step. Do not come any closer. I told you everything. He yelled. Damn it, Zhang Donglai. You little rascal, you've set us up. Do not blame me for being unkind. According to Meng Gu, Zhang Donglai had offered him some benefits in exchange for a beating of Zhang Hao, with the only stipulation being that he should not be killed. Zhang Hao did not indulge in further banter with the boy and instructed him to lead the way to find Zhang Donglai. Zhang Donglai had often mingled with such individuals and, since losing his job, spent his days idling in the mahjong house. Zhang Hao wished to avoid drawing attention, so he sent Meng Gu inside to bring Zhang Donglai out. Meng Gu complied eagerly, and before long he emerged, dragging Zhang Donglai by his collar. Hey, Meng Gu, let us talk this over. What is there to discuss? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been so humiliated today. Look at this injury. Had it not been for my cleverness, my friends would be crying in the hospital. Zhang Donglai protested. No, Meng Gu, you must be mistaken. Zhang Hao is just a pretty boy. How could he have such capabilities? Meng Gu shoved Zhang Donglai into a dead end, and as Zhang Donglai looked up, he saw Zhang Hao standing there. This is impossible. When did Zhang Hao acquire such skills? Enough chatter. Move. Meng Gu kicked Zhang Donglai from behind without any mercy, sending him stumbling several steps forward. Zhang Donglai lost his balance and fell to his knees. Zhang Hao looked down at him from a height. It's not even New Year yet, and you are bowing so deeply. I haven't brought any red envelopes today. You. Meng Gu stepped in and delivered another punch to Zhang Donglai. What are you saying? Address him as Brother Hao? What do you mean? I'll beat you senseless. Meng Gu, having endured grievances on behalf of Zhang Hao, finally found an outlet for his frustrations. Zhang Hao did not intervene. He considered Zhang Donglai beneath his notice. With a few slaps, Meng Gu extinguished any remaining defiance in Zhang Donglai. Brother Hao, I'm sorry. Please, let me go this time. Chapter 10. Beyond the Heavens. Zhang Donglai knelt on the ground, wailing for mercy. Zhang Hao observed him coldly, his thoughts far removed from this scoundrel. In the art of governance, there is a principle of checks and balances. As the saying goes, evil begets evil. And someone like Zhang Donglai truly required a figure like Meng Gu to deal with him. Zhang Hao felt a stir of inspiration and decided not to linger in pointless banter with Zhang Donglai. Remember, should you provoke me again, the consequences will not be so simple. Now leave. Yes, yes, Brother Hao, I will remember your words. I dare not do so again. Zhang Donglai struggled to rise from the ground. The more Zhang Hao observed him, the angrier he became. This fellow only bullied the weak and feared the strong. His previous bravado completely vanished. Who told you to stand? I said leave. Meng Gu gave Zhang Hao a thumbs up. Zhang Donglai gritted his teeth, his face darkening. and he lay on the ground, rolling sideways out of the alley. Haha, what a fool. Meng Ge laughed heartily, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he remembered that Zhang Hao was still present. Meng Ge quickly composed himself, standing awkwardly, uncertain of what to say. An awkward silence ensued. Zhang Hao glanced at Meng Ge and waved his hand. Let us forget our previous grievances. As for the medical expenses, Meng Ge hastily interjected. Seeing that Zhang Hao bore no ill will, and sprinted out of the alley in a flash. It had been several days since he had walked around the park. And now that he returned, he found the environment still so pleasant. The air was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. While some elderly folks had already arrived for their morning strolls and exercises, Zhang Hao found a secluded corner. Tiger leaps, bear pounces. The two moves flowed seamlessly, one following the other, executed with only half his strength. Boom! A deep mark was left on a sturdy tree, and several leaves trembled and fell. Amidst the dappled shadows of the tree, Zhang Hao inhaled sharply. If he had used his full strength, that tree would surely have splintered. After all, its trunk was thick enough for two people to embrace it. Apologies, that was a bit too forceful. I suppose I can no longer use trees as my practice targets. Zhang Hao patted the mark on the tree, feeling a twinge of guilt. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, startling Zhang Hao. An elderly man dressed in white emerged from behind a tree, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Excellent, excellent. Young friend, such remarkable prowess. I am truly humbled. May I inquire from which master or school you hail? Zhang Hao was at a loss for words and could only respond with a chuckle. Sir, I do not comprehend what you were saying. The old man continued his praise. Wonderful. Such humility at such a young age. If only my grandson possessed half your composure, I would be at ease. Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp, and before he could utter a word, a gust of wind swept in. The old man's white garments billowed with the breeze, his movements swift as lightning, his fists striking like venomous snakes, instantly locking onto Zhang Hao. This old man possesses remarkable skill. Zhang Hao concentrated, his movements unyielding as he swiftly countered. Although the five-animal play comprises few techniques, it is highly versatile. Akin to a tiger adapting to various animals, naturally employing different responses, its agility should not be underestimated. The old man's strikes were equally unpredictable, sometimes delivering a punch that Zhang Hao narrowly evaded, only for it to morph into a palm strike, changing direction like a swimming dragon. Zhang Hao sensed that the old man harbored no malice, so he refrained from using his full strength, and they merely exchanged moves in a spirited manner. After several exchanges, Zhang Hao could not help but harbor admiration for the elder. At such an age, he could still maintain such prowess, indicating a life of great self-discipline. Zhang Hao took the initiative to withdraw, retreating a couple of steps and mimicking a gesture from a martial arts drama. Senior, you are formidable. I can no longer continue this spar. Haha, you are quite interesting. The old man laughed heartily, regarding Zhang Hao with approval. Indeed, it has been many years since I encountered such a talented individual, and your humility and respect for your elders are truly rare qualities. You flatter me, sir. Oh, by the way, I am Zhang Hao. May I ask how to address you? Do not use such formalities. It sounds awkward. You may call me Beitang Feng. Beitang Feng casually sat on a bench, and Zhang Hao joined him, engaging in light conversation. After this exchange, Beitang Feng held a very favorable impression of Zhang Hao. As Zhang Hao noted the time, realizing he still had work to attend to, he bid farewell to Beitang Feng. As he was leaving, Beitang Feng called out, "Come early tomorrow. I look forward to sparring with you again." Finally, I have met a promising young individual. Zhang Hao naturally yearned for such an opportunity. And with the esteemed presence of Beitang Feng, he found himself afforded the chance to delve deeply into the intricacies of the five-animal play. Otherwise, he would have been left to contend with the towering trees alone. For several consecutive days, Zhang Hao frequented the park, engaging in a few exchanges with Beitang Feng each morning before heading to work. Beitang Feng seldom inquired about Zhang Hao's background. Instead, he imparted various teachings. For instance, while Zhang Hao's tiger leap was fierce, it barely reached 70% of its potential when faced with Beitang Feng. The remaining 30% effortlessly countered by Feng's adeptness. The bear pounce was even more disheartening, with 6 out of 10 attempts resulting in failure. Little Hao, always remember, there are greater talents beyond our own. Especially for individuals like us, we must never slacken our training, Beitang Feng advised. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, realizing that a word from his mentor was worth a decade of study. Over the past few days, his perspective and mindset had transformed significantly since meeting Beitang Feng. Their relationship blossomed quickly, forging a bond that transcended age. Although Beitang Feng remained reticent about his own identity, Zhang Hao refrained from prying, honoring their mutual respect. One day, Zhang Hao arrived at the park only to find Beitang Feng absent. Puzzled, he wondered why Feng was not there, as he was usually as reliable as clockwork. Just then, A middle-aged man appeared behind him. The man gestured for Zhang Hao to follow him, saying, "Feng Lao requests your presence. I hope it is convenient for you." "Of course. It is my pleasure," Zhang Hao replied without hesitation. Chapter 11. The middle-aged man drove Zhang Hao to a renowned tea house, which, despite its name, was actually a notable local establishment. The architecture was reminiscent of ancient styles, with a prominent sign hanging above the entrance, flanked by numerous red lanterns. 2 rows of young, elegant women in matching kipayos stood at the entrance, their grace and beauty far exceeding mere welcoming duties. After leading Zhang Hao to the tea house, the middle-aged man spoke to one of the women. "This is Mr. Zhang, a guest of Feng Lao." "Understood," she replied, stepping forward with a gentle smile. Extending her delicate hand in a perfectly executed gesture, she signaled for Zhang Hao to follow her. He nodded, and she turned gracefully, each step embodying poise and elegance. Devoid of any commonness, the tea house lacked an elevator, employing traditional wooden stairs that creaked subtly underfoot. The interior maintained an antique aesthetic, and Zhang Hao's attention was immediately drawn to a set of redwood furniture displayed prominently in the hall. Such pieces were quite expensive. The owner's casual placement of them suggested immense wealth. "Mr. Zhang, please," the cheap-clad woman said, leading him to a private room. As Zhang Hao stepped inside, she closed the door behind him. Listening intently, he noticed no footsteps outside, indicating that she remained stationed at the door. Inside the private room, Beidang Feng occupied the main seat, flanked by 2 men in their 30s or 40s on his right, while the left seat remained vacant. "Little Hao, you finally made it. Please, sit." Beidang Feng cheerfully gestured for Zhang Hao to take the seat on his left. The expressions of the 2 men shifted subtly. In this tea house, seating arrangements held great significance. The main seat was reserved for the most esteemed guest, with the left side designated for the second most honored. Typically, this left seat was left unoccupied, and even those without a place to sit would stand nearby rather than risk sitting there. Observing Zhang Hao, a young newcomer receiving such preferential treatment from Beidang Feng, the 2 men looked at him as if he were an apparition. Zhang Hao, oblivious to the weight of the situation, casually sat down and began to chat with Beidang Feng, unaware of the astonished gazes directed his way. Beidang Feng had heard that Zhang Hao sought medicinal herbs. They had briefly discussed their respective practices, and Zhang Hao had shared 70% about the 5-animal play, withholding only matters related to a chat group. Zhang Hao was no fool. He understood the adage that a man without sin may suffer for his wealth. While Beidang Feng treated him well, Zhang Hao prudently ensured he had a fallback. Beidang Feng pointed to the first man, introducing him. "His surname is Liao. You may call him Lao Liao. Should you require any herbs, do not hesitate to ask him." Lao Liao nodded earnestly. "Mr. Zhang, if you need any herbs, feel free to let me know. I have access to the local herb market. I am not boasting. If I cannot procure it, no one in our area can." Zhang Hao could not contain his delight. "Feng Lao, you are truly a timely rain." "Huh, don't flatter me. Your flattery leaves much to be desired." Lao Liao handed Zhang Hao a business card, exchanged pleasantries with Beidang Feng, and tactfully excused himself. It was clear to Lao Liao that his invitation by Beidang Feng was solely for the benefit of this young man, Zhang Hao. Beidang Feng glanced at the second individual, who was equally self-aware. "Mr. Zhang, you may call me Lao Yu. I am Feng Lao's steward. If you require assistance and Feng Lao is unavailable, I will be sent in his stead." Zhang Hao looked at Feng Lao, puzzled, as Lao Yu promptly departed, seemingly unable to linger in the private room for even a moment longer. "Feng Lao, what does this mean?" Zhang Hao mused, suspecting it was a strategic move to win favor. Beidang Feng laughed heartily, patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. "Do not be anxious. I have not seen you this fussy in the park. I simply enjoy mentoring juniors. Besides, we are good friends across the generations. Helping you is akin to helping myself." "Feng Lao, no need for further words. I am merely providing you with a pathway. Acquiring herbs will still require expenditure. Consider it a business introduction to Lao Liao." "What, do you fear I will sell you out?" "Cough, not at all. I am hardly valuable," Zhang Hao replied. Beidang Feng shook his head, setting down his teacup, and shifted the conversation. "I am aware of your circumstances. There is a young lady named Zhao Yiting at Wantong Group. The last time I saw her, she seemed somewhat off. At a banquet yesterday, her demeanor was markedly improved. I inquired discreetly and discovered it was due to you." "Feng Lao, that is rather ungracious of you." "Ungracious? You have talents that many would covet, yet you remain silent." Zhang Hao felt increasingly uneasy, sensing layers of meaning in Beidang Feng's words. "Feng Lao, if you have something to say, please be direct." "Very well, let us be straightforward." Beidang Feng produced a photograph from his pocket, depicting an elderly man who appeared to be of a similar age to Beidang Feng himself. Pointing to the figure in the photo, he cautioned, "I merely wish to alert you. Should fate bring you to this man in the future, you must inform me immediately." Zhang Hao scrutinized the photograph, noting the elderly man's head full of white hair, yet vibrant spirit. With a distinctive black mole at the center of his forehead, a memorable feature. Feng Lao, who is this person? Beidang Feng tucked the photograph away, sighing. You are better off not knowing his identity. However, remember my words. If you encounter him, notify me at once. Little Hao. Trust that Feng Lao will not lead you astray. Very well. Upon meeting this person, I will inform you immediately. Zhang Hao refrained from further inquiries, understanding that continued questioning would yield no more insights, and it was unnecessary to put himself in an awkward position. Little did he know, Jia Yuting had indeed encountered Beidang Feng at the banquet. Zhang Hao found himself in a complex emotional state, realizing that his current status in the city amounted to little more than a triviality. The saying a common man is innocent, yet bears the burden of riches resonated with him, whether through 5 animals play or chat groups. These were his assets. Yet, he feared that should these assets come to the attention of others, he might invite trouble upon himself. Chapter 12. The lavish emperor. He needed absolute strength and unshakable power. Xiao Hao, you must trust old Feng. I would never deceive you, echoed in his mind as he sat in his modest office. Zhang Hao was well aware of Feng Lao's true intentions. He wanted to believe that Feng Lao was not a malevolent person, genuinely wishing to elevate him. However, this was not the path Zhang Hao wished to tread. Relying on Feng Lao? That felt too degrading. With a sigh, he pulled out his phone and began to engage in the chat group. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. Hi. I have arrived. Tang Taizong Li Shimen. Hao Tian. What delightful treasures have you brought? Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao. Haha. Hao Tian. How goes the battle? Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. One last Emperor Puai. Have you won? I have wagered my modest treasury. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Hao that his earlier complaints about being blocked had turned into a betting game among his casual acquaintances. It seemed that only these few familiar faces had faith in him and had wagered considerable sums. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. I won. The chat erupted in excitement. Red envelopes flying everywhere, yet none were directed toward Zhang Hao. He watched in disbelief, occasionally checking for updates. Goodness. The thought that so much money was at stake occupied his mind. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao, can you all settle down? What about my share? Qin Shi Huang Zhang sent a special red envelope. Zhang Hao hurriedly clicked. This one was for him. Almost immediately, a notification appeared on his phone, revealing a deposit of 120,000 yuan. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao, what is going on? Qin Shi Huang Zhang. You placed the bet. This is your due reward. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao, quite a windfall, Hao Tian. Accept the red envelope. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao sent a special red envelope. Last Emperor Puai sent a special red envelope. Qin Taizu Nurhasai sent a special red envelope. Familiar names flooded the chat as his acquaintances generously sent red envelopes, all intended for Zhang Hao. He eagerly clicked on them, his phone chiming with each new deposit. In the end, his account swelled by an additional 300,000 yuan. Last Emperor Puai, Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. Are we not generous? Tang Taizong Li Shimen. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. Do you have anything good to share with us? Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. I desire some crispy noodles. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. Alcohol, my friend. Where's my drink? Zhang Hao's heart raced. 300,000 yuan. Such a figure was beyond his wildest dreams. A staggering sum sat in his account. Goodness. An emperor indeed knew how to be extravagant. Zhang Hao sprang from his chair just as Lu entered the room, nearly colliding with him. What's wrong, Hao Gu? Dai Lu, I must step out for a moment. Keep an eye on things. Dai Lu scratched his head, watching Zhang Hao rush out, not heading toward General Zhao's office. Zhang Hao dashed into a nearby large supermarket, purchasing various types of alcohol, crispy noodles, and some chips. After checking out, he hurriedly entered the restroom, bags in tow. Internally, Zhang Hao thought, forgive me, everyone. But there's south no other place. Let us make do. He snapped pictures of his purchases, and soon red dots appeared on his phone screen, indicating his inventory had expanded. Qin Shi Huang Zheng grabbed 2 bottles of mitai. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao grabbed 5 bags of chips. Last Emperor Puai grabbed 3 packs of crispy noodles. Tang Taizong Li Shimen grabbed 7 packs of crispy noodles and 3 cocktails. A flurry of notifications ignited excitement in the chat group. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao, what is this? Qin Shi Huang Zheng. I'll trade with you. I want the alcohol. Tang Taizong Li Shimen. This heavenly nectar called cocktail is exquisite. Hao Tian, I didn't tea help you in vain. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao. Tang Taizong Li Shimen. Cocktail? What flavor? I'll trade with you. Zhang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, finding Cao Cao as plight amusing as he failed to secure any alcohol. At that moment, a new notification popped up. Yuan Taizu Temujin grabbed 4 cocktails, 1 mitai, and 1 zweiking. Yuan Taizu Temujin. Emperor Hao Tian. Zhang Hao. Splendid. A fine drink. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao, Temujin. Do you dare to come here? Yuan Taizu Temujin. Emperor Hao Yan Zhang Hao, Sin Mormatai? I have everything you desire. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao, you infuriate me. Zhang Hao felt helpless, yet this exchange reminded him that merely possessing the 5 animals play was insufficient. Encountering someone like Beidang Feng could eventually lead to his downfall. He recounted his dealings with Beidang Feng, prompting the group to brainstorm strategies. Yuan Taizu Temujin, Emperor Hao Tian Zhang Hao, this person is likely of the Taoist lineage. I might have a secret scroll from Wang Chongnong, but I need to search for it. 10 bottles of Matai. Emperor Hao Tian Zhang Hao, Yuan Taizu Temujin, it's a deal. Wang Chongnong, a renowned figure, is one of the esteemed founders of the Chuanjin sect. Aside from Cao Cao fervently seeking trades for alcohol, the chat quieted down. Zhang Hao ducked his phone into his pocket, attempting to calm his racing heart. Just as he collected his thoughts, his phone rang. It was a call. Zhao Yiting had sent her assistant to find him, only to discover Zhang Hao was missing. On the other line, Zhao Yiting spoke with a teasing tone. Zhang Hao, where have you run off to during work hours? Urgent business. Who are you fooling? Is there no restroom in the company? Really, it's urgent. Should I send you a picture to prove it? I'm in the restroom. A moment of silence followed, then Zhao Yiting scoffed, urging Zhang Hao to hurry to her office before hanging up. Zhao Yiting, dressed in professional attire, was sifting through documents when Zhang Hao arrived. Zhao Zong, I'm here. Humph. If you abandon your post again, I'll dock your salary. I assure you, there won't be a next time. Zhao Yiting scrutinized Zhang Hao, seemingly noticing his unusual demeanor, and curiously inquired, where exactly have you been? Zhang Hao shrugged. The restroom. I genuinely went to the restroom. He spoke the truth. At the moment Zhao Yiting called, he indeed had been in the restroom. Zhao Yiting made a dismissive sound. Reclining on the sofa bed as Zhang Hao set down his small box and began preparing for work. The first step involved performing a massage, followed by acupuncture. As the massage progressed, a commotion erupted outside the office door. Chapter 13. Close the door, call security. An assistant was blocking someone from entering, and that person was shouting. Zhang Hao glanced at Zhao Yiting, feeling anxious. The massage could not be interrupted, or it wouldn't be as simple as starting over. Zhao Zong, did you schedule someone? Zhao Yiting opened her eyes, her gaze softening, and shook her head. What is going on then? Who dares to cause a ruckus at your office door? Zhao Yiting seemed to recall something and was about to speak when, at that very moment, Zhang Hao's massage hit a crucial point. Zhao Yiting couldn't help but emit a sound that sparked the imagination, plunging the office into an eerie silence. Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Yiting, whose face flushed, biting her lip tightly, appearing determined to remain silent. The man outside seemed to have heard some commotion and immediately erupted in anger. The assistant gasped. Bang! The office door was forcefully pushed open, and a man rushed in. Dressed in an exquisite suit, he was strikingly handsome and held a bouquet of roses in his arms. As he burst through the door, he caught sight of Zhao Yiting lying on the sofa bed, with Zhang Hao's hand resting on her abdomen. I'll kill you. The man flung the roses aside and lunged at Zhang Hao. Unfazed, Zhang Hao maintained his position, bracing himself on one leg while delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling out of the room. Shut the door. Call security. The assistant was quick-witted, slamming the door shut behind her and locking it. Typically, she would be outside, and Zhao Yiting was punctual. She would never allow work to interrupt her treatment sessions. Thus, Zhang Hao had never locked the office door before. Who could have anticipated encountering such a reckless intruder today? For Zhang Hao, the identity of the man was irrelevant. His primary concern was Zhao Yiting's health. If today's efforts were to be in vain, he would truly wish to rid himself of this uninvited guest. The man outside pounded on the door while the assistant dialed the phone. Moments later, there was a commotion outside as security escorted the man away. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao ceased his actions, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, startled by the man's intrusion, which had nearly interrupted the massage. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness nothing happened. Who was that fool? Just a fool. Leave him to me. Zhang Hao understood that Zhao Yiting was remarkable in many aspects, and being single, it was not surprising that she attracted various suitors. The acupuncture proceeded smoothly. After the treatment concluded, Zhang Hao packed his belongings to leave. As he and the assistant opened the door, they were confronted by the man standing at the entrance, flanked by several security guards who looked rather sheepish. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, the man's eyes turned crimson, ready to confront him. Zhao Yiting shouted, Wang Yaohua, this is my company. Don't push your luck. So, this man was Wang Yaohua. Zhang Hao paid him no mind, simply carrying his medical kit as he left. He was there solely to treat Zhao Yiting, lacking the inclination to engage with this entitled brat. As Wang Yaohua was summoned into the office by Zhao Yiting, he glared at Zhang Hao as he passed by. The assistant accompanied Zhang Hao to the elevator and whispered, Brother Hao, please don't take today's incident to heart. President Zhao definitely did not invite that man. I know. Keep an eye on things. Ensure President Zhao doesn't suffer any loss. With security still at the door, Zhang Hao felt assured about the office's safety, considering Zhao Yuting's temperament. If that man dared to act out of line, he would likely face dire consequences. Back in his small office, Lu was present as well. Zhang Hao checked his phone. Finding no messages, and his mood plummeted. After all, being in a position of authority, he expected more reliable efficiency. Lu leaned in, prompting Zhang Hao to put away his phone. Brother Hao, I just saw Wang Yaohua go up. Did you run into him? I did. Do you know him? Lu waved his hands dismissively, chuckling. How could I possibly know him? Even if I did, he wouldn't know me. He's Wang Zongchang's son, a true rich second generation. Zhang Hao paused, recognizing the name. Wang Zongchang was the chairman of the Wang Group, a well-known and affluent company in the area. Lu continued. I heard that the old men from the Zhao and Wang families are not on good terms, and their businesses often compete covertly. Isn't it tragic that Wang Yaohua fancies our President Zhao? I doubt he receives a warm welcome from her. Zhang Hao smirked. Lu, mind your own business and focus on organizing the documents. Lu sheepishly laughed and hurried off. Zhang Hao leaned on his desk, feeling increasingly disgruntled. Damn it. Had he known the situation, he would have kicked that brat a few more times, rendering him utterly helpless. Yet, upon reflection, Zhang Hao found himself rather absurd. Zhao Yuting was the daughter of the Zhao family, while Wang Yaohua was the young heir of the Wang Group. They were indeed a match in social standing, belonging to the same world. Even if Zhang Hao were displeased, he had no justification to intervene. After all, he was merely an employee under Zhao Yuting. Contemplating this left Zhang Hao feeling quite vexed. At the end of the workday, Zhang Hao made an unexpected trip to the office. As the elevator doors opened, the assistant was about to step inside. Oh, Brother Hao, what brings you here? President Zhao left a while ago. I was just passing by. The assistant looked at Zhang Hao in confusion, but he showed no intention of exiting the elevator. She stepped inside, pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator began its descent. Zhang Hao rubbed his hands together and inquired about the earlier incident. The assistant smiled. As expected, you were worried about President Zhao. But rest assured, that man was swiftly ejected by her. It wasn't a pretty scene. That's wonderful. Zhang Hao felt a wave of elation. It seemed that the man had not fared well in front of Zhao Yuting, and she had not been troubled. At that moment, the assistant tilted her head and blinked at Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, do you have feelings for President Zhao? Pfft, don't say such nonsense. You know our relationship. I'm just concerned about my patient. Brother Hao, you're quite amusing. Don't worry, I'm not that nosy. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, acknowledging that if the assistant were truly inquisitive, she wouldn't be in her current position. Chapter 14. Ruthlessness. The following day, Zhang Hao sat in his small office, sipping tea and listening to music, as an old-fashioned semiconductor radio played songs from the station. This was one of Zhang Hao's great pleasures, a pastime he had inherited from his grandfather in his youth. At times, he found himself nostalgic for such antiquated items, as the saying goes. A nostalgic person can hardly go astray. Zhang Hao swayed to the melodies of a beloved old song, his spirits lifted. Brother Hao, we've struck gold. Oh my. A massive contract. Lu burst into the room, startling Zhang Hao. Lu paused, gesturing with his hands to illustrate the enormity of the opportunity. It's enormous, a colossal contract. The primary profit for a courier company came from securing substantial contracts with enterprises. For instance, a particular online celebrity shop could yield impressive bonuses over a year. Zhang Hao, intrigued, considered his current 30,000. However, in the realm of medicinal transactions, that amount seemed to vanish like water. Lu handed him a contract, excitedly declaring, Dingtong Company wants to sign a 5-year deal with us. I calculated, and if we secure it, the annual bonuses could exceed 1 million. Zhang Hao mimicked Lu's gesture. That's colossal. Truly substantial. They shared a hearty laugh as Lu explained that the contract was still in the negotiation phase, merely a draft at this point. At around 3 in the afternoon, both donned suits and took a taxi to the tea house for their meeting. The tea house was a modest establishment by the street, a far cry from the upscale venue they had previously visited. The two individuals, adhering to their prior arrangement, made their way to the private room on the second floor, only to find that the other party had yet to arrive. Zhang Hao, feeling rather bored, sipped his tea, and after a full 10 minutes of waiting, the other party finally appeared. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, specifically assigned by the Dingtong Company to handle this matter. The profit-sharing arrangement was set at 20% for Zhang Hao and 80% for the middle-aged man. Lu's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief, exclaiming, Why don't you just rob him instead? It was indeed the first time Lu had encountered such an unequal distribution. The middle-aged man, unfazed, calmly sipped his tea and remarked with a sneer, You may as well decide whether you wish to sign or not. If you choose not to proceed, there are others who will. Lu, growing increasingly agitated, shot Zhang Hao a series of desperate glances. urging him to exit the situation as the deal was clearly not going to materialize. However, Zhang Hao remained still, thoughtfully scrutinizing the middle-aged man. The latter, noticing Zhang Hao's contemplation, smugly continued, "Zhang, I hear you've recently taken office and are in dire need of substantial contracts. Surely, you comprehend my meaning?" Zhang Hao nodded politely, but suddenly his expression shifted, brows furrowing. "Brother Hao, what's wrong?" he was asked. Zhang Hao clutched his stomach and fled the room in a near panic, as if fleeing for his life. Inside the private room, Lu and the middle-aged man exchanged confused glances. As Zhang Hao dashed out, he straightened his posture and maintained a composed demeanor. Once in a secluded area, he swiftly made a call to Beijing Feng. "Ah, Xiao Hao feeling restless? Would you care for a sparring session?" Feng inquired. "Elder Feng, I've encountered a rather peculiar situation and wish to seek your counsel," Zhang Hao replied. He wasn't naive. After consulting Lu, he learned that the other party had approached them, and their current demeanor suggested they were not genuinely interested in conducting business. Moreover, the man was aware of Zhang Hao's recent appointment and his lack of significant contracts. In the past, Zhang Hao would have dismissed such information, but now it stirred his curiosity. The fact that the man seemed to know details about him, a mere team leader in a courier division, raised suspicions. Zhang Hao had become increasingly cautious after witnessing various incidents, and with the guidance of a formidable figure like Beitang Feng, his discernment sharpened. After hearing Zhang Hao's account, Feng chuckled. "Haha, have you perhaps offended someone?" Zhang Hao responded, "Elder Feng, this is serious. I need to ascertain if this is a lucrative opportunity or a perilous trap." Feng wasted no time, and within minutes, provided Zhang Hao with some insights. "Brother Hao, are you all right? Should I accompany you to the hospital? You wouldn't be suffering from food poisoning, would you?" "Oh, now I feel a bit queasy myself." Lu rushed over, offering support to Zhang Hao, who pushed him away with a smirk. "Stand guard at the door. Do not let anyone in." Lu, perplexed but obedient, complied. Soon, commotion erupted from within the private room, followed by the middle-aged man's shrieks. "Brother Hao!" Lu could no longer contain himself and flung open the door. Upon witnessing the scene, he was left dumbfounded. The middle-aged man sat on the floor, battered and bruised, cowering in the corner, his eyes wide with terror. Zhang Hao cracked his neck and demanded, "Will you speak? Who sent you to undermine me? Don't think I'm oblivious. Your company has a contract with another courier service, already signed. Your actions are a stab in the back." Initially defiant, the middle-aged man soon yielded to Zhang Hao's relentless inquiries. "Wait, don't hit me. I'll tell you. It was General Manager Wang who sent me to negotiate this contract." Zhang Hao pressed, "And what then?" Wang Yu was not known for his generosity. The middle-aged man stammered. "We plan to place something illicit within the shipments, which will lead to troubles for you." Zhang Hao's brow furrowed deeply. He understood the grave implications of such an outcome. If anything were to go wrong with the deliveries, and if Wang Yaohua executed his scheme meticulously, they would undoubtedly be implicated. Although imprisonment was unlikely, Zhang Hao's position as a team leader would be untenable. Even if Zhao Yuting refrained from dismissing him, the rest of the team would not turn a blind eye. For a courier company, such a scenario was a critical taboo. A few manipulative individuals could easily twist the narrative, leading to an investigation that could result in an indefinite suspension of operations. Wang Yuhua's ploy was ruthlessly cunning. Chapter 15. The goods have been found. Hand me your phone and remain still, Zhang Hao commanded, taking the middle-aged man's device and leading Lu into the hallway. In the corridor, Lu wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered, "Brother Hao, how did you incur the wrath of General Manager Wang? He's known for his vengeance. Last year, a young heir who crossed him suffered terribly." Zhang Hao scoffed. "Times have changed. Wang Yaohua is no longer a concern for me." As he pondered how to counter Wang Yaohua, Lu added, "If this escalates and Wang retaliates, it may not only be us who suffers. Perhaps even General Zhao could be implicated. The Wang family and the Zhao family have always been at odds. Is this vendetta aimed at you or General Zhao?" Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing Lu mention Zhao Yuting, an idea sparked in his mind. While he was not particularly versed in business matters, Zhao Yuting was exceptionally adept in that realm. Grinning, Zhang Hao remarked, "We are the ones generating profits for the Zhao family. Such an incident would surely prompt the boss to take action." Lu looked bewildered, unable to grasp Zhang Hao's reasoning. Zhang Hao made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a woman donned in sunglasses and a scarf arrived. Zhao Yuting entered the room, removed her sunglasses and scarf, revealing her exquisitely delicate features. Lu was taken aback and quickly stood up. "Hello, General Zhao." Zhao Yuting, composed, took a seat as Zhang Hao poured her a cup of tea, while the middle-aged man shrank in the corner, too fearful to meet her gaze. Zhang Hao had already briefed Zhao Yuting about the situation over the phone, so there was no need for further explanation. The middle-aged man immediately dropped to his knees, bowing profusely. "General Zhao, please forgive my transgressions. It was all at General Wang's behest." I had no intention of crossing the Zhao family. I was merely following orders. The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears, regretting his greed, for not only had he failed to complete the task, but he had also been outmaneuvered by Zhang Hao. He cast a furtive glance at Zhang Hao, feeling a twinge of fear. For someone so young, Zhang Hao exhibited remarkable cunning and the ability to discern underlying schemes, suggesting a promising future ahead. They all resided in the same city and were part of the same circle. The middle-aged man silently lamented. Who could have predicted Zhang Hao's ascent? Zhao Yiting, known for her icy demeanor, was evidently compliant with Zhang Hao, rushing over at a mere phone call. The middle-aged man began to suspect an unusual connection between the two. Zhang Hao tapped his fingers on the table, eagerly looking at Zhao Yiting. General Zhao, as a business elite, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Zhao Yiting took a sip of tea, then set down her cup. Indeed, I do, though I had not anticipated Wang Yuhua's utter baseness. I once held him in slight regard, but it seems he is unworthy of the Wang family's legacy. Wang Yuhua's father is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the local business circle, a cunning old fox who, despite his numerous misdeeds, possesses his own unique approach to handling affairs. I understand. Today, I have not encountered anyone besides Zhang Hao. Very well. Zhao Yiting retrieved 10,000 yuan from her bag and boldly tossed it onto the middle-aged man's lap, raising an eyebrow with an air of authority. Scram. Indeed. He was to leave immediately. Zhao, take your time. The middle-aged man pocketed the money, which, while insignificant to him, was essential as it was given by Zhao Yiting. Refusing it would imply a lack of sincerity in agreeing to her demands, and what he feared was not Zhao Yiting, but the Zhao family as a whole. Only by accepting the money could this matter be considered truly resolved. The middle-aged man hurriedly scurried out of the private room, leaving with a forced smile. Zhao. Take your time, Zhang, take your time. I shall not disturb further. Scram. The two echoed in unison, and after their words, their eyes met, leading to a shared understanding and laughter. Dalu scratched the back of his head, clearing his throat. Cough. Should I leave as well? Zhang Hao shot him a glance and pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket. Go across the street for some skewers, but drink less. It's not even off work yet. Thanks, how good. Well, Zhao, you two continue your discussion. I'll head for skewers. Having been in the company for years, Dai Lu had seen his share of scenes. While some matters eluded his understanding, he knew that his absence from this gathering was the best protection for himself. Should anything arise, he could feign ignorance and avoid entanglements with the Zhao and Wang families. After Dai Lu departed, Zhang Hao nibbled on some snacks, awaiting Zhao Yiting to speak. She made a series of phone calls, and upon finishing the last one, she exhaled deeply. Zhao Yiting's gaze softened, a weary yet bitter smile gracing her lips. Zhang Hao, I am fortunate it is you who encountered this situation. Had it been someone else, they might have signed the contract without informing me, all for that 2% profit. You were too kind, Zhao. Zhao Yiting lifted her teacup to her lips but did not drink. When it's just us, drop the formalities, call me Yiting. Huh? What do you mean by huh? Calling me by my name won't bite you. Zhao Yiting's almond-shaped eyes widened, her willow-like brows slightly furrowed, red lips partially obscured by the teacup, her cheeks flushed. It was a situation many men would yearn for. Why did it feel so awkward with Zhang Hao? Zhao Yiting felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, wishing she could give him a kick. Zhang Hao chuckled. All right then, honestly, calling you Zhao feels a bit odd, considering we're of similar age. Humph. Good that you realize. Just as Zhang Hao was about to respond, his phone rang. A brief notification sound indicated a message in the chat group. Zhang Hao quickly rummaged for his phone, glancing at the group messages. Wei Woody Chow Chow, let's trade drinks. The chips are delightful. Trust me, come trade drinks with me. Qing Taizu Nurhasai. Wei Woody Chow Chow. I don't believe you. You old rascal. Tang Taizong Li Shimin. 1. Yuan Taizu Temujin. Hao Tian Dadi Zhang Hao. I found the items. Are you there? What about the drinks we agreed upon? Zhang Hao inhaled sharply, his heart racing. Chapter 16. Innate Qi. Genghis Khan is indeed reliable. No wonder he unified the northern desert and conquered Jin and Xia. Zhang Hao hastily sent over the promised items, relieved that he had prepared them in advance. However, with Zhao Yiting present, he reminded the other party to wait for news and that he would deliver them once he returned home. If something materialized in Zhao Yiting's presence, it would be impossible for Zhang Hao to explain himself. What are you doing? You have a beautiful lady with you for tea, and you're on your phone. Moreover, your phone isn't even entertaining. Zhao Yiting blinked, making a meaningful gesture. Girlfriend? Zhang Hao smiled wryly, shaking his head. Zhao, please, dating these days costs a fortune. I can't afford that. With money, you must focus on cultivating. Naturally, he dared not voice the latter part. You just called me Zhao again. Cough, slip of the tongue. Yiting. All right then. A few minutes after Zhao Yiting departed, Zhang Hao finally exited the tea house. He reached the entrance, a blind spot for the surveillance cameras, and retrieved the items. Chao was still in the group, amusingly trading drinks. Zhang Hao scanned the messages and felt a surge of excitement, as if drums were beating in his heart. Not to mention 10 bottles of Maotai, he would willingly part with even 10,000 bottles. How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao, Yuan Taizu Temujin. Is there more? Yuan Taizu Temujin. How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao. There are some left, but I need to search. There are too many things, and they're hard to find. Zhang Hao did not linger, negotiating a price with Temujin, as long as he had items to send over. The starting price would be 10 bottles of wine. Wei Wudi Chow Chow, How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao, look at me. Do you need military texts? How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao, Wei Wudi Chow Chow, I'm open to anything. Tang Tai's only Shimin. How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao, do you have any fresh novelties? Ming Shizong Zhu Yujian. 1. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. 100666. Zhang Hao felt a bit troubled, unsure of what these esteemed figures might desire. He truly could not afford anything extravagantly priced. Just as he pondered this, he noticed a pack of tissues on the office desk. Zhang Hao grabbed the tissues and promptly shared them in the group. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng snatched 50 sheets. Qing Taizu Nurhasai seized 20 sheets. A flurry of records appeared. The emperor showed great interest in the tissues. Tang Tai's only Shimin. How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao, what is this? How Tian Dadi Zhang Hao. Tang Tai's only Shimin. It's toilet paper, paper for convenience. It was only when Puyi stepped in to clarify that everyone understood its purpose. Even in Puyi's time, such finely crafted tissues were non-existent. Zhang Hao rushed to the supermarket, purchasing a substantial quantity of tissues, distributing them as today's goodwill. The emperors were exceedingly pleased, expressing that they would inquire with Zhang Hao in the future if they had anything to offer in exchange. Likewise, should Zhang Hao have any new novelties, they were willing to purchase them with red envelopes. Zhang Hao's complexion brightened, excitement coursing through him. The small trade in the chat group swiftly took shape. For several days, Zhang Hao delved into the items he had acquired. The medical skills of Hua Tuo, along with various medical scrolls, and some techniques he had recently obtained, including the 5 animal play, were all thoroughly explored. The Taoist secret volumes brought by Temujin opened Zhang Hao's eyes to new realms. As night fell, the moon hung in the sky, casting its cool light through the ages, bathing the earth below. Zhang Hao sat cross-legged, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. A wisp of mist emanating from above him. Much more mist swirled from various parts of his body. Initially pure black, the mist transformed into gray by dawn. In Zhang Hao's bedroom, an awful stench lingered. It was not until after 7 in the morning that Zhang Hao finally opened his eyes. He nearly retched, hastily opening the window for ventilation. What on earth is going on? It stinks worse than stinky tofu and durian combined. Who is so inconsiderate to be making such a foul concoction early in the morning without even using a range hood? Zhang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly pulled half the curtain shut and dashed out of the bedroom. This was a technique recorded in the secret volumes, a method for body tempering. The foul air escaping was merely impure qi. Zhang Hao found himself sticky and uncomfortable, prompting him to rush into the bathroom for a shower. After a refreshing soak, he felt invigorated, his steps light as a feather. It was the weekend, coinciding with his monthly days off, and he decided to seek out Bei Tang Feng to test his newfound abilities. However, upon arriving at the park, he realized that the morning exercisers had dispersed and there was no sign of Bei Tang Feng. After making a phone call, a car soon arrived to pick him up. They drove to the outskirts, where Bei Tang Feng had a quaint little estate, adorned with numerous artificial landscapes, resembling a miniature palace. Zhang Hao gazed in envy, contemplating the power of wealth. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Bei Tang Feng's pupils dilated in shock. How's he? How do you possess innate energy? Zhang Hao was perplexed, unfamiliar with the term innate energy. Bei Tang Feng, with a look akin to that of a reverend ancestor, pulled Zhang Hao to sit down and elaborated. The innate energy he referred to was actually true qi. After refining his body, Zhang Hao's constitution had diverged from that of ordinary people, resulting in the natural flow of true qi within him. Chuckling, Zhang Hao asked Bei Tang Feng, "Old Feng, can you really perceive true qi?" Bei Tang Feng sighed, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I am a member of the Taoist sect. How could I not recognize it? You, my boy, are truly extraordinary. Do you realize that even among us, those who can cultivate true qi are exceedingly rare?" Zhang Hao admitted ignorance, and Bei Tang Feng shook his head in resignation, musing that Zhang Hao might be a disciple of some reclusive master, amusing himself at Bei Tang Feng's expense. Chapter 17. Sparring. Cough, cough, it's not very likely. Old Feng, how about we have a sparring session? Bei Tang Feng was eager to oblige. The two ventured into a grove behind a grand residence. Zhang Hao performed the 5 animal play once more, each move far more potent than before. After a few exchanges, Bei Tang Feng waved his hands, exclaiming, "I'm getting old and lazy. How can you expect me to keep up?" There's a large stone over there. Go ahead and give it a try. And I can see the results. Zhang Hao turned to find a sizable rock within the grove. With Bei Tangfeng's encouragement, he wasted no time. Standing before the stone, Zhang Hao exerted all his strength. To his astonishment, he discovered that the weak true qi within him resonated with the five animal play, merging seamlessly as if they were destined to be together. Huge leap, Zhang Hao shouted, propelling himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the stone. With a resounding crack, the rock shattered beneath him, splitting cleanly in two. Wow, what a remarkable feat. Try another move. Bei Tangfeng clapped his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bear pounce. Zhang Hao summoned the wind with his palms, channeling immense force into a strike against another large stone. With a series of cracking sounds, the stone fractured, splintering into countless smaller pieces that tumbled to the ground. Excellent. Haha, the heavens have not forsaken our Taoist sect. Bei Tangfeng was practically bursting with pride, wishing he could lift Zhang Hao and whirl him around in celebration. In recent decades, the Taoist sect had dwindled. Although materially they fared well, the true legacy was a source of embarrassment. Bei Tangfeng had been captivated by Zhang Hao's strength from their first meeting, believing that if this young man were to join the sect as his disciple, there would be hope for revival. Yet, Bei Tangfeng hesitated to take Zhang Hao under his wing, feeling apprehensive. Despite Zhang Hao's jovial demeanor, Bei Tangfeng had thoroughly investigated his background, finding no remarkable traits. However, observing Zhang Hao's abilities made Bei Tangfeng wary, convinced that he must be the disciple of some hidden master or the grandchild of an extraordinary sage. Ah, you truly vex me, young man. Zhang Hao was elated, his strength surging beyond his expectations. The following day, while treating Zhao Yiting, he sensed an unseen force sharpening his focus. Whether through massage or acupuncture, his technique and precision had improved significantly. Zhang Hao, what are you thinking? Why have you stopped? Zhao Yiting inquired, noticing his fixation on the silver needles. Ah, nothing, really. She noticed his distant gaze and expressed concern about her condition. Zhao Yiting had long battled a hidden ailment, often exploring various remedies, only to face setbacks. The experts summoned by the Zhao family had expressed their reluctance to treat her, fearing damage to their reputations. Seeing Zhang Hao appear lost in thought only deepened her anxiety, fearing yet another failure. As Zhang Hao gathered his materials, he turned to her. Yiting, do you trust me? What's wrong? I have a method, but I only have a 50% chance of success. If it works, your ailment will be completely eradicated. If it fails. Really? That's wonderful. But wait, what happens if it fails? Zhao Yiting, springing up from the couch, was both excited and apprehensive. Zhang Hao sighed. It's nothing serious. You might just have a bit of an upset stomach. Zhao Yiting laughed at his remark. Then what's there to fear? If it truly fails, I'll buy you the best smart toilet. Zhang Hao chuckled in resignation. After a brief pause, he resolved to begin immediately. This time, Zhao Yiting sat cross-legged on the sofa. Zhang Hao grasped her wrist, pressing 3 fingers against her acupoint. True qi surged forth, and beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Hao's forehead, rolling down his cheeks. Zhang Hao, are you all right? This feels so incredible. He remained silent, eyes closed, focusing intently on locating the cold energy within her. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao concentrated, finally drawing forth a purplish-black mist. Although Zhao Yiting could not see it, she could detect a foul odor emanating from it. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, casting a complex glance at her. It worked. Really? Zhao Yiting gazed at him in disbelief. But the sensations coursing through her body were undeniable. Typically, she often felt unwell, even during treatment, but now she sensed a remarkable difference. She was returning to normal. My goodness, you are incredible. I can't thank you enough. Elated, Zhao Yiting nearly wept as she embraced Zhang Hao. Calm down. You need to rest, he reminded her gently. How can I not be excited? You cannot fathom the torment I have endured these past few years. Alas, you would never understand. Zhao Yiting seemed to recall something, her tears overflowing uncontrollably, and she clutched Zhang Hao, weeping openly. Zhao, what is wrong? The assistant burst into the room, her expression fraught with concern, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. Zhang Hao exchanged a glance with her, and the assistant, her expression a mixture of confusion and urgency, retreated swiftly and closed the door. As Zhang Hao exited the office, a dark stain marred his clothing, Zhao Yiting's tears. He found it difficult to comprehend her emotional outburst, but did not take offense. After all, Zhao Yiting was a remarkable beauty, and tears were but a trifling matter. Upon entering the elevator, as the doors closed, Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. With Zhao Yiting's ailment seemingly resolved, their paths would likely diverge significantly. Yet, amidst these reflections, a chill swept through his thoughts. There was a matter he had not disclosed to Zhao Yiting. Initially, he had believed her affliction to be congenital, as she had claimed, and had not questioned this notion during her treatment. However, he had since uncovered a startling revelation. Her condition was not a mere illness, but rather indicative of poisoning. The source of this toxin remained elusive, and Zhang Hao, despite his intellect, was not omniscient. Thus, he chose not to burden Zhao Yuting with this knowledge, especially as she was preoccupied with dealing with Wang Yuhua's schemes. Uncertainty was not a path he was willing to tread. Emperor Liu Bang remarked, "A wolf's ambition, this woman is indeed to be pitied." Emperor Li Shimin noted, "Such a vile poison inflicted upon a frail woman is truly despicable. I scorn the perpetrator." The last emperor, Puyi, interjected, "Good evening, everyone." Nurhasai, the founder of the Qin Dynasty, chastised, "Unworthy descendants. Maintain decorum and do not disrupt the atmosphere." Puyi retorted, "Ancestor, such targeting is uncalled for." Zhang Hao found himself overwhelmed, the banter only adding to his vexation. At that moment, a private message chimed. "Chow Chow, the Wei Woody, sent a missive. Hao Tian, 20 bottles of Matai, 10 bottles of cocktails, a case of spirits." Zhang Hao, the Haotian emperor, replied, "Brother Chow, why not seize it yourself?" Chow Chow continued, "I found it just yesterday. If you do not want it, I shall dispose of it." "Wait." Zhang Hao's mind raced, and without hesitation, he rushed out to procure the items. After their exchange, Zhang Hao was left dumbfounded. He had acquired 3 scrolls containing numerous unique poison formulas, antidotes, and their effects. The writing was minuscule, detailing over 100 types of toxins. "What is this? Do not tell me this is from Hua Tua," he exclaimed. Chow Chow replied, "Just take it. Do not make a fuss. Fine wine and beautiful women. You are ruining the ambience." Zhang Hao, in disbelief, could only raise a middle finger to his phone before immersing himself in the study of the materials. An hour later, he made a significant discovery. One peculiar toxin, known as cold moon dew, mirrored Zhao Yuting's condition perfectly. Cold moon dew would not claim a life immediately, and it only affected women, ultimately leading to infertility and rapid aging. Zhang Hao pondered, considering that Zhao Yuting must have been poisoned over a decade ago, when she was merely a small child. Who could be so cruel as to inflict such harm on an innocent girl? Moreover, the ingredients for cold moon dew were nearly extinct. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that if he could identify the perpetrator, he might uncover a wealth of rare medicinal materials, substances that could be both harmful and beneficial depending on their combinations. After all, Zhao Yuting was completely unaware of her poisoning. Questioning her would yield no fruitful results. Ultimately, Zhang Hao resolved to keep this matter to himself for the time being. After a week of rest at home, Zhao Yuting called Zhang Hao on the weekend, promptly providing him with an address for a dinner invitation. Zhang Hao accepted with eagerness. Zhao Yuting had chosen a 5-star upscale restaurant, a place where reservations were mandatory, often requiring a queue, but the top floor was an exception, frequently booked by local dignitaries and possessing a coveted status. The top floor featured a classic layout typical of Western restaurants, with a piano placed in the center, ensuring a continuous flow of music while in operation. "Thank you. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Is this acceptable?" Zhao Yuting inquired. Zhang Hao paused, then took her wine glass, saying, "Do not drink. You have just recovered. No alcohol for the next few days." He genuinely felt a headache coming on. Even red wine was still alcohol. At this moment, health was paramount, not the indulgence of high-end dining. Zhao Yuting blinked and suddenly burst into laughter. "What is so funny?" Zhang Hao asked. "Haha, Zhang Hao, you are truly amusing. Other men would eagerly have me drink more, yet you, on the contrary, are enforcing sobriety." Zhang Hao scoffed. "They harbor ulterior motives. I am different. Even if I wish to pursue something, I would not intoxicate you. It must be of your own volition." "Pa, you rogue." Zhao Yuting's cheeks flushed, and she settled for freshly squeezed juice instead. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, enjoying the exquisite dishes and each other's company, which significantly lifted Zhang Hao's spirits. Inquiring about cold moon dew at this juncture would only dampen the mood. Zhang Hao focused on enjoying the meal and conversing with Zhao Yuting, both tacitly avoiding any mention of Wang Yuhua. As Zhang Hao admired the beauty before him, he caught sight of a group emerging from the elevator. The waiter rushed over, and to his astonishment, it was Wang Yuhua, clad in a white suit adorned with a rose-colored handkerchief, exuding the demeanor of a privileged heir. Zhao Yuting, following Zhang Hao's gaze, grimaced upon seeing Wang Yuhua, her expression akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly. "Yuting, is that really you?" Wang Yuhua exclaimed, scampering over, only to darken upon seeing Zhang Hao. "What is he doing here?" "Wang, my dining companion is none of your concern, is it?" Zhang Hao replied coolly. Wang Yuhua's eyes twitched, and he turned to his companions with a mocking grin. "Let me introduce you all to this fellow, Zhang Hao, just a delivery boy." "Haha. Really? Zhao, are you engaging in charity? You are truly kind-hearted. Without your invitation, this lad would never have the privilege to dine here." Head waiter, when did this place turn into a marketplace? allowing anyone to dine here. The headwaiter, bewildered, realized that Zhao Yuting had brought Zhang Hao along and was unaware of the situation's nuances. According to the top floor's regulations, someone of Zhang Hao's status had no right to be there, let alone dine at such an establishment. The headwaiter's expression darkened as he politely explained to Zhao Yuting, "Ms. Zhao, your guest cannot dine here. It is our policy. Perhaps we should ask him to move to the first floor, where all expenses will be covered by us." Zhao Yuting frowned, well aware of the restaurant's rules. But if not for Wang Yaohua's meddling, nobody would have brought this matter to light. Now, Wang Yaohua had made it clear that he intended to expel Zhang Hao. Chapter 19. Together, Mr. Zhao. I too am merely an employee here. The restaurant's rules are quite clear. Sir, please. The waiter, with impeccable courtesy, gestured towards Zhang Hao. Yet, the disdain in the waiter's eyes as he regarded Zhang Hao was unmistakable. What does this pretty boy amount to? He is here only due to the patronage of a woman, after all. Bound by his position, the waiter refrained from voicing his contempt directly. He truly looked down upon Zhang Hao, but dared not offend Zhao Yuting. That was a risk he wouldn't take. Zhang Hao remained unmoved, licking his lips, his anger simmering as he ground his teeth in frustration. This was what they meant by a narrow-minded view. Wang Yuo was reveling in his triumph. Akin to a dog wagging its tail, Zhang Hao, why don't you hurry up and leave? Wang Yuo's entourage chimed in. What gives you the right to dine here? You are insulting our taste. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Waiter, why are you standing there? Call security. This bumpkin refuses to leave. And you just watch? The waiter cursed under his breath, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Hao before pulling out his walkie-talkie, summoning security to eject this bumpkin. Wang Yaohua, don't go too far. Zhao Yuting stood up abruptly, her face cold, her brows furrowed, clearly prepared to defend Zhang Hao. Wang Yuo was momentarily taken aback, wishing he could rid himself of Zhang Hao. Zhao Yuting, known for her icy demeanor, had never before displayed such emotion for a man. Was it possible that she genuinely harbored feelings for Zhang Hao? Wang Yuo recalled the last time he visited Zhao Yuting's office. The scene of their intimacy had nearly driven him to fury, especially when Zhang Hao had kicked him out. The memory only fueled his rage further. Zhang Hao, we're not done with this today. Zhang Hao casually dug at his ear, leisurely picking up a plate from the table. Smash. Zhang Hao, are you insane? Mr. Wang, are you all right? Quick, get a towel. Zhao Yuting had ordered her steak rare, which Zhang Hao found unpalatable, leaving it untouched. In a swift motion, he dumped the plate of steak and its accompanying garnishes, along with the slightly bloody juices, all over Wang Yuo's head. Wang Yuo's face turned a sickly green. Delicious. Isn't it? The steak from a five-star restaurant. Mr. Wang's taste is truly unparalleled. I've never seen anything like this before. Zhang Hao, I'll make you pay for this. Come here. Zhang Hao merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. Yet, Wang Yuo's bravado quickly crumbled. He recalled the unfortunate Zhang Donglai, who had recently sought out Zhang Hao for trouble and now lay in a hospital bed. A group of ruffians never bothered them, especially in Zhang Hao's territory, which was remarkably peaceful, devoid of any troublemakers. Wang Yuan knew Zhang Hao was no ordinary opponent. They, the privileged heirs, were no match for him. All right. You dare to throw food at our Mr. Wang? I'll make you pay. Mr. Wang, step back. We'll teach this brat a lesson. Zhang Hao, you're asking for it. The group of well-dressed young men were not pleased. After all, they stuck with Wang Yaohua because of his family's wealth, which afforded them numerous benefits. Whenever they sought companionship or engaged in less than honorable activities, it was Mr. Wang's expenses that covered them. Seeing their leader being assaulted, they could no longer hold back. A few of the young men charged toward Zhang Hao. Stay back. I'm wearing nice clothes today. Don't get them dirty. Zhang Hao warned Zhao Yuting as he leaped into action. With remarkable agility, Zhang Hao sprang from the ground, landing on the table. In a single bound, he soared over the heads of the approaching assailants, landing outside the booth. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Zhang Hao, if you have the guts, don't run. I'll cover your medical expenses. Wang Yuo shouted from behind. Don't go after him. Something's off with this kid. Zhang Hao smirked and turned toward Wang Yuo, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The master is indeed clever, but alas, your dogs are rather disobedient. Bang. With a swift move, Zhang Hao took down two of the young men effortlessly, the sound resonating like a war drum, causing the hearts of those nearby to race. Against these young men, Zhang Hao didn't even need to employ any techniques. A few casual strikes sent them all sprawling to the ground, crying out for mercy. Oh no, this is insane. My back. Look at this, my front teeth. Help. Don't hit me anymore. I'm sorry. Hey, remember, don't hit the face. The young men cried out in agony, while a group of security guards at the restaurant entrance stood in shock. Captain, should we go in? Go in? Are you crazy? Even if we all teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Is Wang Yao out of his mind? This guy is definitely from a prominent family. What do we do? We can't just stand here. I don't want to get fired. Listen to me. Lie down and keep lying there. Anyone who dares to move, I'll take care of them. The guards exchanged glances before pulling out their batons, menacingly shouting as they charged toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao turned, his aura surging. Since they sought their own demise, he would not hold back. If he didn't deal with Wang Yao today, he might as well never show his face in front of Zhao Yiting again. Charge. Beat him up. Don't be afraid. We're here to save you, Mr. Wang. Kid, do you have the guts to cause a scene here? Do you even know where you are? The group of guards closed in on Zhang Hao, who prepared to retaliate. The burly security captain charged at Zhang Hao first. Kid, you're quite bold. Zhang Hao looked at him as if he were a fool. Enough with the nonsense. Let us all go at it. Don't waste my time. Chapter 20. Hitting the bull from afar. At that moment, the security captain suddenly yelped, followed by two guards behind him who rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Ouch. That hurts. This is what they call hitting the bull from afar. Oh no. I can't move. The remaining guards, witnessing this, promptly fell to the ground, crying out in pain, competing to see who could lament more than the privileged youths. Impressive acting. Zhang Hao thought as he observed the scene unfold. The security captain shot Zhang Hao a glance, and then fell to the ground dramatically. Brother, it's tough for us to make a living. Please go easy on us. He muttered quietly, but Zhang Hao's keen hearing caught the words, nearly causing him to burst out laughing. Those who worked as security in such a place were sharper than a monkey, well aware they stood no chance against Zhang Hao. Thus, they opted to go with the flow, instantly creating this farce. Zhao Yiting hurried over, grabbing Zhang Hao's arm, her soft and resilient form pressing against him. Quick! You need to leave. If you cause trouble here, something bad will happen. Zhang Hao felt a surge of blood rising. Had it not been for his recent training, he might have already been bleeding from the nose. He turned his head to glance at Zhao Yiting, only to find her in a state of frantic urgency. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and concern, her ruby lips continuously urging Zhang Hao to leave quickly. Yiting, you are truly beautiful, Zhang Hao swore to the heavens, genuinely wishing to express this sentiment from the depths of his heart. After uttering those words, both were momentarily taken aback, as Zhang Hao suddenly realized that the scene seemed rather amiss. Wang Yao was yelling furiously, pointing in Zhang Hao's direction. We are all cultured individuals. If you have the capability, don't resort to violence. I'll just throw money at you. Ha, are you an idiot? Zhang Hao retorted with a roll of his eyes, unwilling to engage with Wang Yao, whom he deemed utterly foolish. Zhang Hao, stop messing around. Let us leave quickly. Zhao Yiting urged anxiously, clearly worried about something. It must be noted that this restaurant held considerable repute locally, and its behind-the-scenes owner was no ordinary person. Due to the restaurant's high standards, there was an unspoken rule that wasn't displayed openly. Many patrons were influential figures, and one could never be sure who might have personal grudges against whom. Regardless of their past conflicts, physical altercations were strictly forbidden within this establishment. Sarcastic jibes were commonplace, but a real fight would be tantamount to slapping the owner's face. The few young heirs, in their impulsiveness, failed to consider the gravity of the situation and merely sought to expel Zhang Hao swiftly. To their surprise, they were no match for him, and the situation quickly escalated. Zhang Hao paid no heed to their antics. He gently patted Zhao Yiting's cheek and said, "Don't worry, just stay back. I need to have a word with our little Wang." Zhang Hao, what are you planning? Don't act recklessly. Wang Yao's expression turned serious as he sensed something was off. He genuinely feared Zhang Hao's growing arrogance and lack of restraint. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Hao strode over to Wang Yao, who attempted to flee but was seized by Zhang Hao, who yanked him aside. Bang! Zhang Hao threw a punch that landed squarely on Wang Yao, and he did not exert full force. It was barely a fraction of his strength. Wang Yao was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head. So tough talking, yet so fragile. Wang Yao, you came looking for trouble today, and the beating you received is entirely your own doing. Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Zhao Yiting exclaimed from behind, sensing the situation had gone awry. After all, Wang Yao was a little Wang, and while Zhang Hao had already antagonized him, Zhao Yiting believed she could manage the situation. But now, Zhang Hao had decisively knocked Wang Yao down, and it did not end there. Zhang Hao crouched down and delivered a flurry of slaps to Wang Yao's face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth before he finally stopped. He lifted Wang Yao from the ground, his gaze icy as he coldly addressed the other young heirs. Remember this day. Each one of you, mark my words. Anyone who wishes to ride on my neck will find no good fortune awaits them. Take this waste with you and get lost. With that, Zhang Hao flung Wang Yao away. The other heirs caught him, but Zhang Hao had intentionally exerted some force, causing them to stumble and crash to the ground. Little Wang, are you all right? Oh my, who is this? Are you blind? This is little Wang. How did his face end up looking like a pig's head? They looked at one another, momentarily bewildered. Having associated with Wang Yuhua for years, they had never encountered someone like Zhang Hao. The Wang family's reputation was disregarded, and Wang Yuhua had been publicly humiliated, leaving the others feeling utterly disgraced. Still not leaving? Do you expect me to treat you to steak? Zhang Hao approached the table, picked up another steak, and wore a smile that was neither genuine nor welcoming. Let us talk it out. No need for violence. Zhang Hao, you're just taking advantage of our civility. Let him go. The young heirs did not dare linger, hastily escorting Wang Yuhua toward the elevator. The security guards remained on the ground, groaning in pain, looking worse for wear, though Zhang Hao had not laid a finger on them. Zhang Hao found it both amusing and exasperating. Had those young heirs possessed the wits of the security personnel, they might have avoided such a beating. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened. 4 tall men in gray suits emerged. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback upon their arrival. Practitioners of ancient martial arts. He recognized the aura emanating from them. The 4 stood in pairs on either side of the elevator, and a woman in a green qipao gracefully stepped out. Her every movement exuding charm, resembling a captivating beauty from a painting. Upon seeing this woman, Zhao Yuting's complexion paled further. Zhang Hao turned to Zhao Yuting. Do you know her? Yes, she is the floor manager, though I don't know her name. Everyone calls her the Green Beauty. Indeed, she is strikingly beautiful. In a verdant way. I'll distract her. You should leave quickly, Zhao Yuting urged. Fully aware that the Green Beauty's presence signaled the restaurant's impending involvement in the matter. Sure enough, the Green Beauty surveyed the fallen security guards and remarked with a sultry laugh, "Oh my, you all have such talent for theatrics. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Get out." "Yes, we're leaving. We truly can't take you on," the security guards stammered as they scrambled to their feet and hurriedly made their escape. Chapter 21. My boyfriend, the Green Beauty's gaze shifted to the group, and when it landed on Zhao Yuting, she offered a slight bow. This classical beauty exuded an innate charm, devoid of any pretense, her essence radiating a captivating grace. Zhao Yuting felt her face flush under the Green Beauty's gaze. Having witnessed many high-profile situations, the Green Beauty was unfazed by the rivalry between the 2 men. However, Zhao Yuting felt increasingly uncomfortable. Aware that the situation was not as the Green Beauty perceived it, Zhao Yuting hastily explained, "Green Beauty, this is a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhang and I came here to dine, and Wang Yuhua caused us trouble. Oh, it's merely a matter of jealousy between men. Men, after all, can't change their nature. My dear Yuting, I advise you to leave now. What follows is not for someone as delicate as you to witness. This isn't Zhang Hao's fault. It's all Wang Yuhua's provocation. That's inconsequential. The restaurant's rules take precedence." The Green Beauty cast aside her smoking pipe, her demeanor shifting to one of icy authority. 2 men in gray suits approached Zhang Hao, clearly indicating that, according to the restaurant's rules, there was no way Zhang Hao would leave here unscathed today. Zhao Yuting, on the verge of tears, was about to step in front of Zhang Hao, relying on her presence to deter them. In the next moment, Zhang Hao moved. Zhao Yuting barely registered his actions before one of the suited men let out a strangled gasp. Crack! The man staggered back, blood trickling from his mouth as he clutched his stomach. Zhang Hao, poised on his toes, moved fluidly, leaving behind a blur of his form, reminiscent of the graceful dance of a crane. Within the 5 animal play, there existed a style known as crane dance. The dance of the crane, typically a vision of ethereal beauty, here bore a deadly intent. In this moment, the crane danced, and blood would inevitably be spilled. The crane dance possessed its own unique footwork, allowing Zhang Hao's figure to become elusive, creating the illusion of 2 Zhang Haos. The other suited man's pupils constricted in horror. Are you from the Taoist sect? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, clearly taken aback by the man's ignorance. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss? Moreover, he has no genuine connection to the Taoist sect, at least not with the one that currently exists. Zhang Hao remained silent and directly engaged the individual. If his opponent were not a practitioner of ancient martial arts, this matter would have concluded there. However, encountering an ancient martial artist sparked a thrill of excitement within Zhang Hao. It is essential to understand that ancient martial artists possess exceptionally resilient physiques, embodying the pinnacle of body refinement techniques. To spar with an ancient martial artist is a dream Zhang Hao has long harbored. Unexpectedly, he found not 1, but 4 ancient martial artists gathered in this place, a feat he could scarcely believe. The enchanting woman frowned and gestured for the other 2 to join the fray. In front of the elevator, 5 figures moved with the speed of lightning, surrounding Zhang Hao, yet he maintained his ground. Zhao Yuting, unable to comprehend the situation, observed the fierce exchange, aware of the formidable prowess of the 4 assailants. Grabbing a nearby cup, she exclaimed in a sudden burst of frustration as it shattered on the ground, momentarily halting the combatants. "Stop. He has violated the restaurant's rules. He is my boyfriend. What? My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Zhao Yuting actually has a boyfriend. The four men recoiled, their expressions darkening. In contrast, Zhang Hao appeared invigorated, his complexion radiant and unruffled, exuding an air of composure. The enchanting woman inclined her head toward Zhang Hao. Sir, I must request a moment of your time for a few inquiries, if you would be so kind. Zhang Hao found himself impressed. The enchanting woman, despite being a mere lady, remained unfazed in the face of such chaos. Moreover, her audacity was quite remarkable. Not wishing to offend someone so classically charming, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The woman exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Zhao Yuting. Sister Yuting, if this gentleman is indeed your boyfriend, then bringing him to dine here does not breach our restaurant's rules. The trouble initiated by Mr. Wang can justly be attributed to him. However, as someone who has navigated the complexities of romance, I must say, you two do not seem like a couple at all. Zhao Yuting paused, then without hesitation, rushed to Zhang Hao's side. The room fell into stunned silence. Zhang Hao's jaw nearly dropped, his mind blank. Zhao Yuting covered her lips and released Zhang Hao, then turned to the enchanting woman. Is this satisfactory? The woman appraised the pair with a charming smile. Sister was merely jesting. But seeing how protective you are of this gentleman, it appears you truly are a couple. At this point, the enchanting woman's demeanor shifted, her gaze turning stern as she glared at Wang Yuhua. She clapped her hands, summoning a suited man who approached Wang, presenting him with a bill. You've caused quite a bit of damage and disrupted our establishment's rules, so you will need to compensate. However, if Mr. Wang is reluctant to part with this sum, perhaps you could leave something of value as a tribute to our establishment's decorum. Wang Yuhua's expression darkened, a cloud of dismay overshadowing his features. Enchanting lady, come see me directly tomorrow. I have the funds, and I will cover it. Just please don't inform my father. Once the payment is settled, everything is negotiable. Mr. Wang, you are dismissed, the enchanting woman indicated, her demeanor suggesting she wished him to leave immediately. Zhao Yuting let out a sigh of relief, a twinge of guilt gnawing at her. It was her insistence that brought Zhang Hao to this restaurant, and the ensuing conflict stemmed from the Zhao family and her own actions. Biting her lip, she felt uneasy. Tonight, she had indeed paid a price. Yet she was somewhat comforted by the fact that her companion was Zhang Hao. Earlier, in her flustered state, all she could think of was how to protect him, completely oblivious to the implications of her actions. The enchanting woman took a drag from her cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as she gazed at Zhang Hao. Sister Yuting, I will send someone to help you relax. Mr. Zhang, please accompany me. Warily, Zhao Yuting glanced at Zhang Hao, but he remained composed. This enchanting woman held a certain intrigue. Chapter 22. Name your price. Zhao Yuting suspected that the enchanting woman may still be looking to trouble Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao perceived the situation differently. Having just bested 4 ancient martial artists, he surmised that her request for him to follow was likely a result of this encounter. Leading the way, the enchanting woman guided Zhang Hao to an office on another floor. The expansive office resembled a miniature entertainment venue, complete with gaming tables and a well-stocked bar, and surprisingly featured a small swimming pool at its center. The entire floor had been repurposed, containing only 2 offices, and Zhang Hao had little curiosity about the other. The enchanting woman approached the bar with practiced ease, pouring Zhang Hao a glass of whiskey. I wonder if Mr. Zhang enjoys this? It is pure whiskey, unadulterated by any mixers. Taking the glass, Zhang Hao inhaled the aroma. It was indeed a fine whiskey. The enchanting woman raised her glass, a playful smile dancing on her lips. There are many ways to enjoy whiskey, but I prefer it unaltered. Do you know why? I do not. Zhang Hao shrugged, recognizing the veiled implications in her words, and feigning ignorance was his best course of action. In one swift motion, the enchanting woman downed her drink and, with a suggestive glance, remarked, because it is pure, a whiskey should not be tainted with anything else, lest it lose its value. Mr. Zhang, people are much the same. One should rise above mediocrity and not dwell in obscurity beneath another's roof. Zhang Hao realized she was attempting to win him over. He directly inquired, are you attempting to persuade me? Setting her glass down, she leaned in closer, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Your talents are rare, Mr. Zhang. Our employer seeks individuals of your caliber. If you agree, name your price. We can accommodate your demands. Additionally, I am included in that offer. Astonished, Zhang Hao discerned the underlying motives. The enchanting woman's eyes, while appearing ordinary, held a hint of allure that suggested she had mastered the art of seduction. This woman had likely devoted decades to her craft. He pondered, feeling increasingly troubled. Sometimes, ignorance can indeed be bliss. The enchanting woman scrutinized Zhang Hao, her expression bewildered. If I may ask, how old are you? She paused, then, visibly agitated, stomped her foot in frustration. Turning away, she plopped onto a sofa, crossing her legs with an air of authority. You've seen through my secret. But age is a woman's secret, and I shan't waste time discussing it with you. Our employer values you, and today you will agree, whether you want to or not. Enchanting lady. Can we discuss this rationally? What did you call me? Fury flashed across her face as she brandished a smoking pipe, ready to strike. Zhang Hao stepped back. Raising his hands in surrender, please convey my gratitude to your employer for their interest, but I truly have no desire to pursue this. With that, he turned to exit the office, only to find 4 familiar figures waiting in the corridor, those same ancient martial artists. Zhang Hao's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife. Do not test my patience. Step aside. The 4 men trembled at his words but dared not yield. They were acutely aware that without orders from above, they could not make a move. The beautiful woman sighed as she chased them out. Fine, you little brat. If you refuse to appreciate the opportunity, you will surely regret it later. Let him go. The 4 immediately stepped aside, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Avoiding a confrontation with Zhang Hao is certainly the best outcome of the night. Without any hesitation, Zhang Hao turned and left, dismissing the group entirely. The beautiful woman stood at the entrance, watching Zhang Hao disappear behind the elevator doors, before stamping her foot in frustration, the sound of her heels echoing sharply. She retrieved her phone and made a call. Boss, I couldn't keep him. Yes, he is currently with a courier company under the Zhao Group, apparently a team leader. Moreover, Zhao Yiting seems to have an unusual interest in him. Indeed, I suspect he may be an expert hired by the Zhao family. After hanging up, the beautiful woman looked somewhat weary. In this world, many things are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and those with special abilities like them are often bound by powerful forces. This serves 2 purposes: to support their cultivation, and to eliminate potential threats that may arise from individuals who cannot be utilized. The beautiful woman held a deep admiration for Zhang Hao, yet she never anticipated his outright rejection. If they were to meet again one day, it might be as adversaries rather than allies. Who, she wondered, was the formidable figure backing this young man, that even her boss refrained from taking action against him? With a resigned sigh, she accepted that since her boss had ordered to refrain from moving against Zhang Hao, the matter at the restaurant was concluded, placing the blame squarely on the unfortunate Wang Yuehua. The following day, news of Wang Yuehua's disgrace spread like wildfire, causing the Wang family elder to lose his appetite and directly confront Wang Yuehua at his villa. It was said that when the elder left, Wang Yuehua bore fresh bruises on his face. While sparring with Beitang Feng, Zhang Hao also received this information from him. Beitang Feng, with a knowing smile, remarked, "You, young man, I am aware of last night's incident. In the future, if you encounter such riffraff, simply claim they are my friends, and there will be no further complications." Zhang Hao grinned, scratching the back of his head. "Old Feng, precisely because we are friends, I hold you in high regard. I do not wish to exploit your background to shield myself." Haha, what a spirited lad. You possess integrity. Beitang Feng smiled appreciatively, feeling assured that he had not misjudged Zhang Hao, who was indeed a remarkable individual. Thus, after the restaurant incident, the 2 did not have the opportunity to meet again. Chapter 23. The Crimson Dragon Ring. Brother Hao, look. Lobster. Dalu burst into the small office with urgency, carrying 2 plastic bags filled with delectable food. Wow, Dalu. Did you rob a bank? Zhang Hao exclaimed as he surveyed the expensive dishes. Dalu grinned. I wish, but I lack the means for that. This feast is courtesy of General Manager Zhao. I just ran into her assistant, who delivered it. Oh, and the rest this. Dalu set down the bags and produced an envelope from his pocket, handing it to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was taken aback. Who still writes letters in this day and age? He then realized that Dalu resembled a pigeon, albeit a rather plump one that would likely be roasted before reaching its destination. Upon opening the envelope, he found a note with several lines penned in elegant handwriting. You need not dwell on that matter. I have implicated you. From now on, I shall forget it, and I hope you will too, as it benefits us both. Recognizing the handwriting, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, let it be forgotten. After all, it was a mismatch of worlds, and Zhao Yiting had never expressed any affection. Zhang Hao valued his pride. He couldn't cling to Zhao Yiting simply because of this incident, as it would make him no different from Wang Yuehua, a persistent annoyance. Dalu, call in the guys, let them eat. I have some matters to attend to. Zhang Hao stood up, taking the letter with him. He had a private vault within their chat group that only he could access, and he decided to store the letter there. In the chat group, the emperors were engaging in casual conversation. Zhang Hao glanced at the screen, finding no noteworthy messages, and chose to disconnect. He opted for a tea house, reserving a private room for some solitude. Sometimes, one truly needs a moment of quiet reflection, as Zhang Hao did now. He arranged several teacups, each representing the various individuals and forces he had encountered. First was Zhao Yiting, undoubtedly aligned with him, though the Zhao family's stance remained uncertain. Zhang Hao had no intention of leveraging Zhao Yiting for personal gain. Their relationship was strictly personal. Next was Beitang Feng, who held Zhang Hao in high esteem and provided unwavering support. Zhang Hao felt immense gratitude for having met Beitang Feng at this juncture, as he was both a mentor and a friend, a rare find indeed. Lastly, there was Wang Yaohua and the beautiful woman from the restaurant. Wang Yaohua would undoubtedly continue to create disturbances, and the attitude of the Wang family behind him was uncertain. As for the beautiful woman, she was the one Zhang Hao regarded with the most caution. The four martial artists were merely her lackeys, indicating that the restaurant's true owner was likely a formidable figure, not to be underestimated. Having mastered 3 of the 5 animal styles, Zhang Hao found the crane technique difficult to execute. However, his medical skills had significantly progressed, and with the recent acquisition of some secret scrolls, his perspective had broadened. The body tempering technique was merely the beginning. He had recently dispelled his innate impurities, gaining a faint trace of true energy. Sighing, Zhang Hao couldn't help but pull out his phone. Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. I'm feeling down, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless after encountering several ancient martial artists. Zhu Cha Luo of the Mingguang sect. The world is unpredictable. Take it easy. Zhu Jin of the Ming Dynasty. Wan Zhu Yuanzhang. The Hongwu Emperor. The true man is forged through great ups and downs. Emperor Hao Yin. What is there to fear? Ing Zheng, the first emperor. Throughout my life, I have traversed the realm, defeating countless formidable foes. In the end, what does it matter? I am still the first emperor. Liu Bang, the founder of the Han. Haha. Li Shimin, the Tang Taizong. Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. Let's encourage each other. Zhang Hao chuckled, feeling a strange sense of comfort from the encouraging words of these historical figures. His trivial worries seemed insignificant compared to their monumental legacies. Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. Thank you all for your words of solace. Ciao Ciao. The Wei Wu Emperor. Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. Do you have any benefits to share? Ing Zheng, the first emperor. Wei Wu Emperor Cao Cao. How ungrateful. Li Shimin. The Tang Taizong. Ungrateful. Wan Nu Erisai, the Qing Taizu. Ungrateful. 2 At that moment, a private message from Genghis Khan, the Yuan Taizu, appeared. Zhang Hao accepted the item that was transmitted, and as his fingers brushed over it, a beautifully ancient ring materialized. Instantly, the ring transformed into a blood-red coiling dragon, wrapping around Zhang Hao's finger like a tattoo. What is this? I don't want a tattoo. Zhang Hao complained, but the crimson dragon soon vanished, leaving seemingly nothing on his finger. Oh dear, can it really change? Zhang Hao thought to himself, as the crimson dragon on his finger flickered in and out of visibility, exuding an impressive aura. Without further ado, he promptly sent a considerable amount of items over, much to the delight of both parties, each fulfilling their respective needs. As he infused a strand of true energy into the crimson dragon, Zhang Hao discovered that it resembled the legendary storage rings of lore, containing an independent space capable of holding a substantial quantity of belongings. Moreover, this space would expand in accordance with Zhang Hao's cultivation level. However, beyond the limits of his abilities lay an expanse of nothingness. As Zhang Hao sensed this entity, he felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from within that void. Could it be merely an illusion? He pondered, gathering his focus for another inspection. Yet the eerie sensation had vanished. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt as though he had stepped into another realm. He remained seated in the elegant private room of the tea house, surrounded by unchanged surroundings, and the strange feeling had not returned. With a flick of his fingers and a mere thought, the pastries on the table disappeared. My goodness, this is exceedingly convenient. Zhang Hao's lips curled into an exuberant smile, nearly wishing to pull Genghis Khan out of his phone for a tight embrace. This was remarkable. In his elation, he sent over several bottles of fine wine. Reciprocity was the foundation of his small trade within the group. Without it, he would not acquire such splendid items. Recently, everyone had developed a tacit understanding. Whenever something good surfaced, they would directly approach Zhang Hao. Humming a cheerful tune, he departed to indulge in a frenzied shopping spree, stashing away a batch of goods in his small warehouse, anticipating future use. Meanwhile, the letter from Zhao Yuting was tucked away into the Crimson Dragon Ring. Chapter 24. Dachang expressed Zhang Hao was thoroughly satisfied with the newly acquired Crimson Dragon Ring. Possessing such a trinket was simply too convenient. Brother Hao, you seem to be in good spirits today, Delu remarked as he entered with a stack of delivery orders, his face glowing with delight. You appear quite jovial yourself. What good fortune has come your way? Zhang Hao inquired. Hiki, I just secured a few clients. There's a rather unique street nearby, filled with small factories and workshops, all selling goods on online platforms. A relative of mine just opened a store there, and I invited him to cooperate with us. That's excellent news. Zhang Hao expressed genuine interest, recognizing the street's existence, bustling with numerous shops, a veritable commercial hub. However, he was puzzled as to why no contracts had ever been signed with that location previously. Delu rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Once my relative discovered our pricing." He nearly cursed. Most of the businesses there collaborate with Dachang Express, whose rates are noticeably higher than ours. Is that so? Zhang Hao mused. Dachang Express sounds familiar. The region was home to numerous courier companies, and even Zhang Hao could not remember them all. Delu sighed. It's part of the Wang family's enterprises. No wonder. After inquiring further, Zhang Hao felt confident that this market could be seized. Wang Yuhua's provocations would come at a price if this matter could be resolved. It would not only frustrate Wang Yaohua, but also yield greater profits for the company. How could Zhang Hao possibly turn a blind eye to such an opportunity? Delu had already secured partnerships with 7 or 8 companies, and today marked the first day of their trial period. Provided there were no issues with deliveries today, contracts would be signed tomorrow. Zhang Hao urged Delu to handle the situation adeptly. Upon success, he would inform Zhao Yuting and speak well of Delu. Delu nodded vigorously. Brother Hao always looks out for his comrades. I have no ulterior motives. It's just Delu hesitated, unsure how to finish. Zhang Hao chuckled. Come on, just say what you need to. We don't need to dance around each other. Ahem, it's about my child who has just entered high school. My wife enrolled him in several tutoring classes, and the costs are quite substantial. I'll need to pay soon. Delu rubbed his hands together awkwardly, his robust frame betraying a moment of bashfulness. Brother Hao, I truly don't know how to express this. Rest assured, if you ever need to rob a bank, Delu, will accompany you. Get lost? Are you cursing me? The two men laughed heartily, sealing their agreement. The following day, Delu set off with the contract for business negotiations, while Zhang Hao awaited news at the company, his spirits soaring. Since Zhang Hao had become the team leader, many tasks were entrusted to Delu, who had become his right-hand man. This middle-aged man displayed remarkable efficiency and reliability, qualities that Zhang Hao valued highly. While Delu might not possess extraordinary intelligence, he had a keen sense of propriety, never prying into matters that did not concern him. Around 2 in the afternoon, Zhang Hao glanced at his phone, feeling puzzled. It had been 4 or 5 hours since Delu and a few colleagues had left. Why had there been no updates? Zhang Hao decided to call Delu, curious about the situation. A woman answered, her tone impatient. Hello, who are you? Taken aback, Zhang Hao retorted, who are you? The woman continued, I don't have time for chit-chat. The owner of this phone is at our hospital. You need to hurry over. Hospital? Zhang Hao clarified the address, quickly relaying the company's matters before rushing to the hospital. At the city center hospital, Zhang Hao found Delu and the others, all wrapped in bandages, clearly having endured a severe beating. Delu lay unconscious, while another courier, upon seeing Zhang Hao, burst into tears. Brother Hao, look. All the phones are smashed. Zhang Hao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. In this day and age, such barbarity was astonishing. Business was conducted through merit, and this matter required no deep contemplation. It was evident that Dachang Express's people must have received word of their dealings, for no one else could have perpetrated such an act. After offering some words of comfort, Zhang Hao took care of the remaining medical expenses. Following that, he visited the company. In Zhao Yuting's office, Zhang Hao recounted the events. Zhao Yuting's expression wavered, as if she were uncertain about how to proceed. Zhao, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Yuting's gaze was complex as she regarded Zhang Hao. By her temperament, this issue would typically not be left unresolved. Yet this time, she hesitated. After all, Dachang Express belonged to the Wang family, and who could say whether Wang Yaohua had orchestrated this? Though not afraid of Wang Yaohua, Zhao Yuting understood his penchant for causing trouble. If he were to target Zhang Hao again, she genuinely did not know how to face him. After considerable contemplation, she sighed. Forget it. That business was already difficult to penetrate. Over the years, several courier companies have attempted to engage but ultimately achieved nothing. Those merchants are unfortunate, having to accept the prices set by Dachang Express. So this is what they call monopolistic bullying? Indeed, but what can be done? Zhao Yuting concluded. Zhang Hao, let's drop this matter. I don't wish for you to provoke Wang Yaohua. It would not bode well for you. A wave of warmth surged through Zhang Hao. This formidable woman, rarely one to yield in business, was evidently concerned for his well-being. Zhao, could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Get lost. Speak such nonsense again, and I might just hit you. Zhang Hao flashed a smile at Zhao Yuting but chose not to elaborate further, hastily departing from the office. As he exited, Zhao Yuting was still reminding him that the matter should be put to rest. Zhang Hao curled the corners of his mouth, a gentle glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 25, Troubled waters on the bustling Baiwa commercial street. Countless shops lined both sides of the road, with a steady stream of delivery vehicles coming and going. Each day, a significant volume of orders was dispatched from this vibrant locale. A few shopkeepers gathered, one of whom gazed towards the street corner, shaking his head and sighing. How could they not know? I witnessed it myself. Those people were ruthless. He resignedly added. After all these years, any money lost is just like buying incense for them. The group shared a sense of lament, their frustrations unvoiced. At that moment, a young and handsome man strolled by, casually sipping a cup of juice while surveying his surroundings. Young man, are you here to restock? Come check out my shop. We have a factory with fair prices. What are you looking to purchase? We can offer some guidance. The shopkeepers were exceedingly enthusiastic. Who would neglect a profitable venture? Most patrons here were indeed restocking, as goods were sold exclusively wholesale, with no retail sales. This charming young man was none other than Zhang Hao, the team leader of Wanong Express. After finishing his juice, Zhang Hao noticed that one shop had dispatched 2 carts of delivery goods within half an hour. If he could capture the entire market, the subsequent profits would be substantial. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Hao handed out his business card. The shopkeeper's expressions quickly soured upon seeing it. You work for Wanong Express? How audacious. Leave at once. I have no desire to attract trouble. We don't use any other couriers. Get away from my store. Their attitudes shifted abruptly, as if Zhang Hao were an ill omen. Unperturbed, Zhang Hao merely clicked his tongue and countered, if Dachang Express doesn't cause trouble, would you be willing to sign a contract with me? Of course. Who wouldn't want to save some money? Indeed. I've reviewed your contract, and just for my shop alone, we could save over $1 million on logistics costs this year. Don't boast. Dachang Express is backed by the Wang family. Even the Zhao family dares not offend them. You, a mere team leader, shouldn't joke with us. Zhang Hao grinned, leaving his business card behind without further discussion. He then found a beverage shop, ordered a couple of drinks, and retreated to a corner to make a phone call. 20 minutes later, a taxi pulled up outside the drink shop. The door swung open, revealing Beiding Feng, clad in a gray-white leisure outfit and sporting a matching cap, looking sprightly. With purposeful strides, he entered the shop. Feng, over here. Zhang Hao beckoned, prompting Beiding Feng to shake his head with a wry smile. After seated, Zhang Hao pushed a cup of milk tea toward him. Please enjoy. Beiding Feng frowned in disdain. Only you could persuade me to visit such a place. Speak up. Why the urgency in summoning me? Feng Lao, do you find yourself in need of money? Beiding Feng scrutinized Zhang Hao, bewildered. Do I appear to be in want? Then do you resent having more money? Beiding Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't play coy with me. Who are you trying to swindle this time? Coughing lightly, Zhang Hao admired Beiding Feng's sharpness. Gazing out the window at the bustling street, Beiding Feng mused, if memory serves me right, the biggest business here is in courier services. Indeed, Feng Lao. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Spare the flattery. What do you propose? The commercial street is a veritable treasure trove, one that has long been under the Wang family's dominion. Specifically under Wang Yuhua's management. Zhang Hao is in need of substantial funds, and with this lucrative opportunity at hand, it would be foolish not to seize it, especially if it could provoke Wang Yuhua to the point of fury. However, Zhang Hao is not naive should this matter reach Wanong Express. It could spell trouble for Zhao Yuting and her family. He required a trustworthy ally, and among his acquaintances, only Beiding Feng possessed the necessary capabilities. Yet, Zhang Hao remained uncertain whether Feng Lao would agree. After laying out the entire plan, Zhang Hao added with a grin, if successful, we could see profits in the billions annually. Of course, that's not net profit. Deducting all investments, the remaining amount would still be considerable. You rascal. Beiding Feng remarked as he picked up a straw, imitating Zhang Hao's earlier gesture. Taking a sip of the milk tea, he grimaced and set it down, not returning for more. After a moment of contemplation, Beiding Feng finally nodded with a smile. Very well. I've been focusing on self-cultivation for years. Your proposition has rekindled my ambition. Haozi, your adversary is now my adversary. Feng Lao, I am tempted to bow in gratitude. Enough of your flattery. I never realized you had such a knack for cunning. Zhang Hao chuckled heartily. Shortly thereafter, the two parted ways. As they left, Feng Lao continued to grumble, while Zhang Hao, wishing to avoid drawing attention, had instructed him to take a taxi, considering Feng Lao's age and frailty. On his way home, Zhang Hao gazed out the taxi window at the bustling scenery. The street thrived with life. Soon, this prosperity would no longer belong to Wang Yuhua. Zhang Hao had settled accounts with De Chang and his associates, and he would not let this debt go unaddressed. Actions alone do not define prowess. It is the subtle, decisive maneuvers that characterize Zhang Hao's approach. The following day, a new courier company emerged in the locality, Desheng Express, seemingly sprouting up overnight. Its headquarters was established right on Commercial Street, leaving local business owners bewildered. A building on the street was swiftly acquired, and the logistics setup was completed in a flash. At the Wang family estate, Wang Yuhua sat on the sofa, visibly anxious. You fool. The elder Wang's face turned ashen with fury as he struck Wang Yuhua across the face. You knew nothing? You dare to claim ignorance? This juicy morsel has been in our grasp for years, untouched by anyone. Do you think I'm oblivious to your antics outside? Wang Yaohua, clutching his cheek, was on the verge of tears. Chapter 26, Deepwater's Wang Zongchang's expression was akin to someone who had just swallowed a live fly. He had heard whispers about his son's connection with Zhao Yuting. The Wang and Zhao families already had their share of grievances, and he had little interest in meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. If Zhao Yuting were to marry into the Wang family, it would only serve to benefit them, sparing him the trouble of contending with the Zhao family, as their wealth would ultimately fall into his hands. However, Wang Zongchang had not anticipated that this seemingly advantageous situation would be ruined by Wang Yaohua's blunders. Offending Zhao Yuting was one thing, but now Dachang Express was under siege. As a seasoned businessman, Wang Zongchang was well aware that the world was full of hidden talents. The commercial street had remained unscathed for years for a reason. Those with the strength to seize its business were too discerning to bother with such trivialities. Yet, those who dared to make a move had to tread carefully around the Wang family. Now, the landscape had drastically changed, with an unexpected powerhouse emerging overnight, establishing Dasheng Express as if by magic. Wang Yuhua, still nursing his face, choked out, "Father, I truly had no idea. Moreover, this hardly constitutes a significant matter. Those audacious individuals dare to sign a contract with Dasheng Express. I shall lead a group to demolish their factory and storefronts." Nonsense. Do I truly care about such trivialities? Wang Zongchang glared at Wang Yaohua, his tone softening somewhat. "Ah, you scoundrel. Instead of focusing on your studies, you squandered your time on frivolities, indulging in extravagance and debauchery. I should not have allowed your reckless behavior. Now, you understand nothing at all." Wang Yuhua wore a look of grievance. He genuinely did not comprehend. Wang Zongchang sat on the sofa, his expression weary as he rubbed his temples. "Do you have any idea how many formalities are required to start a business? Do you know how much it costs to purchase an entire building? Not to mention the fact that express delivery points have sprung up across the nation overnight. There are very few individuals with such capabilities, even nationwide, let alone here." Wang Yaohua nodded, half understanding. "Then it's even less likely that I have provoked someone of that caliber. I possess no such ability. You. Enough, get out." "Ah, all right." Wang Yuhua felt a sense of relief and scampered off. Wang Zongchang was troubled. In this locality, the only individuals with such capabilities could only be the Zhao family. However, after sending someone to investigate, he was informed that the true backer of Dasheng Company was definitely not the Zhao family and had no connection to them whatsoever. As for the identity of this true owner, the informant stated that no amount of benefits would compel him to divulge that information. Wang Zongchang instantly grasped the implication. This genuine owner was likely someone too formidable for even the Wang family to contend with. What calamity have I attracted? Steward, prepare the car. We're heading to the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce hosts various events each year, charitable endeavors involving donations and assistance for local development. In return, businesses that join the chamber receive certain advantages, such as priority consideration for upcoming projects. This creates a mutually beneficial survival model. Wang Zongchang specifically sent out invitations, inviting many local dignitaries, including one directed to the headquarters of Dasheng Express, explicitly requesting their owner's presence. The rationale was that President Wang invited Dasheng Express to join the chamber. Wang Zongchang summoned his assistant to a private room next door, placing a bank card worth 1 million on the table. "If you disclose your boss's name, this million will be yours." Are you threatening me?" The assistant rose, his eyes filled with contempt. "I am merely an employee. How could I dare threaten President Wang? This is the wish of my employer." After saying this, the assistant turned and left. Wang Zongchang hastily pursued, but the assistant was quicker, and in a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight. Several minor business owners affiliated with the Wang family approached, inquiring about the situation. Wang Zongchang's expression turned cold. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. "Let us each focus on our own businesses, but keep a close watch until we uncover the identity of this owner. No one is to take action. The waters surrounding Dasheng Express run too deep." "Understood, President Wang. We comprehend. Business will proceed as usual, though the portion we can retain may be scant." Wang Zongchang scoffed. "A small express company means little to my Wang family, no matter how things unfold. Dachang Express will still have its meals to eat. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. For me, Wang Zongchang, temporary restraint is nothing of consequence." To articulate such lofty ideals, Wang Zongchang proved himself a cunning strategist. Subsequently, Dachang Express and Dasheng Express engaged in fierce business competition. As this matter escalated, Zhao family Swanong Express unexpectedly reaped a share of the spoils. Initially, the trade street was dominated by Dachang Express, but within a fortnight, it evolved into a three-way stalemate. According to the agreement between Zhang Hao and Beiding Feng, Zhang Hao had only received 10% of Dachang Express's net profit. Zhang Hao was quite prudent, as he merely proposed an idea, while the heavy lifting was carried out by Feng Lao. The investments made were not insignificant. Through this affair, Zhang Hao became increasingly curious about Feng Lao's true identity. He initially believed Feng Lao to be merely a retired gentleman of considerable standing, but it now appeared that Feng Lao's identity was beyond his imagination. While Zhang Hao sat in his modest office, mulling over these matters, Lu burst in. "Brother Hao, someone is looking for you outside." "Oh, let them in." The individual at the door insisted on speaking with you outside, claiming it was inconvenient to enter. This is intriguing. In broad daylight, could Wang Yuan have sent some thugs to cause trouble? Without hesitation, Zhang Hao stepped outside. A Bentley was parked at the entrance of the second group, beside which stood a figure clad in a black suit. Chapter 27. A woman should not be kept. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Hao's first instinct was that Beijing Feng had arrived. With this thought, he let down his guard and approached nonchalantly. As Zhang Hao drew near the car, the man in the black suit opened the door and gestured for him to enter. "Mr. Zhang, please get in the car." The situation felt amiss. Zhang Hao's expression shifted, and he quickly took a step back, coldly demanding, "Who are you?" "There is no need for Mr. Zhang to be anxious. My employer harbors no ill intentions. Of course, if Mr. Zhang declines to enter the car, I will simply drive away." The man in the black suit appeared calm and unruffled, as if on a leisurely stroll. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow slightly and then decided to get in the car. The man in the black suit displayed a look of surprise, but said nothing further as he drove away. Inside the vehicle, only Zhang Hao and the driver in the black suit were present, and throughout the journey, Zhang Hao refrained from asking a single question. When faced with challenges, he was prepared to confront them. Given his current abilities, even in the most perilous of situations, it would be arduous to detain him. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. Zhang Hao comfortably leaned back in his seat, completely at ease. The Bentley halted before a villa, and the man in the black suit opened the door, inviting Zhang Hao to exit. At this moment, the demeanor of the man in the black suit had noticeably shifted. His gaze now tinged with respect. "Mr. Zhang, your courage is commendable. Please, come inside." The man in the black suit felt perplexed, for according to his knowledge, Zhang Hao was utterly destitute and inconsequential, yet the aura he exuded was undeniably compelling. It was a presence that emanated from a strong individual as a fellow martial artist. The man in the black suit was acutely aware of this. The Zhang Hao he had heard about in rumors bore no resemblance to the one he witnessed today. The man in the black suit opened the grand door of the villa, where several individuals were seated in the hall. Zhang Hao strode in confidently, surveying the room before taking a seat on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Opposite him sat two men. One was a young man, around Zhang Hao's age, while the other was a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, the young man wore an expression of disdain, as if Zhang Hao had committed some great folly. The other man scrutinized Zhang Hao, his gaze provoking a sense of discomfort within Zhang Hao. Before either could speak, Zhang Hao coldly interjected, "Since you have invited me, there's no need to wear such faces. Speak plainly. Is this a banquet of treachery, or are we surrounded by ambush? Knowing your intentions are not benevolent, how dare you come alone? I have committed no wrongdoing. What is there to fear?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes in disdain, internally deriding the two for orchestrating such a grand display without any clear purpose. The young man scoffed. "You see, this is Zhang Hao, nothing but a good-for-nothing wastrel." The middle-aged man remained silent, shaking his head with a sigh, clearly unimpressed by Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's lips twitched, and he stood to leave. Since they had openly declared their ill intentions, what was he still doing here? Furthermore, there was no one else present, and they did not appear inclined to take action. "Stop. You haven't been dismissed yet." Playing these childish games. Zhang Hao remained true to his word and ultimately walked out. As soon as Zhang Hao departed, a commotion erupted on the second floor of the villa. Zhao Yiting hurriedly rushed down, followed closely by the housekeeper, whose face was etched with guilt. "I simply couldn't stop her," she lamented. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, it was the Zhao family who had invited him today. This was the ancestral home of the Zhao family. The middle-aged man was Zhao Zhenye, Zhao Yiting's second uncle, while the younger man was Zhao Jiajun, Zhao Zhenye's son. Zhao Yiting had just managed to evade the housekeepers, and by the time she reached the ground floor, Zhang Hao had already taken his leave. "What have you done to him?" She glared at the two, her eyes ablaze with fury. The Zhao family's situation was quite intricate. Zhao Yiting's parents had passed away 20 years ago, and although Zhao Zhenye was the second son of the Zhao clan, he had served as the family's pillar over the years. Life for Zhao Yiting, the legitimate daughter, was far from easy within the Zhao household. Were it not for her grandfather's affection for her, she might have been cast aside by her uncle's family long ago. Zhao Jiajun, with a look of disdain, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Yiting. "Don't think you can keep your affairs hidden. You've offended CEO Wang because of this guy. He's just a mere courier. What you're doing is harming the Zhao family. Dad, you saw what kind of person he is." Zhao Zhinya, sipping tea with a placid gaze, replied, "Yi Ting, you were in the wrong this time. Wang Yaohua is the heir to the Wang family, while this Zhang Hao is inconsequential. How dare you say he's not just a courier?" Zhao Yiting seethed, wishing she could kick her inept brother. Zhao Jiajun, having misstepped, had divulged everything to their uncle, even suggesting an intricate relationship between Zhao Yiting and Zhang Hao, as if she were planning to bring a son-in-law into the Zhao family. This led Zhao Zhinya to summon Zhang Hao. Initially, he had wished to assess this Zhang Hao for himself, but after Zhao Jiajun's blunders, Zhang Hao left without uttering a word. Zhao Zhinya, relieved yet contemplative, pondered the implications. Zhao Yiting, as the legitimate daughter, had a significant stake in the Zhao family's affairs, which were not tightly interwoven with her uncle's household. However, Zhang Hao was merely a courier, and after their encounter, Zhao Zhinya dismissed the matter from his mind. Yet, this incident sparked a different scheme in Zhao Zhinya's mind. He placed a call to the Zhao family patriarch in front of Zhao Yiting, recounting the events. Zhao Yiting's expression shifted slightly, a cold smile forming within her. So, her uncle's family had designs on her managerial position. The invitation to Zhang Hao had merely been a facade. Fuming, Zhao Yiting bit her lip, wanting to argue, but the thought of Zhang Hao's status left her speechless. No matter how she defended herself, Zhao Jiajun would always counter by referencing Zhang Hao's background. Later, the envoy sent by Old Master Feng delivered a dossier containing various materials. Zhang Hao then realized that those who had summoned him were indeed Zhao Zhinya and Zhao Jiajun. He merely nodded, not harboring any resentment, understanding that the man was loyal to Old Master Feng and that his intentions were not malicious. Zhang Hao waved his hand, somewhat distracted, oblivious to the departure of the envoy. That evening, after work, Zhang Hao lay on his bed, opening the Emperor's chat group. "Dear friends, is social status truly so vital?" He mused, his emotions complex. The Zhao family deemed him unworthy of Zhao Yiting, yet those from Beijing Feng believed Zhao Yiting to be unworthy of them. It was indeed a bitter irony. "Are you troubled by love, Emperor Zhang Hao?" inquired Tang Tai's only Shimin. "It is indeed significant," replied Qin Shi Huang Yingzhang. "Marriage is a serious matter. One must not treat it lightly," added the last Emperor Puyi. "A man must live freely if he encounters a beloved maiden." "What does it matter if the heavens oppose him?" remarked Qing Taizu Nurhasai. Zhang Hao, overwhelmed by the flood of messages, could not continue reading. Yet, Nurhasai's words uplifted him. After all he had experienced, Zhang Hao could confirm his genuine feelings for Zhao Yiting. As for the Zhao family, he took a deep breath and tossed his phone aside. "If they do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. If they do, I shall repay them 100-fold." Just as he prepared to rest, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a private message from Yuan Taizu Temujin, containing some intriguing material. Zhang Hao opened it and sprang upright in shock. My heavens! A new technique. Yuan Taizu Temujin. Send red envelopes. Zhang Hao hastily opened his digital vault, dispatching a flurry of items, and then focused intently on the newfound knowledge. This material was extraordinary, not a physical object, but a divine insight etched directly into his consciousness. The Nine Heavens Dragon King technique was composed of 9 layers, each requiring the cultivation of true energy to condense a golden dragon, wielding the power to obliterate the world. After traversing the 9 layers, one could break through the barrier and attain mastery of the true Nine Heavens Dragon King technique. Sitting cross-legged, Zhang Hao rapidly absorbed the knowledge swirling in his mind. At that moment, he felt a transformation within his upper dantian, which had unknowingly opened. It resembled an endless ocean, though still feeble in strength. Following the new technique's instructions, Zhang Hao's true energy surged dramatically. As dawn's light streamed into his room, the entire bedroom shimmered with golden rays. Zhang Hao stood in stillness, eyes shut. A golden dragon spiraled around him, its scales exquisite and lifelike, gliding as if it were the celestial dragon soaring through the clouds. With focused intent, Zhang Hao unleashed the golden dragon. Suddenly, it burst through the window, crashing into the ground of the community below. A thunderous roar echoed. What in the world was that? An earthquake? Who's setting off firecrackers at this hour? The concrete was punctured, creating a basketball-sized crater. Zhang Hao stood by the window, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had merely wished to test the power. He had not anticipated such devastation. Had it struck a person, it would have obliterated them entirely, sparing no expense for cremation. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Zhang Hao, a weapon of human form. As he gazed at the shattered glass, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Clearly, he would need to find a more suitable location for practice in the future. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao Yiting calling. "Come to the office, now." "What?" "It's barely morning. I need to discuss something with you." "Let's meet at the CAF across from the office. I'll treat you to breakfast." "All right, I'll be there shortly." Zhang Hao hurried downstairs, yet found himself waiting for ages by the roadside without a taxi in sight. Fortunately, The CAF was not far from the office, so he opted to run there. Upon arrival, Zhao Yuting had already ordered, awaiting his arrival. Taking a seat, Zhang Hao, parched from his run, requested a glass of water from the server. Yuting. Why the urgency? Is there another issue? Today, Zhao Yuting wore a sky blue professional outfit, looking refreshingly radiant, which caught Zhang Hao's attention. She adjusted her hair nervously and stammered. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for the actions of my uncle and others. Zhang Hao, upon hearing this, smiled and encouraged Zhao Yuting not to take these matters to heart. The Zhao family is the Zhao family, and you are you. Rest assured. No matter what the Zhao family does, I will never attribute it to your intentions. Is that true? Zhao Yuting lifted her head. Her gaze complex as she stared at Zhang Hao. He nodded earnestly, stating, because I trust you. You would never harm me, right? Zhao Yuting's face flushed, and she nodded vigorously, appearing quite adorable. Of course, how could I possibly harm you? But, well, some matters are quite complicated. In any case, if they invite you again, please do not go. Don't worry about this matter. Just eat your breakfast obediently. Soon, the people from the company will arrive. And those who are unaware might think we are on a date, Zhang Hao teased, deliberately trying to lighten the previously serious atmosphere. Dai Lu and a few others had already been discharged from the hospital, suffering only minor injuries, so Zhang Hao did not intervene and left the matter to the hospital. With nothing pressing to do, Zhang Hao closed his eyes and continued to refine his vital energy. The little golden dragon was also under Zhang Hao's mental control. If he chose not to release it, others would remain oblivious to its presence. Dai Lu, by the water cooler, observed Zhang Hao deep in meditation and remarked, Brother Hao, what did you do last night? You still seem half asleep. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words and remained silent, focusing on refining his vital energy. Chapter 29. A path forward. Zhang Hao sat in a chair, his left hand fully extended. A surge of vigorous energy flowed from his limbs into the palm of his left hand. A bit more, just a bit more. Sweat beads gradually formed on Zhang Hao's forehead. After about 30 seconds, a vividly lifelike little golden dragon appeared in his palm. A couple of days prior, Zhang Hao had acquired some cultivation techniques from Temujin, one of which was the Nine Heavens Dragon King technique. Now, Zhang Hao could condense a small golden dragon within 30 seconds using his vital energy. Zhang Hao was uncertain whether this was a remarkable achievement or simply a sign of lacking talent. He maneuvered the little golden dragon around the room, but soon, his vital energy dwindled. When his energy was depleted, the little golden dragon vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Still lacking a bit. Zhang Hao sighed in frustration. When he had successfully condensed the little golden dragon earlier, he had managed to control it smoothly, but after that, it took several days for his vital energy to recover, nearly leading to exhaustion. He realized he could not afford to be reckless. He understood that the foundation of these techniques rested on two aspects. First, it was his physical body. If it could not withstand the growing power, it would inevitably collapse. No wonder the secret scroll emphasized that body refinement is a long-term endeavor. One should not abandon it simply because their cultivation deepens. The second aspect was the vital energy itself. Zhang Hao contemplated that the technique of body refinement required diligent practice, and he dedicated his spare time to this endeavor. As for vital energy, the most fundamental principle was internal circulation, nurturing vital energy with vital energy, gradually cultivating it. Yet, this method was exceedingly slow. Even with the cultivation method Zhang Hao had previously acquired, the situation remained unchanged. Condensing a small golden dragon nearly cost him his life, let alone 9 golden dragons. Moreover, there was another approach, the refinement of elixirs. However, these elixirs had nothing to do with any elixir of immortality. They were unique alchemical creations from the Taoist tradition, designed to open the meridians, allowing one to absorb the natural spiritual energy present in the environment. Once absorbed, Zhang Hao could convert this spiritual energy into vital energy for his own use. For Zhang Hao, refining elixirs was not particularly difficult, but it required a substantial amount of rare materials, many of which were not available on the market. With this in mind, Zhang Hao took out his phone and called old Liao. Mr. Zhang, please let me know what you need. Old Liao responded courteously, skipping the pleasantries, as he seemed to understand that Zhang Hao's call was primarily for procuring materials. Zhang Hao listed several items and ultimately asked old Liao if he could procure them. For safety's sake, he omitted a few items, some he already possessed, and others were formulas from the secret scroll that he did not wish to be copied. Old Liao, having dealt with herbs for years, was likely quite knowledgeable. Zhang Hao adhered to his principle of never underestimating others or letting his guard down. After a brief hesitation, old Liao replied, Yes, I have everything. However, I will need to borrow a few ingredients from friends, which will take 3 days. Mr. Zhang, can you wait? Of course. 3 days is nothing. I could wait 30 days. Zhang Hao's heart leapt with joy. He had not expected old Liao to be so efficient. Indeed, The individuals introduced by Old Feng were truly reliable. Eagerly, Zhang Hao inquired about the price. Initially, Old Liao was polite, insisting he couldn't accept money from Mr. Zhang. In similar remarks, Zhang Hao scoffed internally but replied, "Old Liao, let's not beat around the bush. Let us disregard the ordinary herbs. They aren't worth much. However, some of the rare herbs are quite expensive. The days ahead are long. You cannot afford to support me indefinitely. Just name your price. I trust you won't cheat me. But as a businessman, you must make a profit, right? Ah, Mr. Zhang, you are indeed a promising young man. Worthy of Old Feng's esteem. I won't hold back then. The inexpensive ones will be a gift from me to you. But the rest, don't hesitate. Speak freely." Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he had over 300,000 in his account. He didn't need to worry about this amount. He also didn't want to embarrass Old Feng. Old Liu laughed heartily. 500,000. What? Zhang Hao was taken aback, nearly hanging up the phone in shock. Did he mishear? The thought of robbing someone crossed his mind. After calming himself, he considered the situation and realized the price was indeed reasonable. Given that some items were irreplaceable even with money, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. "Here's the deal. You prepare the herbs, and after 3 days, deliver them to me. And I will pay you immediately. Mr. Zhang, let us not even mention a deposit. That would be an insult between us. I'll prepare everything right away. Expect good news soon." After hanging up, Zhang Hao felt like crying. 500,000. He still needed 200,000. Although Dying Express Company was profitable, dividends wouldn't come until the end of the year. He felt too embarrassed to ask Old Feng for that money. It would be better to just default on Old Liao. Having made such bold claims, he now found himself at a loss for funds. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he grabbed his phone and dashed out of the office. Dai Lu, busy outside, saw Zhang Hao rushing out and followed him, asking, "Brother Hao, where are you going?" "To check on a business deal. I have an upset stomach." "Huh. Brother Hao, the restroom isn't that way." Zhang Hao hurriedly made his way to the commercial street, darting in and out of various shops. By the time he left the area, he had already spent 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Clutching some items, he randomly found a club, booked a private room, and began to busy himself. He may not have had money, but he still had the Emperor's chat group. These gentlemen are undoubtedly the wealthiest patrons in the world. With such a chat group at his disposal, it would be quite challenging for Zhang Hao to find himself in one of money. Chapter 30. The pit of Hao Tian. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Hao settled into a particularly comfortable position before opening the chat group interface. A profound silence enveloped the group, prompting a smile to grace his lips. It seemed that during his absence, the lives of these emperors had become rather tedious. Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao, I have arrived. Come forth to greet me. Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao, you possess quite the audacity. Drag him out and behead him. Qing Taizu Nurhasai. One Tang Taizong Li Shimen. Hao Tian, you appear to be particularly mischievous today. Han Gaozu Lu Bang. Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao. Have you mistakenly taken the wrong medicine? Taken aback by the contemporary vernacular, Zhang Hao swiftly recognized that these were merely his own past remarks during idle banter. TSK. These individuals possess remarkable learning abilities. Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao, just a jest, don't take it to heart. Today, I am hosting an auction. Would anyone be interested? Zhang Hao briefly elucidated that the highest bidder would claim the item. Instantly, the group erupted with excitement, and several newcomers surfaced, expressing their interest. Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao, hurry, let me see what fresh treasures you have. Tang Taizong Li Shimen. I adore this format. I have been rather bored lately. With an amused smile, Zhang Hao gathered all the items into the warehouse. The first item was a splendid set of colorful glass wine vessels that Zhang Hao had purchased from a craft store. In essence, they were merely glass cups. However, for the members of the group, such items were truly novel. As soon as the item was unveiled, the chat exploded with enthusiasm. Wei Wu Di Chao Chao. Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao, I want it. Tang Taizong Li Shimen. This item is extraordinary. Its clarity is unmatched, a rare find indeed. I shall have it. Qing Taizu Nurhasai. Not interested. I shall pass. After a spirited contest, the set of wine vessels was secured by Wei Wu Di Chao Chao. Zhang Hao found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed that anything related to wine piqued Chao Chao's interest. The auction continued until the final item was displayed. Zhang Hao collected the funds, and soon, a text message arrived. 1,200,000. Zhang Hao's cheeks ached from grinning. Wei Wu Di Chao Chao, Hao Tian Emperor Zhang Hao, why do I sense that you are particularly overjoyed? Tang Taizong Li Shimen, humph, with such profits. How could one not be elated? Hao Tian, you might as well rename yourself the Hao Tian Pit. Zhang Hao replied with a grinning emoji, prompting an avalanche of eye-roll emojis in the chat. He quickly sent out a flurry of red envelopes, distributing all manner of snacks and treats from the warehouse. He was considerate enough to share a little sweetness after earning such a fortune. The emperors seemed particularly enamored with the red envelopes, frantically competing to claim them and reveling in their newfound treasures. Wei Wu Di Chow Chow, who snagged the wine? I want to trade. Tang Tai's only Shimin. Wei Wu Di Chow Chow. You resemble a drunkard. What decorum is this? Wei Wu Di Chow Chow. Tang Tai's only Shimin. Who was it that got so inebriated last time that they nearly fell into a pond? Tang Tai's only Shimin. Zhang Hao watched the exchange, chuckling at the screen. Before long, a call from Lu came through, asking Zhang how to handle a contract. Lu, resting his chin on his hand, blinked. Brother Hao, what delightful tidings have you received that bring you such joy? Zhang Hao grinned. I encountered a beautiful woman on the way. Pfft, no need to say anything. There is no beauty that can compare to our General Zhao. Go arrange the signing. All right. I, Lu, am merely a tool for labor. Oh, the tribulations of life. Zhang Hao tossed a paper towel towards Lu, who caught it with a grin, heading out to manage the delivery. Feeling a bit uneasy, Zhang Hao followed to observe the situation. Recently, there had been many large clients, and the couriers were overwhelmed. His recruitment notices had gone out, yet silence had reigned. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Hao confirmed his suspicions. Lu and the others were indeed short-staffed. A truckload of goods had arrived from the boss, complete with pre-printed delivery slips, but required unloading and sorting for dispatch. Zhang Hao glanced at his attire. His light-colored casual outfit was not ideal for the task. Lu, fetch me a work uniform. Huh? Brother Hao, what is this for? What nonsense? Can't you see we're short on manpower? Enough of this chatter. Once the shipment is done, we must swiftly recruit more personnel. Lu gazed at Zhang Hao with admiration before fetching a work uniform. As the team leader, Zhang Hao's responsibilities did not typically encompass these tasks. His willingness to dive into the workload earned him the respect of his colleagues, embodying the spirit of camaraderie and virtue, which undoubtedly contributed to the high efficiency of their courier group. Feedback from clients and bosses had been increasingly positive and naturally. The bonuses were abundant. Zhang Hao joined his colleagues in labor. What on earth is so heavy? Are these fragile items? Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, pointing at the cardboard boxes. They're all red wine. This client owns a wine shop and specifically sought us out, citing our low damage rate. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, resigning himself to the task of moving boxes. Come on, brothers, what promotion has the boss initiated? His red wine is on discount. We'll likely have another truckload coming soon. Good grief, is the boss mad? The group grumbled but focused on their work. Zhang Hao had a sudden idea. Mustering his strength, and easily lifted 4 or 5 boxes at once, significantly increasing his speed. It is worth noting that Lu and the others typically manage only 2 boxes at a time. Brother Hao, impressive. I swear, Brother Hao, had you been born earlier, you would have been a formidable figure in Shanghai. Get lost. Who are you jesting with? Zhang Hao dropped the box and walked toward the truck, just then noticing a figure at the door. Upon closer inspection, he saw an elderly man, white-haired, holding a cane in one hand and dragging a small shopping cart with the other. Chapter 31. The old gentleman, you all take care to handle these items gently. If we can reduce the damage rate to 0, we shall strive for it. Understood, Brother Hao, rest assured. My handling is more delicate than that of my wife. Haha. Brother Lu, if your wife hears this, she'll certainly give you a thrashing. Zhang Hao removed his gloves and swiftly approached, taking over the elderly man's small cart. The old gentleman was dressed quite simply, and Zhang Hao glanced at the cart, casually inquiring, Elder, do you wish to send a package? What do you have here? Some cherished items for my granddaughter. Oh, I see. Zhang Hao was not surprised. He had encountered similar situations during his delivery days. Parents often came to send packages filled with household items or food. Pointing to the cart, Zhang Hao explained, I must check the contents. Please don't misunderstand. It's our protocol to ensure there is nothing unsuitable for transport. Are there any fragile or special items? The elderly man shook his head. What does this mean? I don't understand. Sighing, Zhang Hao led the old man inside, and once he was seated on the sofa, Zhang Hao poured him a glass of water, then pointed to the posted guidelines on the wall, explaining each one in detail. During this period, Zhang Hao observed that the package contained a jar filled with a homemade spicy sauce. Daliu, grab some more cushioning foam, he instructed. All right, Daliu replied, hurrying over to assist the elderly gentleman in packaging the delivery. Zhang Hao handed the receipt to the old man, pointing at the figures inscribed upon it. Sir, the delivery fee totals 50 yuan. Is it really that expensive? The old man queried. Zhang Hao offered a wry smile. We charge based on weight, and you have quite a few hefty items here. The elderly gentleman retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Hao, who completed the transaction and continued to aid Daliu in packing. Daliu glanced at the nearby goods and remarked to Zhang Hao, Brother Hao, the conveyor belt will soon be transporting a bulk of beverages. We should let this loose item slide through. The old man is in a hurry to send something to his granddaughter, and this single item won't make a difference. With a shrug, Daliu embraced the cardboard box and placed it onto the conveyor belt. The old man lifted his cup and took a sip, smiling at Zhang Hao. Young man, you have a good heart. May I rest here for a moment? I've had quite a long journey and I'm rather tired. Zhang Hao nodded, responding with a smile. Please, sir, feel free to rest. This sofa is specifically for guests. However, I have work to attend to, so I won't keep you company. All right, you carry on. I'll just take a break, the old man replied. Zhang Hao donned a pair of gloves and resumed moving the boxes alongside Daliu. After a short while, Daliu, drenched in sweat, plopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, I can't go on. Middle age is catching up with me. I need a breather. The crowd responded with playful jeers. And Daliu leaned back, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Seeing this, the old man slowly rose and poured a glass of water for Daliu. Oh, thank you, sir. I feel quite embarrassed, Daliu said. It's just a small gesture, no need to mention it. May I ask, the young man who spoke to me earlier, is he also a courier? Ah, you mean Brother Hao? He isn't just a courier. He is our team leader and quite capable, Daliu replied. Why do you ask? The old gentleman chuckled, casually remarking, I noticed he has a fine appearance, and he seems to be around the same age as my granddaughter. With such a profession. Wow, sir, your taste is impeccable. Brother Hao is still single. At his young age, he is already part of our management team, Daliu blurted. Going on about Zhang Hao's commendable deeds, how he dealt with the previous troublesome team leader, and how he remained professional around a beautiful superior. I'm not just boasting. Sir, our brother Hao is truly a good man. Look at him, a team leader who works alongside us. He cares for us. And he is even busy recruiting new members these days. The old man took a sip of water, his demeanor exuding a refined elegance. I've rested enough. You all carry on. I won't intrude any longer. Thank you, sir. Take care, Daliu waved, bidding farewell. At that moment, Zhang Hao was preparing to fetch more goods, asking a nearby courier for a business card, which he handed to the old gentleman. What is this? The old man asked, tucking the card into his pocket while nodding in approval. Young man, you have a good heart. Anyone who recruits you as a son-in-law would be quite fortunate. Zhang Hao chuckled, exchanged a few polite words, and dismissed it lightly. The elderly man pulled his little cart and slowly exited the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and Daliu continued their light banter, their hands never idle as they moved boxes. The old gentleman paused at the entrance, glanced back at Zhang Hao, and then turned to leave. Once outside, he released the little cart. Sir, why put yourself through this? Inquired a man in a tailcoat, seemingly in his 50s. Flanked by two imposing figures. Old friend, how can one catch a tiger without entering its den? This young man has stirred quite a commotion, making it worthwhile for me to see for myself, the man replied, shaking his head as he accepted the little cart. One of the bodyguards approached, folding the cart and placing it into a luxurious vehicle. If Zhang Hao were to witness this scene, his eyes would surely widen in astonishment. The old man entered the car, shedding his outer layer to reveal a suit beneath. He raised his hand to wipe his face, peeling away a waxy substance that instantly rejuvenated his aged visage, making him appear just over 50. Little did anyone know, his true age exceeded that by far. Had Zhang Hao seen this face, he would have recognized it as that of Zhao Qinchang, the patriarch of the Zhao family. The Zhao family's primary enterprises were not local. These were merely small ventures. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, news of his recent actions had reached Zhao Qinchang, undoubtedly embellished by Zhao's second uncle and further distorted by Zhao Jiejun's loose tongue, painting Zhang Hao in an unfavorable light. Zhao Qinchang, a seasoned businessman with years of experience, knew his family well. Thus, he decided to take matters into his own hands and assess the situation personally. Chapter 32. The patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Qinchang's deliberate disguise served the purpose of covertly observing the unfolding events. What he witnessed today stirred a sense of reflection within him. As the car departed the alley, the butler, who had been by Zhao Qinchang's side for many years, shared a bond akin to that of sworn brothers, despite their master-servant dynamic. Observing the smile playing at the corners of Zhao Qinchang's mouth, the old butler couldn't help but inquire, Old brother, what brings you such joy? Zhao Qinchang waved his hand, speaking with a depth of meaning in these times. Young men like Zhang Hao, who are grounded and sincere, are a rarity. I sense this young man is extraordinary. Please investigate his background further. Spare no expense to uncover information that others cannot obtain. Understood. Zhao's second uncle rushed to greet him, eager to inquire about his father's visit to Zhang Hao. Following closely, Zhao Jiajun rolled his eyes in disdain, exclaiming, Grandfather, you're making a fuss over nothing. Zhang Hao is unworthy of your personal attention. He is merely a delivery man. Jiajun, be quiet. Yao's second uncle admonished his son. Understanding his father's temperament, He recognized that Jiajun's flippant remarks would not bode well. Over the years, Zhao Qinchang had primarily focused on external affairs, paying little heed to the family's local enterprises. Had he been present, Jiajun's lack of decorum would have earned him numerous reprimands. Zhao Qinchang scoffed, ignoring both his son and nephew as he entered the villa for a rest, expressly instructing them not to disturb him. Sensing the futility of provoking his father, Zhao's second uncle decided to glean information from Butler Li instead. Butler Li glanced at him, shaking his head in resignation. Second young master, I never meddle in the master's affairs, especially family matters. Asking me would yield no results. Butler Li cast a sidelong glance at Zhao's second uncle, saying nothing more, and returned to his tasks. Zhao's second uncle found himself at an impasse. Although Butler Li was not a Zhao by blood, the bond between him and the elder was extraordinary, forged in the fires of shared hardships. Disrespect towards the butler equated to disrespect towards Zhao Qinchang himself. Zhao Qinchang was known for his loyalty and deep sense of kinship, so with the butler unwilling to share, Zhao's second uncle had no choice but to devise his own plan. As he sat on the sofa, he pondered the situation, sensing something amiss. The attitudes of both the elder and the butler suggested that they held no particular bias against Zhang Hao. This was peculiar. The elder had always favored Zhao Yuting. If he found Zhang Hao to be unworthy, the young man would have been dismissed long ago. Upon contemplating this, Zhao's second uncle hastily stepped outside to make a phone call, instructing someone from the company to check on Zhang Hao's whereabouts. Before long, news arrived from the company confirming that Zhang Hao is perfectly fine, with no issues at all. As for what transpired at that moment, it remained a mystery. Zhao's second uncle felt an increasing sense of unease, utterly perplexed by the actions of his father. Dad, what on earth is happening? Why hasn't he, that harbinger of misfortune, been dealt with yet? Zhao Jiajun inquired, leaning in, seemingly having overheard the conversation. Zhao's second uncle looked at his son, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him, a profound sense of powerlessness. What are you saying? What is Zhang Hao to us? He snapped. Shut your mouth and get lost. The unwillingness to acknowledge wrongdoing was what troubled Zhao's second uncle the most. He felt an urge to slap the boy, yet ultimately could not bring himself to do it. Zhao Jiajun, taken aback, rarely witnessed his father so enraged, and the implications of his words suggested that he was somehow inferior to Zhang Hao. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and stormed off to find some drinking companions to drown his sorrows. As he drank, he vented his frustrations, incessantly complaining about Zhang Hao. One of his friends, setting down his glass with a scoff, remarked, "Young Master Zhao, your grandfather has lost his wits, and your father is too timid around him. You can't let yourself be bullied like this. Indeed, it's infuriating." Zhao Jiajun lamented, his mood darkening further. For the sake of an outsider, this turmoil unfolded, leaving him questioning who the true young master of the Zhao family was. The friend continued, "I have an idea. Let him remove himself from the equation. But you must be the one to do it. After all, you're the Zhao family's young master. What is Zhang Hao really? Really? You have a way to make Zhang Hao leave?" Zhao Jiajun leaned closer, eager for a solution. All he wished was to rid himself of that harbinger of misfortune, as the mere thought of him was suffocating. However, with the courier company being run by Zhao Yuting, he had no authority to dismiss Zhang Hao. He had hoped his grandfather would intervene and expel Zhang Hao, but the current situation was far from that. The friend leaned in closer and whispered a few words into Zhao Jiajun's ear. His eyes brightened with realization. Yes, that's it. You're truly a timely savior." Rising abruptly, he abandoned his drink and hurriedly left. After Zhao Jiajun departed, the one who had offered the advice also exited. The man stood in the corridor and made a phone call. "Young master, the task you assigned has been completed. Prepare to enjoy the spectacle." The voice on the other end shared a few remarks, and the man nodded vigorously. "Yes, I understand. I want to allow Zhang Hao to have it too easy. A dragon must be coiled, and a tiger must lie low." In a small office, Zhang Hao sniffled and couldn't suppress a sneeze. "Hey, brother Hao, you're not coming down with a cold, are you?" Zhang Hao shot a dismissive glance at Liu, indicating he should mind his own business. With his current physical resilience, how could he possibly catch a cold? Not to say he was immune to all ailments, but at least the common cold posed no threat to him. Rubbing his nose, he sneezed several more times. Damn, it must be some son of a gun plotting against me. When quitting time arrived, Zhang Hao began to pack his things. In the company building, many employees were trickling out, waiting for buses. The area near the bus stop quickly filled with people. Zhang Hao pondered his situation. He still had 500,000 in his account, which, given the current housing prices, could serve as a down payment. He had always rented in the city, yet he was reluctant to become a slave to a mortgage. His thoughts were a jumbled mess. The matter of the elixir could only commence once the herbs arrived, prompting another sigh from him. At that moment, he noticed someone approaching and instinctively stepped back. The individual, seeing Zhang Hao evade him, exclaimed dramatically and theatrically fell to the ground. I've been hit. Oh, my leg. Laughter erupted from the crowd that had gathered. Buddy, your technique for staging an accident is rather intriguing. Today has certainly opened my eyes. You were the one attempting to collide with him, and when he dodged, you still went down. Someone scoffed. Come on, get up. Stop embarrassing yourself. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, intending to walk around the commotion. But the individual refused to get up, suddenly grabbing Zhang Hao's leg. You're not leaving. You hit me. Which department are you from? Acting so arrogantly. Zhang Hao glanced down and felt a twinge of unease. The face was somewhat familiar. Beiding Feng had provided him with some information, so he recognized the Zhao family members. The face before him unmistakably belonged to Zhao Jijun. Moreover, they had encountered each other previously. You're Zhao Jijun? Zhang Hao asked hesitantly. Yes, and you are? I don't know you. Don't try to get friendly. You hit me, so how are we settling this? The young man seemed rather dense. As Zhang Hao observed Zhao Jijun, who was acting as if he were paralyzed, he found it pointless to engage further, fearing that his foolishness might be contagious. Goodness. That is Zhao Jijun. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. I've seen him once. The murmurs spread. It was evident to all but the foolish that Zhao Jijun was indeed seeking trouble, albeit in a manner most unseemly. Zhang Hao chose not to engage with him, exerting a subtle force in his foot, effortlessly shaking off Zhao Jijun's grip. He then turned to leave, but just then, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. A nearby trash can erupted in flames, sending people scrambling in panic towards Zhang Hao and Zhao Jijun. Neither of the two had time to react as the crowd surged. It's on fire. Make way, let me through. Zhang Hao thought it absurd. It was merely a burning trash can. How serious could it be? Yet, human psychology often leads to mass hysteria. One person screamed, and soon others followed suit. As Zhang Hao was jostled in the throng, a sudden sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. A chilling sensation coursed through him as he caught a glimpse of a glinting object. A knife. Zhang Hao looked up sharply, only to find a freckled girl, someone he had seen a few times in the office, stumbling towards him in the chaos. As she fell against him, he steadied her, but as he surveyed the surroundings, it was clear that the crowd was in disarray, and the situation was dire. Zhang Hao realized that someone had intended to take his life. We need to go. Zhao Jijun, still behind him, was creating a commotion. Zhang Hao couldn't ascertain whether the threat was aimed at him or Zhao Jijun, though he suspected the latter due to Zhao Jijun's known history of making enemies. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao grasped Zhao Jijun, and within mere seconds, they broke free from the crowd. Zhao Jijun was still wailing loudly, but Zhang Hao, annoyed, delivered a swift slap. You. How dare you hit me? Yes, I did. What do you think this is? Zhang Hao pointed at his chest, where his shirt had been neatly slashed open, revealing a slight trace of blood, a mere superficial wound. Zhao Jijun, covering his face, appeared utterly confused. Zhang Hao surveyed his surroundings and spat in anger. Just a moment ago, someone wielded a knife. Zhao Jijun, if it weren't for your intent to kill me, then this assailant must either wish to eliminate you or finish me off. Zhao Jijun was taken aback, quickly retorting, it must have been aimed at me. I am the young master of the Zhao family. Who would bother to hire someone to eliminate you? He continued mockingly. Did boiling water seep into your brain as a child? Did your father mistakenly use your head as a teacup while brewing tea? Zhang Hao, disinterested in engaging further, was nonetheless reminded by Zhao Jijun's words. After all, being a young master of the Zhao clan, if anything happened to him, Zhang Hao would undoubtedly find himself in deep trouble. Without hesitation, he promptly called Zhao Yiting, asking her to come and take away this brainless fool. Zhao Yiting had just exited the building when she received Zhang Hao's call and hurried to the entrance. Upon seeing the wound on Zhang Hao's chest, she was visibly alarmed. Zhang Hao, come with me to the parking lot. I will take you to the hospital. She urgently grasped his arm. The onlookers at the company entrance stared in shock. Zhang Hao shrugged. He knew Zhao Yiting was stubborn and that no amount of conversation would change her mind. Furthermore, with so many people around, it was not the best place for discussion. He followed Zhao Yiting, while Zhao Jijun trailed behind, still bewildered and muttering to himself. Chapter 34. Encounter. As Zhao Yiting drove, Zhang Hao remained vigilant, frequently glancing around. Zhao Jijun, seated in the back, was right next to him. Among the chaotic crowd, someone had brandished a knife, intent on causing death. But whom was this person targeting? The more Zhao Jijun pondered, the more frightened he became. To him, Zhang Hao was merely a nameless pawn. The assassin must surely be after him. Shivering, Zhao Jijun urged, Sister, drive faster. Zhao Yiting rolled her eyes in annoyance. You must be terrified if you're calling me sister. Zhang Hao listened, feeling speechless. It was evident how reckless Zhao Jijun was in daily life. Although Zhao Yiting and Zhao Jijun were of the same age, Zhao Jijun's birthday was a few months later, and in terms of family hierarchy, Zhao Yiting was indeed his elder sister. However, Zhao Jijun never regarded her as such. viewing her as a thorn in his side, wishing for her to encounter some misfortune. The Zhao family elder was strict with family rules. Should anything happen to Zhao Yuting, he would undoubtedly take notice. The best outcome would be that she could no longer serve as the head of the family business. The car finally stopped in the garage of the Zhao family villa, and Butler Li hurried over. What are you doing together? Yuting, weren't you at work? Zhao Yuting and the others followed the butler into the living room, discussing the earlier incident. Zhao Jiajun's second uncle and Zhao Qingsong were also present. Upon seeing Zhang Hao's injury, Zhao Jiajun's second uncle felt his heart race with concern. Zhao Qingsong's face darkened as he pulled out his phone, making several calls. His intention was clear, to uncover who had dared to lay hands on his grandson. Especially regarding the Wang family, a thorough investigation was imperative. Zhao Qingsong motioned for Zhao Yuting to sit beside him on the sofa. My dear granddaughter, you must refrain from going to the company for the next few days. Until we clarify this matter, I worry someone may wish you harm. Zhao Yuting paused, then replied, Grandfather, I believe this person wasn't targeting me. At that moment, I wasn't even at the entrance. If they intended to harm me, they would have waited until I had exited. Zhao Qingsong's concern seemed misplaced, and upon hearing Zhao Yuting's analysis, he exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiajun was growing increasingly agitated, loudly exclaiming, Grandfather, why don't you ask about me? What should I inquire about? You appear unharmed. As a young man, even if you encounter danger, can't you handle it yourself? This was a family matter. And Zhang Hao felt it inappropriate to interject. Instead, he focused on a glass cabinet filled with fine liquor. The sight of those exquisite bottles reminded him of a certain brother Chow. If he were to see them, he might just come over and claim them outright. At that moment, Zhang Hao was unaware that Zhao Qingsong was the elderly gentleman from before. They were worlds apart in appearance. Yuting, who is this? Zhao Qingsong's gaze fell upon Zhang Hao, feigning ignorance. Humph, just a delivery boy. Zhao Jiajun rolled his eyes, clearly displeased. Zhang Hao overheard their conversation and turned to Zhao Qingsong with a smile. Mr. Zhao, I am Zhang Hao. Indeed, just a delivery boy. I apologize for not bringing any gifts during this impromptu visit. Haha, no need for formality. Come, have a seat. Zhao Qingsong patted the sofa beside him. And Zhang Hao was taken aback, wondering why the elder was so welcoming. However, he dismissed his thoughts and took a seat. Butler Li stood nearby, sharing a knowing smile, and instructed staff to prepare some refreshments for Zhang Hao. Come, have some tea. After taking a sip, Zhang Hao exclaimed, Qinshan Yunwu. Zhao Jiajun shot him a sidelong glance. Pouring himself a cup and smacking his lips, yes, it's quite good, but I don't see any clouds or mist. Zhao Jiajun's second uncle's expression fluctuated. Wishing to silence him, Qianshan Yunwu was a blend of 5 teas, crafted with meticulous care, and produced in limited quantities, with stringent quality requirements. Most importantly, only a select few could acquire Qianshan Yunwu. It was akin to Blue Mountain coffee, while many varieties seemed available. The actual beans used for true Blue Mountain coffee were scarce. Only a minuscule amount was produced each year, distributed globally in trivial portions. The rarity of Qianshan Yunwu exceeded even that. How do you know this is Qianshan Yunwu? Zhao Qingsong looked at Zhang Hao, his gaze becoming somewhat intense. He had expended considerable effort to procure this tea from an old friend. Zhang Hao felt a bit embarrassed, mentally cursing himself. Oh no. I had tasted it at old Feng's place, and its distinct flavor slipped out. He quickly chuckled. I saw it in an advertisement on television. In truth, Zhang Hao is unaware of the significance surrounding the purchase of Qianshan Yunwu. He merely knew it was rare and expensive. Zhao Qingsong chuckled lightly, maintaining his composure. And the group engaged in light conversation. Shortly thereafter, Butler Li informed them that someone had called, requesting Zhao Qingsong to take a call in the study. I have some matters to attend to. Yuting, please ask the chef to prepare a meal. Since Zhang Hao is here, we might as well enjoy a meal together. Ah? Zhao Yuting was perplexed. It was unusual for her grandfather to invite someone to dine at home. Zhao Qingsong and Butler Li departed. In the study, Zhao Qingsong lit a cigar, massaging his temples with a wry smile. There are always greater talents beyond one's own. The butler, confused, had only relayed the elder's earlier glance, prompting him to deliver the message about the phone call. Zhao Qingsong sighed and continued, that boy Zhang Hao took just a sip and instantly recognized it as Qianshan Yunwu. Do you understand what that signifies? Butler Li shook his head. What does it signify? It signifies that he has tasted Qianshan Yunwu before. Butler Li's body trembled, his expression darkening. Chapter 35. A critical moment. How could this be possible? Master, you were so fond of tea. It took considerable effort for you to obtain this Qianshan Yunwu. How could a mere junior employee like Zhang Hao have had the chance to taste it? Butler Li was utterly shocked, and he dared not contemplate the implications further. This tea, even within the country, is accessible to only a handful of individuals, certainly not more than 20. Those with the privilege to acquire such tea are the pinnacle of society, true powerhouses. Zhao Qingsong covered his face and sighed. This boy detected the unique flavor of Qin Shi Huang with just one sip. Once tasted, it is unforgettable. I suspect he has connections. Could it be the Zhang family from the capital? Zhao Qingsong was at a loss for words. If it indeed were the Zhang family from the capital, many matters would take on a different complexion. The Zhang family is a top-tier family, while his own Zhao family doesn't even rank among the lower tiers. Butlerly squinted, then shook his head, saying that is impossible. The youngest of the Zhang family is already 30. The younger generation is merely in their teens. So it cannot be related to Zhang Hao. That makes sense. Zhang Hao calmly sipped his tea, entirely unaware of the psychological turmoil that Zhao Qingsong had experienced during those brief moments. During dinner, Zhao Qingsong cheerfully asked, Zhang Hao, are you accustomed to the company? You're so young, yet already a team leader. Your income must be quite decent, allowing you to support yourself? Zhang Hao was taken aback, then smiled wryly. It's all right, but I'm single, so I don't need to support anyone. Zhao Yiting, sitting nearby, explained, Grandpa, Zhang Hao's situation is a bit special. He has no family left. Oh, I see. My apologies, I shouldn't have brought it up. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. No worries, Grandpa. I'm not a child. I've moved past these matters long ago. Zhao Qingsong attempted to probe further but gleaned little information. Noticing that Zhang Hao was only selecting food from his plate, Zhao Yiting understood his discomfort and brought over a platter filled with various dishes, placing it beside him. Eat more. Our chef is exceptional. Isn't this much better than restaurant fare? Zhao Yiting gazed at Zhang Hao with anticipation. Zhang Hao felt somewhat embarrassed, as it was his first visit to the Zhao family, making him feel as though he had never dined before. Zhao Qingsong chuckled and added, Yes, Yiting is quite thoughtful. Zhang Hao, don't be shy. You're young and strong. You should eat several bowls to feel satisfied. Zhang Hao forced a smile. He truly had little appetite. Typically, he would be practicing at home at this hour, but today, at the Zhao family, he felt trapped. He couldn't just close his eyes and pretend to be dead while everyone else was eating. As he glanced at the time, he deemed it late and set down his chopsticks. What? Are you full? Zhao Yiting looked at him quizzically. Do you have something to attend to? Are you feeling awkward? Actually, he felt no awkwardness at all. Zhao Jiajun, biting his chopsticks, muttered with boredom, If you're leaving, then hurry up. You're starting to annoy me. It's generous of me to eat with you. Zhao Jiajun, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yiting was immediately displeased, chastising him, and Zhao Jiajun was equally unyielding, leading to a heated argument between the two. Butlerly observed with a complex expression. This young master truly was a hopeless case. Having had enough, Zhang Hao stood up and bowed slightly to Zhao Qingsong, offering a semblance of respect as a younger generation. After all, Zhao Qingsong bore no malice. However, with Zhao Jiajun's remarks, Zhang Hao found no reason to linger. Zhao Qingsong felt a headache coming on from the squabbling siblings. Hearing that Zhang Hao was about to leave only heightened his anxiety. He had hoped to glean more information and discern Zhang Hao's true identity. Now, with the ruckus, his plans were in jeopardy. Zhao Jiajun remained oblivious, continuing his bickering. Enough. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Zhao Qingsong slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Zhang Hao, seeing this, halted his steps, deciding to wait a few minutes before departing. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingsong looked at Zhang Hao, and suddenly beads of sweat began to pour down his forehead. Supporting himself on the table with one hand while clutching his chest with the other, he collapsed back onto his chair. His sudden collapse caught even Butlerly off guard. Butlerly hurriedly rushed to fetch medicine, while Zhao Yiting attended to her grandfather, turning to Zhang Hao and saying, My grandfather has a history of heart problems. But as long as he takes his medication, he usually stabilizes. Please call for an ambulance after he takes his medicine. As Zhang Hao took out his phone to call, Butlerly rushed in, holding an empty medicine bottle, his face pale. The medicine bottle is empty. What? Is there any left? Zhao's second uncle began rummaging through drawers, occasionally glancing at Zhao Qingsong. He genuinely coveted the family fortune, but would never stoop so low as to endanger his own father. The Zhao family's vast enterprise was something only the elder could manage effectively. After a brief search, Zhao's second uncle found nothing. Zhao Qingsong gasped for air, his eyes rolling back, his expression one of sheer agony. Zhao Yiting and Butlerly frantically dialed for help. What? It'll take at least half an hour. Can't they come any faster? We can't wait that long. Zhang Hao frowned and stepped closer to Zhao Qingsong, grasping his wrist tightly, and coldly commanded, Zhao Yiting. Silver needles. I need silver needles. Zhao Yiting, momentarily stunned, quickly realized Zhang Hao's intent. She remembered his extraordinary medical skills. Chapter 36, A Talented Individual. Yes. I'll get them. Butlerly hurriedly dashed out. He was somewhat knowledgeable in this regard, often assisting the elder with acupuncture and relaxation techniques. And he had a set of silver needles in his room. As Zhang Hao placed one hand over Zhao Qingsong's life gate, his heart raced. By the time Butler Lee returned with the silver needles, it might be too late. Never mind. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories, especially when that life belongs to Zhao Yiting's grandfather. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, channeling his energy, transferring half of his vital essence to Zhao Qingsong, utilizing it to stabilize his condition. Zhao Qingsong was on the verge of losing consciousness, yet as the energy entered his body, his breathing steadied. He let out a muffled groan, regaining some clarity. The pain in his heart and the suffocating sensation vanished instantly. Grandpa? Wonderful, it seems he is improving. Dad, are you all right? Look at me. Do you recognize me? The 3 of them gathered around, and Zhang Hao barked, everyone, step aside. Zhang Hao had no time for idle conversation. Lives were at stake, and the presence of onlookers was merely a distraction. Zhao Yiting was taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but she quickly comprehended Zhang Hao's intentions. She urged her uncle and Zhao Jiejun to step back, clearing the way for him. Zhang Hao swiftly moved a chair and walked briskly toward the courtyard. What is this boy up to? Zhang Hao, don't act recklessly. This is life-threatening. The 2 individuals were in a state of agitation upon their first encounter, hastily attempting to restrain Zhang Hao. Zhao Yiting clutched at them tightly, her hands turning pale. Yiting, have you lost your mind? I know you have feelings for Zhang Hao, but you cannot toy with your grandfather's life. Let go of her. Zhao Yiting quickly interjected. You must believe in Zhang Hao. He is the one who cured my illness. What? Yao's second uncle's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at his niece. Over the years, the Zhao family had expended considerable resources on Yiting's ailment, bringing in every capable practitioner they could find, yet there had been no improvement. Truly, Zhang Hao is remarkably skilled, Yiting insisted. However, Zhao Jun dismissed her claims with scorn, accusing her of nonsense, before shoving her aside and rushing into the courtyard. Oh, grandfather, please don't leave us just yet. In the courtyard, Zhao Qingsong sat in a chair, his complexion gradually improving. Steward Lee stood nearby, holding a wooden box from which Zhang Hao had removed the silver needles. Zhang Hao's hands moved with precision, the needles finding their marks on the acupuncture points. As a dozen needles were placed, beads of cold sweat formed on Zhang Hao's forehead. Despite appearing to be in his 70s, Zhao's patriarch was not as robust as he seemed and suffered from multiple ailments. It was fortunate that the Zhao family had the means to sustain him until now, though the exact methods remained a mystery. Without further ado, Zhang Hao listed various medicinal herbs and items needed. Upon witnessing his master's improvement, Steward Lee wasted no time in fetching the required materials. Zhao's grandfather lay in bed while Zhang Hao took a seat beside him, vigilantly watching over him. Zhao Yiting was anxious and approached to inquire about the situation. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "Your grandfather is in a fragile state. If all his ailments were to manifest at once, we would be fortunate if he had any strength left." The strength Zhang Hao referred to was, in fact, half of his true energy that he had bestowed upon Zhao's grandfather. As an ordinary person, that energy would dissipate overnight, and his life would be forfeit. Thus, Zhang Hao had instructed the steward to procure the necessary items. To save Zhao's patriarch, they needed to act decisively. After explaining the situation to Zhao Yiting, he firmly insisted that once the items arrived, the door must be closed, and no one was to enter. Zhang Hao's gaze was resolute as he looked into Zhao Yiting's eyes. She was no fragile maiden and nodded in agreement. At the door, Steward Lee, hearing no commotion from within, could not help but ask Zhao Yiting about Zhang Hao's background. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she exhaled deeply and recounted some details. As merely a steward, there was little he could do if the master were to pass. Zhao Yiting gazed toward the corridor, lost in thought. The two kept vigil throughout the night, while the earlier disturbances continued. As dawn approached, the door finally opened. "Grandfather! Master!" They rushed into the room, finding Zhao Qingsong lying under a blanket. A large wooden tub in the room contained lukewarm water, now cold and discolored, emitting a foul odor. Zhang Hao staggered over, his eyes heavy with fatigue, muttering, "Yiting, your grandfather is fine now. Let him rest, and when he awakens, there will be no need for concern. I need to rest." With that, he swayed and collapsed against the door. "Zhang Hao, Mr. Zhang, quickly, help him to the guest room." This time, Zhang Hao had exhausted half of his true energy, and treating Zhao's grandfather had taken a toll. Zhao's elder was not suffering from heart disease. Rather, an abnormal growth near the heart was pressing against the nerves, mimicking cardiac symptoms, while the heart itself had experienced some deterioration. Upon discovering this, Zhang Hao had sealed several acupuncture points with silver needles and used his energy to eliminate the foreign growth. After such exertion, only a fraction of his energy remained, and he fainted. When Zhao's elder awoke, he showed no major issues and appeared significantly revitalized. Zhang Hao slept for an entire day and night, only waking the next day. "Damn, One mustn't overexert oneself. Stretching lazily and gazing out the window, he found it shrouded in darkness. As he exited the room, he realized he was not in his own home, but in the Zhao residence. Steward Li approached with supplies, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhang Hao, then hurriedly exclaimed, "He's awake. Master, Mr. Zhang has awakened." Zhao Qingsong emerged from his room, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao, his eyes sparkling with appreciation. Zhang Hao, startled by the intensity of the stare, cleared his throat awkwardly and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Zhao." Chapter 37. An incident occurs upon awakening. Zhao Qingsong was elated and arranged a lavish meal, with only himself and Zhang Hao in attendance, the others deemed unworthy of joining. Steward Li remained silent by their side. The two engaged in lively conversation. "Yiting mentioned that you directly cured my ailment," Zhao Qingsong remarked. "The situation was rather unique, but it has passed. Please do not worry. Mr. Zhao, your grandson has treated me kindly at the company, and this was merely a return of a favor. That is unacceptable." Zhao Qingsong felt that Zhang Hao was attempting to distance himself from the Zhao family. Perhaps, witnessing their internal dynamics, Zhang Hao was considering withdrawal. With this thought, Zhao Qingsong smiled. "I have heard whispers about you and Yiting. Matters of the heart should be left to the young, and I find you quite likable. Yiting has good taste. What is this? Is he trying to win me over?" Such tactics are often mentioned in the art of persuasion. Zhang Hao chuckled, feigning ignorance of the underlying implications, feeling exhausted by the meal. Before long, Zhang Hao took his leave from the Zhao residence. As he departed, Zhao Yiting came to see him off, and this time, he was less talkative. The moonlight was serene as Zhao Yiting gazed into Zhang Hao's eyes. "Zhang Hao, I cannot thank you enough for my grandfather's recovery. As for Zhao Zhejun, he often speaks without thinking. Please do not take it to heart. I'm fine. Do you not like my family?" Zhang Hao paused, then replied seriously, "It is not that I dislike them. Rather, I feel that our affairs have little to do with the Zhao family. To be frank, saving your grandfather was solely for your sake." "What? For my sake?" Zhang Hao collected his thoughts, wishing to confess his feelings to Zhao Yiting on such a beautiful night. "I like you. From our first meeting to our subsequent interactions, my affection for you has grown." At that moment, Zhang Hao recalled the mysterious figure wielding a knife. He understood well that the target was not Zhao Zhejun. If that had been the intent, there would have been no need for subtlety. The true aim was him, Zhang Hao. His life was highly regimented. Leaving little room for ambush, without creating chaos, he would immediately sense any anomalies. It seemed that something ominous was afoot. "Zhang Hao, what do you mean by that?" Just then, a taxi approached, and without lingering any longer, Zhang Hao climbed in and departed. He feared that if he did not leave soon, he might never depart. Regardless, without fully grasping the circumstances around him, Zhang Hao was reluctant to cause any trouble for Zhao Yiting. The innocent often bear the consequences of their virtue. Since someone had already come seeking him, Zhang Hao did not wish to turn a blind eye. The following day, he returned to work. Yet there was no sign of activity from Zhao Yiting's side. In the small office, Zhang Hao organized the documents and reviewed this month's reports. "How's it going, brother? Did we gain some face?" "Indeed, quite well. Daliu, your bonus is set to double this month." Daliu grinned widely, and the two engaged in light conversation, mostly about work-related matters. Suddenly, Daliu tilted his head, scrutinizing Zhang Hao. "Brother Hao, have you been secretly using facial masks?" "Which brand? Facial masks?" After the body refinement, Zhang Hao's condition had markedly improved. His once sallow complexion now appeared strikingly fair. "I jumped 84 miles and took a shower. Do you believe that?" "Nonsense. That would be life-threatening." "Then don't ask. Do I look like someone who would use facial masks?" Outside the small office, a courier dashed in, his face bruised and battered. Upon entering, he collapsed into a chair, weeping inconsolably. Dahlia hurried over. "What happened to you, Liuzi?" Liuzi sniffled, choking on his words. "They bullied me too much. I received a call to pick up a delivery, but on my way, I ran into some guys from Dachang Express. They were looking for trouble and beat me up. They said if I dare go there again, they will hit me every time they see me." At the Dachang Express headquarters, several individuals lounged at the entrance, boasting, "If we see that kid again, we'll hit him every time. He's really clueless to dare pick up deliveries in our territory. Doesn't he know whose ground this is?" Humph. "The higher-ups forbade us from causing trouble for Dachang Express. I've lost so many orders this month, and that kid still dares to snatch our business. He is courting death. Haha, remember how that kid almost wet his pants just now?" Laughter erupted among them as a taxi pulled up nearby. Zhang Hao stepped out, followed by Daliu and Liuzi. Upon seeing them, the group scoffed. "Oh look, the kid brought friends. You should have brought more people. With just these two useless ones, what can you achieve?" As they spoke, several of them stood up, rolling up their sleeves and marching towards the trio. Liuzi, timid and conflict-averse, instinctively wanted to flee upon witnessing the scene. Zhang Hao seized Liu Zi, turning to Dalio. Keep an eye on him. Let him see that one must not be bullied into fear. Brother Hao, Daley began. But before he could finish, Zhang Hao sprang into action. With a swift leap, he closed the distance to the group, striking one of them with his left hand. Bang! Ah! The unfortunate victim screamed as he was knocked back, colliding with others behind him. Within a minute, around 20 to 30 individuals lay sprawled at the entrance of Dachang Express, each sporting bruises and groaning in pain. Zhang Hao seized the leader, his gaze icy. Each of you mind your own business and run your own deliveries. If my people encounter any issues again, I will dismantle this place. Do you understand? Understood, understood. They stammered. Scram. Zhang Hao released the man, who lay on the ground, pitifully pointing behind him. Brother. This is our company. There is nowhere to go. Zhang Hao clicked his tongue and turned to leave, leaving behind a striking figure. Liu Zi watched in awe, utterly astonished by the display of power. Chapter 38. A clash of masters inside the Dachang Express office. Wang Yuhua stood by the window, observing the commotion outside. This courier company was part of the Wang family's enterprise, and also the first legitimate business Wang Yuhua had managed. Today, he was in the midst of signing a contract with a major client when the ruckus erupted at the entrance. Zhang Hao acted with remarkable speed, swiftly incapacitating everyone. Xiao Wang, what is going on here? The client asked, pen poised, yet inside. His dissatisfaction was palpable. Regardless of Wang Yuhua's status, the client was unconcerned with such matters. If there were issues with the goods, it would jeopardize everyone's livelihood. Having learned from previous lessons at Zhang Hao's hands, Wang Yuhua's mindset had matured. Ultimately, the client signed without further inquiry. Xiao Wang, I entrust this business to Dachang Express. I don't mind spending a little more, but the goods must arrive safely. Absolutely. You can rest assured. Once the client departed, Wang Yuhua's expression darkened. Damn it. That Zhang Hao almost ruined my business. He hurried downstairs, seething after learning the details. Zhang Hao had become quite formidable. To Wang Yuhua, it was clear that Zhang Hao's subordinates were oblivious to the dangers, encroaching on Dachang Express's territory. Business on the commercial street had plummeted, and Wang Yuhua had already received a stern reprimand from his father. His father had proclaimed that the Wang family's assets could not be left to a wastrel, otherwise, they would soon be handed over to someone else. If Wang Yuhua did not demonstrate his capabilities, his father would establish a foundation, employing lawyers to supervise him daily. In that case, the enterprise would officially belong to Wang Yuhua, but its actual management would not be in his hands. Determined to transition from a mere second-generation heir to a genuine high-flyer, Wang Yuhua was taken aback when Zhang Hao provoked him once more. Bastard, I refuse to believe no one can rein you in. Wang Yuhua pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey? Yes, it's me. Stop with the small talk. I want someone taken out. What? I'm not looking for them. Those useless fools are no match for him. I need a master. Do you understand? After inquiring about the details and the price, Wang Yuhua coldly declared, 1 million. If you take care of that kid, I'll give you 1 million. I know the rules. It's all cash. So you needn't worry. Ending the call, he was resolute. 1 million should suffice to eliminate Zhang Hao. The next day, as Zhang Hao made his way to work, a large truck careened out of control, hurtling towards him. Quick-witted and agile, Zhang Hao deftly leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the oncoming vehicle. This incident seemed to suggest that someone had indeed set their sights on him, though unaware of the identity of his assailant. Their intentions were unmistakable. They aimed to eliminate him. Zhang Hao crossed his legs, extracting his phone to vent his frustrations in a group chat. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, life has become exceedingly difficult. There are always scoundrels plotting against me. Emperor Wei Wu Chao Chao, Haotian, take care of yourself. If you perish, my fine wine will be lost. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, Wei Wu. Is that even a coherent remark? Alas, the world has lost its integrity. Emperor Taizong Li Shimen, Haotian. The situation is dire. Do you have a strategy? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, if he had a strategy, would he need to lament here? Emperor Qin Shi Huang Ingzhang, Haotian, deal with him. Make it thorough. Emperor Ao Taizu Yelabaoji, Haotian, do you have fine wine? Zhang Hao winced, bemused that this individual had previously remained inconspicuous. As he returned, several emperors joined the conversation, yet the atmosphere was less than pleasant. Zhang Hao paid little heed, reasoning that this was their national enmity, and opted not to interfere. At this moment, a private message from Zhang Hao arrived. Liao Taizu Yi Luoboki, do you have fine wine? Haotian Emperor Zhang Hao, brother, stop joking. I'm busy. Liao Taizu Yi Luoboki, I am aware of the rules. Let us exchange. It seemed this individual often lurked in the shadows. Zhang Hao sent over several bottles of wine, and in return, the other party dispatched a secret scroll. Upon seeing the title of the scroll, Zhang Hao nearly spat blood. It was the art of horse riding. He sighed, lamenting his lack of education, having forgotten the prowess of this individual. After this comical exchange, Zhang Hao's mind was in chaos. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang summoned him in the group chat, delivering yet another lecture on courage. In essence, it was a call to action. Do not hesitate. Charge forth and strike them down. Haoyan Emperor Zhang Hao, Qin Shi Huang Zhang, brother, stop it. I am a law-abiding citizen. Don't make me seem like a bandit. Qin Shi Huang Zhang. Haoyan Emperor Zhang Hao, coward, disdain. Qin Taizu Nurhasai, disdain. Haoyan Emperor Zhang Hao, gentlemen. I have sustained 1,000 points of damage. I advise you to show kindness. Ming Taizu Zhu Yuan Zhang. Kind-hearted individuals rarely achieve great feats. Haoyan, you are still too young. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, indeed, compared to you all, I am quite youthful. Observing that this group was not offering any viable solutions, Zhang Hao tossed his phone aside and decided to indulge in food and drink. Simultaneously, Wang Yaohua was also experiencing distress. He had already sent 1 million. Yet several attempts had failed, while Zhang Hao remained unscathed. The other party called Wang Yaohua, stating that Zhang Hao was challenging to deal with and that a true expert was needed. However, this required an additional 1 million. Wang Yaohua gritted his teeth and decided to add another million. Humph, Zhang Hao, your worthless life is valued at 2 million. If you knew, you might be secretly pleased. Wang Yaohua narrowed his eyes, resembling a cunning fox, finally showing a hint of resemblance to his father. Eliminating Zhang Hao would surely satisfy his father. Zhang Hao, you shall serve as my stepping stone. Chapter 39, subtext in the early morning, Zhang Hao, as usual, went to the park. After a round of walking, he felt invigorated. Each step synchronized with his breathing technique, continuously gathering true energy and enhancing his strength. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Beijing Feng. At the park entrance, a Bentley had been waiting for some time. Zhang Hao entered the vehicle, driven by Shangguan Yi, a young man just over 20. This lad referred to Beitang Feng as master, and while Zhang Hao did not inquire further, he could discern that Shangguan Yi possessed formidable inner strength and was a skilled practitioner. Brother Hao, hold on tight, Shangguan Yi grinned, and before Zhang Hao could speak, he slammed down on the accelerator. What the? Are you racing? I nearly bit my tongue off. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. He had previously encountered Shangguan Yi, who had been meekly following Beitang Feng, and now he saw a wild side to him. The luxurious Bentley was being treated like a race car. Shangguan Yi laughed heartily. Brother Hao, you don't know. My master's usual acquaintances are all old men or half-grown boys. I haven't played with someone my age in ages. How about I take you out tonight? Out? You mean to a nightclub for some fun? Zhang Hao hastily waved his hand. Forget it. I'm not the wild type. Just drive properly. Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver from Aoshima. Nonsense. How many years have you even been driving? Shangguan Yi scoffed. Driving recklessly to a small villa on the outskirts. Beitang Feng was strolling in the front yard and smiled at Zhang Hao. It's been a few days. Your cultivation seems to have improved significantly. As he spoke, Beitang Feng glared at Shangguan Yi. Have you completed your morning lessons? Oh, master, I finished long ago. Can I play a bit longer? Play. Get to the backyard. Shangguan Yi rolled his eyes and reluctantly trudged to the backyard. Beitang Feng sighed, shaking his head. This little disciple of mine is talented, but he is too playful. I have to keep reminding him. Zhang Hao echoed and then asked Beitang Feng why he had summoned him. Beitang Feng gestured for them to sit in the stone pavilion in the courtyard, rubbing his temples. He said with a hint of a headache, young man, in a few days, the Tianjin Grand Assembly will commence. I wonder if you're interested. Tianjin Grand Assembly? What is that? Zhang Hao blinked, utterly perplexed. Beitang Feng paused, his expression complex. Let me put it this way. It's a splendid event. I've heard that many rare treasures and a batch of precious spiritual herbs will be presented. What? Zhang Hao's spirits lifted. Spiritual herbs. They are essential for refining high-quality elixirs. Based on Zhang Hao's understanding, there were 4 grades of elixirs, lower, middle, and upper grades, with the highest being celestial grade. Upper-grade elixirs were typically used for enhancing foundational energy and prolonging life, while middle-grade ones were primarily for healing. The upper-grade elixirs, however, were indispensable for boosting true energy and cultivation. The batch of medicinal materials Zhang Hao had ordered had already arrived, yet after considerable effort, he had only managed to refine a meager quantity of upper-grade elixirs, barely enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Old Feng, you truly are my benefactor. These spiritual herbs are precisely what I lack at the moment. The scarcity of spiritual herbs was the reason for his limited production of upper-grade elixirs. Beitang Feng chuckled. You've probably exhausted all of old Liao's resources for just a few spiritual herbs. Haven't you? Zhang Hao remained non-committal. Beitang Feng continued. At this Tianjin Grand Assembly, there are confirmed spiritual herbs numbering over 100. What? No. I mean, I truly want to attend this Tianjin Grand Assembly. Beidang Feng hissed, gesturing, it will require a substantial sum. Just the invitation costs 200,000. What? Are they robbing people? But soon. He realized that for those attending the Tianjin Grand Assembly, 200,000 was likely as trivial as $2. I knew you would be interested. Beidang Feng clapped his hands, and soon, someone approached with a wooden tray, placing it on the table. The tray held a finely carved wooden token inscribed with the words Tianjin Grand Assembly in small seal script, along with a series of obscure patterns on the back. Additionally, there was a car key. Old Feng, what is this? Beidang Feng stroked his chin. This token is your entry pass to the Tianjin Grand Assembly. And the car key is a gift for you. This is too much. Isn't it? Why are you being so polite? I'm not giving it to you for free. All right, stop pretending to be a hero. Don't worry, I won't involve you in anything illegal. When the time comes, I'll take you to the Tianjin Grand Assembly, and I'll explain everything. Zhang Hao wasted no time in accepting the items. Beidang Feng pulled out a bank card from his pocket. This was the card Zhang Hao had been instructed to obtain not long ago, albeit its color was now different. Originally a plain bank card, it was now pure white, adorned only with a string of numbers and a magnetic stripe. However, the back of the card bore a black jade pendant depicting a dragon and phoenix. I upgraded your card. From now on, you shall utilize this card. Furthermore, the dividends accumulated over the past few months have been calculated, and I have arranged for them to be transferred into your account. Feng, what can I possibly say? No need for flattery. I am well aware of your financial constraints. Nonetheless, that small company is quite intriguing, and its profitability is commendable. This is rightfully yours. If I hadn't provided you with this sum in advance, how would you procure the spiritual herbs later? Zhang Hao pondered this as well. After all, it was ultimately his money. Yet, he would always remember this act of kindness. Old Feng, I truly struggle to comprehend why you extend such support to me. Humph. I simply desire to do so. The two exchanged glances, sharing a hearty laugh, and neither felt compelled to elaborate on the reason. Since Beidang Feng was unwilling to disclose it, Zhang Hao chose not to inquire further. The trust between them was the most vital bond. Chapter 40. The Wild Faction. After conversing for a while, Beidang Feng instructed the butler to prepare a vehicle, stating he had matters to attend to, and departed. No sooner had Beidang Feng left than the exuberant Shang Guan appeared, insisting on treating Zhang Hao and dragging him out for some leisure. Today was Zhang Hao's day off, and he had no prior engagements. Shang Guan Yi's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Zhang Hao felt compelled to oblige, considering the young man was a disciple of Beidang Feng. Throughout the day, Shang Guan Yi pulled Zhang Hao along to shop for clothes, insisting that he must dress well for the upcoming grand event. Speaking of the event, Zhang Hao inquired, have you attended this gathering? Shang Guan Yi retorted, you dare to say that in front of old Feng? Just wait and see if he doesn't reprimand you. Shang Guan Yi shrank back, a chill running down his spine. Come on, brother Hao, we agreed. You mustn't tell on me, or I want to take you to meet beautiful girls. Zhang Hao scoffed, uninterested in the young man's antics. As Shang Guan Yi brandished various items, he shot Zhang Hao a conspiratorial glance. Zhang Hao retrieved the card and swiped it for payment, uncertain of the balance it held. However, given that it was bestowed upon him by old Feng, he was confident it contained a substantial amount. Oh, is that Zhang Hao? Two girls rushed into the store. Zhang Hao turned to see one girl looking somewhat familiar, while the other, he recognized well. She was Zhao Yuting's diligent assistant. Assistant, are you off today too? How rude. It's been ages, and you still don't remember my name. It's Lin Fengran. Lin Fengran pouted, clearly displeased. This young lady had a cherubic face, exuding cuteness, making it hard to believe she was Zhao Yuting's most capable aide. Lin Fengran held a shopping bag, evidently having already purchased clothing. Zhang Hao glanced at the bag and teased, hiding your romantic endeavors from President Zhao, are we? This men's clothing store catered to young gentlemen, offering not only formal wear but also casual attire and accessories. Lin Fengran's cheeks flushed as she hastily gestured for silence. Brother Hao, you mustn't tell President Zhao. Zhang Hao was taken aback. Really? Our assistant's not allowed to date. Oh, it's not like that. President Zhao isn't a miser. I just feel embarrassed. Anyway, you mustn't tell her, or I won't help you proofread your reports anymore. Upon hearing about the proofreading, Zhang Hao felt overwhelmed. He would rather wrestle with Cao Cao than tackle those reports. It dawned on him that Lin Fengran was quite the scholar, despite her youth. She was a highly sought-after talent in the region. The reason Lin Fengran worked alongside Zhao Yuting was simple. Zhao Yuting was a beautiful boss, providing the young girl with a sense of security. While Zhang Hao conversed with Lin Fengran, Shang Guan Yi watched with wide eyes. Once they exited the shop, Shang Guan Yi gave Zhang Hao a thumbs up. Brother Hao, impressive. Shang Guan Yi grinned widely. I can't believe you know such a pure beauty. Zhang Hao dismissed him. You've seen nothing yet. I know even more stunning women. Who? Please introduce me. I'm a loyal admirer. Zhang Hao simply retorted, "Get lost." Shang Guan Yi blinked innocently. "Brother Hao, I understand now. You must have feelings for that super beauty, your crush? Get lost or I'll hit you." Dinner was at a local eatery, which served delightful cuisine. Shang Guan Yi broached the topic of spiritual herbs. "Brother Hao, I heard from Master that you are an alchemist. You mean the art of alchemy?" "Yes, exactly." Shang Guan Yi looked at Zhang Hao with admiration, leaning in closer. "Brother Hao, I have a small shop at Lingyun Pavilion. Once you produce those elixirs, could you sell me a few? Can they even be sold?" "Of course. Many are eager to buy. You wouldn't believe it. Alchemists are dwindling in number. And those that are left often lack sincerity. You are favored by my master, so I trust you are a genuine alchemist." Zhang Hao contemplated this, realizing it could indeed be a lucrative venture. The meal was worth it. With a subtle gesture, the red dragon ring glimmered, and a small vial appeared in Zhang Hao's hand. "My goodness, a spatial ring. Brother Hao, you can't be just any ordinary person's offspring, can you? Get lost. Can you not speak properly?" Zhang Hao opened the vial and poured out the elixirs within. He had 3 remaining high-quality elixirs from his last refinement. "How much are these worth?" Shang Guan Yi squinted at them, nearly drooling. 3,000? 300,000. Each. Zhang Hao felt his heart race, nearly akin to the thrill of robbing a bank. "Is that true?" Shang Guan Yi nodded vigorously, pulling out his phone. "Brother Hao, let us be clear. 300,000 is my purchasing price. I won't disclose my profit margins, but if you agree, I'll purchase all 3 high-quality elixirs right now." Zhang Hao gasped in astonishment. He hadn't realized Shang Guan Yi was quite affluent. For Zhang Hao, 3 high-quality elixirs were not significant. He usually required at least 10 per use, and these 3 were merely leftovers, like a delicacy that was unsavory yet too precious to discard. Zhang Hao retrieved his phone, and Shang Guan Yi promptly transferred the funds. Zhang Hao stared at the notification, the series of zeros bringing him immense joy. Shang Guan Yi set down his chopsticks. "Brother Hao, in the future, when you decide to sell, just come to me. In the realm of elixir trading, I dare say no one can rival me at Lingyun Pavilion." "What is Lingyun Pavilion, exactly? Is it solely an elixir shop?" Shang Guan Yi looked at Zhang Hao incredulously. "You haven't heard of Lingyun Pavilion? It's where cultivators trade various items globally. Elixirs are merely one category." Zhang Hao was left dumbfounded at the revelation. Chapter 41. Expanding Horizons. Shang Guan Yi elaborated further. Lingyun Pavilion boasts physical stores in several first- and second-tier cities, all presenting a uniform facade as art shops. Only cultivators are granted access to the true Lingyun Pavilion. Additionally, there is an exclusive software that requires an invitation to use. Upon entering the registration code, one can engage in various transactions. Wow, it's structured like a marketplace. Such a rarity. How could you not know? By the way, Brother Hao, I'll get you set up with one. As Shang Guan Yi spoke, he noticed Zhang Hao's phone and shook his head in disbelief. "Isn't that practically an antique? Why haven't you replaced it?" Zhang Hao remained silent. He had no intention of revealing anything about the chat group to anyone. Shang Guan Yi retrieved a mobile phone from his backpack. "Here, consider this a small gift. I haven't used it yet. It's a spare." Zhang Hao accepted it and, upon inspection, discovered it was the latest model from a well-known brand, still in its original packaging. He didn't want to be overly polite and let Shang Guan Yi download the necessary software before providing him with a registration code. Within a minute, Zhang Hao was greeted by the software interface, which displayed several prominent categories, one of which was dedicated to elixirs. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that the prices were quite steep, particularly for high-grade elixirs, which exceeded 300,000. "Brother Hao, let's agree on this. You handle the elixirs, and I will take care of the purchases. No backing out." Zhang Hao chuckled wryly and waved his hand, assuring him, "I will not go back on my word." Shang Guan Yi sighed in relief and directed Zhang Hao to his store. Zhang Hao, however, continued to browse the main interface, captivated by a category that piqued his interest. It contained various resources essential for practitioners, especially medicinal herbs, which Zhang Hao was eager to explore. After scanning through, he was disappointed not to find the spiritual herbs he sought. "Shang Guan Yi, why aren't there any spiritual herbs here?" he inquired. "Oh, spiritual herbs are essential materials for high-grade elixirs, and they are rarely sold. Most people go directly to familiar alchemists to procure them. By the way, I have some spiritual herbs on hand. Why didn't you mention this sooner? How many do you have?" 15 plants. Shang Guan Yi replied proudly. "It took me a whole year to acquire them." Zhang Hao quickly agreed on a price of 100,000, which visibly pained Shang Guan Yi. After dinner, Shang Guan Yi insisted on going out for some fun, and Zhang Hao, having enjoyed their conversation, obliged. The nightclub was ablaze with vibrant colors and chaotic energy. Zhang Hao sat alone in a corner, sipping his drink while Shang Guan Yi had already vanished into the crowd. The drinks were unpalatable, and Zhang Hao found little interest in the revelry around him. his thoughts consumed by how to obtain the spiritual herbs. His anticipation for the Tianjin Grand Gathering grew. Suddenly, Zhang Hao sensed a strong surge of qi within the nightclub. There was a master present. He swiftly turned his head but only saw a throng of people, failing to identify the source. Oddly, he questioned whether he had misperceived. However, practitioners possess an acute sensitivity to qi, if they weren't in a unique magnetic field. It could only mean that a formidable expert was indeed within the nightclub. Zhang Hao shook his head, bemused by the situation, wondering if practitioners enjoyed the nightlife. "Brother Hao, how's it going?" Shang Guani asked, lounging on a sofa while casting flirtatious glances at a nearby table. Zhang Hao, in a serious tone, queried Shang Guani if he had sensed the powerful qi. The young man playfully smirked and replied, "I noticed something unusual, which is why I came over. But I didn't see the person. Tonight is quite interesting. Encountering a master from the Dao sect here is unexpected." Indeed, Zhang Hao's instincts were not mistaken. Feeling uneasy, he decided he no longer wished to remain in that environment. The oppressive aura was stifling. Shang Guani, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastily stuffed the scattered items on the table into his backpack and pointed toward the exit. "It seems we won't be able to enjoy ourselves tonight, Brother Hao. Let's go." Following closely behind, they reached the nightclub's entrance. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery vanished, replaced by desolation. They found themselves standing on a barren plain, surrounded by endless wilderness, with nothing but dry grass in sight. Shang Guani gasped, "A domain. We're in trouble." Zhang Hao recognized the term. A domain is a unique space every practitioner possesses, varying in nature depending on one's cultivation and techniques. In this world, if someone activated their domain and ensnared others within it, it signified a declaration of war. What transpired inside the domain would not affect normal life outside. Even if one were to perish within, their body would remain trapped, effectively causing them to vanish from the world outside. Shang Guani hastily formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Brother Hao, unless the domain's master releases it, we have no choice but to fight." "I understand. Activating the domain is tantamount to issuing a challenge." Zhang Hao took a deep breath, channeling his qi to reach his peak state. "Young man, you're brimming with fighting spirit." A booming laugh echoed from all directions as a figure clad in a gray robe materialized on the wasteland. Zhang Hao felt a familiar sensation. This was the source of the qi he sensed in the nightclub. They were being targeted. Shang Guani furiously shouted, "Who are you? Are you insane? Practitioners of the Dao sect must not engage in combat in the mortal realm." The gray-robed figure scoffed, "The domain is outside the jurisdiction. Enough talk. I want that young man's life. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it." With that, he struck swiftly. Two long swords appeared from the air, aimed directly at Zhang Hao's vital points. Shang Guani's pupils constricted as he rapidly formed seals. Boom! The swords descended, and a golden barrier materialized, blocking their path. In an instant, the two forces collided, and Shang Guani let out a muffled groan, falling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The swords were intent on Zhang Hao, seeking to claim his life. As the blades approached with lethal intent, Zhang Hao exerted force with one hand, evading one of the swords. Whoosh! Clang! A golden dragon emerged in response, intercepting the other sword with ease. Zhang Hao wore a disdainful expression, thinking, "You know nothing." At that moment, Shang Guani pointed at the cloaked figure, aghast. "It's you. You traitor. Ah, so you've recognized me now. By lineage, you should be calling me Little Master Uncle." The gray-robed man replied with a laugh. Shang Guani, alarmed, shouted, "Brother Hao, I will break through this domain formation. You must escape and inform my master about this traitor's whereabouts." The gray-robed man's gaze turned icy, and a wave of pressure surged toward them. "You little brat. Since that's the case, I might as well eliminate you too. I can't let that old fool find you." As Shang Guani prepared to act, the gray-robed figure moved in an instant, appearing before him. Bang! Shang Guani was sent flying, landing on the ground unconscious, his fate uncertain. "Next is you." The gray-robed man barked, lunging toward Zhang Hao again, his palm thrusting forward. His large, calloused hand was veined and muscular, exuding explosive power. As he swung, his expression froze. He had missed. Zhang Hao's figure had vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. Zhang Hao appeared a few meters away, just within reach of the gray-robed man. It was precisely this distance that allowed him to evade the impending strike. The Tiangang step. "Young man, how do you know the Tiangang step?" This technique has only been recorded in the Taoist texts and has been lost to time for nearly a millennium. "Huh, I possess much more than that." As Zhang Hao stepped forward, a remarkable transformation occurred beneath his feet. "Xiantian Nandu. Activate. Boff on tread." Zhang Hao's figure vanished in an instant, his vital energy manifesting as 7 formidable forces plummeting from the sky like falling stars, imbued with unparalleled strength. The gray-robed man summoned 2 long swords, mirroring the Xiantian Nanda formation that had descended from above. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao arrived. Bang! Tiger leap! Bear pounce! With the impetus of his vital energy. These 2 moves flowed seamlessly, akin to a natural phenomenon. Zhang Hao's palm struck the side of the gray-robed man, the force akin to 1,000 blades. Rip! The garments of the gray-robed man were instantly shredded by the gust of Zhang Hao's palms, causing him to emit a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back. Blood oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Zhang Hao squinted, finally exhaling a breath of relief. He had learned numerous techniques from the secret scrolls, and now, applying them fluidly, it felt remarkably effortless. The ancestral master indeed lived up to his reputation. Regrettably, Zhang Hao's own vital energy was not particularly strong. Had the master himself executed these moves, the devastation would have been cataclysmic. The gray-robed man collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, convulsing a few times before lying still. No way is he dead? Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned, but soon noticed the faint rise and fall of the man's chest. He was merely unconscious, not deceased. Zhang Hao hoisted Shangguan Yi and invoked the Lingjue, causing the desolate land to vanish. Outside a nightclub, a few young men were squatting by the roadside, smoking. What is up with that guy? How's he carrying that man? What a pity, he is quite handsome, but as long as he doesn't compete with us for the ladies. He is a good brother. Zhang Hao surveyed his surroundings, momentarily feeling as if he had crossed into another world. If it weren't for the void of vital energy, he might truly believe he had merely dreamed this all. An hour later, Zhang Hao encountered Beijing Feng, while Shangguan Yi remained in a state of unconsciousness. On the way back, Zhang Hao examined Shangguan Yi's condition and discovered he was in dire straits, his meridians completely severed by the man's vital energy. Upon learning the backstory, Beidang Feng's expression darkened. This traitor! Had I known, I should have severed his 3 dantians without hesitation all those years ago. Feng Lao. That man is your junior disciple. Are you a practitioner of the Tao? Beidang Feng nodded, his gaze falling upon Shangguan Yi, clenching his teeth, per Shangguan Yi. His meridians have been ruined. I can only save his life. Alas, he may well be rendered useless. With all his meridians severed, he will never be able to condense vital energy again. This move is even more vicious than murder. Zhang Hao shook his head and replied, Feng Lao. I have a method to save him, but it requires some preparations. What? Feng Lao, please control the chaotic vital energy within him. Beidang Feng understood that this was not the time for idle conversation and immediately exerted all his strength to regulate the erratic vital energy. Zhang Hao retrieved a small porcelain bottle from Shangguan Yi, pouring out 3 superior-grade pills. He placed all 3 pills into Shangguan Yi's mouth, pinching his lips to ensure he swallowed them. The red glow of the Qi Long ring flashed, and several translucent spiritual herbs fell into Zhang Hao's hands. Gritting his teeth, he felt a pang of pain, but saving a life took precedence. The vital energy instantly engulfed the spiritual herbs, and within moments, they transformed into a semi-transparent liquid, hovering in the palm of Zhang Hao's hand. The silver needles descended one by one, while Zhang Hao simultaneously directed the herbal liquid into the points marked by the needles. Then, he pressed on several acupoints, watching as the herbal liquid gradually vanished, following the paths left by the needles. An hour later, Zhang Hao finally ceased his efforts. It's done. With a flick of his fingers, he tapped Shangguan Yi's spiritual platform. Ah! Shangguan Yi let out a cry. Then groggily looked at Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, stop messing around. Why are you still poking my head? It hurts. Beidang Feng trembled slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Watching Zhang Hao, Shangguan Yi sprang to his feet, and Beidang Feng examined him, exhaling a deep breath. The young man's meridians had restored to their original state, and within him flowed a gentle power that nourished those meridians. However, his previous vital energy was almost depleted. It seemed he would need to condense his vital energy anew. Brother Hao, you are truly like a rebirth for me, Shangguan Yi. Without your miraculous hands, I would have never been able to tread the path of the Tao again, and living would have held no meaning. Chapter 43. Astonishing cultivation. Beidang Feng dispatched someone to investigate the situation and, upon receiving news, immediately informed Zhang Hao. That man was a traitor to the Tao, expelled many years ago by Beidang Feng's master for practicing heretical arts, yet his cultivation remained intact. Since then, he had vanished without a trace. To Zhang Hao's surprise, he had resorted to taking lives. Beidang Feng also discovered that the instigator of this incident was Wang Youhua. In the following days, the Wang family encountered numerous troubles, spending vast sums to stabilize the situation. Only then did Beidang Feng relent, feeling he had avenged his disciple. Zhang Hao naturally welcomed this outcome and refrained from seeking trouble with Wang Youhua, sitting in his small office after lunch. Zhang Hao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Logging into his new phone, he found the chat group still active. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, gentlemen. It has been a while. Emperor Wei Wu Chao Chao sent a red envelope, clamoring for wine, and Zhang Hao readily obliged, sending it over. Emperor Taizong Li Shimen. Hao Yin. Why haven't you visited in days? What have you been busy with? Emperor Hao Yin Zhang Hao. Busy searching for spiritual herbs. Emperor Taizong Li Shimen. What are those? Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, brother, I can't even begin to explain this. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng sent Zhang Hao an item. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao. I desire more fresh toys. Zhang Hao opened it and felt a chill run down his spine. His hair standing on end. This was indeed a record concerning pills, including methods for cultivating some raw materials. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. From now on, you are my true brother. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao. Less chatter, where are the things I want? The next day, a local small supermarket was emptied of many goods. Zhang Hao had not slept all night, searching for methods to cultivate spiritual herbs. Yet he found nothing, perhaps due to different names or some other reasons. However, he did discover a substitute, or rather, something 100 times more potent than spiritual herbs. After careful study, he realized that the cultivation method for this item was utterly outrageous, impossible to achieve in a short time. Still, something is better than nothing. Zhao Xiaoding. What brings you here? You're looking for Brother Hao, right? Yes, here. The voice of the Lu interrupted Zhang Hao's thoughts as he put away his findings. Zhao Yuting appeared at the door of the small office, clad in a light blue professional outfit, exuding freshness and beauty. Yuting, what a pleasant surprise. Zhang Hao's lips curled into a smile, his excitement barely contained. Seeing this, Zhao Yuting chuckled. I didn't come to find you. My grandfather invited you. Tomorrow is his 70th birthday, and I'm to bring you along. This is quite sudden. Zhang Hao hurriedly inquired about the preferences of the venerable elder of the Zhao family, realizing he could not arrive empty-handed. Zhao Yuting casually remarked, it's quite all right. You are my grandfather's invited guest. Your presence alone suffices. Why concern yourself with gifts? However, he insisted, this simply won't do. For a milestone birthday, such as his 70th, a proper gift is indispensable. Zhao Yuting pondered for a moment, her bright eyes softening. My grandfather enjoys tea. He dismissed the notion that Qianshan Wu tea is out of reach for him. She continued, aside from tea, he has a fondness for antiques, although I am not particularly knowledgeable about them. Zhang Hao nodded, then curiously asked Zhao Yuting, but why have you invited me this time? To his surprise, her cheeks flushed crimson at his question. She shot him a glare, huffed, why the inquiries? Do you think my grandfather would devour you? She added, I will come looking for you tomorrow, don't forget. With that, she swiftly turned and left, her demeanor reminiscent of someone fleeing from misfortune. Zhang Hao scratched the back of his head, pondering the situation. Was Zhao Yuting in a foul mood today? The following day, Zhao Yuting returned as promised, while Zhang Hao carried a box, uncertain of its contents. Is this your prepared gift? What is it? A secret, she replied playfully. Well, it will be revealed eventually. The banquet hosted by Zhao Qingsong was an extravagant affair, held at the most prestigious hotel in town, within its grandest banquet hall. After escorting Zhang Hao inside, Zhao Yuting disappeared from sight. Zhang Hao had no choice but to find a place to sit and wait idly, having already submitted his gift. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed. A soft beam illuminated a small stage, where Zhao Yuting appeared, resplendent in a red evening gown, her striking red lips accentuating her beauty, with elegant white pearl earrings enhancing her allure. She delivered a few formal words, but Zhang Hao scarcely paid attention, his gaze captivated solely by her grace, embodying elegance and a regal presence. Before long, Zhao Qingsong took the stage, waving to the audience. Today marks my 70th birthday. So relax and treat this as a casual gathering. Laughter rippled through the crowd, and well wishes for Zhao Qingsong's longevity filled the air. The attendants wheeled in a cart laden with gifts, which were to be organized and set aside. They maneuvered along the walls, their presence discreet in the dim lighting. At that moment, someone in the crowd stood up, pointing towards a particularly luminous spot. What is that glowing gem? My word, who gifted this night pearl? The comment sparked a wave of excitement, drawing everyone's attention towards one of the carts that indeed glimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. The lighting technician skillfully adjusted the lights, softening the night pearl's cool glow. Wang Yuhua rose, smiling at the audience. For Zhao Qingsong's 70th birthday, I believe this precious night pearl is the only fitting gift. He continued, wishing you health and longevity, Zhao Qingsong. The crowd was impressed, praising Wang Yuhua's generosity. Only a Wang family scion could procure such a treasure. I'm envious of your gift. Others chimed in, expressing their admiration, which only bolstered Wang Yuhua's pride. Yet, when he glanced towards Zhao Yuting, he found her focused elsewhere. Her attention diverted to Zhang Hao, who was seated quietly in a corner, munching on food. Not this guy again. Wang Yaohua seethed with jealousy. Zhang Hao, sensing the tension, looked up and caught Wang Yaohua's gaze. He offered a casual smile before returning to his meal. Wang Yaohua sneered. Every birthday feels monotonous. Why not have everyone present their gifts for Zhao Qingsong? Let us make it a lively affair. This suggestion quickly bore fruit as guests began to rise. Some already showcasing their gifts. Look at this magnificent red coral. Quite rare. Someone boasted. I couldn't possibly be careless for such an occasion. Another added, this piece. It dates back to the Tang Dynasty, a true treasure. Zhao Qingsong, seated at the head table and fond of antiques, grew increasingly intrigued as he wandered to examine the gifts. An attendant offered him white gloves, and he donned them, keenly inspecting the items. Indeed, quite impressive, he mused. His spirits lifted by the thoughtfulness of his guests, which in turn symbolized their respect for the Zhao family. When the night pearl was presented to Zhao Qingsong, he received it with great care, exclaiming, in my long life, this is the first time I have encountered a true night pearl. Young Master Wang, you were truly thoughtful. Wang Yaohua beamed with pride, relishing the praise. As the crowd gathered around, Zhao Qingsong stood on the stage to facilitate the proceedings. Suddenly, Wang Yaohua feigned surprise. Pointing towards the corner, who is that young man? He seems unfamiliar. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, dismissing Wang Yaohua's theatrics, thinking it beneath him to engage with such pretentiousness. Unconcerned, Zhang Hao continued his meal, contemplating the matter of the martial artist hired by Wang Yaohua. He had already discerned that the individual was indeed employed by Wang, and he contemplated the nature of the abilities they wielded. However, unlike others, he struggled to manifest his own powers. You may not know, but this guy is not a young master. He is merely a courier, someone remarked. Laughter erupted among the guests. The Zhao family is truly generous, even extending kindness to their employees. He's not one of our guests, interjected Zhao Jiaojuan impatiently. He is just here to mooch off our hospitality. Right, grandfather? Zhao Qingsong frowned, casting a sharp glare at Zhao Jiaojuan. Was this young man an invitation from Zhao Yuting? Zhao Qingsong's second uncle queried Zhang Hao directly. How did you come to be here? A woman clutched her chest in mock horror. It's alarming that anyone can simply sit down to eat these days. Many young ladies in attendance turned their gazes towards Zhang Hao, their expressions reflecting disdain towards what they perceived as a lowly presence. Zhao Yuting quickly intervened. Uncle, he came with me. Yuting, while I appreciate your kindness towards your subordinates, you cannot bring him here. Today is grandfather's birthday. I would prefer to avoid any embarrassment. Zhang Hao, you should leave. She added disdainfully, you should hurry along. Your presence is unwelcome. The crowd echoed her sentiment, their disdain palpable, as they looked upon him as if he were a beggar. Zhao Yuting was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for her uncle's abrupt expulsion of a guest. This individual had been invited by her grandfather, indicating that her uncle was entirely unaware of this arrangement. Zhang Hao, however, remained unfazed. He had anticipated that the elderly Zhao would utter something, yet to his surprise, the patriarch remained silent. Frowning, Zhang Hao's mind raced as he quickly pieced together the situation. Indeed, the old man had invited him out of goodwill, but had he spoken up now, he would likely have been met with disbelief. The disparity in their statuses would only invite ridicule and scorn upon his words. With this realization, Zhang Hao rose slowly and addressed the crowd. What is the matter with the courier? Did I consume your rice or perhaps rescue your child from a well? This quip shattered the previously tense atmosphere, eliciting suppressed laughter from Zhao Yuting, while two nearby girls gawked at Zhang Hao in astonishment. His audacity to speak so boldly at the Zhao family's banquet was remarkable. Yet, his words had offended everyone present. Wang Yaohua stepped forward, a grin plastered across his face as he said, we harbor no disdain towards you. However, we are all here to celebrate the old man's birthday. Setting aside how you managed to intrude, did you bring a gift? Another voice chimed in. Indeed. Arriving without a gift merely suggests you intend to mooch. With a scoff, he continued, I see this fellow as nothing more than a penniless wretch. Yuting, perhaps you should call the police. He might be here to steal something. At this remark, the crowd busily began checking for their gifts, as if to assert that this unrefined intruder was nothing but a thief. Zhao Yuting's expression darkened as she reprimanded the girl beside her, Xiao Yun. How can you slander Zhang Hao like this? Xiao Yun, the pampered darling of the Xiao family, had always been treated like a princess and could hardly bear such accusations. Yuting, I am merely looking out for you. Just look at him. He possesses not a single respectable item. The clothing is clearly from a street vendor. How could you associate with someone like him? It's far too perilous. Zhao Yuting opened her mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by anger. She had known Xiao Yun since childhood and was well aware of her superficiality, a product of being raised in luxury, embodying a princess complex without remedy. Wang Yuhua's lips curled into a smirk, clearly anticipating that Zhang Hao is the one responsible for the gift. Zhang Hao, brace yourself for humiliation. He hurried over. Fearing Zhang Hao might snatch the gift away, he held the box, noting its light weight, and exclaimed, "Is this your offering?" Zhang Hao, casually munching on a piece of meat, retorted, "Are you blind? Can't you see what it is?" "Ah, I shall maintain my decorum and not stoop to your level." Wang Yuhua replied, taken aback by Zhang Hao's bluntness. He began to untie the box's ribbon, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we shall witness something extraordinary. Let us unveil the treasure presented by our guest. Could it be a delivery receipt?" He laughed, addressing Zhang Hao mockingly. He placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing two palm-sized, fish scale-like objects that were notably thicker than fish scales. "What is this? Fish scales?" someone questioned. "They don't resemble fish scales. They look like jade to me," another interjected. "Don't be ridiculous. Such murky jade cannot be considered jade." The two pieces were identical in size and shape, appearing to be oversized fish scales. Zhao Qingtsong observed, shaking his head in confusion, "I cannot discern what these are." Wang Yuhua perked up at this. Having been tricked by Zhang Hao before, he hesitated to speak too boldly. The old patriarch of the Zhao family had a deep passion for antiques and was highly knowledgeable. If even he could not identify these objects, they must truly be worthless. Wang Yuhua scoffed, "Courier, you ought to leave. Those scales are more pathetic than the chopsticks you used." "Security, remove this fool," Zhao Jiaojuan shouted, eager to summon the guards. Before the crowd, Zhang Hao suddenly stood up, startling Wang Yuhua, who instinctively recoiled, nearly colliding with Zhao Qingtsong. "What do you intend to do? This is a birthday banquet. With so many witnesses. Young Wang, what do you fear? I am merely a courier. How could I pose any threat to you?" Wang Yuhua's expression shifted as he realized his faux pas, quickly regaining his composure and commanding, "I have no desire to waste words with you. Leave at once." At that moment, Zhao Qingtsong intervened, inviting Zhang Hao to his side. He pointed at the objects on the table. "What exactly are these? Are they perhaps rare medicinal materials?" The crowd began murmuring in confusion. "This is peculiar. Why would the old man summon him?" "I have no idea. Isn't he just a courier?" Perhaps the old man is merely intrigued by those items. They certainly seem unfamiliar. I too wish to know what they are, especially if they outshine young Wang's luminous pearl. Wang Yuhua's eyes twitched in irritation. How could these fools compare the worthless scales Zhang Hao brought with his precious pearl? Zhang Hao took the two objects and walked to the floor, placing them on the ground. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from a nearby table and poured it directly over the items. "What are you doing? Oh my goodness, what is happening?" As the water cascaded onto the ground, it seemed to possess a life of its own, flowing toward the two objects. The spectators were left in awe. The water circled the items before being absorbed entirely, yet they remained unchanged. Zhang Hao continued pouring, and the audience held their breath, captivated, lest they miss something extraordinary. Wang Yuhua strained to see, utterly fascinated by the unfolding spectacle. After pouring out several bottles, the ground was left completely dry, as every drop was consumed by the objects. That should suffice. Zhang Hao lifted his foot and stepped down. With a crunch, he smiled at the elder Zhao. "I intended to present this after the banquet. However, since some wish to see it now, I suppose I shall unveil it." As he lifted his foot, numerous pale gray fragments lay scattered, resembling dull jade pieces. Amidst them glimmered two radiant golden objects, reminiscent of glass. Suddenly, they expanded in size dramatically. "Ah, they've grown. They're moving. They're moving." In mere seconds, the objects visibly swelled until they reached the size of a table, finally coming to a halt. The golden scales shimmered brilliantly, casting radiant reflections. "Good heavens! Am I seeing things, or is this a dream? Zhang Hao, what on earth are these?" Just as Zhang Hao was about to respond, a sharp sound echoed through the banquet hall. The porcelain vase in the elder Zhao's hands shattered on the ground, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the golden scales. His mouth agape in disbelief. Zhang Hao, recognizing the elder's reaction, fell silent, aware that the patriarch had come to a realization. Zhao Qingtsong staggered down from the stage. Brushing aside those who sought to assist him, he approached the golden scales and knelt, his hands gently caressing their surface. "Grandfather, what is wrong? Father, please get up." Zhao Yiting and Zhao's second uncle hurried over. Unaware of the situation, one might think that the elder of the Zhao family had been possessed. Zhao Qingtsong waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, yet the fervor in his eyes remained undiminished. Indeed, it seemed to intensify. "Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would witness such a marvel? Zhang Hao, this gift of yours is extraordinarily precious." Zhang Hao stepped forward, helping the elder Zhao to his feet, and with a subtle smile remarked, "A humble token, not to be taken as a sign of respect. I heard from Yiting that the Zhao family has several ships at sea. I believe these two items will be of assistance." Zhao's general was in a state of agitation. urging from the side, "Come on, gentlemen, let us not keep us in suspense. What exactly is this? Share it with us so we may behold it." Zhao Qingsong cast a complex gaze at Zhang Hao, then turned to the crowd with an expression of utmost solemnity. "This item is hard-won. The last remnant left by the Jiaolong. However, my understanding of it is limited. I shall let Zhang Hao elucidate." With that, Zhao Qingsong looked back at Zhang Hao, his eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation. Zhang Hao, understanding the unspoken words, realized that the elder Zhao was not ignorant, but rather providing him an opportunity. This old fox clearly wished to prevent Wang Yuhua from gaining any advantage. The Jiaolong transforms into a dragon, traversing through the heavenly thunder. The 7-inch reverse scale grows when it meets water. This item can ensure peace upon the waters and unobstructed passage from all directions. Zhang Hao concluded, casting a knowing glance at Wang Yuhua, and coldly remarked, "Since we are to engage in a contest, let us do so sincerely. What does it mean for you, young Master Wang, to present a counterfeit as a gift?" Chapter 46. The counterfeit. What did you say? Wang Yuhua's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Zhang Hao. "Who are you calling a counterfeit? This luminous pearl was purchased at great expense. It is genuine." "Oh, is that so?" Without hesitation, Zhang Hao approached and seized the luminous pearl. This rare gemstone glows brilliantly in the darkness, allowing one to see clearly. Despite the ample light in the banquet hall, your pearl stands out excessively. Rather rude for a counterfeit, wouldn't you agree? Wang Yuhua gritted his teeth, retorting, "You know nothing. Mine is the finest among luminous pearls, naturally brighter. Do spare me. Do you think it's a light bulb in your living room?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. In truth, many had merely heard of luminous pearls. Few had ever seen one. Such treasures are exceedingly rare. In ancient times, only nobles and dignitaries could possess them. After their deaths, these pearls often became burial items. These natural gems, under the conditions of ancient tombs, would lose their brilliance over time, reducing to inconspicuous little spheres. The few that remained are typically housed in museums. Those that appear among the populace are exceedingly rare, countable on one hand. The largest known luminous pearl in existence requires 4 people to encircle it. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes at Wang Yuhua and countered, "If I can prove that your item is fake, then you must do whatever I ask. How does that sound?" Wang Yuhua hesitated but quickly agreed, as Zhang Hao had presented the opportunity he had longed for. "Fine, if you can't prove it, you must leave here crawling. And before you go, you must call me father. A gentleman's word is his bond." Zhang Hao tossed Wang Yuhua the pearl. As Wang Yuhua caught it, Zhang Hao discreetly wiped his hand in his pocket. With a slight motion of his fingers, he produced another pearl. This one was a pale green, reminiscent of jade, though not as translucent. "Young Master Wang, do observe closely." Zhang Hao activated the flashlight on his phone and illuminated the pearl. Moments later, he turned off the lights in the hall. Heavens! It truly glowed. Zhang Hao's pearl began to transform, emitting a gentle aura, and within seconds, its brightness intensified. In less than a minute, this small pearl illuminated half the banquet hall, radiating a soft yet brilliant light, not harsh to the eyes. Zhang Hao's hand cradled the pearl, his skin appearing somewhat translucent. In contrast, Wang Yuhua's pearl, while bright, emitted a glaring light. The comparison rendered Wang Yuhua's item akin to a mere light bulb. With a click, the lights returned, and Zhang Hao's pearl continued to shine resplendently, while Wang Yuhua's began to fade. Genuine luminous pearls retain their brilliance for an extended duration after absorbing light, whereas yours is merely an ordinary stone adorned with a bit of fluorite powder, which may last a couple of days at best. As you can see, a sinking feeling gripped Wang Yuhua, for this item had indeed arrived 2 days prior. Originally, he had prepared a jade cabbage as a gift, but upon acquiring the luminous pearl, he had changed his mind. Ironically, his desire to show off had led to his own downfall. Zhang Hao placed his luminous pearl into the box Wang Yuhua had brought and closed it, handing it to the nearby steward. "I didn't have a box prepared. Young Master Wang's family is prosperous, so I shall borrow this one for my offering." Wang Yuhua's face turned ashen, nearly choking with indignation. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingsong was exceedingly pleased, as Zhang Hao had presented 2 rare treasures, each a remarkable gift. Had it been anyone else, they might have been compelled to run a few laps in excitement at this moment. Wang Yuhua glanced at the pearl in his hand and threw it to the ground. With a crack, the pearl shattered, releasing a flurry of fluorite powder that glimmered on the floor. Wang Yuhua, seething with rage, stood up and declared, "Mr. Zhao, I was deceived this time. Await my news. I will not let that swindler go." As he spoke, Wang Yuhua made to leave. At that moment, Zhang Hao calmly interjected, "Young Master Wang, have you forgotten something?" Wang Yuhua turned around, nearly spitting blood. In front of the crowd, he could not simply flee. Gritting his teeth and bracing himself, he retorted, "Zhang Hao, don't go too far. TSK, young Master Wang, who is bullying whom here?" Wang Yuhua attempted to say more, But Zhang Hao stood up and advanced towards him. What are you doing? I am. Zhang Hao swiftly kicked Wang Yaohua several meters away. As Wang Yaohua fell to the ground, he was momentarily dazed. Zhang Hao pointed towards the banquet hall's entrance. Crawl out. Our wager is concluded. What did you say? Crawl out from here. The crowd gasped in shock. Even the elder Zhao looked at Zhang Hao in astonishment. How ruthless. Zhang Hao's move rendered Wang Yaohua utterly disgraced. With a counterfeit pearl and the demand to crawl out, Wang Yaohua would have no face left to show. If someone with a weaker disposition were in his place, they might have already met a tragic end. Wang Yaohua rose from the ground with a cold smile, dusting off his clothing, and nonchalantly extended a finger. I will give you 1 million. Let us call it quits. Zhang Hao scoffed. 1 million seems a bit paltry, considering you paid 2 million to have my life taken. Wang Yaohua's expression shifted to one of horror, disbelief washing over him. Today, when he first saw Zhang Hao, he had worn a similar expression, but he had concealed it well. Zhang Hao, how do you? If he were to ask, it would be tantamount to admitting to hiring an assassin. Such matters are not trivial. Zhang Hao lifted his chin, his gaze fixed toward the door. Very well. I shall crawl. Zhang Hao, you wait for me. Wang Yaohua crawled humorously towards the banquet hall's entrance, a comical sight indeed. Chapter 47. The Gathering of Restraint. Wang Zhongchang's son, the young master of the Wang group, made his exit from the banquet hall in such a manner. Inside, silence reigned, as attendees were left astounded, unable even to muster a laugh. The gazes directed at Zhang Hao resembled those reserved for a creature of peculiar nature. In the world of business, where cunning minds prevail, whispers began to circulate after a moment's pause. This situation is far from simple. There must be intricacies at play that we are unaware of, one remarked. Did you not notice the expression on the young master's face? He was utterly obedient to Zhang Hao, more so than he has ever been with his own father. You should investigate Zhang Hao's true identity. While others harbored their thoughts, Zhang Hao remained indifferent. The banquet had grown tedious, out of respect for the Zhao family patriarch. He did not depart immediately, but instead found a seat. Soon, the festivities resumed, albeit with a notable shift in attitude towards Zhang Hao, who was invited to sit beside the venerable elder of the Zhao family. The butler had already taken away 2 items. Yet the earlier events were still fresh in everyone's minds, leading to a complete reversal in their demeanor towards Zhang Hao. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming weariness. Zhao Yuting handed him a glass of red wine, smiling as she suggested, let us take a stroll. It feels stifling in here. With the elder Zhao preoccupied with socializing, Zhang Hao nodded and followed Zhao Yuting outside. They ascended to the rooftop, where Zhao Yuting raised her wine glass, asking, Shall we celebrate? Celebrate what? Zhang Hao inquired. Of course, for your splendid handling of Wang Yaohua. It was so satisfying. Zhang Hao chuckled in agreement and lifted his glass. Zhao Yuting gazed up at the starry sky, and in that moment, it seemed as if the entire expanse of stars had descended into her eyes, her beautiful orbs shimmering with an enchanting light. Zhang Hao, please do not take to heart what my uncle said earlier. It's nothing. I'm quite accustomed to it. He replied. I'm not sure why my grandfather invited you. This environment is truly unfriendly to you. Zhang Hao chuckled softly. Puzzled by Zhao Yuting's implication, was she attempting to console him? Zhang Hao, if my grandfather invites you again, you have every right to decline. I have no choice but to reside in the Zhao family, but you possess the power of choice. This socializing can be quite bothersome. You're unaware of your own fortune. You are the young lady of the Zhao family, living such a splendid life. Aren't you satisfied? What about that Xiao girl? Isn't she a part of it? Zhao Yuting sighed. She is merely a scion of a prominent family. Necessary social interactions, I suppose. This evening, Zhao Yuting exuded a unique charm in her red evening gown. Beneath her elegance lay a hint of melancholy, making her even more captivating. Zhang Hao understood her sentiment and was about to offer her some comforting words when suddenly, a beam of light illuminated their surroundings. The rooftop overlooked the hotel's main entrance, and the lights quickly converged upon Zhao Yuting. Shielding her eyes from the glare, she muttered in annoyance, Who is that? What a lunatic. I'm going blind. Chuckling, she shielded her eyes and peered down. Suddenly, the crowd below erupted into chaos as a multitude of helium balloons ascended, and Wang Yaohua's voice boomed through a loudspeaker, Yuting, marry me. The atmosphere became electric as petals cascaded from above. This seemingly romantic tableau filled Zhao Yuting with exasperation. Wang Yaohua, impeccably dressed in a suit, held a bouquet of vibrant roses in one arm and a ring box in the other. Yuting, I am serious. Please marry me. Kneeling, he looked utterly sincere, as if the person who had crawled out moments ago was a different individual altogether. Zhao Qingcong furrowed his brow, but refrained from intervening. After all, Wang Yaohua was a young master of the Wang family, and the two families were relatively equal in influence, a match that could be deemed suitable. Zhao Yuting shot him a glare. You're insane. Do I even know you? Yuting, I genuinely like you. Marry me, and I will treat you well. Our families are already connected. We are well matched. You're delusional. Zhao Yuting hiked up her evening gown and hastily exited the banquet hall, the butler trailing behind as she whispered something to him. By the time Wang Yuhua rushed out, the car had already whisked Zhao Yuting away. He stood there, roses dropping to the ground, his expression one of utter despair. Zhao Yuting had actually rejected him. At a suburban estate, Bei Feng sat in the courtyard sipping tea while Shangguan Yi practiced martial stances nearby, his face a mask of despair. Master, this is too much. Bei Feng shot him a disapproving glance and reprimanded, I told you to be more cautious. If it weren't for Xiao Hao saving you, you would be a corpse by now. Shangguan Yi lamented, Master, I promise I will train diligently and never act recklessly again. He quickly changed the subject. If Brother Hao can obtain the spiritual herbs, I will never be deceived again. By the way, Master, why did you suddenly decide to bring Brother Hao along? He is a pill master. What if the Lingyun Pavilion finds out? What do you think Zhang Hao is? A living person whom you expect to hide away for eternity? Bei Tangfeng sipped his tea, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He had chosen to bring Zhang Hao to the Tianjin Grand Assembly to broaden his horizons, to expose him to the world of the Taoist sections. Most importantly, this would be Zhang Hao's first true encounter with those influential figures. There was no telling what cunning fox might attempt to win Zhang Hao over. Shangguan Yi's concerns were not unfounded. Zhang Hao was a protege Bei Tangfeng had painstakingly nurtured. Should he be snatched away midway, Bei Tangfeng would find himself at a loss for tears. Oh, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. I can only hope that Zhang Hao remembers some kindness from me. As long as he does not turn against me, I shall be content. Master, please lift the formation. My legs are about to give out. Bei Tangfeng snorted and dismissed Shangguan Yi, continuing his stance practice. Chapter 48. Apprehension. The Wang and Zhao families have a long history of entanglements, yet by the time of Wang Yuhua and Zhao Yuting, they had seemingly come to an understanding. Aside from business frictions, reconciliation was indeed possible. If Wang Yuhua and Zhao Yuting were to unite in marriage, many issues would be resolved. Not long ago, the patriarchs of both families had discussed this matter over the phone. Wang Zongchang had no objections. Zhao Yuting was highly capable and stunningly beautiful, making her an ideal daughter-in-law for the Wang family. Moreover, if Zhao Yuting could consolidate control over the Zhao family, everything would ultimately belong to the Wang family. The elder of the Zhao family remained ambivalent, neither encouraging nor opposing the idea, leaving the decision to Zhao Yuting's inclinations. Thus, Wang Yuhua focused all his thoughts on Zhao Yuting. Once she agreed, the matters between the two families would be resolved. Considering the local context, Wang Yuhua was the only one deemed worthy of Zhao Yuting's stature. In the past, no matter how boastful Wang Yuhua was, Zhao Yuting had never overstepped, mindful of the dignity of both families. However, this time, Zhao Yuting had outright rejected Wang Yuhua in front of the local elite. This act was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Wang Yuhua's face, effectively announcing that the prospect of their union was nothing more than a jest. The Wang family would remain distinct from the Zhao family. Following this evening, many business associates would likely reassess their alliances. Wang Yuhua clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with rage. He had initially planned to propose tonight, intending to seize the opportunity of old Master Zhao's birthday celebration. Knowing that Zhao Yuting would find it difficult to refuse, he thought that afterward, the situation would naturally fall into place, and the marriage proposal would be successful. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Hao, that troublesome interloper, appeared and caused him to lose face right then and there. Wang Yuhua believed that everything was Zhang Hao's fault. Had it not been for his interference, Zhao Yuting would not have been so resolute in her rejection. More importantly, old Master Zhao had not uttered a single word during the entire incident. At that moment, Wang Yuhua's phone rang. Wang Zongchang was on the line, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning of Wang Yuhua's failed proposal, he erupted in fury. What are you still capable of? Didn't I tell you to prepare thoroughly? Take advantage of that old fool Zhao's birthday and secure his granddaughter. Dad, I messed up, Wang Yuhua lamented, recounting the events surrounding the luminous pearl and Zhang Hao's unwelcome appearance. As he spoke, he could feel tears brimming in his eyes. It's that Zhang Hao again. Dad, I will find a way to deal with him. With a sharp click, the call ended, clearly indicating that Wang Zongchang was in no mood to deal with his disappointing son. Wang Yuhua crouched by the roadside, staring blankly at his luxury car, feeling utterly lost. The dual blows to his career and love life had left him feeling battered, his face swollen and unrecognizable. Young master, the banquet will soon conclude. We should leave now, suggested his driver. I know, Wang Yuhua replied, standing up. The helium balloons in the sky had dwindled to just a few, drifting away without a trace. He gazed out the window at the street, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Mick, I must eliminate Zhang Hao. I cannot allow him to continue being a thorn in my side. The driver nodded silently, expressionless, as he handed Wang Yuhua a black business card that bore only a series of numbers, devoid of any text. Wang Yuhua clenched his teeth. Making that call would inevitably involve unsavory individuals, a situation hard to control. Shortly after Zhao Yiting departed, Zhang Hao also left the banquet hall. Beidang Feng had not attended the gathering. As he put it, a mere Zhao family was beneath his notice. In the quaint courtyard, the night breeze was refreshing, and Zhang Hao sipped tea, finding solace in the tranquility. Kid, what troubles are you facing? I ran into Wang Yaohua, and I can't help but wonder why he insists on crossing paths with me. Is he simply bored? Huh, you blocked his path. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, exclaiming, his affair with Yiting? That's because she looks down on him. It's not my doing. Yet, it's not just that. You've become quite a prominent figure. Many are beginning to take notice of you, so you'd best keep a low profile for now. Being too conspicuous is not advisable, Beidang Feng advised. Sipping his tea slowly. Since this has already occurred, let it be. Tomorrow, take a leave. I have important matters to attend to. And I can't waste time dealing with these petty squabbles. Zhang Hao nodded, realizing that he still had no clear resolution regarding the elixir matter. Furthermore, the Tianjin Grand Assembly was about to commence the following day. The next day, Zhang Hao did not go to the office, but instead had Lu to help him take a leave of absence. Lu chuckled in disbelief. Brother Hao, don't joke. You're the team leader. I can just register it for you. Fine. I haven't been feeling well lately. I'll rest for a few days. Handle things as they arise. If nothing comes up, all the better. Lu agreed, and Zhang Hao hung up. As the Bentley drove along, he noticed that Shang Guanyi had nearly recovered, still maintaining his usual playful demeanor. Beidang Feng glanced at Zhang Hao's phone. Turn it off. It's pointless to have it on in such a place. Save some battery. Huh? Is it that strict? Could there be a signal jammer? Zhang Hao inquired, but ceased further questioning, obediently shutting down his phone and following Beidang Feng's example to rest for a while. Time flew by, and eventually, the Bentley halted at the foot of a grand mountain. When Zhang Hao stepped out, a chill wind hit him, causing him to shiver. Is this really the place? He questioned, for all he could see was the towering mountain. Beidang Feng produced a wooden plaque, hanging it around his neck before stepping forward. In an instant, Beidang Feng's figure vanished as though he had never existed. Zhang Hao's heart raced as he hurriedly activated his cultivation, only to discover a layer of mist before him. How go? Don't look. This is a formation laid out by the head of Lingyun Pavilion. Even my master couldn't break it. Just where the plaque obediently. Shang Guanhong also donned a plaque, and Zhang Hao followed suit. They both stepped forward, and in an instant, the scenery transformed as if they had traversed through time. Quaint shops lined the street, and at the end stood an imposing red arena, flanked by war drums. Zhang Hao swallowed hard, feeling the flow of energy around him. All those passing by were undoubtedly skilled practitioners. Chapter 49, the Tianjin Grand Assembly. How go? Those shops are nothing. Did you see the arena? Shang Guanyi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. Of course, I can see. Shang Guanyi grinned. There are treasures to be found over there. However, the Tianjin Grand Assembly hasn't started yet. Let me show you around. Sure, let's explore. Zhang Hao was filled with curiosity as it was his first encounter with this realm. As they meandered through the shops, he noticed that Shang Guanyi was quite popular, having numerous acquaintances. In one shop, Shang Guanyi looked at an antique porcelain vase, shaking his head. Zhang Hao, not well versed in such matters, asked, "What's wrong? Is it fake?" Haha, don't be ridiculous. How good? There is no such thing as fakes here unless the shop owner is looking to endanger their life. Then what's with that expression? Shang Guanyi replied seriously, material possessions bring misfortune. They hold no significance. Isn't this when you're supposed to be making money off me? The two of them burst into laughter, playfully bickering as they browsed. Beidang Feng had left alone, and Zhang Hao did not inquire about his whereabouts. In truth, he was aware that Beidang Feng's identity was not simple, but he was not overly curious about the specifics. Having considered him a friend, some things were better left unasked. Half an hour later, Shang Guanyi and Zhang Hao exited a shop. The street beneath the arena had transformed. It was now deserted, with chairs set up along the entire thoroughfare. How go? It's about to start. Let us go. Shang Guanyi urged, removing the small wooden plaque from around his neck and applying force with both hands. Crack! The wooden plaque shattered instantly. Shang Guanyi's figure flashed, and he sat down in a chair. Interesting. The plaque contained a formation. Breaking it activated the array. The mastermind behind the Tianjin Grand Assembly truly was a remarkable individual. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Once everyone was seated, a veil of mist enveloped their faces, obscuring their features. Zhang Hao could only recognize Shang Guanyi by his clothing. The two quietly conversed when suddenly, movement occurred on the arena. Two stunning women stood on either side of the platform, their appearances identical twins. I'm getting tired of seeing them every year. Zhang Hao remarked as the women approached the war drums. Boom, boom, boom. The resonating drum beats echoed, and the women, adorned with silver bells that jingled with their movements, commanded attention. As the drumming ceased, one of the women clapped her hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to waste time with pleasantries. This year, there are many valuable treasures. I wish you all good fortune in acquiring what you desire. The Tianjin Grand Assembly begins. With that, she struck the war drum, and soon after, items were brought forth for display. Seated below, some individuals began to produce items, placing them at the edge of the platform. What is the meaning of this? Are things for sale? Of course they are. As Shang Guanyi spoke, he left his seat to put down his own items. The Tianjin Grand Gathering is, in essence, a marketplace for individuals from various sects to trade with one another. Within this gathering, the convenience of collective interaction is evident. For instance, Zhang Hao attended with the sole purpose of acquiring spiritual herbs. Regardless of the commotion above, he remained disinterested, merely enjoying the spectacle. After several items were auctioned, he stifled a yawn, nearly succumbing to slumber. At that moment, Shang Guanyi nudged Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, it's here. What's here? Oh, it's the items we've been hoping for. Zhang Hao focused his gaze, and indeed, beside the beautiful woman, there sat a flower pot containing a spiritual herb. This auction featured 30 such herbs, with an opening bid of 1 million, increasing in increments of 100,000. As the auction commenced, bids flew in rapid succession. Zhang Hao remained still, recognizing that raising his paddle at this juncture would be futile. He had no intention of being a mere pawn. Shang Guanyi, understanding the situation, lounged with his legs crossed, casually snacking on seeds, and offered some to Zhang Hao. The two enjoyed the show, reveling in their amusement. In the blink of an eye, the price escalated to 1,500,000. Zhang Hao marveled inwardly at such a price, thinking it a desperate gamble. After 1,500,000, only one individual raised the bid to 1,600,000, and then silence ensued. Observing this, Shang Guanyi swiftly raised his paddle, 1,700,000. Don't compete with me. You all intend to resell, and at this price, there is hardly any profit to be made. Cut it out, will you? Be quiet. Laughter and jeers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Shang Guanyi spoke the truth. At 1,700,000, the price had nearly reached its ceiling. Dropping his paddle, he grinned at Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, it's settled. Remember, you're footing the bill for the spiritual herb. Just as Zhang Hao was about to respond, the person in front of them raised their paddle, 1,800,000. Shang Guanyi spat out a seed shell, astonished. What? Are you out of your mind? That surpasses market value. Who are you selling it to? The individual in front ignored him. The auctioneer began calling out the bids, and Shang Guanyi raised his middle finger while hastily raising his paddle. 2 million. 2 million? Good heavens, what else with the spiritual herb today? Is this fellow a pill master? Most likely, for who else would be willing to bid such an exorbitant amount? The individual turned, their expression obscured by a mist. But it was evident that they were not pleased. Shang Guanyi chuckled. My friend, I have my connections, so don't compete with me. After this, let us be friends. And I'll show you a good time. Get lost. The person retorted angrily, their voice deep and commanding, suggesting they were no youth. They raised their paddle once more, declaring loudly, at 100,000. The beautiful woman on stage was taken aback and quickly interjected, 210,000 for 30 spiritual herbs. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any further bids? Reaching this sum, Shang Guanyi was left dumbfounded. The incremental bidding for 30 spiritual herbs seemed utterly ludicrous. Shang Guanyi turned to Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, shall we wait for the next round? I suspect this fellow is a pill master, and he is determined. Just then, Zhang Hao raised his paddle. The beautiful woman immediately smiled. 220,000. 220,000 once, 220,000 twice. 3 times. Great. Next item. Chapter 50. Prophet A staff member approached Zhang Hao, holding a card reader. Zhang Hao tossed his bank card, continuing to focus on the auction stage. The staff member accepted the card, glancing at it with a tightened expression. He refrained from disturbing Zhang Hao, swiping the card swiftly before hastily departing. Moments later, someone delivered a platter of fruit, snacks, and a pot of tea. Zhang Hao poured himself a cup, taking a sip and exclaiming in surprise, Jiashan Yunwu? Sir, this is a gift from our boss. Please enjoy it, and if it doesn't suit your taste, we can bring something else, the attendant said, flashing a broad smile revealing 8 perfect teeth. Zhang Hao shook his head, dismissing it, attributing such treatment to his high expenditure. Over 2 million for tea was hardly significant. After 2 items, spiritual herbs appeared once more, this time in ample quantity, 400 herbs, with an opening bid of 15 million. Upon hearing this figure, the bids dwindled. The crowd began to raise their paddles in increments of 10,000, sending chills down Zhang Hao's spine. He rubbed his bank card. He had never checked how much was in it. Regardless, it was unlikely he possessed 15 million. For the moment, he hesitated to bid, fearing that if he won, he would have to swipe his card, and the consequences of insufficient funds would be dire. At this juncture, Shangguan Yi raised his paddle. 16 million. I'll take them all. The pill master in front of him sprang to his feet. Are you looking for trouble? You're not a pill master. Why must you compete for these herbs? Shangguan Yi scoffed. I'm doing as I please. Why do you have so much to say? 20 million. Ladies and gentlemen. This gentleman bids 20 million. Instantly, all eyes turned to the back. Shangguan Yi and Zhang Hao quickly glanced back. In the last row sat a solitary figure, the only occupant, with all other seats vacant. Shangguan Yi gasped. What? Why is he here? Who is it? You can't even see his face. How do you know who he is? Shangguan Yi hurriedly explained, in the entire sect. The only person who could spend 20 million on spiritual herbs is the foremost pill master, Li Chongqing. Moreover, he alone can afford such a seat, which cost 1 million. Zhang Hao absorbed this information, his mind swirling with thoughts of wealth. He understood. It was a particularly affluent pill master. Ah, yes. No, Brother Hao. This is not the time for such discussions. This batch of spiritual herbs is now available, and there will be no more afterward. But 20 million. Shangguan Yi's face fell, his silence profound. 20 million was a staggering sum. Even if he were sold, he could not produce it. Oh, my pills. My path to wealth. Why had Li Chongqing appeared after all these years? What a twist of fate. Zhang Hao glanced at the staff member beside him. Can you check the balance on this card? The staff member's expression shifted at the question. He leaned in closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Sir, are you joking with me? No, Zhang Hao replied. The staff member gestured at the card in Zhang Hao's hand. This card has a minimum limit of 100 million. 20 million is hardly a challenge. What? No way. Shangguan Yi's eyes widened as he smacked his forehead. I thought it looked familiar. My master is so biased. This meant that the card contained at least 100 million. Zhang Hao's heart raced, and if Feng Lao were present, he would have wanted to embrace him on the spot. What a generous act. Shangguan Yi was quick to raise his paddle, challenging Li Chongqing. Ultimately, Zhang Hao and Shangguan Yi secured the items for 30 million, marking the largest transaction of the auction thus far. In the last row, Li Chongqing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Beside him stood Bei Tangfeng. Li, it's been years. Why are you still quarreling with the younger generation? Bei Tangfeng. I knew it was you, you old fox. But who is that kid? Bei Tangfeng chuckled softly. Ah, a junior. Do not take it to heart. Such spiritual herbs will surely be within your grasp, especially with your connections, should Lingyun Pavilion choose to relent. Li Chongqing gritted his teeth and hurled the token to the ground, rising to leave. Hold on. What are you doing? Bei Tangfeng interjected. As a Dan master, I may not stand a chance against you in a brawl, but I can surely make you suffer from an upset stomach for a year and a half. Bei Tangfeng coughed and waved his hand urgently. Li Laozu, my sins do not merit such punishment. Please, have a seat. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Li Chongqing hesitated but ultimately complied and sat down. The two elderly gentlemen whispered among themselves, while Zhang Hao and Shangguan Yi observed from a distance. Although they could not see Bei Tangfeng's face, they recognized his attire. Without a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Yi and Zhang Hao made their way over to join the fray after acquiring the spiritual herbs. Bei Tangfeng smiled. The junior I mentioned earlier is him. Just as Li Chongqing was about to respond, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Boom, boom. The familiar rhythm of drums echoed again as two young women struck the war drums. Li Chongqing sat upright, his attention fixed sternly on the arena. Zhang Hao turned to look as well. Li Chongqing, renowned as the foremost stand master, certainly had more to his presence than merely seeking spiritual herbs. The herbs, though precious, could not warrant such an extravagant effort unless something of greater significance was at stake. Zhang Hao pondered this, excitement bubbling within him. As the two women vacated the arena, a young man stepped forward, his face unobscured. It was clear he was a member of the staff at the Tianjin Grand Assembly. The man possessed striking features, with captivating peach blossom eyes that ensnared one's attention. Ah, it appears the young master of Lingyun Pavilion has personally taken the stage. This treasure must be quite extraordinary. Shangguan Yi murmured. Zhang Hao nodded, a slight hiss escaping his lips. Is it just my imagination? Or does this Lingfeng seem familiar? It must be an illusion. Even I have scarcely glimpsed Lingfeng throughout the year. That lad is notoriously elusive, always engaged in some obscure endeavor. Lingfeng brought forth a box made of purple sandalwood, towering half a man's height, and placed it carefully at the center of the platform. Recently, our Lingyun Pavilion has acquired a secret treasure, the only one of its kind in existence. Chapter 51. A desperate struggle the moment Lingfeng spoke. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What treasure could be so precious? Young master, do not keep us in suspense. Enlighten us. Without any apparent action from Ling Feng, the box opened instantaneously. The lid of the box unfurled like blooming petals, revealing a pitch-black cauldron within. Li Changshan's body jolted, and he sprang to his feet. Ling Feng, I must have this item. As soon as the words left his mouth, Beidang Feng restrained him, signaling for him to sit back down. Ling Feng remained unfazed, as if he had not heard Li Changshan's proclamation, pretending not to recognize him. This is no ordinary item. Those who understand will grasp its significance, while those who do not need not inquire further. Our Lingyun Pavilion presents this treasure to rejuvenate the lineage of Dan Masters. Thus, only Dan Masters are qualified to contest for it. Li Changxing laughed heartily from below. Why not simply declare it as a gift to me instead of dancing around it? Indeed, who among the gathered could rival him? Zhang Hao nudged Shangguan Yi for clarification. Shangguan Yi informed him that Dan Masters are exceedingly rare within the Taoist sect. After centuries, their numbers have dwindled to fewer than 100. Regarding the object atop the platform, Shangguan Yi smiled wryly. If I'm not mistaken, that is the legendary Jiuli Ding, a treasure from ancient times. I thought it was merely a myth, yet here it stands before us. The Jiuli Ding. Zhang Hao's mind reeled as he gazed at the cauldron. For a Dan master, the Jiuli Ding represents the pinnacle of alchemical furnaces. Its intricacies are self-evident. Even ordinary formulas, when refined within the Jiuli Ding, yield superior elixirs. No wonder Ling Feng speaks of invigorating the Dan master lineage with the Jiuli Ding. How could the lineage not flourish? Ling Feng waved his hand to declare the rules. We shall adhere to the customs of the Dan master lineage, an alchemical contest. The victor shall receive this treasure from Lingyun Pavilion. Oh heavens! Master, is it too late for me to learn alchemy now? For the first time, Zhang Hao found himself envious of those from the Dan master lineage. The chairs in the front rows of the arena were cleared away, replaced by 6 new seats. Dan masters present today, please take your seats. As soon as Ling Feng's words fell, the 6 seats were occupied, with Li Changxing moving faster than anyone else. At that moment, someone approached the stage and whispered into Ling Feng's ear. An additional chair was added, yet no one occupied it. Beidang Feng rose, pulling Zhang Hao to his feet. What are you dawdling for? Whether we secure this treasure rests entirely upon you. Zhang Hao suddenly understood. Beidang Feng had summoned him to assist in this endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Hao hastily took his seat. The rules of the alchemical contest were straightforward. Using identical materials and cauldrons, the one producing the highest quality elixir would emerge victorious. Lingyun Pavilion had prepared everything, with 7 common alchemical furnaces and the necessary materials at the ready. The challenge presented was to refine a high-quality elixir known as the Ba Huang Gu Yuan Dan, which is not overly rare among high-grade elixirs. Zhang Hao, bewildered, noticed those around him already commencing their work. He did not hesitate to follow suit. The ingredients had all been prepped, leaving only the final step for the Dan masters to refine. Zhang Hao placed the materials inside, infusing them with his true energy to extract the essence from the dross. Only through this method could he condense the elixir. Bang! Suddenly, one Dan master's cauldron exploded, and 2 figures swiftly appeared to carry the Dan master and the remnants of the cauldron away. Ling Feng sighed. This is the Elder's directive. To select the best master for the Jiuli Ding, all cauldrons used today have been modified. A moment's carelessness could lead to such an outcome. The crowd murmured, unaware of the intricacies at play, while beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Hao's forehead. The cauldron was filled with various formations. Any contact with a Dan master's true energy would result in immediate removal from the competition. Zhang Hao dared not be careless, focusing intently on controlling his true energy. Though refining the elixir was not particularly challenging, under these conditions, it felt akin to traversing a path strewn with blades. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Bang! Another cauldron exploded. Bang! 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 Another explosion. As a minute ticked by, only Zhang Hao and Li Changxing remained in the arena. Li Changxing appeared remarkably composed, leisurely seated while sipping tea and refining his elixir. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, remained steadfast, enduring the relentless sun, his shirt drenched in sweat, lacking Li Changxing's prowess. He had no choice but to employ the most rudimentary methods, progressing inch by inch. Suddenly, Li Changxing stood, cracks appearing on the surface of his cauldron. Those fissures rapidly widened. No! Bang! The cauldron exploded, scattering its contents everywhere. Though Li Changxing stood at a distance and was not splattered, he was left stunned. How could this be possible? He had failed? Who was that little brat, and how is he unscathed? Ling Feng, you brought this person here, didn't you? I suspect you are not truly willing to part with this treasure and are merely toying with us. As the seconds slipped away, the surrounding clamor faded from Zhang Hao's awareness. He was oblivious even to the explosion of the cauldron beside him. At present, Zhang Hao has his eyes tightly shut, his senses entirely attuned, as he meticulously focuses on controlling his vital energy. A wisp of smoke billows forth, Once it dissipates, Zhang Hao suddenly opens his eyes. Success. He has finally achieved it without peril, yet at this pace, the others have likely finished their dinner. With a sigh, he retrieves the elixir from the furnace. Harboring little hope but giving his all. You are the master of the Jiuli Ding. My father instructed me to convey to you that the lineage of alchemists is dwindling. With the Jiuli Ding in your possession, we hope you will contribute more to our craft. Take care. Ling Feng unfastens the restrictions on the Jiuli Ding, instantly reducing it to the size of a palm. Zhang Hao feels as if he is in a dream until it is firmly in his grasp. Blood binds the master. What are you still staring at? Suddenly, Shangguan Yi rushes over, impatiently biting into Zhang Hao's finger and pressing it onto the Jiuli Ding. In an instant, a golden light erupts, enveloping both Zhang Hao and the Jiuli Ding. When the radiance fades, both are nowhere to be seen. Shangguan Yi stands by, bewildered. What just happened? Ling Feng, where did they go? Ling Feng announces, the Tianjin Conference's auction is hereby concluded. The external restrictions have been lifted. You may depart at your leisure or peruse the various shops. With that, he turns and walks away. Shangguan Yi hurriedly follows, entering one of the shops behind Ling Feng. Chapter 52. A flourishing tide. Regardless of Shangguan Yi's incessant inquiries, Ling Feng refuses to disclose Zhang Hao's whereabouts and eventually has him forcibly removed. Both Beidang Feng and Li Changsheng have also vanished. Shangguan Yi stands at the foot of the mountain, his eyes wide with frustration. On the mountainside, in a small wooden cabin, Zhang Hao sits opposite an elderly man. The old man glances at Zhang Hao and waves dismissively, chuckling, "You may leave." Huh? Just like that? You are not a disciple of the Tao, and I have nothing to impart to you. Ah, all things in the world have their causes and effects. You may go. Zhang Hao, puzzled, realizes that the Jiuli Ding is now safely stored within his Qi Dragon Ring. With the item secured and no one to hinder him, he would be foolish not to leave. Zhang Hao strides away without hesitation, indifferent to the identity of the old man. Even if he were a recluse, it would bear no significance to him. Moreover, the Jiuli Ding is something Beitang Feng desires, and Zhang Hao himself wishes to possess it. With those spiritual herbs, he feels utterly satisfied. One can be greedy, but within reason. The thought of Zhang Hao's conflict with Beitang Feng leaves him feeling quite unworthy. As Zhang Hao descends the mountain, he unexpectedly spots Shangguan Yi waiting beside a Bentley, gazing skyward. Where's old phone? What? Brother Hao, you're alive. Do you even know how to speak? Shangguan Yi scratches his head, pointing at the car. Master is waiting for you. You terrified me. I thought those from Lingyun Pavilion had dealt with you. Thank you for your concern. Zhang Hao pats Shangguan Yi on the shoulder, engaging in light banter. Though he feels a touch of gratitude within, at least Shangguan Yi is genuinely worried. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhang Hao's first action is to retrieve the Jiuli Ding. Old Feng, this. Beidang Feng gazes at Zhang Hao with a knowing smile, inquiring, are you truly planning to give me the Jiuli Ding? Zhang Hao grits his teeth, painfully nodding. We agreed upon this. I came to assist you. Now that I have acquired it, I will not go back on my word. Beidang Feng bursts into laughter, clutching his belly. Little Hao, you're quite the character. You're usually so clever. How is it that you can't see the obvious now? The people of Lingyun Pavilion have protected you so well precisely to keep your true identity hidden. Besides, the Jiuli Ding has already recognized its master. Unless I were to kill you right now, giving it to me would be futile. Zhang Hao blinks, momentarily dazed. The events of the Tianjin conference feel dreamlike to him. It is only now that he feels a sense of awakening. Old Phone. Was it not your intention for me to acquire the Jiuli Ding? Of course not. I am not an alchemist. What would I want with this? It isn't even worth selling as scrap. Zhang Hao is at a loss for words, finding the situation both absurd and humorous. Indeed, to an alchemist, this is a treasure, but to others in the Tao, it is a burdensome hot potato. Beidang Feng continues to chuckle, appearing to be in high spirits. Throughout the journey, Zhang Hao remains mostly silent. Whenever he speaks, Beitang Feng cannot help but erupt in laughter. Old Feng, enough. If you keep laughing, I might just lose my temper. Haha. Little Hao, that's the spirit. You looked utterly terrified just now. I could very well kill you over something like this. Zhang Hao feels increasingly exasperated. When they near his home, he hastily instructs Shangguan Yi to stop the car, claiming he has matters to attend to, and promptly makes his escape. After enduring Beitang Feng's relentless mockery, his nerves can hardly take it anymore. Once he exits the vehicle, Zhang Hao smirks, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. The following day, Shangguan Yi receives news and rushes to the company to collect the elixirs. The two meet in Zhang Hao's small office, where 3 small porcelain vials are displayed on the table, causing Shangguan Yi's eyes to shine. Brother Hao, I adore you. Could you refrain from being so nauseating? Zhang Hao rolls his eyes at Shangguan Yi. Thanks to Lingyun Pavilion's protection, his life has remained unaffected. Reflecting on this, Zhang Hao warns, no matter who inquires about the source of these elixirs, do not divulge anything. Speaking of Ling Feng, I find it odd. He looks oddly familiar. Yet I can't quite place him. Brother Hao, is it a man or a woman? Of course, it's a man. If it were a woman, would I be this troubled? Suddenly, Zhang Hao's heart skips a beat as a memory surfaces. In middle school, he enjoyed playing basketball. And there was a boy in the adjacent class who excelled at it. They would often meet at the court after school. As the memory unfolds, Zhang Hao envisions Ling Feng's face, particularly those alluring peach blossom eyes. No way, it really is him. The world is indeed small. Zhang Hao never imagined that his former basketball buddy from middle school would turn out to be the young master of Ling Yun Pavilion in the realm of the Tao. However, back then, this young master was known as Lin Feng. Upon realizing this, Zhang Hao mutters under his breath. It is indeed typical of Ling Yun Pavilion to engage in name changes and identity alterations. Glancing at his watch, Dahlia mutters, Brother Hao? I need to step out for a couple of hours. Go ahead. Zhang Hao waves him off. Dahlia seldom requests time off without good reason. So it must be something important. Chapter 53. Why don't you just fly? Dahlia quickly disappears after requesting his 2 hours off. Zhang Hao remains in his office, reviewing the recent developments, and indeed, there is little to attend to. The Dazhong company has not caused any further trouble, and several large orders have come from the business street. The team Zhang Hao leads is becoming increasingly efficient. Tomorrow, a large shipment will arrive, and the owner has requested to store it with us for a day due to their truck driver being on leave. Understood, the third warehouse has space available. However, the third warehouse is scheduled to receive goods tonight, so you might want to reassess. Zhang Hao rummaged through the list he had just reviewed, recalling that the third warehouse had room, but he was uncertain about the status of the other warehouses. The fifth warehouse then? Very well. The courier outside contacted the owner, informing them that everything was confirmed and the goods could be stored for a day upon arrival. Once the courier hung up, Zhang Hao approached to inquire further. Who is this owner? We generally do not allow storage for others. Do they think we operate as a warehouse? Rules are rigid, yet people are flexible. According to company policy, we do not store items. Large or bulk goods must be dispatched directly upon arrival. Zhang Hao examined the list, noting over 300 large items categorized as home appliances. The courier, wearing a distressed expression, explained, it's that owner from the Commerce City. They encountered issues with a batch of goods, which were hastily sold off, only to be returned in large quantities. The previous courier point could not manage the excess and decided to route it here. All right, we shall make exceptions for special circumstances. I will assess the actual situation at the fifth warehouse. You monitor the return goods tomorrow, as we do not know what may arise with Delu. Zhang Hao set down the list, took the warehouse keys, and headed to inspect the fifth warehouse. Their facility serves as a large processing center, and the records of the warehouse are not meticulously detailed, only indicating which warehouses have available space. According to the records, the fifth warehouse still had half of its space unoccupied. Upon opening the fifth warehouse, Zhang Hao was immediately struck by a headache. There was hardly half the space available. Not even a fifth. The courier had already informed the owner, so if he were to now declare that there was insufficient space, they might as well cease operations. Is there enough room? The courier hurried over to assess the situation and was equally bewildered. Zhang Hao rubbed his temples. Who maintained these records? The fifth warehouse is completely full, yet it was noted as having half the capacity. The courier's eyes widened. Delu was responsible for that. But I checked just the other day, and it was indeed half full. There has not been a large influx of goods recently. So how did it suddenly fill up? Zhang Hao tried calling Delu multiple times, but to no avail. I'll check the underlying records. All right, hurry back. The weather forecast indicated torrential rain tomorrow, and Zhang Hao contemplated that there would be no opportunity to leave those goods outside. The courier finished checking the records and shook his head persistently. We genuinely have not received any bulk goods. Everything arriving has been dispatched long ago. Odd. Could they have materialized out of thin air? Zhang Hao entered the warehouse, where the items were all packed in wooden crates, uniformly sealed, leaving him uncertain of their contents. Are there any records of these goods? None. How go? These items do not belong to us. There are absolutely no records. At this point, the courier glanced at the wooden crates, his face turning pale. Brother, this can't be a joke. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking it must be a mistake on someone else's part. However, since these items were not ours, they must be accounted for. The two began to open a crate each, and Zhang Hao sifted through the contents. They were all sorts of artifacts, porcelain, and the like. How go? These are all plates, and this one contains bowls. Could this be merchandise from a home goods store? As if a home goods store would leave their items here, they might as well be buying air. Zhang Hao opened several crates. It was imperative to inspect the goods thoroughly to ensure there were no hidden items, as the liability would be too great for anyone involved. The crates were heavy, and moving them to the hall to check one by one through the machine was not feasible. How go? There is nothing particularly special. The courier spoke. But Zhang Hao remained silent, turning to see him standing before a crate, his expression grave. How go? What's wrong? The courier rushed over to look inside. The crates contained bizarre items, including bronze mirrors, strips of fabric, and some items he had never encountered before. The most perplexing of which were 2 bones. What on earth? What kind of taste does this owner have? These are considered art? You may leave. I will complete the paperwork myself. I recall whom these goods belong to. Oh, all right. I'll get back to work. After the courier departed, Zhang Hao leaped onto a higher crate, surveying the scene below. All the wooden crates had been opened, and their contents were now clearly visible. From the overall layout, it resembled a typical feng shui formation. Such formations serve but one purpose: to drain the wealth of a location, and over time, the owner of this place is bound to encounter misfortune. Business losses, unfruitful investments, those would be considered mild. When would one become destitute, and when would this ordeal end? The scroll in Zhang Hao's hand also contained references to such matters, though he was not particularly knowledgeable about them. With a slight movement of his fingers, Zhang Hao began to search through the contents of the scroll. 5 minutes later, he discovered the relevant information. The solution was straightforward: burn the 2 bones, and the remainder would be ordinary items. Ultimately, Zhang Hao traced the matter back to a courier named Wang Chang. That day, De Lu and the others had already left for the day, and Wang Chang lingered, claiming he had a stomachache and needed to relieve himself before departing. Exhausted, De Lu and the others asked Wang Chang to stay behind to turn off the lights. Zhang Hao called him over. Tell me what you did that night. Wang Chang's reaction was unexpected. He rubbed his hands together, hesitated, and confessed. How go? I know I shouldn't have done this. A friend of mine had no place to store his goods, and he asked if he could leave them here for 2 days. He would come to pick them up the day after tomorrow. Seeing that the 5th warehouse had space, I agreed. Is it really that simple? Chapter 54. Turmoil. You're not being truthful, are you? How go? Let us send him to the police station. De Lu and the courier entered, glaring at Wang Chang with hostile eyes. Since that Zhang Donglai left, De Lu and the others have found life increasingly manageable, all thanks to Zhang Hao. If something were to go awry with the second group, Zhang Hao, as the team leader, would certainly bear the responsibility. Even though Zhao Yuting might protect Zhang Hao, the rest of the company did not share the same sentiments. Once Zhang Hao was gone, who could predict who the next leader would be? If they were to encounter another Zhang Donglai, life for the brothers would be far from pleasant. De Lu glared at Wang Chang, insisting he be taken to the police for a thorough investigation. Wang Chang, trembling with fear, pleaded, Really, I'm telling the truth. How go if it comes to it? How much does it cost to use our warehouse for a night? I can have my relative come over and pay you. Very well. Zhang Hao exchanged a glance with De Lu, who took Wang Chang's phone from the table and tossed it back to him. Wang Chang skillfully found the number, and De Lu dialed it. As soon as the call connected, a robust voice echoed from the other end. Xiangzi, don't rush me. I'm sorting things out now. Once I clear some space, I'll come to retrieve it. De Lu spat, his eyes darting as he coldly replied, I don't care who you are. Come to Wantong Express Company immediately. There is an issue with those goods. If you dare not show up, you can visit Wang Chang in prison. Huh? Hello? Who are you? Who? I am your father. Zhang Hao regarded him with a measure of approval. Very well. It is often said that brevity hastens the arrival of others. Moreover, Lu's words were rather ambiguous, leaving the other party in a state of confusion regarding the situation. 15 minutes later, a vehicle halted at the entrance of the courier company. The doors swung open, and a portly middle-aged man hurriedly dashed into the courtyard. He was clutching a roll of toilet paper, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, unsure whether his urgency stemmed from anxiety or guilt. Wang Chang. Are you here? He bellowed upon entering, and Lu, along with the courier, assisted this man into a small office. They stood guard at the doorway, one leaning against the door smoking, while the other stared at the middle-aged man, wary of his potential escape. The man coughed and gazed at Wang Chang and Zhang Hao inside the room. With a woeful expression, Wang Chang explained the situation to the middle-aged man, who exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly donned a smile. Mr. Zhang, is it? This is all a misunderstanding. I truly have no other options. How about this? How much do I need to pay for the warehouse? I have some urgent matters on my end. Could I borrow your warehouse for a couple more days? Lu spat in disdain, retorting, Who do you think you are? Why should our brother Hao give you any consideration? You really overestimate your importance. The middle-aged man chuckled, patting his beer belly. I'm Lin Banching. Lin Banching? Who is that? Someone exclaimed. Oh, my. So, you are the renowned boss Lin. Lu. This Lin is engaged in import-export trade, and is quite a significant figure around here. Lin Banching squinted and smiled, not taking offense. His temperament had been honed in the business arena. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. He indeed recognized Lin Banching. His status in the local hierarchy was somewhat precarious. To the Wang and Zhao families, he was of little consequence. Yet, within the business association, Lin held some weight, given his dealings in import-export, amassing considerable wealth. Although he did not frequent the social scene, he was indeed a substantial businessman. He was also notorious for his frugality, a true miser, always seeking to save wherever possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to covertly utilizing the courier company's warehouse. Though he referred to it as borrowing, it was more akin to surreptitious usage. Additionally, it was said that he was exceedingly cautious, often personally overseeing matters due to a lack of trust in others. Besides his wife, no one could provide business guidance. Even his assistant and vice president were mere employees, working for a salary. Such a person might excel in business and possess vast connections. Yet he could never ascend to the status of a prominent family like the Zhaos or Wangs. Haha, Mr. Zhang, you speak true. In business, it is inevitable to encounter some setbacks. My warehouse is in disarray. I've been toiling today, but the space I cleared is insufficient. This man feigned ignorance of Zhang Hao's meaning. Zhang Hao, uninterested in further banter, stated bluntly, however, I have no space either. A shipment is arriving shortly. And as a mere employee, if my employer's goods cannot enter the warehouse, I will be dismissed immediately. Lin, you must retrieve your items. Lin Banqing clenched his teeth, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao contemplated that within Lin Banqing's cargo, there was a box that had been ensnared in a formation, which Zhang had dismantled. However, leaving it in the warehouse was not ideal. While he was indifferent to Lin Banqing's fate, he did not wish to attract trouble to the company. Thus, it was imperative to have it removed. Lin, our company truly lacks space. I understand that warehouses are scarce. However, perhaps you could inquire with other courier companies? Chapter 55, Taking Action. Lin Banqing sighed, muttering, indeed. They are hard to come by. All warehouses in the city are owned, and I can't utilize small ones. My artifacts are quite delicate. If a box were to break during transport, it would not be worth the loss. His stinginess was evident. Despite his sizable enterprise, he was still concerned about a box of dishes. At that moment, Lu interjected, Lin, we cannot assist you here. However, Dachang Courier has available space. Oh, indeed. Dachang's backyard has several new warehouses, originally built to store goods from the business street. With the emergence of Datang Courier, they have lost a significant portion of business, so their back warehouses must have vacancies. Lin Banqing blinked, realizing he was aware of this development. Last year, Dachang had constructed numerous large warehouses, causing much strife with local residents as they occupied a road, dismantling parking sheds in the process. An elderly man had been angered enough to call in a few individuals who ended up in the hospital. This incident had garnered much discussion, and Lin had even visited the area out of curiosity. Wang Chang was a distant relative of Lin Banqing, yet Lin looked down on him. With Wang's low education and lack of foreign language skills, he was unsuitable for business dealings. Thus, after Wang moved to the city, Lin offered little assistance, occasionally providing a meal when Wang visited. Prior to this, Lin had not considered the vacant warehouses at Dachang. Right, how could I forget? My memory fails me. Business has been hectic lately. Lin promptly made a phone call, requesting a local contact to fetch a truck. Soon, a vehicle arrived to transport his goods away. Zhang Hao and his colleagues, eager to utilize the warehouse, rushed over to expedite the removal of the wooden crates, as they needed to ensure everything was cleared before the employer's truck arrived. Lin Banqing repeatedly expressed his gratitude, perhaps due to his extensive interactions. He possessed an air of streetwise charm, lacking the pretentiousness often associated with affluent businessmen. Having resolved his cargo issue, Lin's spirits lifted as he dashed to the water cooler, pouring several cups. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Here, allow me to offer you some water. For a businessman of his stature to serve tea was indeed a rarity. Lu accepted a cup, smiling, Boss Lin. You are remarkably approachable. Oh, you are helping with the cargo. Pouring a cup of water is the least I can do. It seems there is not much left. Take a break. My workers will finish up shortly. Strangely enough, Lin Banqing did not appear as objectionable as rumored. Zhang Hao sipped his water, his gaze drifting toward one of the wooden crates, which remained unpacked. Lin, may I speak with you privately? Oh, certainly. The two moved to a corner by the courtyard wall. Zhang Hao lit a cigarette and offered the pack and lighter to Lin Banqing, who waved his hand. No. I quit years ago at my wife's insistence. Zhang Hao tucked away his cigarette case and lighter, turning to Lin Banqing and inquired, Boss Lin, let us speak candidly. Have you recently offended anyone? Upon hearing this, Lin Banqing chuckled. Which day do I not offend someone? In this line of work, rivals are inevitable. We are all here to make money, and with the current economic climate, encountering a few issues is quite normal. But why do you ask? Zhang Hao glanced at the wooden box nearby and replied, let us do this. This isn't the place for discussion. Follow me to my office, and I'll show you something. As he spoke, Zhang Hao approached the box, hefting it up with one hand and proceeding to his office. Lin Banchen followed, exclaiming, "Wow. Mr. Zhang, you certainly possess quite a bit of strength." Upon entering the small office, Zhang Hao opened the box, gesturing towards its contents. To be succinct, what lies within this box is dangerous. If this comes into your possession, it could lead to your ruin, no matter where you are. What? Lin Banchen glanced at the items, immediately darkening in countenance. Observing Lin Banchen's reaction, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seemed there was no need for further discussions. Lin Banchen appeared to understand the gravity of the situation. At the very least, he wouldn't question Zhang Hao's integrity as others might. Lin Banchen promptly closed the lid, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and declared, "Mr. Zhang, since you are knowledgeable in this matter, I am willing to pay whatever amount necessary to have this resolved." Although Lin Banchen was generally stingy, he understood the importance of the situation. After all, what was money worth if one's life was at stake? He was not merely a miser, but rather a man who valued his peace of mind over wealth. Since mastering the art of discernment, Zhang Hao's ability to read people had sharpened significantly. It was clear that Lin Banchen was genuinely anxious to prevent disaster. Moreover, Zhang Hao could see that Lin Banchen was a family-oriented man. Regardless of external rumors, Zhang Hao trusted his own judgment, for the words of outsiders were merely for consideration. With a shrug, Zhang Hao thought it a shame not to seize such an opportunity. Besides, having already dismantled the array, he saw no reason to turn down the offer of easy money. Contemplating this, he raised a finger and said, 1 million? Lin Banchen looked at Zhang Hao with skepticism, then vigorously nodded. "Very well. Mr. Zhang, you are indeed a master. You genuinely wish to assist me. I will pay this million." Zhang Hao was taken aback. He had intended to suggest 1,000 but found Lin Banchen to be even bolder. However, since Lin Banchen had already offered 1 million, Zhang Hao saw no reason to contradict him. After a quick glance at the box, he nodded and stated, "You may take the remaining items. I will keep this box. Tomorrow, it will be dealt with." Lin Banchen nodded vigorously and, flashing a toothy grin, added, "Mr. Zhang, how do I know you will truly resolve it?" Chapter 56. The Old Fox Indeed. He was a cunning old fox. Lin Banchen made his offer without hesitation, but he was not naive. His intention was to stay and witness how Zhang Hao would handle the situation. Zhang Hao readily agreed. Lin Banchen was highly efficient. The goods were swiftly dispatched by a convoy, and since the local enforcer was handling matters, Lin Banchen did not accompany them. In contrast, Lin Banchen's trust in the local enforcer was intriguing. He preferred to rely on him rather than involve his own company. This approach was not without reason. Those who roamed the underworld typically conducted business for money and cared about their reputation. If they became notorious, no one would seek their services again. And they were solely concerned with what the boss paid, showing little interest in anything else. Before long, the workday concluded. Zhang Hao and Lin Banchen departed together, riding in Lin Banchen's vehicle with the contents of the box placed in the trunk. The driver was the local enforcer, known colloquially as Scar. Following Zhang Hao's instructions, Scar drove them to the outskirts, halting at a vacant lot. Accompanying the items in the trunk was a safe containing the 1 million cash that Lin Banchen had arranged to be delivered. Zhang Hao had already inspected the money. The next step was to convince Lin Banchen. Zhang Hao removed the items, theatrically manipulating them before releasing his small golden dragon. As it emerged, he discreetly infused a hint of true energy into Lin Banchen. Lin Banchen's eyes widened as he beheld the golden dragon. Zhang Hao, with a flourish, reached out, and the dragon soared toward Lin Banchen. Next, he performed with great flair, pretending to exert tremendous effort to dispel the dragon. After completing this charade, he feigned taking Lin Banchen's pulse, while simultaneously channeling more true energy into him. "Oh, my arm feels so warm and comfortable," Lin Banchen exclaimed. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing?" While the dismantling of the array was a ruse, Zhang Hao genuinely helped Lin Banchen nurture his meridians. After this elaborate performance, Lin Banchen would likely remain in good health for the next 2 years, even avoiding minor ailments. "Mr. Lin, how do you feel?" Zhang Hao inquired. Lin Banchen blinked in admiration at Zhang Hao, exclaiming, "Impressive. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, I have some issues with my kidneys. My lower back has been perpetually cold, and I lack vitality. Your skills are remarkable. I now feel invigorated, as if I could run a marathon." Zhang Hao chuckled silently, stifling his laughter. Lin Banchen spun around, enthusiastically stretching his limbs. "Oh, this is extraordinary. Mr. Zhang, do you think my kidney issues were caused by that fellow?" "Mr. Lin, I have completed my part. There is no need for further inquiries. Even if you ask, I won't disclose more," Zhang Hao replied, though inwardly he found it amusing. In reality, the array had been dismantled before it could take effect. Such a vicious formation required 3 days to gather energy. So Lin Banqing's kidney weakness was not inflicted by another, but was rather self-induced. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao advised, Mr. Lin, now that your health has improved, do take care of yourself. Given your good relationship with your wife, it would be wise to refrain from any extramarital affairs. Lin Banqing laughed heartily, nodding eagerly. Yes, I will do my best. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, recognizing that it was a personal matter beyond his control. Scar approached with the money box, skillfully opening it and placing it on the hood of the car. Check it. Zhang Hao was taken aback. The scene was reminiscent of a movie. He touched his nose, glanced at the contents, and promptly closed the box. The code was 520521. Zhang Hao nearly choked on his own spit, astonished that Scar, a burly man, would choose such a simple password. Scar, sensing the awkwardness, replied, It's easy to remember. Most people wouldn't think of it. Indeed, if Zhang Hao were to guess the password used by that rascal, he would rather venture a guess of 6 fours than to conceive of the number 520521. That scarred fellow truly is a talent. After resolving the matter with Boss Lin, Zhang Hao had once curiously inquired, as he suspected that Lin Banqing must have been aware of the other party's identity. However, Lin Banqing merely laughed it off and deftly shifted the topic, showering praises and thanks instead. Since the man was reluctant to divulge anything, Zhang Hao refrained from pressing further. Lin Banqing rambled on for quite a while, and Zhang Hao leaned against the car seat, feeling somewhat drowsy. It appeared that the exertion from moving boxes earlier had taken its toll, making him feel weary at this hour. Zhang Hao yawned, but suddenly his expression shifted. Wait a moment. He was no longer that foolish lad from before. Even if he were to move a mountain, it would merely deplete some of his vital energy, not leave him struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. A sense of caution arose within him, prompting him to circulate his energy. Indeed, he quickly discerned something amiss within his body. A wisp of toxic mist was swiftly neutralized by his vital energy, and Zhang Hao instantly felt rejuvenated. At that moment, the vehicle was cruising along the road. Zhang Hao looked up to see the scarred fellow slumped against the seat, had tilted back, with drool spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Banqing leaned against the car door, having tossed his phone aside, and had already begun to snore. The voice of Lin Banqing's wife came through the phone. Old Lin? Hey, why aren't you speaking? Tomorrow, our daughter is going on a field trip. You should find a couple of people to accompany her, or I won't feel at ease. At that moment, the car was traveling along the outskirts. Oh, you must be Xiaowang, right? Well, you all carry on. Just remind old Lin not to forget. Zhang Hao felt a pang of frustration, thinking to himself, you're the one acting foolishly, but he said no more and hung up. Fortunately, there were not many cars on this road. They were merely moving slowly, and the situation had not spiraled out of control. Chapter 57. Trouble, however, under these circumstances. If Zhang Hao were not in the car tonight, both the scarred fellow and Lin Banqing would surely meet their doom, even if they were not struck by another vehicle. Crashing into a tree would certainly leave them grievously injured, if not dead. Zhang Hao extended his hand through the gap in the seat, half his body in the driver's compartment, lifting the scarred fellow's leg slightly, while also tugging at the steering wheel to maintain control. After a few moments, the car gradually came to a halt. Zhang Hao promptly removed the car key, exhaling a sigh of relief, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Whoosh! A large truck sped past from behind, and the driver's voice rang out. You idiot! Stopping in the middle of the road at night? Do you want to die? Zhang Hao found himself at a loss. All he had been thinking about was stopping the car, with little regard for anything else. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, retrieved a warning sign from the trunk, and then moved the scarred fellow to the back seat. After tidying up, he started the car and headed toward the main city. At last, he understood where the poison had originated. The air conditioning vent was continuously emitting cool air, making the inside of the car rather pleasant, devoid of any strange odors, instead filled with a faint fragrance. Zhang Hao inhaled deeply, realizing that someone had tampered with the contents inside. He could not continue driving. He was fine, but the other two could very well face serious issues. Zhang Hao had no choice but to steer the car to the edge of a fork in the road, set up the warning sign, and then called up that rascal. Shangguani. Well, brother Hao, you're calling me at this late hour. What's going on? Looking to have some fun? Shangguan chattered on. Brother Hao, let me tell you, recently. Zhang Hao quickly interrupted him, stating his location and instructing him to come pick them up. If he allowed this chatterbox to continue, it would never end. Shangguan seemed taken aback, then asked, Brother Hao, what are you doing out on the outskirts at this hour? No time for nonsense, hurry over. Someone is trying to take out these two beside me. All right, I'll be there right away. Shangguan seemed to grasp the urgency of the situation and promptly hung up, greeting Beijing phone before speeding off to pick them up. This time, Shangguan specifically drove an SUV, racing down the road. Beidang Feng's small manor was already located on the outskirts. So Shangguan Yi did not take long to arrive at the scene. The car was still there, but there was no sign of Zhang Hao. As Shangguan Yi exited the vehicle to assess the situation, he found the car empty, yet there were bloodstains on the ground and the glass outside. This is bad. Shangguan Yi cursed under his breath, momentarily at a loss. Just then, a figure crawled out from the nearby bushes. Oh my, brother Hao, you scared me to death. Zhang Hao exhaled in relief and waved at Shangguan Yi. Come over and lend a hand. There were still more people in the bushes, for in total, 2 wore black masks, while the other 2 were the scarred fellow and Lin Banqing. Brother Hao, what is going on? Shangguan Yi observed that the 2 masked individuals bore injuries, indicating that the bloodstains were theirs, and Zhang Hao was unscathed. It seemed his concerns were unwarranted. Together, Shangguan Yi and Zhang Hao transported the 4 individuals back to the small manor, where Beidang Feng emerged to assess the situation, followed closely by the anxious old steward, who hurriedly carried a coat. Mr. Feng, don't worry, let us get them dressed first. The atmosphere was quite pleasant, but the evening chill was severe. As the old steward spoke, his actions momentarily faltered. Shangguan Yi threw an arm around each of the unconscious Lin Banqing and the scarred fellow, hauling them into the house, while Zhang Hao dragged the other 2 and unceremoniously tossed them onto the living room floor. Beidang Feng circled around the 4 individuals, then looked at Zhang Hao with surprise. Little Haozi, what have you gotten yourself into? Isn't that Lin Banqing? Although Beidang Feng was not a local, he had lived here for years and was quite discreet, but he was familiar with certain individuals in the area. Yet, Lin Banqing did not recognize Beidang Feng. Many knew of a small manor in the outskirts, rumored to belong to a big shot's father who was living out his retirement here. Previously, when visitors came to pay their respects, they were all turned away by the old steward, and gradually, no one dared to seek trouble at the manor anymore. Zhang Hao sank into the sofa, catching his breath, and pointed at the 2 masked individuals on the floor. Someone tampered with Lin Banqing's car, intending to kill him. I barely managed to stop the vehicle. Just as I was waiting for Shangguan Yi to arrive, these 2 suddenly attacked. Zhang Hao had invested $1 million. And out of both emotion and reason, he could not simply sit idly by while Lin Banqing was in peril. Moreover, when those 2 had made their move, they had also targeted him. Having already stirred up trouble, Zhang Hao felt indifferent. After all, the $1 million he had earned was not easily acquired. Beidang Feng frowned, then glanced at the old steward, who seemed to understand the unspoken cue and hurriedly departed. At this juncture, the old steward couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, gritting his teeth as he continued. The young man is Qin Qing, a young master of the Qin family from the border. The Qin family has been a single-line inheritance for 7 generations, and Qin Qing is the sole heir of this generation. It is said that he will come of age next year and officially inherit the family business. Beidang Feng's expression darkened, and he turned to Zhang Hao to explain. Little Haozi, the Qin family is not to be trifled with. They are a lineage that has endured for hundreds of years, but male offspring are exceedingly rare. Only 1 male is born each generation, while the rest are females. Do not underestimate the women of the Qin family. They uphold the entire family. In the borderlands, when the Qin family speaks, no one dares to retort. Because of this matter, many unsavory characters were now stirring restlessly, as eliminating Lin Banqing would not only yield a substantial fortune but also secure a friendship with the Qin family. Zhang Hao's brow furrowed deeply, pondering how truly unfortunate Lin Banqing was, for calamity seemed to follow him relentlessly. Chapter 58. Surrounded by enemies, Lin Banqing and Scar lay on the ground in an undignified manner. Beidang Feng waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to encounter these 2, and instructed the steward to take them to a courtyard in the small estate. The pair had been rendered dazed by the drug and would not awaken for some time. Zhang Hao found himself overwhelmed. He had merely intended to rescue them, but Lin Banqing turned out to be a real troublemaker. Zhang Hao's patience was wearing thin. The Qin family had disseminated news that the first reward would come in the form of money, substantial, tangible money. Once this news spread, various individuals descended upon it like famished wolves. What transpired tonight was merely the beginning. The second reward was even more troublesome. If one could eliminate Lin Banqing, they would be considered a friend of the Qin family. Beidang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, the women of the Qin family lived up to their reputation, ensuring their hands remained clean while assigning the dirty work to outsiders. Many sought to associate with the Qin family, and Qin Sheng's elder sister had just turned 20, attracting suitors by the droves. Although the Qin family had not explicitly stated it, any noble offspring who managed to deal with Lin Banqing would likely win the hand of Qin Sheng's sister, which held significant implications. Beidang Feng seemed to have an epiphany and immediately directed the old steward. You and Xiao Yi go and set up the formation. I do not want this place to be sullied. Such illusions existed in the Lingyun Pavilion of the Tianjin Conference, and naturally, Beidang Feng possessed them as well. The old steward and Shangguan Yi wasted no time and hurried out. Regardless of the path taken, they were merely circling the periphery of the small estate. Zhang Hao remained silent, contemplating the next steps. Shang Guanyi grinned. What else can we do? If it were up to me, I would simply toss Lin Banqing at the entrance of the Chun residence and let them deal with him. Whoever wants to kill him can do so. We mustn't involve ourselves in this matter. Beidang Feng nodded, a bitter smile on his face. It may be a loss, but Zhang Hao, you have no familial ties to him, so it is unnecessary to stir up trouble. If the one being hunted were you, I might not stand idly by. As for Lin Banqing, I will not intervene. Beidang Feng was clear-headed. He assisted Zhang Hao because he valued him as a protege. Having lived to this age, Beidang Feng was no longer impulsive. He understood well the futility of rushing to the aid of others at the cost of one's own safety. Self-preservation is a fundamental instinct. And Beidang Feng's perspective was not flawed. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and replied, I intend to inform him of these circumstances, allowing him to find a way out for himself. To simply cast him away would be tantamount to delivering him to his death. And I cannot bring myself to do that. Very well, then you should rest properly. Nobody else can enter my place, so we shall discuss this further tomorrow. Zhang Hao was troubled and chose to ignore the two still unconscious individuals, opting for some much-needed rest. In the hall, only Beidang Feng and Shang Guanyi remained. The old steward had gone to check on the condition of the two men. Master, Haogu is too soft-hearted. Why don't you stop him? At such a time, compassion will only lead to his own detriment. Beidang Feng glanced at Shang Guanyi, urging him to continue. The issue isn't who acts. I am genuinely curious to see how Zhang Hao plans to resolve this. If he cannot handle it, I might still protect his life. However, Beidang Feng's eyes glinted with a cold light as he continued meaningfully. Should he choose to cast those two out to their doom at this juncture, I shall have to reassess my opinion of him. In his youth, Beidang Feng had suffered betrayal from his own junior, which nearly resulted in his master's demise. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated wariness regarding human character. Shang Guanyi, while speaking flippantly about discarding the two, was merely considering Zhang Hao's well-being. If push came to shove, Shang Guanyi would undoubtedly be the first to flee. After all, he had been Beidang Feng's disciple for many years, and Beidang Feng had confidence in his loyalty. Yet, Zhang Hao was different. They had only known each other for less than half a year. Time reveals a horse's strength and a person's heart. If today Zhang Hao sacrifices Lin Banqing for his own safety, then one day, should someone seek Beidang Feng's life, Zhang Hao would not hesitate to betray him as well. Shang Guanyi scratched his head, pondering, Master, what are you still waiting for? Shall we find a place to hide this hot potato, Lin Banqing? In a few years, when the Qin family cannot find him, it will no longer be an issue. Beidang Feng shot him a disapproving glance, poking his forehead. Are you foolish? If someone from the Dao Wuxian lineage is already involved, no matter where you hide Lin Banqing, they will track him down. This matter hinges on how Xiao Hao handles it. That is indeed a point. Master, I shall go have a chat with Haogu. Shang Guanyi dragged his head. Anxious yet obediently stayed with his master to drink tea and gaze at the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao nestled in his room, fiddled with his phone, feeling perturbed. He vented his frustrations in the chat group, where the prominent figures swiftly divided into two factions. One group urged him to simply cast the two out for self-preservation, while the other cautioned that such actions would only alienate others, ultimately harming Zhang Hao's future. Both sides presented valid arguments, and Zhang Hao tossed his phone aside, feeling as if he had two heads. What's the meaning of this? Did I jump into a well while holding Lin Banqing's son in my past life? How much debt do I owe him? The following day, Zhang Hao emerged from his room, sporting dark circles under his eyes and yawning. Shang Guanyi approached eagerly. Haogu, have you made up your mind? Chapter 59, 200 million. Shang Guanyi awaited Zhang Hao's response with bated breath. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao lazily squinted his eyes, appearing remarkably relaxed. I'm hungry. Let us discuss it after breakfast. What the Haogu, who taught you to play coy? Shang Guanyi exclaimed. Learned it from your master, came Beidang Feng's voice, echoing in the room. Haha, Xiao Hao, are you talking behind my back? Old phone, you rise exceptionally early, Zhang Hao remarked nonchalantly, sitting down at the dining table and beginning to eat. Beidang Feng frowned at the sight of him. Xiao Hao, why do you seem so lethargic? Zhang Hao, munching on a piece of bread, merely shook his head in response. After breakfast, he went to see the two prisoners. Lin Banqing and Scar were confined in a room under guard. In truth, even if no one watched them, they wouldn't dare to leave, given the circumstances from the previous night, which the old steward had already conveyed to them. Zhang Hao pulled out a chair and sat down, grinning at Lin Banqing. Good morning, Boss Lin. Lin Banqing smiled widely, hurriedly greeting Zhang Hao. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Had it not been for you, my life would have been forfeit. It's nothing, Zhang Hao replied dismissively. Scar shrugged, his demeanor brimming with bravado. You carry on with your conversation. I can leave now, right? I have nothing to do with this. Those folks outside are not here for me. Lin Banqing, incensed, retorted sharply. Scar, are you even human? I've given you plenty of money over the years. You did pay me, but I have also done a fair amount of work for you. I owe you nothing, Lin. I can't just throw my life away. Scar glared defiantly, unyielding. Lin Banqing fell silent, slumping down on the small sofa, no longer speaking. At this moment, Zhang Hao chuckled and asked Boss Lin, if I manage to resolve this matter for you, how much are you willing to offer? After a brief pause, Zhang Hao continued, all right, let us set that aside for now. Please tell me what transpired on the day of the incident. Beidang Feng had already conducted some preliminary investigations the previous night. It turned out that Lin Banqing himself was driving that day. His driver, ill-suited to the local climate, had fallen ill within days and was lying in a hospital bed, severely dehydrated. Consequently, he struck Qin on the road. Given Lin Banqing's meticulous nature, it was inconceivable that he could have overlooked the presence of a child. Moreover, the accident investigation revealed that Lin Banqing had not been drinking and was not fatigued while driving. As for the child, he had dashed out from the roadside. The two locations were quite distant, and driving would take at least 2 days. Capturing Lin Banqing was beyond the Qin family's capabilities, which led to the subsequent dissemination of rumors. Lin Banqing lowered his head and muttered, how would I know? I was driving perfectly fine when that kid suddenly ran out. He is already 17, not a mere child. Initially, I thought it was a scam, but upon getting out, I realized the injury was severe. What happened next? We sent him to the hospital and called the insurance company. Mr. Zhang, I am a law-abiding citizen. The collision was an accident. And I would never take a life recklessly. The child survived, but his legs are ruined, and he now lies in bed unable to get up. As the sole heir of the Qin family, this situation is arguably worse than death. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao asked again, I will ask you one last time. How much will you offer if I help you resolve this matter? Lin Banqing scrutinized Zhang Hao, noting his earnest demeanor, and replied, Mr. Zhang, to be frank, this is no longer about money. If you can settle this issue, I would be willing to give you my life. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, considered for a moment, and held up 2 fingers. 200 million. It was important to note that the Qin family had offered a sum far greater than this. 200 million was an astronomical figure in ordinary circumstances. Yet it felt utterly trivial now. Lin Banqing nodded almost without hesitation. Very well. If Mr. Zhang can truly resolve this, then 200 million it is. From this moment onward, you shall remain here. Do not go anywhere. I understand. Even if you permitted me to leave, I wouldn't dare. Those people outside are searching for me. If they see me, I might not survive, he added. By the way, how's my family? On the night of the incident, he had used Zhang Hao's phone to call and advised his wife to hide. I believe your wife, being as clever as she is, can take care of herself and your children. Lin Banqing let out a sigh of relief and smiled wryly. That's true. Sometimes I'm even afraid of her. Lin Banqing had built his fortune in his early years with the support of this capable partner. Zhang Hao then relayed the situation to Beitang Feng and said, Old Feng, I need 3 days. During this time, Lin Banqing must not encounter any further trouble. All right, I can ensure his safety for 3 days. But are you short on funds? Is it truly worth all this trouble for 200 million? After Zhang Hao had finalized everything, he prepared to leave. Brother Hao, I'm going with you, shouted Shang Guanyi. This fellow was indeed quite loyal and likely felt a sense of concern for old Feng. Zhang Hao was well aware of the risks involved. What he was about to undertake was indeed perilous. However, for the sake of those 200 million, it was worth the risk, especially since he felt he had a 90% chance of success. Zhang Hao did not wish to implicate old Feng in this matter. Asking for his help to protect Lin Banqing for 3 days was already quite audacious. If anything were to happen while Shang Guanyi accompanied him, he would have no face to show anyone. In the end, Shang Guanyi followed Zhang Hao, and Beitang Feng agreed to this arrangement. As the two left, Beitang Feng slammed down his teacup and instructed the old steward, dispatch a team to protect them discreetly. If the Chun family makes a move against Xiao Yi or Zhang Hao, Beitang Feng's eyes turned icy. It was no joke. One was his cherished disciple, and the other was a promising protege he was keen to support. Moreover, Zhang Hao was now the hope of the Dan master lineage, with the Jiuli Ding already recognizing its master. This matter was of great significance. Thanks to Lingyun Pavilion, Zhang Hao's identity had been kept under wraps. If the Taoist community learned that the wielder of the Jiuli Ding was courting danger, the situation would become entirely different. Those ancient figures would undoubtedly emerge, ready to obliterate the Qin family in an instant. Yes, the old steward straightened up, filled with vigor, and quickly departed. An hour later, 4 individuals appeared outside the Qin family's gate. In a flash, they entered the grand estate. The Qin family had resided in this borderland for generations. This was their ancestral home, a vast residence filled with antiques. Zhang Hao and Shang Guanyi took a flight, and then rented a car to head straight for the Qin family. A day had already passed, wasted on the journey. The return trip would require another day, meaning Zhang Hao effectively had only one day left to resolve this issue based on his agreement with Old Feng. Standing at the entrance of the grand estate, Shangguan Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly impressive. A family that has thrived for hundreds of years indeed possesses remarkable depth. Xiao Yi, when we enter, keep quiet. If something unexpected occurs, you can escape, right?" Shangguan Yi nodded solemnly, surprisingly refraining from asking further questions. Zhang Hao stepped forward and knocked on the grand door. The sound of the brass knocker echoed loudly. Zhang Hao discreetly disguised himself, utilizing a secret technique gleaned from a chat group, slightly altering his appearance. However, to Shangguan Yi, Zhang Hao still appeared much the same. Zhang Hao glanced at Shangguan Yi and remarked, "You're just going to waltz in like this." This fellow had been sleeping soundly on the plane, displaying the same nonchalance. Just then, the door swung open. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" Zhang Hao stood before the entrance, exuding an air of casual elegance. "Inform your patriarch that I can heal his grandson's legs." "What?" The doorman's expression shifted dramatically, then quickly became respectful. "May I inquire as to which esteemed lineage you hail from, or who your master is?" Shangguan Yi, standing beside him, felt a surge of anxiety. Zhang Hao had concocted a rather ridiculous scheme, clearly intending to gain entry first and speak later. As for claiming to be from a renowned lineage, there was not a single Zhang among them. Heir of Jiuli. My goodness. Shangguan Yi gazed at Zhang Hao with admiration, setting aside everything else. Just Zhang Hao's audacity was truly remarkable. The doorman was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "Heir of Jiuli? I haven't heard of that before." Seeing this, Shangguan Yi quickly devised a plan and shouted, "Nonsense! Can someone like you even recognize our young master? Hurry along. Does your young master not want his legs anymore?" This individual was not foolish. As the doorman of the Qin family, he had encountered many wanting to enter and knew he had to assess Zhang Hao first. He scrutinized Zhang Hao, noting that despite his youth, there was an undeniable aura about him. Looking at Shangguan Yi, although he appeared casual, there was an inherent calmness in his demeanor. The two truly resembled a young master from a prestigious family and his loyal attendant. It was well known that even the most ordinary attendants of such people were exceptional. The doorman promptly gestured for them to enter and said with a smile, "Since you are here to assist the Qin family, there is no need for an announcement. Please, come in." As the conversation unfolded, a few individuals hastily departed, racing towards the grand estate. Superficial pleasantries, after all, remained just that, superficial. Zhang Hao, unfazed, strode confidently through the gates of the Qin family residence. Currently, the vicinity of the Qin household was surrounded by numerous individuals, all eager to glean information and discern who might have been responsible for Lin Banqing's demise. Among them, two figures lingered in the shadows, smoking cigarettes. "Brother, do you recognize these two? Our father tasked us with observing. Yet here we are with just these two greenhorns. Is there truly no one else around?" One asked. "You know nothing. Both of them possess genuine energy. Especially the taller young master. His cultivation is remarkably profound. I suspect he is from the Taoist sect. But isn't that lad the young master of Jiuli?" Had Zhang Hao and Shangguan Yi overheard their words, they would have surely found it amusing. These individuals had encountered many formidable figures before, yet now they exaggerated their expectations. Who could have anticipated that the two young men arriving at the Qin estate were, in fact, Shangguan Yi, a disciple of Beijing Feng, and the group leader of a delivery service? They were guided into the main hall of the grand residence. The house, being an ancient structure, exuded a chilling ambience. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating how anyone could reside in such a place. While the young might manage, those of advanced age surely must have a death wish. The cold permeated the air, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. Inside the hall, there was no one present, just a set of exquisite rosewood furniture, undoubtedly expensive. As Shangguan Yi sat down, he ran his fingers across the table, exclaiming, "This is 200-year-old rosewood. Just this tabletop alone must be worth millions." Such costly furnishings lay abandoned, revealing the immense wealth of the Qin family. At that moment, a flurry of individuals entered, all moving with remarkable order. Leading them was the patriarch of the Qin family, followed by a middle-aged man and a group of women. The older women were followed by younger maidens, all of whom were impeccably groomed and adorned with pearl jewelry. Zhang Hao observed keenly, his eyes narrowing. It appeared that the Qin family indeed possessed substantial heritage. Their wealth was undeniable. Once the elder took his seat, the others followed suit, while the younger women remained standing, evidently without seats of their own. Zhang Hao couldn't help but scoff internally at such antiquated customs. The elder of the Qin family leisurely sipped his tea, showing no inclination to speak, even glancing at the two young men. In this generation, apart from the heir Qin Shang, the most influential figure was the eldest daughter, Qin Guo, at merely 20 years of age. She wore a black qipao intricately embroidered with golden peonies, the blossoms shimmering against the fabric, lending her an air of elegance. With her hair elegantly styled, she resembled a stunning beauty stepped straight from an ancient painting. Qin Guier scrutinized Zhang Hao, her gaze tinged with disdain as she remarked, "The young master of Jioli? I've never heard of such a lineage." Zhang Hao, having transformed his appearance, was unperturbed. With a subtle gesture, he summoned the Jioli Ding, which suddenly materialized in his hand. With a resounding crash, the Jioli Ding grew to the size of a large bell, crashing onto the ground with a force that shattered the floor beneath it. Qin Guier widened her eyes in disbelief, witnessing the shocking spectacle. As a member of the Qin family, she was aware of the existence of extraordinary individuals. Yet witnessing such a display was a first for her. Zhang Hao rose, his gaze piercing, directed solely at the patriarch of the Qin family. The elder, holding his teacup, appeared utterly stunned. No matter how powerful the Qin family was, they dared not offend someone of such caliber. Seeing Zhang Hao stand, the elder hastily followed suit, prompting everyone else to do the same. If the patriarch stood, none dared remain seated. "Young master of Jioli, can you truly save my grandson?" "Oh, I mean no disrespect. Please proceed." Zhang Hao's appearance had changed to one of an ordinary person, easily lost in a crowd. Yet the aura he emanated was unmistakable, dominant, and formidable. At that moment, the fate of the Qin family seemed to rest within his grasp. The elder led the way, with the others following at a respectful distance. After a few paces, Zhang Hao halted and calmly addressed, "Mr. Qin, there's no need to bring so many people. If you wish to save your grandson, let them disperse. Just keep 2 capable individuals with you." The elder, understanding, shot a sharp glance at those behind him. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear the young master?" The Qin family members, though discontented, quickly complied. Ultimately, only the middle-aged man and Qin Guier remained. As they continued, the elder hurriedly added, "These are my son and granddaughter. They're not outsiders, correct?" "Indeed," Zhang Hao affirmed, surveying the walls adorned with genuine scrolls. The middle-aged man opened a door and nodded towards Zhang Hao, "Young master, please enter. My son is inside." "Very well, the rest of you stay outside." Zhang Hao and Shangguani entered, and the door closed behind them, leaving just the 3 within the room. It was noteworthy that Qin Cheng's leg injury was quite peculiar. The bones appeared intact, yet he remained unable to walk. Numerous esteemed physicians and healers had failed to yield any results. Inside, Qin Cheng lay on the bed, pallid, staring blankly upward. Upon hearing the entrance, he turned his head slightly, briefly illuminating his eyes upon seeing 2 strangers, but the light quickly faded. "I wish to be left alone. My leg is beyond recovery," he muttered, turning away. "Ah, young man, you have quite the spirit. Do you know who this is?" "The young master of Jioli, you understand?" Shangguan Yi chimed in, unable to contain his amusement at the mention of Jioli. Zhang Hao shot a stern glance at Shangguan Yi, prompting him to temper his demeanor. Outside, the others exchanged glances, but none dared to intrude. Zhang Hao paid little heed to Qin Cheng's attitude, advancing to assess the situation. As he circulated his genuine energy, he discovered an anomaly. The meridians were obstructed, yet not through conventional means. Zhang Hao, aware of the Qin family's extensive consultations with experts, recognized that any common remedy would be futile. With a focused gaze, he detected a peculiar thread, nearly invisible to the naked eye, embedded beneath the skin. This was the true culprit, not the result of an accident. A sudden realization struck him. He exchanged a knowing glance with Shangguan Yi, signaling him to maintain silence. Suddenly, Shangguan Yi opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. The elder of the Qin family hurriedly stepped inside, nearly stumbling over himself. "Young master, what is the situation?" Zhang Hao, seated at the table, casually picked up a pastry and pretended to be at ease as he nibbled on it, responding with a smile, "It's a bit tricky, but I can handle it." "Really, young master? If you can restore Qin Sheng to his former self, our entire Qin family will pay any price." Zhang Hao glanced at Qin Guier, recalling how she had just been disdainful towards him, and teased, "How about marrying your granddaughter to me? Would that suffice?" The elder Qin was momentarily taken aback, while Qin Guier shot a look of disgust at Zhang Hao, her expression speaking volumes. Chapter 62. Pleading for mercy. "Grandfather, I believe he is a fraud. That thing outside could have come from who knows where." "Guo." The elder Qin collected his thoughts and continued addressing Zhang Hao very well. "However, Guo is my legitimate granddaughter. If she were to marry you, it must be a formal engagement, without any indignity." "Grandfather, you." Qin Guier was infuriated, stamping her foot before turning to leave. Zhang Hao observed the scene, thinking he had pushed the joke too far. This old man was willing to sacrifice his granddaughter for the sake of his grandson. But at least he had some conscience, trying to secure something for her. With that thought, Zhang Hao waved dismissively. "Never mind, I was just joking. However, you must listen carefully to what I say next. I can save him, but there are conditions. Please, go ahead, the elder Qin replied, clearly puzzled. Zhang Hao stretched his limbs, tossing the pastry onto the table, clapping his hands as he declared, 3 conditions. If you cannot fulfill even one, then we shall say no more. Agreed. Speak. The elder Qin responded eagerly. The Qin family is willing to go to great lengths. First, no more trouble with Lin Banqing. Second, top-grade jade materials. Third, after I leave, do not let your spies follow me, or you shall bear the consequences. The elder Qin frowned. The latter two are not a problem, but regarding the first condition, Lin Banqing nearly caused my grandson's demise. If I do not avenge this grudge, how can the Qin family maintain its reputation? The matter concerning your grandson has nothing to do with Lin Banqing. Just answer yes or no. Let me make this clear. If you agree and later renege, I shall use the 9-li cauldron to flatten your Qin family estate. The elder Qin felt a headache coming on. He was unwilling but saw no other alternative. He believed Zhang Hao's words. The elder Qin then asked, all right. I can agree to these 3 conditions. However, why do you say my grandson was not harmed by Lin Banqing? He was the one who collided with him. You will find out shortly. Zhang Hao wasted no time and immediately used his powers, placing his hands on the young man's legs, skillfully extracting 2 thin threads. Once revealed, only Zhang Hao could perceive them. He enveloped the threads with his true energy, making them gradually visible to the naked eye, floating like strands of hair in midair. Zhang Hao ignored all else and swiftly began to clear Qin Cheng's meridians. Luckily, he had arrived in time. Had he delayed for another 2 days, even his intervention would have been futile, and amputation would have been the only option. Get up and move around. Take a few steps, Zhang Hao instructed. Qin Sheng turned his head, infuriated. You know I am crippled, yet you mock me. Zhang Hao raised his palm, breathing warm air into his hand. Then don't blame me for being unkind. With that, he struck Qin Sheng's face with a swift slap, the force drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Qin Sheng's eyes widened, and Zhang Hao stepped back a couple of paces, flashing a middle finger at him. Come on, little brat, take a few steps if you can. I will kill you. Qin Sheng roared, like a wounded beast, climbing down from the bed and crashing to the floor. Zhang Hao, seeing he was still down, dealt him another slap. I will kill you. Qin Sheng, now furious, suddenly sprang up from the ground and lunged at Zhang Hao like a rabid dog. Zhang Hao was unperturbed, easily executing a grappling move to pin him down, then grinning at the elder Qin. What about the 3 conditions? At that moment, Qin Sheng exclaimed. I think I can feel something. Zhang Hao pulled him up, brushing off his clothes, and said with a smile, I really didn't want to hit you. But without it, you wouldn't recover so swiftly. Shang Wan Yi, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Hao shot him a glare. But he was speaking the truth. Without those 2 slaps, merely clearing the meridians would have required at least half a month for Qin Sheng to stand up on his own. Grandfather, I can walk. Qin Sheng exclaimed as he took a few steps, bursting into laughter. The elder Qin was overwhelmed with emotion, especially hearing his grandson's words. He had heard them over a decade ago when Qin Sheng had just started to walk, babbling, Grandfather, I can walk. Now, hearing those words again brought an entirely different feeling. The elder Qin quickly waved his hand and shouted outside. Bring me 10 pieces of top-grade jade materials and spread the word. We will no longer pursue Lin Banqing. Also, the young master does not need anyone to follow him when he departs. After speaking, the elder Qin hurried to his grandson's side, both of them sharing tears and laughter. Shang Guanyi leaned against the door, rolling his eyes. Before long, the items were delivered. Yes, we will ensure it is done. Zhang Hao, not wishing to linger, knew this was a place of conflict. However, the elder Qin insisted, Young master, please stay for a meal. Rest assured, it will only be the 3 of us. A meal? The elder Qin's greatest desire should be with his grandson, unless there was something else he wished to discuss. Zhang Hao waved dismissively. I will not be dining. Just tell me, what else do you wish to inquire about? All right. Young master, you are young and capable, straightforward. I shall not beat around the bush. Do you know who the assailant was? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. I will only help you save him. I will not concern myself with anything else. Take care. Zhang Hao and Shang Guanyi subsequently left the Qin family. Along the way, they were followed by numerous onlookers, all eager to know what was unfolding. As they walked to an alley and turned a corner, they vanished from sight. Hey, where did they go? One onlooker exclaimed, puzzled. I clearly saw them enter here. Who is this young master of Jiuli, possessing such remarkable abilities? In reality, Zhang Hao and Shang Guanyi had employed a distraction technique, and at that moment, they stood hidden within the alley. Fortunately, the group soon departed. Zhang Hao retrieved 2 sets of clothing from the Qilong ring, and after changing outfits and removing their disguises, they hurriedly left. Chapter 63. A win-win situation. Upon entering, they found Lin Banqing kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Oh dear, Please do not drive me away. The scarred-faced man was being held down by two men, his face swollen and bruised. Zhang Hao frowned. The old steward turned to Zhang Hao, saying, "The scarred one is trying to escape. Lin Banqing is terrified for his life." Zhang Hao chuckled, extending two fingers toward Lin Banqing, 200 million. Without further ado, Zhang Hao tossed Lin Banqing out, along with the scarred man. Lin Banqing stood at his doorstep, his legs trembling. "It's all right. Nothing happened on the way." After several days of preparation, Lin Banqing managed to gather 200 million in cash, which Shangguan Yi took in hand. In the northern hall, a sum of 200 million was directly transferred to Zhang Hao, who accepted the cash without hesitation. This clandestine transaction left anyone curious about his dealings with no leads to pursue. When Lu saw Zhang Hao, tears nearly streamed down his face. "Brother Hao, where have you been these past few days?" To facilitate his actions, Zhang Hao had kept his phone switched off. "President Zhao? Zhao Yuting?" Upon entering the office, the young assistant gasped and rushed inside. "What? Where is she?" Zhao Yuting's voice suddenly echoed. For 3 days, he had not shown up for work, his phone was off, and he was nowhere to be found. Zhao Yuting was beginning to worry that something had happened to him. The Zhao family had exerted every effort to locate him, yet they could only stare helplessly. "Zhang Hao, where have you gone?" He gazed at Zhao Yuting, who resembled a frightened rabbit, and his heart felt a stirring. No one seemed to care about his well-being. Experiencing such a sentiment for the first time made Zhang Hao's heart race. "Yuting, never mind. Your personal affairs are not my concern. Just don't turn off your phone again. You nearly scared me to death. It's a relief to see you're all right. You look quite spirited." The assistant poured 2 cups of coffee. Having indulged in tea recently, Zhang Hao welcomed a change in flavor, finding it somewhat refreshing. "What trouble?" he asked. "Is it that scoundrel Wang Yuhua again?" Zhao Yuting shook her head, indicating it was not Wang Yuhua. "Your unfortunate brother? Dao Zhejun? He certainly needs a lesson." "No, it's a work-related matter." Zhang Hao was puzzled. "A work-related issue? When I left, everything was in order. There was nothing significant. If there were a problem, Lu would have mentioned it when he saw him earlier. What could it be?" Zhao Yuting gritted her teeth and explained, "Not long ago, a batch of gold was extracted from the mine. This gold has already been sold, and in a few days, it must be delivered to the buyer for inspection." "But what? The Zhao family has a gold mine?" Zhang Hao was astonished. It was common knowledge that the Zhao family's enterprises were vast, yet the extent of their wealth was likely known only to the family patriarch. Zhao Yuting, on the verge of tears, continued, "But the gold is missing. We've exhausted all means to find it, and the delivery is due tomorrow. If we cannot produce that gold, according to the contract, the Zhao family will owe 100-fold compensation. This batch took 3 years to mine, and the buyer is a well-known chain of jewelry stores. The amount of gold is staggering, and with the 100-fold compensation, if they pursue this, the Zhao family will be utterly ruined. We've considered every possible solution, but we simply cannot gather that much gold." Zhao Yuting's nerves were frayed, and she was on the brink of a breakdown. Zhang Hao had never seen her in such a state before. "Yuting, don't be afraid. I'm here for you." Overwhelmed with emotion, he stepped forward and embraced Zhao Yuting gently, seeking to comfort her. She looked up at him, managing a wry smile. "After tomorrow, I might be drowning in debt. Will you take me in then?" Zhang Hao understood her words were steeped in desperation. "What time is the delivery due tomorrow?" According to the contract, it must be before midnight." After ensuring Zhao Yuting was settled, Zhang Hao hurriedly departed. A batch of gold, mined over 3 years, had vanished without a trace. Something was decidedly amiss. However, the most pressing concern was that in less than 24 hours, the Zhao family could face bankruptcy. Chapter 64. In peril, the disappearance of such a significant amount of gold undoubtedly harbored hidden intricacies. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Hao was unclear about the details. After comforting Zhao Yuting, he rushed away. Regardless of the underlying circumstances, the immediate priority was not merely to locate the gold, but to deliver it. Hailing a taxi, he sped towards the small manor. Upon entering, he collided with Shangguan Yi. "Where's Master phone?" "Master is in the back garden," he replied. Just as Zhang Hao was about to seek him out, Shangguan Yi pulled him back. "Brother Hao, my master has a guest. If there is something you need, just tell me." "A guest?" Zhang Hao was too anxious to ponder further. "The gold. Zhao family has lost a batch of gold." Shangguan Yi's expression turned dismissive as he patted his own pocket. "Isn't just gold? I have some." "How much?" Zhang Hao inquired, only to feel disheartened at the meager amount he mentioned. It was insufficient even for a temporary rescue, let alone enough for the Zhao family. Shangguan Yi was baffled. Once he understood the situation, he was astounded. The Zhao family is quite bold to let such a large amount of gold slip away. His casual remark sparked a realization in Zhang Hao. "Brother Hao, stop joking. I used to envy that item you have. It's rare in the Taoist circles, and the method of its creation has long been lost. The ones that still exist are inherited through generations, and only a few prominent families possess them. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes and entrusted Shangguan Yi with a task. Investigate all who possess storage rings within the Taoist community. Only they could cause so much gold to vanish into thin air. They are the only ones capable of such a feat. Beyond this, any other possibilities were hardly worth considering, unless the Zhao family mine personnel were utterly foolish, simply watching others take away their gold. Brother Hao, I'll look into it right away. But why do you need my master? Zhang Hao sighed and continued, it's nothing. I doubt Master Feng could produce such a large quantity of gold on short notice. Shangguan Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. Not even my master could do that. Even if you robbed every gold shop, it wouldn't yield such a sum. It's the reserve from 3 years of mining. Alas, the issue lies in the sheer magnitude of the situation. Moreover, the delivery is due tomorrow, in less than 30 hours. There's no time for miracles. Wait, miracles? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. While he did not know any divine beings, he had access to a chat group. The Emperor's chat group. Remember to help me inquire about the storage rings. I must leave now. Hey, Brother Hao, where are you going? You're not seriously planning to rob something, are you? Zhang Hao had no time for banter with Shangguan Yi, rushing out of the small manor. Seated in the taxi, he opened the familiar chat group, which had been eerily silent during his absence. Zhang Hao, the Heavenly Emperor, let us not beat around the bush. Does anyone have gold? Li Shimin. The Tang Taizong, I do. Zhu Yuanzhong, the Ming Taizu. 1. Zhang Hao was filled with excitement and promptly sent a message. Zhang Hao, the Heavenly Emperor, everyone. Today there is a benefit. I have a batch of good items available for exchange. Anything you desire can be purchased with gold. The app allowed for an option where, upon receiving gold, it could be stored in personal warehouses within the group instead of being converted to currency. Zhang Hao had a small amount of gold stored in his own warehouse, though it was but a drop in the ocean. Instantly, the chat exploded with activity. Chow chow. The Weiwu Emperor, 1,000 taels of gold. I want wine, as much as possible. Li Shimin. The Tang Taizong, do you still have that colored glaze from last time? I want as much as you can spare, and naturally, I won't skimp on the gold. Several familiar names surfaced, turning the chat into what resembled a bustling marketplace. Zhang Hao firmly etched the plan in his mind, instructing the taxi to head straight to the commercial district. Master, no need to search anymore, he declared, casually pulling out a handful of cash to pay the driver before dashing away. The driver, stunned by the sight of over 2,000 yuan in his hands, was left bewildered. Has this young man been jilted? What kind of madness is this? Yet, he possesses a certain charm. How unfortunate. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, even if he were aware, he would have no time to dwell on it. He burst into a supermarket and approached a store manager with urgency. How much liquor do you have in your warehouse? I'll take it all. The manager, taken aback, responded incredulously, Sir, are you all right? Is this some kind of joke? Who would attempt to buy out a supermarket stock? Are you out of your mind? Rolling his eyes, the manager waved him off. Go away. I would have slapped you if I weren't working. Wait. Zhang Hao had a sudden inspiration and retrieved his unique white bank card. A staff member had mentioned its rarity during the Tianjin Grand Assembly, indicating it was a symbol of status. Do you recognize this? Do you understand my intention? I want everything in your warehouse. Zhang Hao was frantic, aware that even if he completed the transactions, the release of the gold would take time. The volume was too great for a small warehouse to handle. Just then, his phone buzzed incessantly with notifications of exclusive red envelopes, all directed at him, as a group of eager individuals clamored for his attention. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao found himself at the mercy of an incredulous supermarket manager. The manager, upon seeing the card, seethed with frustration. Tonight is already a hassle. Don't make it worse for me. What kind of useless card is this? He suddenly snatched the card from Zhang Hao and flung it to the ground. The sound echoed, leaving Zhang Hao in a stupor. He was flustered, after all. The staff at the Tianjin Grand Assembly belonged to the Lingyun Pavilion and should recognize its significance. Chapter 65. Assistance from a beauty. The supermarket manager shot Zhang Hao a glare before turning to leave. Zhang Hao's heart sank as he looked at the card lying on the floor. He had intended to purchase numerous items today, especially from the supermarket's warehouse, as the group from the Emperor's chat room relished indulgence. However, the current predicament was driving him to desperation. He slumped, pondering his next move. Should he storm into the warehouse to seize the items first and worry about payment later? No, that would jeopardize his future. Just then, a mysterious figure entered the supermarket, swiftly clearing out dozens of tons of merchandise, leaving Zhang Hao astounded. Sir, is this your bank card? A melodious voice broke through his thoughts. A stunning young lady, no more than 20, with a cherubic face approached, holding the bank card. Yes, that's mine. Zhang Hao realized he needed to devise another plan. This approach was futile. Perhaps he could ask for help from Shangguan Yi to buy out the supermarket? But that was implausible. The owner would never sell. Besides, if he could purchase the supermarket, he wouldn't be fretting over the warehouse stock. The young lady flashed a sweet smile. Sir, I overheard your conversation. Are you looking to buy all the warehouse goods? Or just the liquor? Zhang Hao sighed. Ideally, all of it, but I can settle for the liquor. The rest is secondary. The young lady nodded. In that case, please provide me with a list of the items and their quantities, along with an address. I will ensure delivery within 3 hours. Are you serious? Zhang Hao thought it absurd, as he had just faced similar skepticism. The girl opened her bag, retrieved a notebook and a pen, and handed them to him. Please, sir. Zhang Hao, both amused and exasperated, waved his hand. Please, I'm in a hurry. I'm not joking. This supermarket belongs to the Chaphone Consortium, and I am the daughter of its chairman. With a snap of her fingers, 2 well-built bodyguards rushed over. Zhang Hao had noticed them earlier. They exhibited traces of true energy, not their own but bestowed by someone else. He recalled hearing about individuals in the Taoist sect who engaged in such peculiar traits, lending their energy to others, granting even ordinary people formidable combat abilities and longevity. However, this practice was looked down upon within the sect, viewed as a betrayal. Zhang Hao had assumed the bodyguards were there to protect someone else, only to discover they were guarding the girl before him. He had heard of the Chaphone Consortium, known for its immense wealth and overseas assets, thus earning its distinguished name. Hello, sir. I believe we should introduce ourselves again. My name is Chaphone Yu. Zhang Hao remained momentarily stunned as she handed him the notebook and pen again. Without uttering a word, he began to write fervently. 5 minutes later, the nearly untouched notebook was almost full. Chaphone Yu glanced at the first and last pages before inquiring. Sir, you forgot to include the address. Zhang Hao realized he couldn't just take everything in front of them. After a moment's contemplation, he wrote down an address in a desolate factory on the outskirts. Chaphone Yu asked no further questions and tossed the notebook to a nearby security guard. Not a single item should be missing. This gentleman is in a hurry. Mobilize all personnel and resources. You have 1 hour. Yes. The guard broke into a cold sweat, overwhelmed by the enormity of the task. However, Chaphone Yu was known for her decisiveness. The bodyguard, clutching the notebook, hesitated. 1 hour may be too tight. How about 3? Zhang Hao sensed the unease and quickly inquired further. The bodyguard, relieved, nodded vigorously. That is sufficient. Thank you so much. Chaphone Yu smiled at Zhang Hao. In that case, we'll settle for 3 hours. If it's convenient for you, we could enjoy some tea while we wait for the delivery. I can send someone to accompany you. Having nowhere else to go, Zhang Hao agreed. He had listed everything he needed. They headed to a nearby tea house where Zhang Hao, still concerned, asked, What if some of the items I listed are unavailable? Sir, rest assured, whatever you write down will be procured, both in quantity and item. Chaphone Yu narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. As the next heir of the Chaphone group, Chaphone Yu, though a girl, has been exposed to business from a young age. This early exposure has endowed her with an extraordinary aura that sets her apart from ordinary women, despite her youth. Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine as he composed himself. Wait a moment. This girl is Chaphone Yu, the heir of the affluent Chaphone group. And the Chaphone family is among the elite families of the capital, undoubtedly part of the upper echelons of society. How could she possibly be here? Zhang Hao looked at Chaphone Yu with suspicion, utterly perplexed. Sir, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Oh, no, not at all. I'm merely curious as to how you found yourself here. Since becoming acquainted with Beijing Feng, Zhang Hao has taken an interest in various tidbits of information, mostly relayed through the chatter of Shangguani. Chaphone Yu took a delicate sip of tea and replied, Although I am unaware of your identity, given that you possess that card and we meet in this place, I surmise you must be a friend of Old Feng. There is no need for you to feel apprehensive. Our Chaphone family has benefited from Old Feng's kindness, and his friends are our family as friends. Chapter 66. Not to be underestimated, the Chaphone family is a premier family in the nation. The Chaphone group ranks among the world's foremost financial empires, a super conglomerate. Just contemplating this made Zhang Hao's head ache. There are many wealthy individuals in this world, but someone like Chaphone Yu transcends the mere definition of wealth. One could say that this young woman was destined to stand atop the world from the moment of her birth. Moreover, the Chaphone family places great emphasis on the education of their children, treating both sons and daughters equally, rewarding merit above all. Those with questionable character or insufficient abilities are sent to a remote island, where they are merely sustained without further expectations. It is said that the current head of the Chaphone family was once cast away to such an island himself. The cold-blooded nature of this family sent a shiver down Zhang Hao's spine. If possible, he would prefer to avoid entanglements with such individuals. Sir, I have already shared my name. Might I inquire if yours is a secret? Chaphone Yu looked at Zhang Hao with a warm smile, her gaze remarkably tranquil, seemingly devoid of anger. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao at that moment, Cha Fengyu was keenly eager to investigate him from head to toe. Beiding Feng may not have many friends in the outside world, but each of them is a formidable figure. Chang Fengyu understood this all too well. Even her father would not dare to be impudent in the presence of old Feng. Yet, the man before her seemed too young. How could he possess such a bank card? Chang Fengyu, being astute, was merely testing Zhang Hao by assisting him with his purchases. If that card did not belong to Zhang Hao, then today would have been his reckoning. If Zhang Hao truly was a friend of old Feng. Cha Fengyu's methods were discreet enough to avoid offending anyone. Zhang Hao, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His mind was solely focused on the gold from the Zhao family. My name is Zhang Hao, and I am indeed a friend of old Feng. What a coincidence. Cha Fengyu set down her teacup, smiled slightly at Zhang Hao, and made a phone call. What is the outcome? Miss you. He is indeed Zhang Hao and has connections with old Feng, but I cannot ascertain the nature of their relationship. Is there anything else? The informant relayed Zhang Hao's basic information, including his occupation as a team leader at a courier company. Is that all? Cha Fengyu hung up the phone, her gaze scrutinizing Zhang Hao with suspicion. If she did not know how accurate the information on the other end was, she might have doubted her own life choices. Zhang Hao, with his keen hearing, had already discerned the contents of the call. Indeed, this Changfeng heiress was not to be underestimated, though she had aided him moments ago. Upon reflection, Zhang Hao understood that it was merely a test. This woman, with her seemingly sweet smile and youthful visage, concealed a cunning intellect beneath her adorable facade. Zhang Hao felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him, prompting a familiar phrase to echo in his mind. The most poisonous heart lies within a woman. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hao found an excuse to extricate himself. Chang Fengyu did not hinder him. Instead, she reminded him that when the time came, he needed to sign for his goods, lest the business dealings suffer. The card had already been handed over to Zhang Hao after payment. The bulk of Zhang Hao's purchases had filled the abandoned factory to the brim, with some goods even spilling out into the yard, occupying an area nearly the size of half a football field. However, his bank balance had dwindled to almost nothing. After leaving, Zhang Hao noted that the time was nearing and proceeded to the abandoned factory. Upon arrival, he found all the goods present, but only one person stood at the entrance, seemingly awaiting him. This individual was a middle-aged man, slightly plump, with a kind demeanor. Mr. Zhang, all the goods have been delivered. I counted each item, ensuring nothing is missing. Additionally, as a token of our gratitude, please accept this small gift. As he spoke, the middle-aged man retrieved a small box from his pocket, about the size of a ring box. Inside was indeed a ring, crafted from gold, shaped like a dragon. It appeared somewhat tarnished, whether due to his sandblasting technique or intentional aging, giving it a rustic charm. Thank you. Zhang Hao accepted the ring, finding it oddly appealing, and casually slipped it onto his finger. Ah, Mr. Zhang, it seems you have quite the fortune. This ring appears to have been tailor-made for you, fitting perfectly. Fortune? What nonsense. I nearly had a heart attack tonight. After signing the receipt, the middle-aged man exchanged a knowing smile with Zhang Hao and departed without further ado. Strangely, this man displayed no curiosity, not even inquiring where such a large shipment of goods was headed. Zhang Hao exhaled in relief, knowing that, even if the man had asked, he would not divulge any information. Once the man drove away, Zhang Hao stood at the warehouse entrance and focused his energy, ensuring the surroundings were clear before commencing his tasks. Click, click. His phone clicked continuously, capturing images of the goods within the abandoned factory, which vanished entirely within a minute. The chat group's warehouse was exceptionally efficient. Once the items entered, they were automatically categorized, complete with images and classifications. Zhang Hao dispatched the items according to his memory. A multitude of red envelopes flooded in the group chat surged with activity. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, thank you all. I have matters to attend to. I shall return another day. Enjoy your meals and drinks. Emperor Taizong Li Shimen, huh? Did Hao Yin just send a message? Emperor Wei Wu Chao Chao, the building is too tall. I can't look anymore. Oh, my beloved fine wine. How delightful. Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how ungrateful this was. Upon reviewing his earnings, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. Alas, he had finally scraped together enough. However, despair washed over Zhang Hao when he contemplated the two ensuing issues after exchanging the gold. One was the transportation dilemma. Transporting gold necessitated specialized vehicles, as ordinary ones would likely suffer tire blowouts. The second issue is that Zhang Hao's account now holds merely 233 yuan. This sum left Zhang Hao utterly stunned. Chapter 67, Crushing Defeat. Since joining the Emperor's chat group, Zhang Hao swiftly transformed into someone carefree, with a little money to spare. However, this time, the total price of gold exchanged for 100 million was astronomical, multiplying manifold. It was indeed a lucrative deal, but also a treacherous trap. After all, This batch of items was to be surrendered. Zhang Hao muttered to himself before making a phone call. Xiao Yi, I'm in dire straits. Come help me out. But I can only treat you to spicy hot pot for now. Don't bother me for meals over 50 yuan. Wow, Helga, why do you sound so pitiful? What on earth have you been up to? The next day, miss, the time has come. What are we to do? The butler was sweating profusely. While old Master Zhao remained silent on the sofa, he was well aware of the Zhao family's wealth. If it were merely a matter of compensating the original price, it would amount to nothing for the Zhao family. However, the contract stipulated 100-fold compensation. If they were to pay that sum, the Zhao family's liquid assets would be entirely depleted, leading to a disruption across their entire industrial chain. This predicament was not merely a result of the Zhao family's misfortunes. Rather, those eyeing them would show no mercy. It was akin to a piece of succulent meat laid before a pack of starving wolves. Before the meat could be shielded, it would already be devoured, and any thoughts of reclaiming it would be mere folly. Currently, the Zhao family faced such a dire situation. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. Zhao Yuting gripped her phone, her teeth clenched. Zhang Hao had told her to wait for a call. As soon as he contacted her, she would rush to the transaction site. The rest could be left to Zhang Hao. The old butler, loyal to the Zhao family, was practically on fire with urgency. A painful blister forming at the corner of his mouth in his agitation. Old Master Zhao shook his head, offering a bitter smile. It's futile. If I were in their position, I would not grant the Zhao family this opportunity either. Why would anyone forfeit 100-fold compensation or relinquish the Zhao family's entire assets? Would you pursue that batch of gold? Isn't that just shameless? The old butler fumed, but soon he slumped back onto the sofa, despair creeping in. The business world is a battlefield. There are many who add embellishments, yet far more who delight in others' misfortunes. True benefactors who provide timely assistance are indeed rare. Grandfather, we can only wait for news. I believe in Zhang Hao. Even if he only offers me comfort, I am willing to trust him. Old Master Zhao sighed, rest assured. Even if Zhang Hao does nothing, this matter is not his fault. I will not take it out on him. At least, compared to Wang Youhua, Zhang Hao standing up, even if just for show, is far better. The mere mention of this matter made Zhao Yuting feel nauseous. Zhao Jiejun and Wang Youhua were close friends. Just an hour ago, Zhao Jiejun had put Wang Youhua on speakerphone in front of everyone, explaining the Zhao family's plight. Young Wang, could you send over some of your liquid assets? The Zhao family will have cash flow in 3 to 5 days, and we will repay you immediately with interest. What do you say? Not interested. However, if Zhao Yuting were to plead with me, I might consider it. I'll be waiting on the top floor of the hotel tonight. You all can figure it out. I don't have time for you. Zhao Jiejun gazed at his phone, then at his father, finally resting his eyes on Zhao Yuting. Zhao Yuting immediately shot him a glare. Are you foolish? He clearly doesn't want to mobilize funds. He is just waiting to see the Zhao family crumble. Do you really think that by going to him, he would save the Zhao family? Her words struck Zhao Jiejun like a bolt from the blue. How could this be? Young Wang and I are friends. Zhao Jiejun's uncle interjected angrily. Friends? Nonsense. With the fire at our doorstep, does Wang Youhua not know the Zhao family is in trouble? Humph. If anything happens to the Zhao family, I bet the Wang family will be the first to know. That little brat. I don't want to see him again, if I do. At this point, Zhao Jiejun's uncle fell silent. What could they do? After tonight, if they crossed paths again, they would belong to two entirely different worlds. Moreover, Wang Youhua's father would not easily let the Zhao family off the hook. The feud between their families had persisted for over 2 centuries, and the animosity was profound. Not to mention, Zhao Qingsong's uncle had been harmed by the Wang family. Yet, back in those days, many had taken advantage of the chaos. The living room was steeped in silence. The Zhao family members exchanged glances, sighing, seemingly at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Zhao Jiejun abruptly stood up, mustering rare resolve, and declared, I will go find Wang Youhua. Dad, perhaps you should seek out young Wang as well. What good would that do? Are we inviting them to laugh at the Zhao family? Zhao Jiejun's uncle turned to Zhao Yuting, hesitantly suggesting, Yuting, you will have to marry eventually. I see that Wang Youhua, though not the best in business, has treated you decently. Given the ruckus surrounding you and Zhang Hao, he has not turned his back on you. Perhaps you should pay him a visit? What did you just say? Bang. Old Master Zhao sprang to his feet, knocking over a glass on the coffee table, glaring at his second son. Well done, second son. Are you really suggesting we trade our family's daughter for survival? I have already let down your elder brother and sister-in-law. Yuting absolutely cannot go. I, Zhao Qingsong, would rather wander the streets than stoop to such a level. Zhao Yuting looked at her grandfather, tears welling up in her eyes. If it weren't for his unwavering support, her situation in the Zhao family would be unimaginable. Suddenly, her phone, resting on the coffee table, rang. The caller ID displayed Zhang Hao's name. It's Zhang Hao. It's Zhang Hao. How wonderful. Zhao Yuting answered the call. Activating the speakerphone, a familiar yet hoarse voice emerged, indicating that Zhang Hao sounded weary. "Yu Ting, head to the transaction site. Everything is arranged. Be cautious, but go boldly." Chapter 68, The Sting. Where are we going? What nonsense is this? Without gold, how can we go? Are we seeking death? Zhang Hao, what is the situation on your end? A chorus of voices erupted, causing Zhao Yuting's head to spin. Crash. The glass shattered on the floor, and the living room fell silent. Zhao Yuting clutched her phone. "Zhang Hao, your voice sounds off. Are you all right? Don't get too worked up. This situation isn't your fault. I am prepared for whatever comes. It's just bankruptcy." With her capabilities, Zhao Yuting believed she could survive in business. However, the legacy of the Zhao family, spanning a century, would be irrevocably severed. She exhaled deeply, considering her grandfather's strong attachment to family honor and the gravity of their current predicament. "Yuting, we have 2 hours left. If you trust me, go to the transaction site. I will handle everything." Zhao Yuting inhaled deeply, disregarding the side glances from her uncle and Zhao Jiajun, and promptly agreed with Zhang Hao. "Butler, prepare the car. I'm going to." Zhao Qingsong waved his hand, exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable hero. The old steward, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Prepare the vehicle. We must leave at once." Many years ago, while they were conducting business outside, they had nearly lost their lives. During that time, Zhao Qingsong was fearless, enduring countless hardships. Now, seeing the old master's commanding presence once more, the steward felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed years. "Let us go." The old steward, along with the elderly Zhao and Zhao Yuting, boarded the car. Meanwhile, Zhao's second uncle and Zhao Jun remained behind, their expressions contrasting as they watched the vehicle disappear. "Why is Grandpa going too?" one exclaimed. "If he must go, then he must go. It's inevitable," replied the second uncle with a sardonic chuckle. Zhao Jun, perplexed, suddenly realized, if Zhao Yuting fails in her task, the head of the family will have to turn to me. The second uncle rubbed his forehead, doubting the boy's intellect. "Stay by the phone. I have matters to attend to," he said hurriedly before departing. Meanwhile, the car sped towards the transaction site but was intercepted at an intersection by another vehicle. The elderly Zhao spoke coldly. "Tonight is anything but peaceful." With that, he grasped his cane, ready to confront whoever was there. The old steward and the driver restrained him as figures emerged from the other car. "Zhang Hao, what brings you here?" Zhang Hao waved at the elderly Zhao with a smile. "You seem full of vigor. Tonight should be quite peaceful. I intended to wait for you, but my concerns drove me here." Shangguan Yi leaned out, asking, "Brother Hao, do you need me to accompany you?" Zhang Hao had intended to relay some information through Shangguan Yi to Elder Feng, but the latter had made it clear he wished to avoid any local connections. Understanding this, Shangguan Yi nodded. "All right, call me if anything arises." She then drove away as Zhang Hao entered Zhao's vehicle, continuing towards the transaction site. Inside the car, aside from the diligent driver, the remaining three fixated their gazes upon Zhang Hao. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Zhang Hao waved his hands. "What are you all staring at? Did you really acquire the gold?" they inquired excitedly. "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, do you know the quantity of that gold? How could you possibly obtain it?" Zhang Hao scratched his nose, muttering to himself with a wry smile. "What else could I do? I've spent everything I had." The others did not catch this, while Zhao Yuting seemed poised to ask something. Suddenly, the driver grunted and blood splattered from his chest. Zhang Hao's pupils dilated in shock. "Gunfire. A sniper. Suppressed fire. Otherwise, my hearing would have given me some reaction time." In an instant, the vehicle veered out of control, speeding towards the roadside. How? No." The old steward screamed, while Zhang Hao called out the driver's name, knowing he was likely already dead. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Hao swiftly seized the steering wheel, deftly maneuvering the driver aside. "Get out. Quickly," he ordered, throwing the door open and casting his gaze in a particular direction. Across the street, atop a skyscraper, a figure was present. The individual seemed to sense something amiss and vanished in an instant. This guy, Zhang Hao dared not pursue, his primary concern being Zhao Yuting and the elderly Zhao. The target could not merely be the driver. At that moment, the position of the elderly Zhao likely aligned more closely with the assailant's true aim. Zhang Hao squinted, surveying the surroundings. They were nearing the outskirts of the city. All shops closed, yet a residential complex remained accessible. "Come, follow me. Yuting, listen. I will ensure your safety. No matter what happens, do not look or listen. And do not come out." Zhao Yuting, shaken, stared blankly at Zhang Hao. He gently tapped her forehead, transferring a surge of energy to her. "Zhang Hao, what did you just say? What is happening?" Under the influence of the energy, Zhao Yuting's anxiety began to dissipate. Zhang Hao wasted no time, pulling her along towards the residential complex. The old steward and the elderly Zhao, though shaken, remained composed enough to follow Zhang Hao. As the four reached the entrance of the complex, a chilling scream echoed from behind. "Grandpa, run!" Zhao Qingsong clutched his arm, clearly wounded, blood trickling through his fingers. Despite his injury, the old man gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Zhang Hao halted. "Steward, take them to hide. We cannot afford to give the assailants another chance. If they strike again, the elderly Zhao may not survive." Chapter 69. A condition. The old steward supported the elderly Zhao as Zhao Yiting followed closely behind. In that moment, the three managed to retreat safely into the complex. The old steward leaned against the wall, attempting to glimpse the situation outside. At that moment, Zhang Hao strode in. "Mr. Zhang, weren't you meant to confront that individual?" "Indeed." The steward was filled with excitement, believing that all would now be well. "Wait, the driver must be reliable." The steward nodded vigorously, then took out his phone to make a call. Upon dialing, there was no answer, not even a notification. The call abruptly ended. "That's strange. Why can't I connect?" "Use mine." Zhao Yiting offered her phone. The steward dialed again, but the outcome was the same as before. The elderly Zhao, clutching his arm. His complexion pale, trembled as he interjected. "No need to call. The signal here is likely jammed." The elderly Zhao had some knowledge of such devices. And since Zhao's enterprises included an electronics factory, signal jammers were among their products. He had observed this during product testing, as a factory worker had informed him. If calls failed to connect, there were only two possibilities. Either their side activated a signal jammer or the opposing side did. Sometimes, due to latency, signals might appear strong yet fail to connect. Zhang Hao checked his phone, finding full signal strength. He dialed, and a familiar voice answered promptly. "Brother Hao, what is happening?" "I was about to rest. I need a car. I'm at a certain room in the small estate." Shangguani sprang up, hastily throwing on clothes, rushing outside. As he passed through the hall, the steward of Beijing Feng stopped him. "Xiao Yi, where are you going? Your master forbids you from wandering around at this hour." "I'm not playing. Something happened with Brother Hao." Beijing Feng entered, his hair touched with frost. "Master, what happened to you?" "Don't worry about me. You just said something happened to Xiao Hao." Shangguan Yi recounted the predicament of the elderly Zhao, and upon hearing that he was injured, Beitang Feng's brow furrowed deeply. "You must not go." "Master, are you really going to ignore this?" Shocked, Shangguan Yi could hardly comprehend the situation. Zhang Hao was someone his master had high hopes for. And after nurturing him for so long, it seemed a waste to abandon him so easily. If anything were to happen to Zhang Hao, Shangguan Yi's alchemical business at Lingyun Pavilion would also meet its demise. After speaking, Beitang Feng disregarded Shangguan Yi and departed without a second glance. 10 minutes later, a large truck blocked the entrance of the community, soon followed by another, effectively concealing the gap beside it. Zhang Hao stared at the trucks, momentarily uncertain. Had Shangguan Yi lost his senses? I had asked him to come by car, and here he was with a truck, as if he feared the target wasn't grand enough. At that moment, the door of the middle truck swung open, revealing a graceful figure, Chang Fengwei. "Mr. Zhang, please get in," she said, casting a glance at the individuals behind Zhang Hao, signaling for them to board as well. Whatever needed to be discussed could wait until they were inside the truck. Zhang Hao, wary of potential eavesdroppers, crouched down, shielding the old steward with his back. "Give me a hand. I'll carry the old master into the truck." The truck's compartment was quite high, and given the old steward's current condition, he would struggle to climb in on his own. Once inside, Chang Fengwei inquired, "Where would you like to go, or shall I take the Zhao family patriarch to the hospital first?" "No, yes." Zhang Hao intended to decline, but suddenly remembered they still had the gold transaction pending. "Very well, I will ensure the old master reaches the hospital safely. Please focus on your own matters." "Thank you." Chang Fengwei observed Zhang Hao with a knowing look before smiling. "Mr. Zhang, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could agree to one request of mine." As Zhao Leoi's condition deteriorated, even with Zhang Hao sustaining his life force, the wound continued to bleed profusely. The damage inflicted by the sniper's bullet was devastating, leaving a gaping hole in the patriarch's arm, rendering even the sealing of his acupoints ineffective. Had it not been for Zhang Hao's true energy, Zhao Qinsong would not have made it this far. He would have already succumbed. "All right. As long as it doesn't involve murder, smuggling, or any illegal activities, I can agree to your request. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses." Thus, the Zhao family patriarch was ultimately taken away by Chang Fengwei. And the journey proceeded without incident. Those who had intended to harm Zhao Leoi were rendered speechless upon seeing Chang Fengwei, who was accompanied by several formidable experts, each with a stern demeanor. The sniper had long since fled, leaving behind individuals who lacked the capability to contend with those by Chang Fengwei's side. At this point, only half an hour remained until the deadline for the gold transaction. At 11:30 that night, the truck sped through a crossroads before finally coming to a halt. Unable to see outside from within the truck, Zhang Hao grew wary and exchanged a glance with Zhao Yuting, positioning himself in front of the truck's door. Should anyone attempt to open it, Zhang Hao was confident he could ensure the safety of both Zhao Yuting and the old steward. A small golden dragon swiftly manifested before Zhang Hao. A strand of true energy tethered it, preventing the dragon from launching itself outward. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed from outside the truck's compartment. A door had been opened. The compartment door swung outward, allowing fresh air to rush in. Zhao Yuting and the old steward, concealed at the back, anxiously peered outside, but Zhang Hao's presence obstructed their view, leaving them momentarily in the dark. "Mr. Zhang, please follow me," said a man Zhang Hao recognized from earlier that day in the supermarket, the bodyguard who had expressed gratitude on behalf of Chang Fengwei. Zhang Hao harbored a lingering unease about Chang Fengwei, regardless of her assistance. An inexplicable apprehension lingered in the depths of his heart. Chang Fengwei had prepared an off-road vehicle, and the bodyguard handed the keys to Zhang Hao. He drove with Zhao Yuting toward the transaction site, while the old steward would head to the hospital. For him, the gold matter was seemingly settled. His priority was the safety of Zhao Leoi. The gold transaction site was chosen at the dock, a location well-suited for transport, featuring both water and land routes. The expenses for land transportation alone could be quite substantial. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhang Hao and Zhao Yuting stepped out, only to find it deserted. "How peculiar. Where is Ouyang?" Zhao Yuting murmured, scanning the surroundings. Ouyang is the head of the party involved in this gold transaction. This was previously agreed upon in the contract, she explained. 3 years ago. Indeed, but even after all this time, he remains the head. His father is the big boss. So today, we have yet another wealthy heir among us. Is there a phone? Let us make a call. The news of the Zhao family's loss of gold had long ceased to be a secret, especially near the gold mine, where whispers had spread widely. Zhao Yuting nodded, hesitating with her phone in hand. "Wait, Zhang Hao, we currently have no gold. How can we transact? If Ouyang shows up, wouldn't that be a problem? Just call." "Trust me." Zhang Hao squinted, not elaborating further, and walked toward the edge of the dock, gazing out at the vast sea as he lit a cigarette. Under the night sky, the glowing ember flickered. Zhang Hao held the cigarette without smoking it, but soon he removed it from his lips. Damn it, this is irritating. He fell into contemplation again, realizing that Ouyang, the transaction head, had yet to arrive, and the dock appeared eerily devoid of vessels. Even without tonight's gold transaction, there should have been some presence at the dock, considering it was the largest water and land transfer point in the area. Turning to Zhao Yuting, Zhang Hao asked, "There are many local docks. While this one is ample, it is quite a distance from the company. Why choose this location?" "Oh, the dock is owned by the Ouyang family. It's convenient." As Zhao Yuting made a call that went unanswered, she frowned, her lips curling into a bemused smile. "Perhaps." "Don't bother." Zhang Hao discarded his finished cigarette and turned toward a nearby warehouse. "Zhang Hao, what are you doing?" This warehouse was originally intended for storing gold, and the 10 adjacent warehouses were likely designated for the same purpose. If the gold hadn't gone missing, all of it would currently reside within the cargo holds at this dock, with the Zhao family likely having sent people to guard it. A smirk crept across Zhang Hao's face. If he were in Ouyang's shoes, he certainly wouldn't have come tonight. The Zhao family aimed to suppress the news, but overlooked this crucial detail. "The guards for your gold haven tea arrived, and Ouyang will soon realize that you cannot produce the gold. Damn it." So tonight's transaction. Tonight's transaction is still on track. I previously inquired with the old master about the contract. According to the agreement, as long as the warehouses contain that batch of gold, the Zhao family will be deemed to have fulfilled their delivery obligations. Ouyang, as the representative of the opposing party, has chosen not to appear, leaving the Ouyang family to bear the consequences of any situation that arises. Yuting, your heart must possess considerable resilience. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Hao once assisted Zhao Yuting in recovering from an ailment. Thus, he is well acquainted with her health condition. Although Zhao Yuting's physical state is commendable, the concepts of cardiac endurance and heart disease are entirely distinct. It's manageable. In truth, upon my arrival here, I had already braced myself for the worst outcome, the Zhao family's bankruptcy, necessitating a shift in my lifestyle. What is there to falter under? Zhao Yuting gazed toward the dock. In the stillness of the night, the sea reflecting the sky appeared profoundly deep. Zhang Hao playfully patted Zhao Yuting on the forehead, remarking, "If everyone thought like that, we might as well cease to exist." At his words, Zhao Yuting shuddered, her bewildered expression gradually sharpening into clarity, followed by a steely resolve. Indeed, when had she, Zhao Yuting, grown so timid? Perhaps it began when she encountered Zhang Hao? She could not help but glance at him, offering a slight smile. "I understand you wish for me to rally, but such matters cannot be resolved merely by my will. Don't you think? Therefore, Let us indulge in something thrilling, a game that will undoubtedly excite both you and Ouyang's faction. Zhang Hao took Zhao Yuting's hand and produced a key, inscribed with a number corresponding to the warehouse before them. How did you acquire the key to the warehouse? He inquired, scratching his nose, unable to divulge that it was procured through an arrangement with Shang Guanyi. After all, it was hardly a matter of pride. Open it, he urged, stepping back, perhaps feeling it was sufficiently far. Open it? Zhang Hao, do you realize how many eyes are fixated on this warehouse? It may appear tranquil, yet I assure you, numerous spies are observing from the shadows. The impending collapse of the Zhao family is bound to attract attention. Chapter 71, 10 minutes at 11:45 p.m., Zhao Yuting, holding the key to one of the warehouses, unlocked the grand entrance. The golden flames flickered in her eyes as she beheld the vast warehouse at the dock, brimming with gold. Each ingot was meticulously arranged, resembling golden bricks. In the Wang family's villa within the Dihao estate, Wang Zongchang and Wang Yaohua sat in the courtyard, a stone table laden with food and drink before them, engaged in casual conversation. At that moment, a figure burst through the door, Li Yi, the bodyguard of young master Wang Yuhua. Tonight, members of the Wang family were stationed at the dock, dispatched to gather intelligence. From 9 p.m. until now, all their informants had been fruitless. Li Yi had been anxiously waiting by the phone. Master Wang, young Master Wang, something amiss. Wang Zongchang, savoring his drink, chuckled. What's the fuss? What could possibly happen tonight? Wang Yaohua grinned. What else could occur? The Zhao family is simply doomed. Father, the business at Wantong Group is thriving, particularly with Wanong Express, he continued. Haha, I know. You've had your eye on Wanong Express for quite some time. Wantong, once not considered a lucrative asset, was now undeniably worth pursuing. Presently, the largest 3 logistics companies in the area ranked Wantong Express at the top, with Dachang Express in second. While Datang Express had usurped the latter's position, Wang Yaohua had long harbored discontent regarding Dachang's fall from grace, as the business landscape on Commerce Street was nearing monopoly by Datang Express. In 2 years, he would officially take the helm of the Wang family's conglomerate, becoming the true president. This period served as both a test and training ground orchestrated by Wang Zongchang for his son. Father, once the Zhao family collapses, we will acquire Wantong Express, and together with our own, we shall dethrone Datang Express, Wang Zongchang mused, narrowing his eyes. Son, pursue the Zhao family without restraint. But do not touch Datang Express. Do not provoke them. I will inform you when it is appropriate to act. Why? When the 2 express companies unite, can we not overcome one? This question almost incited Wang Zongchang to slap his son. Datang Express had risen overnight, and all accessible company executives were merely figureheads, lacking genuine authority. The only one with real power was Zhang Ziyan, the legal representative and owner of Datang Express. Zhang Ziyan's background was rather uncomplicated. Prior to the emergence of Datang Express, he was merely a small contractor in logistics. Wang Yuo was astonished. How is that possible? Datang Express is now valued at 10 billion, and that is a conservative estimate. You need to be more astute. Zhang Ziyan is certainly working for someone else. Despite my inquiries, I have yet to uncover the true puppet master. Understood. I shall refrain from provoking them. Just then, Wang Yuhua, feeling somewhat disheartened, answered the phone as it rang on the table. Hello? Who is this? A muffled voice replied, You need not know who I am. I can help you take down that Zhang Hao fellow. Are you insane? Wang Yaohua retorted, irate, and promptly hung up. Though he had suffered losses at Zhang Hao's hands, the disparity in their social standings was evident. Wang Yuhua was the heir to the Wang family enterprise, while Zhang Hao was but a mere courier, regardless of any title he might hold. What is this? A lunatic calling me, claiming he can dismantle Zhang Hao. What significance does he possess to warrant such a fate? Indeed, he lacked such significance. What gold? The Zhao family is currently trading gold stored in the warehouse at the dock. The 2 men sprang to their feet, exchanging incredulous glances. Is that true? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You didn't give me the chance. Li lamented, having rushed over only to be sidetracked by the Wang father and son, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Who possesses such influence? Just yesterday, he had bribed individuals at the dock to ascertain that the Zhao family had nothing of value there. Yet now, all 10 warehouses were filled with gold. You must be mistaken, moving that much gold overnight without a trace. It's impossible. Soon, countless calls were dispatched from the dock, relaying identical news. At 11:50 p.m., Ouyang received the information while resting in a business lounge in the city. The Zhao family possesses a gold mine, and the Ouyang family operates a jewelry chain, with gold being their most profitable venture. Their collaboration has endured for nearly a century. One could say that the gold handled by the Ouyang family predominantly originates from the Zhao family's mine. This transaction, 3 years in the making, is significant. Yang hurriedly exited the lounge and raced to the underground parking lot, driving straight to the dock. There, Zhao Yuting, brimming with confidence, retrieved a contract from her briefcase. Yang gazed at the gold, uttering not a single word, and signed without hesitation. Yang, you have worked hard. I hope your journey is safe, came the farewell. After signing, Yang did not inquire further but simply departed in the vehicle. A flicker of cold light passed through Zhang Hao's eyes. This Yang is quite suspicious. He arrived just as the warehouse opened, perfectly timing his arrival before midnight. Chapter 72. Heart pulse. As soon as Yang left after the gold transaction, Zhao Yuting could no longer maintain her composure. Earlier, before her partner Yang, she had exuded confidence. Now, however, her gaze darkened, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhang Hao glanced at Zhao Yuting. Let us go check on your grandfather's condition. Okay, she replied. Zhang Hao, your medical skills are remarkable. My grandfather will be all right. Won't he? Faced with Zhao Yuting's earnest gaze, Zhang Hao fell silent. She grasped his arm, her eyes pleading. As if his mere nod would assure her that Zhao Qingsong would emerge unscathed. Yes, he will be fine, Zhang Hao reassured her, though turmoil churned within him. In truth, he had no certainty regarding the old gentleman's condition. As long as there was breath in him, Zhao Qingsong would not perish within the next 24 hours. After all, the vital energy was sustaining him. As long as his meridians were protected and nourished, he would not succumb unless there were grievous injuries. However, this was merely Zhang Hao's preliminary judgment. The extent of Zhao Qingsong's injuries remained an enigma. Zhao Yuting led the way toward the SUV, with Zhang Hao driving them to the hospital. Halfway there, Zhang Hao began to decelerate. Luxury cars were streaming toward the docks on the opposite lane. Zhang Hao could not help but roll his eyes. These individuals seemed eager to witness the Zhao family's downfall. Yet, all they could see were the bustling figures of Yang and his entourage. Contemplating Yang, Zhang Hao spoke while driving. Yuting, once this matter settles, if we have the opportunity, we should thoroughly investigate Yang. Zhao Yuting was taken aback by Zhang Hao's suspicion, which had not crossed her mind. To her, it was merely a routine transaction established 3 years prior. Yet, Zhang Hao's words carried weight, and after enduring recent events, her trust in him exceeded her own expectations. All right, once this is over, I will conduct a thorough investigation. If it truly involves the Yang family, the Zhao family will settle the score, no matter the cost. This was the resolute Zhao Yuting. Yes, Zhao, keep up the good work. Her spirits lifted, and Zhang Hao felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Zhao Qingsong lay in the hospital, while Zhao's second uncle and cousin were hardly worth mentioning. Their inaction was a blessing in disguise. The only person the Zhao family could rely on was Zhao Yuting. It was indeed ironic that in such a vast family, the weight of their troubles rested solely on the shoulders of the legitimate daughter. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Hao did not ask many questions and promptly led Zhao Yuting into the elevator. With the vital energy present, Zhang Hao could easily locate Zhao Qingsong's position within the premises. In the hospital's intensive care unit, Zhao Qingsong appeared pale, a typical visage of excessive blood loss. His arm, exposed from the covers, was marred with prominent veins. The old steward wiped his eyes, struggling to articulate. The bullets and shrapnel in his arm had been removed, but 2 pieces remain lodged within. As he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. A nurse rushed in with a bag containing the X-rays, hastily handing it to the doctor. The doctor extracted the films, scrutinizing them under the light. The old steward and Zhao Yuting craned their necks. Though the images were incomprehensible to the untrained eye, some areas appeared deeper, while others were lighter. Due to the severity of Zhao Qingsong's arm injury, the bullet had grazed the bone, triggering a violent reaction. Countless fragments had exploded within his arm. Even after the bullets were extracted, no one dared to act until the status of the remaining shrapnel was confirmed. Imaging could not be performed due to the urgency, and the least invasive approach was preferred. Zhang Hao stood by the bedside, channeling his vital energy into his eyes to meticulously observe Zhao Qingsong's condition. The 2 pieces of shrapnel were quite distinct. The first was not in a life-threatening position but would require considerable effort to remove. Even with Zhang Hao's focused concentration, it would take at least 20 minutes to avoid damaging the surrounding nerves. The second piece, however, had penetrated from the side, nearly traversing the entire body and finally resting perilously close to the heart pulse. The delicate heart pulse was now entangled with the shrapnel, quivering with each heartbeat, its sharp edge threatening to sever Zhao Qingsong's vital essence at any moment. A rupture of the heart pulse would be fatal, beyond the help of even the most skilled divine beings. Just then, the 4 drip for Zhao Qingsong finished, and the nurse approached to remove the needle. Don't move. Zhang Hao swiftly intervened, steadying Zhao Qingsong's hand while applying pressure to the back of it. In an instant, the needle was extracted. and the residual medication within the 4-tube clung to the needle. The sound of the fluid dripping resonated sharply in the otherwise silent room. From this moment on, do not disturb the old master. The second piece of shrapnel is perilously close to his heart pulse. The doctor, taken aback, stared incredulously at Zhang Hao, still holding the freshly delivered X-rays. Mere seconds before, he had been analyzing the films to ascertain the number and location of the remaining fragments. How could this young man be quicker than him? Young man, how did you determine the position of the shrapnel? Zhang Hao could not respond. He chuckled awkwardly. For this was a hospital, and the emotions of the patient's family were already heightened. A professional doctor would not add to the chaos. The doctor instructed the nurse. From now on, Nurse Lee will oversee this room. The patient requires round-the-clock intensive monitoring. Adjust his monitoring level accordingly. The young nurse hurried out, and shortly after, a middle-aged woman entered, her frame appearing somewhat frail, her hands marred with scars of varying sizes. Nurse Lee inquired about the situation and arranged for 2 experienced nurses to assist, establishing a 3-shift system to monitor Zhao Qingsong closely. Chapter 73. Self-destruction. Zhao Qingsong's condition was extremely precarious. Any misstep could lead to the rupture of his heart pulse. No plan could remedy such a situation. It was far more severe than internal bleeding. Nurse Lee gestured toward the door. Family members, please exit. Zhao Yiting shook her head vehemently. I will not leave. I cannot abandon him in this state. Is my life worth less than his? Leave if you value your life. Nurse Lee shot her a glare. Such was the nature of patient families. Sometimes, reasoning fell on deaf ears. Zhao Yiting quieted down considerably thereafter. With the 3 of them ushered out, Nurse Lee closed the door, choosing not to utter another word. The old steward was in a state of utter confusion. Upon hearing that Zhao Qingsong might die at any moment, he became even more frantic. His reaction was understandable, yet ultimately futile. In the past, when Zhang Hao was delivering packages, he never went to the hospital. The families of patients found it inconvenient to leave, and sometimes he had to make 2 trips to deliver packages from a single hospital, as a small vehicle could hardly accommodate them all. Occasionally, he would exchange a few words with familiar nurses or doctors. He once overheard a nurse mention that they did not simply act as they wished. They had to consider the patient's condition and manage the emotions of the family members. The most troublesome aspect was not administering medication or taking vital signs, but rather dealing with family members who were emotionally unstable. Zhang Hao attempted to comfort the old steward, who sat on a bench in the corridor, frequently craning his neck to peer through the glass window. The once mighty patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Qingsong, now lay pallid and alone on a hospital bed, without even the old steward by his side to offer him tea or water. This scene starkly illustrated the immense contrast from his former glory. Old master, you must hold on, if not for yourself, then for Miss Zhao, thought the old steward. Zhao Yiting stood by the window, leaning against the wall, her beautiful eyes filled with profound sorrow, her expression weary. Grandfather, you will recover. You must, she whispered. Seeing the 2 lost in their grief, Zhang Hao decided to allow them their moment. Such emotions needed an immediate outlet. Otherwise, they would fester and complicate matters further. As the old steward was Zhao Qingsong's confidant, he was privy to many family matters, even those unknown to the younger generation. As for Zhao Yiting, she was the only one the Zhao family could rely on at this moment. If they were not allowed to express their feelings, it might take an eternity for them to move forward. Zhang Hao did not venture too far, remaining in the smoking room. Seated on a long bench in the smoking room, Zhang Hao lit a cigarette while dialing a number. The first call was to Shangguan. Not long ago, Zhang Hao had suspected that the disappearance of the gold was linked to individuals from the Taoist sect, positing that only those possessing a storage ring could perpetrate such an act. He had sacrificed everything to help Zhao Yiting preserve the Zhao family. Yet someone had to be held accountable. The few thousand yuan in his white card served as a constant reminder that he must find the grandson who had indirectly betrayed him. After exchanging a few words, Shangguan directed Zhang Hao to check his mobile email. Within, he found a new message detailing names and circumstances, individuals from the Taoist sect who possessed storage rings. Zhang Hao perused the information, pondering whether Zhao Yiting might recognize someone therein. He called her over and showed her the email. Upon reading it, Zhao Yiting responded, I know this person, Zhang Xiaojie. He is a truck driver. What? The document indicated that Zhang Xiaojie had descended the mountain for training and subsequently vanished. He is an independent practitioner, not a true member of the Taoist sect. His master had some renown, but has since passed. With only his master and no sect to bind him, Zhang Xiaojie has always acted as he pleased. The storage ring he possesses was bequeathed to him by his master before his death. Zhang Hao squinted. There was no doubt that this Zhang Xiaojie was the one responsible. Where did you see him? At our company. He is a truck driver for Team 7. Haven't you seen him? Zhang Hao led Team 2 at the company, while Team 7 was managed by another leader, and the two teams rarely intersected. Moreover, as Zhang Xiaojie was responsible for a specific transport route, Zhang Hao had little chance to interact with him. The hospital soon provided results following an expert consultation. The shrapnel had adhered, and removing it posed significant risks, especially given Zhao Qingsong's age. In simple terms, the surgery could be performed, but the chances of mortality were exceedingly high. Generally, no hospital was willing to undertake such a procedure. Then let us not proceed with the surgery. Please do everything you can to stabilize my grandfather's condition. That is feasible, isn't it? That is not an issue, but you will need to sign a notification, given your grandfather's unstable condition. Even if you sought renowned experts in the capital, they would not take the risk. Who would gamble their career on a situation destined for failure? The shrapnel within the body would not lead to immediate death. The hospital had devised a comprehensive plan. This conservative treatment was essentially a means to keep Zhao Qingsong alive. For the next few days, the three remained at the hospital. Zhang Hao occasionally infused Zhao Qingsong with a touch of vital energy, but was careful not to overdo it for fear of disturbing the heart meridian. After 5 days of this dual approach, Zhao Qingsong's condition finally stabilized. At this juncture, Zhang Hao summoned Shang Wani, requesting him to discreetly protect Zhao Yuting and the old steward while he sought out Zhang Xiaojie. The office for Team 7 at Wantong Express was located within a large courtyard. Upon arrival, Zhang Hao spotted Zhang Xiaojie smoking against a large truck. This fellow had not fled. It was unclear whether he was simply bold or confident in his ability to remain undetected. Zhang Xiaojie turned his head, puzzled, sizing up Zhang Hao before asking, "Who are you?" "Zhang Hao." Upon hearing the name, Zhang Xiaojie remained confused, scratching the back of his head. "Zhang Hao? Which Zhang Hao? I don't know you." "No matter, I know you well enough." Suddenly, a small golden dragon lunged towards Zhang Xiaojie, whose pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 74. The traitor Zhang Xiaojie had no time to evade and could only grit his teeth to brace for the blow. The impact was thunderous. Both were practitioners. And while Zhang Xiaojie made a valiant effort to counter, the concrete beneath his feet cracked under the strain. "Have you lost your mind? Members of the Taoist sect cannot fight in public," Zhang Xiaojie exclaimed. "Huh, you understand the rules? Then let me ask you, what about the matter of stealing gold?" Zhang Hao was furious, thinking that Zhang Xiaojie, as an independent practitioner, had a questionable reputation. As for Zhang Hao, he was not bound by the constraints of the Taoist sect and had no interest in avoiding trouble. However, he also wished to steer clear of unnecessary conflict. Leaning against the truck, panting, Zhang Xiaojie replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't have any gold. If you're short on cash, consider other options. I'm just a driver here, earning over 2,000 a month. Robbing me would be pointless." As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet, revealing little more than loose change. "Who is robbing you?" Zhang Hao nearly spat blood. He had invested a fortune, and now, with his life and livelihood at stake, he was reduced to a mere 3,000 yuan. Nonetheless, he had no intention of resorting to robbery. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Xiaojie retorted angrily. "You don't want cash? You're fixated on gold? Nonsense. If I had gold, would I still be working here? What kind of eccentric are you from the Taoist sect?" Zhang Xiaojie, clearly exasperated, had been enjoying his smoke when he was suddenly accosted. Had he not reacted swiftly, that previous strike might have shattered his meridian. However, stepping back to assess Zhang Hao, Zhang Xiaojie suddenly remarked, "Who are you? I've encountered many young practitioners from the Taoist sect with your level of skill, yet I've never seen you before." Zhang Hao scrutinized the young man, observing that he seemed rather uncommunicative. At that moment, a passerby noticed the ground and exclaimed, "Oh my, what kind of quality is this? Team leader, come take a look. The truck has completely crushed the ground." The leader of the 7th group rushed out, equally bewildered by the situation. "Goodness. Quickly, call someone to fix this. We have a large shipment arriving in a few days. We can't afford to damage the boss's goods." While speaking, he glanced at Zhang Hao and remarked, "Aren't you the leader of the 2nd group? I'm in a bit of a bind. The driver is ill. Could you lend me one for just a few hours?" "Ah, team leader, you're too polite." The leader chuckled, fully aware of Zhang Hao's unique position within the company. After all, he wouldn't need to make any sacrifices. A driver from the same company could easily be reassigned. Zhang Hao's words were merely a formality. Currently, he was just a truck driver, and the team leader could arrange things as he saw fit. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao was still a prominent figure. Another individual chimed in, "Indeed. The 2nd group has the most business. A friend of mine over there earns nearly 10,000 a month with bonuses." "Really?" Zhang Xiaojie's eyes sparkled, revealing his impoverished state. Zhang Hao gazed at him, as if seeing a reflection of his past self. A salary of 10,000 was something he had never dared to imagine. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us go," he said. "Oh, it seems trouble is unavoidable." The two drove away, while the 7th group leader, still envious, mused, "I wonder if Zhang Hao needs any help." That guy Lou was bragging the other day that his deputy's bonus exceeds my salary for 3 months. Team leader, can't you achieve something? You don't understand. What is the use of achievement without money? The two drove off, eventually parking in the back of a small restaurant. Zhang Hao ordered several dishes and dove into his meal. Zhang Shaojia eyed the sumptuous food, swallowing hard. He figured he might as well indulge, even if he was uncertain of Zhang Hao's intentions. As he picked up his chopsticks, Zhang Hao raised his head and asked, "Where's your storage ring?" Zhang Shaojia, relishing a piece of braised pork, mumbled, "Sold it." Zhang Hao, mid-sip, nearly spat his drink out. "Sold it? You sold your storage ring?" Zhang Shaojia nodded. "Yes. Unlike you all, I don't have much money, and my master has passed away. I lost all motivation to cultivate. And the ring was just wasting away in my hands, so I sold it. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping on the street. Besides, it's just a storage ring. What is the big deal? Just a storage ring? You truly dare to say that? Even in the Taoist community, they are quite rare. By the way, since you sold your ring, how are you still working here? That thing is worth billions." Zhang Hao had heard from Shang Guanyi that if someone wanted to buy a storage ring, they wouldn't bat an eye at billions. Zhang Shaojia, looking skeptical, replied, "There isn't that much money. I sold it for 5 million, bought a house and a car, and now there is hardly anything left. Am I supposed to live off air? 5 million. The person who bought your ring must have been quite unscrupulous, judging by Zhang Shaojia's demeanor. He likely had no idea of the storage ring's true value." Zhang Shaojia continued, "I sold it to Beitang Feng." "What? Do you think 5 million is too little?" "Who? Beitang Feng? If it were someone else, I wouldn't have sold it. At least I can say I did right by my master by selling it to him." "Wait here." Zhang Hao abruptly stood and headed to the front of the restaurant, dialing a number. "Old Feng, I can't believe you're taking advantage of Zhang Shaojia. 5 million for a storage ring? My goodness, that is outrageous. And what about the gold?" At that moment, Zhang Hao felt utterly despondent. If Beitang Feng had the storage ring, then surely the gold was also in his possession, leading him to question his very existence. On the other end of the call, Beitang Feng hesitated. "What are you talking about, little Hao? What storage ring? What gold? Isn't that a matter for the Zhao family? What does it have to do with me? My master asked me to find out who has the storage ring." Zhang Hao explained. Beitang Feng, feeling overwhelmed, barked, "All right. Let us meet at the tea house. I need to see someone anyway. You two are driving me mad." The call ended abruptly. Zhang Hao had little patience left for Zhang Shaojia and firmly led him to the tea house. Beitang Feng and Shang Guanyi had already arrived. Upon meeting, Zhang Hao immediately inquired, "Was it you who bought the storage ring from him?" Zhang Shaojia glanced at Beitang Feng and replied, "Not him. He is too young. Beitang Feng is just an old man." Shang Guanyi, calmly sipping tea, burst into laughter. "Kid, you have guts. This is my master, Beitang Feng." "What?" Zhang Shaojia was taken aback, still in disbelief. Shang Guanyi wasted no time, tossing a small copper plate at him. "Take a good look. I am Shang Guanyi." This item symbolized identity within the Taoist community, featuring a small formation. Only the rightful owner could make the red gem in the center glow. To further convince him, Shang Guanyi picked up the copper plate again, and instantly the red gem illuminated. The plate bore the inscription Shang Guanyi. Beitang Feng had a disciple named Shang Guan, whose given name was Yi. This was common knowledge, as the name was rare and unforgettable, especially given its profound significance within the Taoist community. Zhang Shaojia, now understanding, lamented, "I see now. I must have been deceived by that guy. I was just puzzled about why you believed him. Did he resemble an old man, or show you the copper plate?" Beitang Feng, furious, couldn't he fathom that someone had impersonated him to swindle a storage ring for a mere 5 million. "I initially didn't believe it either. But he came up with 5 million in cash. I thought, in the Taoist community, who else but Beitang Feng could afford that?" Beitang Feng was left both amused and perplexed. He wasn't sure if Zhang Shaojia was complimenting or mocking him. Shang Guanyi laughed heartily. "Huh? Master, you were too ostentatious in the past. Everyone knows you regard money as nothing. Spending money is like a game to you. Enough." Beitang Feng shot a glare at Shang Guanyi, feeling a headache coming on. "Zhang Hao, it seems I cannot ignore this matter any longer." Setting aside the impersonation, "That alone is enough to infuriate me." He turned to Zhang Shaojia and commanded Shang Guanyi, "Take him to find Qian Mianhu." "Yes, master." Zhang Shaojia, terrified, quickly stepped back. Zhang Hao was left speechless. It was no wonder Shang Guanyi was so enthusiastic. It seemed the young man had designs on the storage ring. After they left, Beitang Feng paced around the tea house, causing Zhang Hao's head to throb. "Old Feng, surely this isn't necessary? It's just someone impersonating you to deceive a young man. Finding the culprit should resolve the issue." "Nonsense. The trouble is only beginning." There were some truths Beitang Feng could not yet reveal to Zhang Hao, such as his true identity within the Taoist community. Zhang Hao is no ordinary individual. He possesses the remarkable ability to sell items for as much as 5 million. Despite not knowing the buyer, he firmly believes that the person is Bei Tangfeng. It is likely that the one who acquired the ring is not someone to be trifled with. Old Feng, I can see the unease in your demeanor. What exactly troubles you? As for that individual, never mind. You should refrain from getting involved in this matter, as it has already attracted the attention of formidable figures within the Taoist realm. Zhang Hao, being astute, quickly discerned the underlying implications. To this day, he remains unable to gauge the true depth of Bei Tangfeng's cultivation. The only explanation for this situation is that Bei Tangfeng's prowess far surpasses Zhang Hao's own, akin to a mere dumpling facing a towering mountain. Zhang Hao scrutinized Bei Tangfeng and then inquired, "Feng Lai, perhaps it would be best if you were honest with me. I might genuinely be able to assist you." The old man acknowledged the boy's good intentions, but insisted, "This time, you must not interfere. Furthermore, should anything arise, ensure you conceal your presence. It must not be known that you exist." "Why?" Bei Tangfeng shot Zhang Hao a glare and retorted, "Isn't that self-evident? A tree that stands out invites the wind's fury. Your exceptional talent in just a few months. Are you not aware of your own standing? The Taoist realm is not as benevolent as you imagine. There are some elderly figures who fear being overshadowed. They may not seek your life, but they will certainly devise troublesome situations to impede your progress. Such occurrences have transpired before." As Bei Tangfeng continued to pace within the room, a gentle knock echoed from the entrance to the private chamber. "Did you summon Zhao Yiting?" Bei Tangfeng suddenly turned to Zhang Hao. There were no women around Bei Tangfeng, so anyone arriving could only be for Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. Yiting is currently in disarray. The Zhao family patriarch is still in the hospital." The mention of this matter caused Zhang Hao considerable distress. The situation with Zhao Qingsong remained unresolved. And now Bei Tangfeng was facing trouble as well. These two old men certainly had a knack for timing. A soft knock at the door interrupted their thoughts. "Come in. I am curious to see who it is." The door swung open, revealing Chang Feng Yu, who greeted the two inside with a cheerful demeanor. "Old Feng, why the sudden ire?" "Ah, Xiao Yu, please, take a seat." Bei Tangfeng's abrupt change in demeanor left Zhang Hao momentarily astounded. Chapter 76. Koma Changfeng Yu nodded at Zhang Hao before taking a seat. Bei Tangfeng then asked, "Xiao Yu, why didn't you join them for some leisure?" The children of the Changfeng family were oblivious to the concept of leisure. "It holds no value. I would rather seek out old Feng for a cup of tea." "Oh, this child. I've already advised you not to be so strictly managed by your father. Look at you. Now you don't even wish to play. What age are you?" Although Chang Feng Yu was young, she exuded an extraordinary composure, bearing an air of maturity. "Old Feng, I want tea beat around the bush. I'm here regarding Wang Zongchang, as per my father's instruction." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately rose, intending to leave. "Hey, Xiao Hao, there is no need for you to depart," Bei Tangfeng said while glancing at Chang Feng Yu. Neither spoke, yet at that moment, Chang Feng Yu's perception of Zhang Hao shifted. It was known that few were permitted in Bei Tangfeng's presence, especially during discussions of sensitive matters. Yet, now Bei Tangfeng allowed Zhang Hao to remain. Chang Feng Yu studied Zhang Hao and furrowed her brow. "Old Feng, I must express my concern. Since I met Zhang Hao, he has been a magnet for trouble. You have always been averse to complications, otherwise you would not have chosen to live in seclusion. Well, let bygones be bygones. Xiao Yu, you mentioned you came for Wang Zongchang. What has transpired?" Bei Tangfeng was perplexed. The Changfeng family was a prominent clan in the capital, while Wang Zongchang was relatively inconsequential. How were these two matters intertwined? Chang Feng Yu narrowed her eyes and murmured, 5 years ago, my uncle Chang Feng Lin was expelled by my father due to a mishap. He subsequently established a small company, collaborating with the Wang family on a project. However, the following year, after attending a banquet, he fell down the stairs and has been in a persistent vegetative state ever since. How does this relate to Wang Zongchang? Chang Feng Yu sighed. We cannot ascertain his involvement, but we have been investigating for years. At the time of the incident, my uncle was alone. 6 months ago, someone was apprehended in the capital. According to his confession, he had a benefactor who paid him 3 million for my uncle's life. This benefactor dealt in cash, making it impossible to trace, and many leads have gone cold due to the passage of 5 years. Chang Feng Yu rubbed her temples, clearly troubled. I compiled a list of the most likely suspects from that time. We have cleared most of them, leaving only 2. Wang Zongchang is a prime suspect, which is why I came personally. She clenched her teeth. It's merely suspicion. There is no concrete evidence. Bei Tangfeng nodded and smiled. I presumed you were here for that item. I hope you aren't misleading me, Xiao Yu. Do not blame me for the warning. That item is not something your Changfeng family should pursue. Chang Feng Yu's expression turned somber. yet she forced a smile. Old phone, if I were to say that our Changfeng family could produce someone you require, would that item ultimately come into our possession? The exchange between the two left Zhang Hao baffled. Old phone, what is this item you speak of, and who is this person? Beitang Feng shot Zhang Hao an exasperated glance. You still have the presence of mind to inquire about my affairs when you have yet to resolve matters concerning your beloved? Nonetheless, this doesn't hinder me from asking you a few more questions. However, I truly must take my leave. Zhang Hao would not be dissuaded by Bei Tangfeng and hurriedly exited. He had not slept a wink for a day and a night due to the matter of the storage ring, and he had been restless the previous night as well. After these exhausting days, Zhang Hao was utterly fatigued. Upon leaving the tea house, he visited a park to meditate and regain his composure. He then hurried to the hospital to visit Elderly. Elderly lay in the hospital, while numerous matters piled up at the company. Besides the local enterprises, the Zhao family's more significant ventures were primarily based in the capital. Although their roots did not lie there, their business had flourished in the capital. Zhao Yating's phone had been bombarded with calls these past few days. Nearly all matters fell upon her shoulders. When Zhang Hao arrived, Zhao Yating was in the hospital corridor, speaking on the phone, while her assistant carried a stack of documents, continuously conversing. Okay, you continue, she said, multitasking with ease. Observing Zhao Yating in such a state caused Zhang Hao's heart to ache. While he could not assist with the company's affairs, he felt compelled to expedite matters concerning Elder Zhao. Once Elder Zhao awoke, Zhao Yating would no longer need to bear such burdens. Yating, when you finish, come find me downstairs. When did you arrive? I'll be done shortly, Zhao Yating replied, nodding before returning to her tasks. Zhang Hao glanced at Elder Zhao's condition before heading downstairs. Half an hour later, Zhao Yating and her assistant sought out Zhang Hao. The three gathered at a restaurant across from the hospital, where Zhang Hao had pre-ordered the dishes, and the food arrived promptly as they sat down. The little assistant beamed with joy and playfully remarked while eating, "Brother Hao, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have truly lost my mind." So, is President Zhao denying you food? Zhao Yating shot a glance at Zhang Hao. I'm not a miser like Zhou Bapai. The little assistant, with a forlorn expression, lamented. But for the past few days, we've been eating nothing but fast food. Look at my face. I've broken out in acne. Humph, President Zhao has had any breakouts. I'm envious. The lively young lady brought a light-heartedness to the dinner atmosphere, lifting it from the previous heaviness. I understood that worrying was futile after grandfather's collapse. I realized how many matters awaited Zhao to be handled daily. Chapter 77, The Middle-Aged Fat Man. It was said that Zhao Yuting's second uncle was also ill, lying in another hospital. Yesterday, Zhao Yuting visited him, finding her uncle groaning as if he were on the brink of death. As for that young scoundrel, Zhao Jiejun, he was quite eager, wishing to seize control of the company as soon as possible. Naturally, Zhao Yuting didn't grant him any opportunity and dismissed him with a few sharp words. Isn't it strange that your second uncle truly seems indifferent to matters? Indeed, I'm puzzled. In the past, he would have relished such a situation, grasping power for himself. This situation felt rather unusual. Yet Zhang Hao chose not to dwell on it. I don't trust your second uncle. He might be harboring some ill intentions. Just wait a moment, Zhang Hao said, calling over a young man named Sheng Wanyi with a phone call. Dressed in a flamboyant shirt and jeans, with hair of an unkempt length, Sheng Wanyi exuded a certain audacity. In a more traditional environment, he might have found himself kneeling in submission. Hey, Brother Hao, you summoned me without saying why. What is up? Are you introducing me to someone? I must see, he remarked, sizing up the two young women. He recognized Zhao Yuting, but dismissed any thoughts of pursuing her. No need to court disaster. Thus, Sheng Wanyi playfully positioned himself beside the little assistant. Hello, beautiful. I'm Sheng Wanyi. The little assistant glanced at his outstretched hand, then silently picked up an unopened disposable chopstick and placed it directly into Sheng Wanyi's hand. Her emotional intelligence was commendable. Ignoring him, she turned her head and continued eating. Sheng Wanyi looked at the chopsticks in his hand, then at the little assistant. Really? Sister, are you this heartless? Sheng Wanyi, please be quiet. Zhang Hao interjected, unable to bear the scene. He knew Sheng Wanyi was merely being playful. But he also recognized that the little assistant might retaliate with a slap if he continued. Grinning, Sheng Wanyi replied, All right, I'll stop teasing her. Brother Hao, just tell me what's going on. I'm in a hurry, and there are beauties waiting for me. Zhang Hao felt a pang of regret for having called him over, yet Sheng Wanyi was one of the few he could rely on. I've been preoccupied these past few days. While I'm away, please look after Yuting. Her second uncle has been acting mysteriously, feigning illness in the hospital. And I'm concerned he might be up to no good. Sure, I relish the role of a flower protector, Sheng Wanyi replied. The little assistant quickly glanced at Zhang Hao and asked, Brother Hao, can we switch to someone else to protect President Zhao? I feel this gentleman is far more dangerous than those outside. Zhang Hao smiled gently, wanting to assuage her concerns. Don't worry. This fellow won't be able to do anything for 3 years. If you don't believe me, just pinch his arm. Hey, Brother Hao, no? The little assistant. Fully trusting Zhang Hao, didn't he hesitate to pinch Shang Wanyi's arm? Ouch. Help. I'm going to. In an instant, Shang Wanyi trembled all over, his face contorted in pain. As though he were about to faint. Zhang Hao cleared his throat awkwardly. All right, let go. If you don't, he'll end up in the hospital. The little assistant released her grip, astonished. Brother Hao, what is wrong with him? Oh, this fellow has a peculiar ailment he is currently treating. For 3 years. Any woman who touches him will cause this reaction. Shang Wanyi, recovering slightly, lamented. Woe is me. This must be my master's doing. It's too much. In truth, Shang Wanyi was in good health, his only affliction being his incessant chatter. His condition was entirely a scheme devised by Bei Tangfeng, who worried that this young rascal would stray from his studies and prematurely break his cultivation. Wiping his eyes, Shang Wanyi declared, no way. My diligent practice will cure this bizarre curse. The little assistant couldn't help but laugh. All right, you're safe now. The man was an elderly gentleman in his 70s, possessing little true prowess. Say that again. How did you deceive me? Zhang Xiaojia, now settled in a small manner, glared at the old man, nearly ready to bite. Zhang Hao nearly spat blood, glaring at Shang Wanyi. Is this trivial matter worth summoning me? No, it's because this man has interacted with that fellow. My master has already uncovered who is behind this. Did you not notice my master is absent? I assure you, within 2 hours, that scoundrel will, bang. A muffled sound echoed from outside the hall. A few rushed out to find a middle-aged man in his 40s, clutching his head and weeping. Old phone, spare me. I only did what Ouyang instructed. I never intended to impersonate you, but who else could command respect? Oh, should I thank you then? The middle-aged man shrank his neck, scared to make a sound. Bei Tangfeng glanced at Zhang Hao. This is the fellow who orchestrated the theft of the gold. The mastermind is that Ouyang. This pretty boy is indeed no good. Where's the gold? Now that they had identified the puppet master, the priority was the gold. Bei Tangfeng produced a storage ring. It's all here. This is the payment Ouyang arranged for him. As he spoke, Bei Tangfeng tossed the ring over. Zhang Hao held his breath, knowing all the gold was contained within. Brother Hao, take the gold. What about the ring? A flash of light gleamed in Zhang Hao's hand. While the middle-aged man stared in astonishment, the red dragon ring. My heavens, who on earth are you? None of your business. Shut your mouth. Shang Wanyi shot a disdainful look at the middle-aged man and then turned back to Zhang Hao. No, he should have been drooling, his eyes fixated on the ring. Chapter 78, The Little Follower. Zhang Hao collected the gold, but didn't hand the ring to Shang Wanyi. Instead, he turned to Zhang Xiaojia. This thing technically still belongs to you. If Xiaoyi genuinely desires it, name your price. Oh, come on, Brother Hao, just give it to me. Does he dare refuse? Bei Tangfeng kicked Shang Wanyi. Are you not learning your lesson? Zhang Xiaojia gazed at the storage ring, then sighed. I truly can't name a price. The Zhao family's gold was given by me. The gold I have, I'll share 50% with you, as a purchase for this ring. As he spoke, Zhang Hao discreetly transferred half of the gold into his card. The white card had no transfer limits. Zhang Xiaojia nodded vigorously, never expecting to benefit from this misfortune. Before long, the transfer was successful, and Zhang Hao tossed the ring to Shang Wanyi. Bei Tangfeng regarded Zhang Hao with satisfaction. Xiao Hao, you handled this beautifully. Zhang Hao could only smile wryly. Truthfully, he could have simply given the ring to Shang Wanyi without spending a penny. However, Zhang Hao had other intentions. He was no fool. Upon inviting Shang Wanyi, he sensed a lack of support around him. The esteemed Shang Wanyi is indeed the disciple of the venerable Feng Lao, and it would be inappropriate for him to remain a mere errand boy indefinitely. Furthermore, certain matters were not convenient for Zhang Hao to handle. After much contemplation, he thought of Zhang Xiaojia. Without voicing his thoughts, Zhang Hao decided to take Zhang Xiaojia away once the current affairs were resolved. Brother Hao, aside from my master, I have no other family. From now on, you shall be my kin, my elder brother. Zhang Hao felt a sense of ease and inquired. I won't engage in idle chatter. To speak plainly, the reason I am offering you money is twofold. Firstly, the storage ring indeed belongs to you. And even if Xiaoyi wished to take advantage, Feng Lao would not condone it. The second reason is that I am in need of an assistant. Zhang Xiaojia nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Ever since my master departed, I have not experienced a single good day. As a solitary cultivator, my situation in both the Dao sect and this realm has been nothing short of tragic. In contrast, Zhang Hao is the one whom Feng Lao holds in high esteem. Naturally, Zhang Xiaojia was unaware of this. He merely perceived Zhang Hao's relationship with Feng Lao as exceptional, thus considering him a prominent figure within the Dao sect. Brother Hao, I will do whatever you ask. However, may I request one thing? Speak freely. Summoning his courage, Zhang Shaojie continued, I wish to cultivate. I yearn to continue my training. At that moment, De Lu entered from outside, overhearing Zhang Shaojie's words. What are you talking about? Do you wish to ascend to the heavens? Just focus on being a driver. Why complicate matters? As De Lu spoke, he placed several documents on Zhang Hao's desk. Brother Hao, where have you been these past few days? I've been overwhelmed with work. We're short-staffed. The Zhao family is in disarray, but the courier company hasn't been affected. The second group continues their operations as usual, and the local ruffians have not dared to trouble them since their leader was thoroughly dealt with by you. Zhang Hao glanced at the performance metrics. They were indeed impressive. De Lu, do your best. If there comes a day when I am no longer the team leader, the position will undoubtedly be yours. Brother Hao, what are you saying? Oh, are you planning to be promoted? Zhang Hao waved his hand, engaging in light banter with De Lu before he exited to attend to his duties. Turning back to Zhang Shaojie, he said, cultivation is certainly possible. But I have little to teach you. Most of his knowledge was derived from the chat group, from the foundational stages to his current expertise. He could hardly bring this lad into the chat group, a feat he was truly incapable of achieving. The group's leader was Qin Shi Huang Zhang, and there were no other administrators. Previously, when Zhang Hao conversed with Qin Shi Huang, he learned that the group did not accept new members. His own inclusion had been a mere accident. Zhang Shaojie's expression dimmed. Zhang Hao's fingers twitched, and a sealed scroll fell into his hand. This scroll contained another cultivation technique, albeit one that clashed with Zhang Hao's 5-animal play, making simultaneous practice impossible. The two methods, one rigid and one supple, would not complement each other, but rather undermine one another. Since he had some time to spare, and recognizing the need to win hearts, Zhang Hao decided to present something of genuine value. Here, this is all I can offer you. Zhang Shaojie accepted it, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed. This is incredible! Zhang Hao sighed with relief, realizing that Zhang Shaojie could indeed utilize this technique. If you find it impressive, keep it. Also, take this. He tossed a small porcelain vial, which Zhang Shaojie caught, opened, and sniffed, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Pei Yuan Dan? Brother Hao, where did you procure this? The number of alchemists is dwindling, and although this item isn't exceedingly rare, it is quite difficult to acquire. In truth, Pei Yuan Dan was not particularly hard to find for disciples of the Dao sect. Zhang Hao chuckled. Apologies, but I am an alchemist. What? If Zhang Hao intended to garner loyalty, he would do so thoroughly. For a solitary cultivator, befriending an alchemist was nothing short of miraculous. Especially for someone in Zhang Shaojie's circumstances. Zhang Hao did not elaborate further. At that moment, Zhang Shaojie seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead and asking urgently. The Tianjin Conference. Brother Hao, you wouldn't happen to be the one who acquired the Jiuli Ding, the youngest alchemist of the current generation, would you? And what of it? Oh, right, the Jiuli heir. Zhang Shaojie danced with excitement, nearly spitting as he spoke. Zhang Hao thought to himself how gossip had infiltrated the Dao sect. He hadn't intended to reveal this, yet Zhang Shaojie deduced it astutely. It was perhaps Zhang Hao's youth that made it easy to connect the dots. Brother Hao, I will work diligently by your side. Even if you were to dismiss me, I would not leave. Seeing Zhang Shaojie's unrefined enthusiasm reminded Zhang Hao of his own earlier days. Chapter 79. The Tian Domain Genoderma. Ah, how carefree you are. My boy, once you face the challenges I have encountered, your joy may dwindle. Zhang Hao sighed, rising to gaze out the window at the scenery. The elder Zhao lay in the hospital, fragments of bullets lodged near his heart. While he knew how to extract them, preserving the heart would be another matter entirely. Zhang Shaojie pondered for a moment before murmuring, Brother Hao, years ago, my master and I came across a Tian Domain Genoderma, which we sold. Tian Domain Genoderma. Zhang Hao turned abruptly, his eyes wide with excitement as he regarded Zhang Shaojie. Tian Domain Genoderma? Are you certain? Absolutely. Isn't that the substance that preserves the heart? It's pure white, resembling a large piece of mutton fat jade. Where did you find it? Take me there. The Tian Domain Genoderma was no ordinary item. Zhang Shaojie's claims were not unfounded. It was indeed the best remedy for preserving the heart. If they could locate the Tian Domain Genoderma, Zhang Hao would dare to proceed with the extraction of the fragments. Zhang Shaojie scratched his head, somewhat sheepish. As he said, it was on a mountain, but it's of no use for you to go now. That mountain has long since become a tourist attraction. The Tian Domain Genoderma is surely gone. That was indeed plausible. The Tian Domain Genoderma would not thrive in the presence of human activity. Once human energy encroached, it would gradually wither. Even if one managed to procure it, they would need to encase it in specially treated sandalwood, leaving no gaps whatsoever. Otherwise, once it withered, it would become a mere puddle of water, utterly worthless. Yet, as long as it was not exposed to human presence for too long. The Tian domain Ganoderma could survive outside its soil, albeit without growth. Its rarity was comparable to that of the Tai Sui. The difference was that while the Tai Sui was widely known, no one had ever seen it. Whereas knowledge of the Tian domain Ganoderma was confined to those within the Dao sect. To whom did you sell it? Wang Zongchang. My master sold it to him. But I have no idea from whom he obtained the information. He was in quite a rush to find us back then. Wang Zongchang. Zhang Hao felt an urge to curse. Of all people, why did it have to be him? Yet, in those days, the only individuals who could recognize the Tian domain Ganoderma and afford to purchase it were indeed limited to Wang Zongchang. The elder Zhao had already been preoccupied with business in the capital, and Bei Tangfeng was entirely absent from the scene. With a determined resolve, Zhang Hao thought, well, at least I know who to confront. That very afternoon, Zhang Hao headed straight for the Wang family. Before entering, he prepared himself mentally. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance that mingled with the scent of sandalwood. Oh no! In the living room, the Wang father and son sat before a tea table, having already opened the sandalwood box containing the Tian domain Ganoderma. Wang Yaowa shot a sly glance at Zhang Hao, then promptly swallowed the last morsel of the precious Tianyu Lingji. Wang Zongchang rose to his feet and smiled at Zhang Hao, saying, "Oh, young man, I hear you're eager to see me. Is there something on your mind?" That old rascal. Zhang Hao trembled with rage, but he was unwilling to concede. The Tianyu Lingji was far too valuable. Surely these two wouldn't have consumed it all. There might still be some left. Wang Zong, how much Tianyu Lingji remains? None, he replied. I've been feeling unwell lately, and it reminded me of an old friend. Alas, Mr. Zhao is in the hospital and can't enjoy this fine treasure. I thought, why keep it? If one day I find myself in a hospital bed, I wouldn't want it to go to waste. So I ate it. If that old fool has heart problems, Zhang Hao felt like smashing his head against the wall. This was something he couldn't overlook. Wang Zongchang grinned slightly at Zhang Hao, saying, oh, from the way you speak, I take it you desire the Tianyu Lingji? I'm afraid I've already consumed it. With that, Wang Zongchang turned the empty box towards Zhang Hao, revealing it was indeed devoid of contents. That old scoundrel. Zhang Hao seethed with frustration and turned to leave. Zhang Hao, take care. No need for farewells. Wang Yaowa called out, laughing triumphantly. As Zhang Hao stepped out, clarity washed over him. Wait a moment. How could Wang Yaowa have known? Unless, when he spoke to Zhang Xiaojie about it, someone overheard and informed Wang Yaowa. That cunning old man anticipated Zhang Hao had come seeking the Tianyu Lingji, and they were determined to prevent him from saving anyone. How could they not choke on their greed? Brother Hao, how's it going over there? Zhang Xiaojie rushed over, having waited nearby. Since Zhang Xiaojie arrived, Zhang Hao had taken him to purchase an off-road vehicle, allowing Zhang Xiaojie to drive it regularly. They ate it. What? They consumed it? Zhang Hao recounted the situation, then spat in frustration. I'm baffled. How did they find out? Zhang Xiaojie scrutinized Zhang Hao, then asked, Brother Hao, don't you suspect I might have let it slip? Of course not. We've been together the whole time. It's not like you possess the ability to transmit information across great distances. Zhang Hao replied with a light smile. I suspect no one. I trust my allies. Surveillance techniques. Zhang Hao had indeed overlooked this detail. Indeed, Zhang Hao nearly choked on his own fury, realizing he had forgotten about the listening devices. He picked one up, shouting at it, you scoundrels, just wait. Fortunately, he hadn't divulged anything else in this vicinity. Observing the dust on the listening devices, they had clearly been there for quite some time. After a thorough search, he confirmed that such devices were only present in his small office. This suggested that Wang Yaohua was behind it. If Wang Zongchang had placed them, they would surely have been hidden in Zhao Yiting's office. With a grim expression, Zhang Hao tossed the 5 crushed listening devices onto the security chief's desk. Chapter 80, Mockery of Strength. The security chief looked up, recognizing Zhang Hao immediately, and stood up straight. Oh, Zhang, what brings you here? Cut the pleasantries. I have 5 of these in my office. Take a good look. The security chief examined the devices, looking bewildered. This situation was undoubtedly a failure on his part. Zhang, I truly had no knowledge of this. And our security checks only cover the building. Your courier service doesn't conduct inspections. Zhang Hao was nearly apoplectic. Pointing at the devices, I may not inspect there. But what about the entrance? The entrance has detectors on either side. If someone brought in listening devices, they would definitely be discovered, unless your security is utterly negligent. The security chief stammered, finally saying, Zhang, please don't make this difficult for me. I reported the malfunction at the entrance 6 months ago, but they didn't allocate funds for repairs. I can't afford to purchase it myself. A full set costs tens of thousands. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, leading the security chief to the finance office to confirm the situation before he relented. That very day, the malfunctioning equipment was replaced. It is never too late to mend. But alas, the vital Tianyu Lingji was gone. That night, Zhang Hao lounged on his sofa at home. He had recently purchased a property with a small garden on the first floor. It was a quiet place, ideal for cultivation, and conveniently located near both his company and a park. Zhang Hao took out his phone. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, I'm utterly exhausted. Today, I encountered a scoundrel who consumed the Tianyu Lingji right before my eyes. How could he not choke on it? Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng, a mere Tianyu Lingji is not worth such anger. Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, sigh, I am so weary. Qin Shi Huang sent a red envelope of 10. Zhang Hao absent-mindedly opened it, thinking that gold would not console him at this moment. Upon opening, a notification appeared. 10 Tianyu Lingji were added to his inventory. What? Emperor Wei Wu Chao Chao, Emperor Haotian Zhang Hao, I want some too. Chao Chao sent a red envelope of 10. Could it be more Tianyu Lingji? Zhang Hao trembled as he opened the envelope. And indeed, these esteemed rulers must have plundered a fortune from the common people. Heaven above, Zhang Hao felt tears welling up. What was once a rare treasure was now being handed out like cabbages. Soon, a flurry of red envelopes appeared in the group, filled with rare herbs, some of which had been long forgotten. Everyone, did you coordinate this today? Emperor Taizu of Qing Nurisai, one last Emperor Puyi, one Emperor Taizu of Qing Nurisai, unworthy descendants. What business is it of yours? Kneel before me. Last Emperor Puyi, ancestor, please calm down. This vast empire was ruined by me. I am merely a puppet emperor. My words hold no weight. The two immediately began to bicker. Zhang Hao, disinterested, bid them farewell and without rest, headed straight to the hospital. With the Tianyu Lingji in hand, Zhang Hao wasted no time. Using his true energy to refine it into a medicinal pill and placed it in the mouth of the elderly Zhao. This substance melted instantly. A small pill encapsulated the essence of the entire Tianyu Lingji. Once it was fully consumed, Zhang Hao commenced his true work, extracting the fragments within Zhao's body. During this time, the elder remained utterly still. The more still he was, the smoother the process became. Clang! A shard fell to the ground. And Zhang Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the elder still did not awaken. Zhang Hao then administered another pill before contemplating a few strategic taps on the elder's neck. If the elder were to awaken tonight, the lively atmosphere would dissipate. This action would allow him to remain in slumber until dawn. Zhang Hao kept this occurrence to himself, not disclosing it to Zhao Yiting. What are you doing here? Zhang Hao turned his head and smiled at Nurse Li. Notify the doctors to come over and help old master Zhao change his clothes. What? What did you say? Impossible. It has only been a short while. How could he be gone? The instruments had not emitted any alarms. In a hospital, when one speaks of changing someone's clothes, it fundamentally signifies that the person has passed away. Zhang Hao immediately felt a headache coming on and replied, he is not dead. The shrapnel has been extracted. Hurry. The wound needs attending to. Although Zhang Hao had managed to remove the fragments, he was at a loss regarding the wound left behind. While it hadn't harmed old Master Zhao, a little bleeding still required care. The nurse was bewildered, and without further explanation, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity and slipped away. At 3 in the morning, in the living room of a villa, Ouyang rubbed his temples, continuously sipping red wine. Life's triumph should be celebrated to the fullest. But when would the Zhao family finally fall? A man sat opposite Ouyang, not partaking in the wine, his face obscured by a mask and sunglasses, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Ouyang raised his glass and smiled at the man. I'm genuinely curious. With all your schemes leading to this outcome, how deep is your grudge against the Zhao family? You need not be curious. I am in trouble. The man abruptly stood, glaring at Ouyang. If you dare betray me, I assure you, not a single soul from the Ouyang lineage will remain. With that, the man dashed towards the back door, disappearing into the night. What a lunatic. Why would I betray you? Ding dong. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Unexpectedly, while he had stirred up trouble for the Zhao family, the gold had ended up in someone else's hands. Chapter 81. An unexpected visitor. This was also that man's intention. Ouyang desired not the gold, but rather compensation from the Zhao family, or perhaps the entire Zhao family itself. And of course, there was the woman, Zhao Yiting. Ouyang narrowed his eyes. Though he appeared solemn, he was filled with ulterior motives, knowing well that Zhao Yiting was no ordinary woman. Now, however, the situation had reached a stalemate. The compensation was in jeopardy, the gold had been given to others, and as for the beauty, she was beyond reach. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, interrupting Ouyang's thoughts. Who is it at this late hour? Ouyang set down his glass and walked towards the door, pondering who might be visiting. Zhao Yiting? No, that was impossible. She had been incredibly busy lately, often visiting the hospital. Could it be him? Ouyang rushed to open the door, revealing Zhao family's second uncle standing there, glaring at him. Uncle, you're here. Please, come in. Ouyang stepped aside, and the two men settled onto the sofa. Zhao's second uncle glanced at the empty wine bottles, mocking. You've lost your wife and your men, and now you're drowning your sorrows in alcohol? You're far inferior to your father. Uncle, please don't tease me. Alas, we've failed. What shall we do next? Zhao's second uncle squinted and asked, what do you intend to do? The old master is still lying in the hospital. Uncle, I must ask, since your old master has been hospitalized, why did you also feign illness? At this moment, you should be strategizing to seize power. Think about it. If you become the head of the Zhao family, we can continue our business as usual. As for Yiting, Zhao's second uncle chuckled somewhat helplessly. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Do you know why I've held back? Or perhaps, the old master Zhao has summoned some capable individual. This news would swiftly reach Ouyang, at which point he would have his own strategies. On the night of the transaction, Ouyang had been informed in advance that there was gold in the warehouse. This information had been directly conveyed to him by Zhao's second uncle, who had heard it from family members. It was precisely for this reason that Ouyang was able to arrive so quickly. However, neither of them anticipated that their haste would arouse Zhang Hao's suspicions. Consequently, an investigation ensued, revealing the truth behind the matter. Ouyang contemplated meticulously, but shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the reasons. Zhao's second uncle sighed in exasperation. Because of Zhang Hao, with him around, I truly dare not act recklessly. You, after all, are an outsider. Even if this matter were to trace back to you, he spat. What am I saying? What I mean is, I worry that Zhang Hao is too cunning and might indeed come after me. If that happens, I will be finished in the Zhao family. Ouyang wasn't he foolish? He recognized the implications behind Zhao's second uncle's words, which essentially amounted to sacrificing a pawn to protect the king. His downfall would be inconsequential, while Zhao's second uncle could continue as usual, retaining the opportunity to seize the entire Zhao family. If Zhao's second uncle were to fail himself, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to regain footing. The old master Zhao despised betrayal above all. Both men had their own calculations, unwilling to relent. A thought crossed Ouyang's mind, and he coldly remarked, Uncle, have you received some news, hence the need to come and probe me? As far as I know, Zhang Hao has no background. He is just a poor kid. Are you truly so afraid of him? It was no wonder Ouyang was suspicious. Ever since that night's events, he had doubted that Zhang Hao was behind the extraction of the gold. Thus, he hired someone to investigate Zhang Hao. However, what Ouyang did not expect was how swiftly the results would emerge. He had paid 100,000 for the investigation, and the other party took merely 5 minutes. At that moment, Ouyang felt utterly crushed. Zhang Hao's background was clear. He truly was an orphan, with adoptive parents who passed away shortly after taking him in. In a tragic accident, a bus overturned, leaving only Zhang Hao alive among the passengers. Even photographs from that time had been sent over. Zhang Hao had survived under the protection of his adoptive parents. 3 years later, he joined Wantong Express as a courier. Zhang Hao had grown up eating from the hands of many families in his village and still sent money to several elderly villagers every month. Moreover, everything about Zhang Hao's work at Wantong Express was widely known and required no investigation. After a thorough inquiry, the conclusion was clear. Zhang Hao was an innocent young man. To say he could produce such a vast amount of gold was laughable. He likely had never even seen a gold bar weighing over a pound. Zhao's second uncle frowned. It seems you truly know nothing. I am not from here. I've only been here a few days. What can you expect me to know? Now, tell me, what is it that has you so terrified? Zhao's second uncle produced a document envelope and tossed it to Ouyang. Look for yourself. Inside the envelope, black and white text detailed various matters along with timestamps. Further down, it described Zhang Hao's circumstances at that time. Regardless of the major incidents, Zhang Hao's status was simply 4 words: whereabouts unknown. Zhao's second uncle poured himself a glass of red wine and grimaced as he spoke. Indeed, whereabouts unknown. Initially, I didn't think much of it, but look at this. During these days of his disappearance, numerous events have transpired. Additionally, I discovered that Zhang Hao often ventured to the outskirts. What could possibly be out there? Is it possible he frequents a mass grave? Upon hearing this, both men exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. Ouyang swallowed hard. Uncle, you can't frighten me like that. Perhaps he simply enjoys taking walks in the countryside? Chapter 82. Long time no see taking walks in the countryside? Yao's second uncle's brows knitted tightly together. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for not realizing earlier that Ouyang's intellect was somewhat lacking. Yao's second uncle, visibly irritated, remarked, Do you think Zhang Hao is like you? He is merely a humble courier, devoid of such leisure to ponder. Is it not sufficient to traverse the delivery routes daily? Indeed, that was a valid point. Look closely. In every instance, there is an enigmatic figure emerging. On the night when the Great Tang Express made its sudden debut, Zhang Hao vanished. The day news of the alchemist's sex transmission broke. Zhang Hao was again nowhere to be found. To make matters worse, shortly thereafter, Chen Sheng's leg was healed, yet during those days, this Zhang Hao was absent from the company. The most crucial players in this scenario remain unidentified. Surely you comprehend that? The identity of the great Tang Company's owner is unknown. The newcomer among the alchemists remains a mystery. As for the so-called young master of Julie, if one insists he's linked to the alchemists, then his identity is still shrouded in secrecy. Yang, contemplating, replied, "Uncle, do you suspect that Zhang Hao's this person?" Yang, momentarily stunned, blinked and mused, "That cannot be. If he held such status, why would he be here? You ask me, who should I ask? In any case, I have come here today to convey this information. Henceforth, you shall depart tomorrow. I will handle matters here. Do not seek me out, for I shall find you." "Uncle, that seems rather ungracious." Yao's second uncle glared at Yang, his usual jovial demeanor vanishing instantly. "You little rascal, do as I say. If you linger here and cause trouble, see what happens." Yang, observing Zhao's second uncle, chose silence for the moment. In front of the old master, Zhao's second uncle was meek, but outside, he was far from easy to deal with. Yang understood that should he provoke this old mad dog, he would likely drag him down with him when trouble arose. Besides, the Yang family had not suffered any losses this time. "Fine, I cannot afford to offend you, but do not seek me out again. When you become the patriarch of the Zhao family, then you may contact me." Yang, with a hint of disdain, reminded himself that he was the only heir of the Yang family, and in a few years, the entire clan would be his. However, Zhao's second uncle was different. His son was inept, yet his niece was quite capable. The old master was not fond of him, and who would ultimately inherit the Zhao family remained uncertain. At that moment, a commotion was heard outside. "Oh, long time no see." Zhang Hao cheerfully emerged from beside the door, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, clearly having been standing there for a while. "You?" Yang recognized Zhang Hao from their previous encounters at the dock and through investigations. Zhang Hao raised his phone and pressed the play button. The conversation between Zhao's second uncle and Yang echoed from the phone's speaker at maximum volume. "Alas, my phone isn't the best, but the sound quality is decent." Zhang Hao's phone was the one given to him by Shang Guanyi, clearly intended to provoke the two. Seeing this, Yang rushed to snatch it away, but Zhang Hao, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap that sent Yang spinning and crashing to the ground. "Get up. Do you think you are Lin Daiyu, unable to withstand a single slap?" Zhang Hao shouted angrily, while Yang lay on the ground, dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling. How could the noble scion of the Yang family, the future head of the clan, be struck by an unknown individual? It was rather crude, wasn't he? While Zhang Hao verbally criticized the rudeness, he was not idle. He swiftly helped Yang back up, delivering 2 more slaps. Yang groaned, his eyes rolling back before he fainted. Zhang Hao tossed him back onto the ground and turned his gaze towards Zhao's second uncle. "What are you doing? Do you want to hit me too? I wouldn't dare strike you. After all, you are Yuting's uncle. How could I be so shameless?" Zhang Hao remarked. "Enough, your heart isn't even troubled yet." Glancing at his watch, he added cheerfully, "You will sit here for 4 hours. I guarantee your release after that." "On what grounds?" In an instant, Zhang Hao was before Zhao's second uncle, gripping his neck with one hand. "Simply for your audacity to investigate me." Zhang Hao had initially intended to confront Yang, unaware of Zhao's second uncle's involvement. However, upon arrival, he overheard their conversation and recorded it. After grasping the situation, Zhang Hao was filled with a desire to retaliate against Zhao's second uncle. Remarkably, Zhao's second uncle had indeed deduced the truth. Not long ago, Beitang Feng had warned Zhang Hao to keep a low profile. Yet, Zhao's second uncle had managed to uncover him. Although the circumstances were still unclear, Zhao's second uncle had begun to piece things together, and it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. "You." Zhao's second uncle uttered a single word before Zhang Hao rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, Zhang Hao called Beitang Feng, explaining the entire situation, including Zhao's second uncle's investigation into him. Feng scolded Zhao's second uncle vehemently, lamenting, "That old rascal is quite clever. Xiao Hao, wait for me. I must pay him a visit in person. Master, I wish to accompany you. Get lost. Assume a horse stance." Shang Guanyi was once again reprimanded, and Zhang Hao had grown accustomed to it, refraining from offering any words of persuasion. Before long, Feng arrived. Upon entering, he seized Zhao's second uncle and, with 2 fingers glowing faintly, pressed them against Zhao's forehead. "Come in." A strikingly beautiful woman entered, clad in a white dress, exuding an ethereal aura. Yet her face bore the traits of a viper. Chapter 83, Ruined. "Feng Lao, please proceed." Beitang Feng pulled Zhang Hao aside, saying, "All right, I will leave the rest to the thousand-faced fox. You come with me." Thousand-faced fox? That name sounds familiar. Before Zhang Hao could recall, he was pulled out. Beijing Feng closed the door and reassured Zhang Hao, "Do not worry about what happens inside. When Zhao's second uncle awakens, most of his memories concerning you will be erased." Feng Lao, is she also from the Taoist sect? Beijing Feng shot Zhang Hao a glare. She is not. Do not pry. Focus on what you need to do. Zhang Hao hesitated before dialing a number belonging to the old steward. 4 hours later, Zhao's second uncle regained consciousness. In Feng Lao's words, the thousand-faced fox was quite adept, particularly in certain unconventional methods. Zhao's second uncle's memories were like strands of thread, which the thousand-faced fox meticulously unraveled, extracting all recollections related to the investigation of Zhang Hao's identity. When the thousand-faced fox emerged, she handed a small vial to Feng Lao. The vial was transparent, containing a mist-like substance. Feng Lao scoffed. "Let us see how he will fare now." With a crunch, Feng Lao crushed the vial, and the mist surged into the air, dissipating swiftly. "I understand now, Feng Lao. Thank you. Enough with the pleasantries. You handle the forthcoming matters yourself. I am utterly exhausted." With a yawn, Feng Lao ambled out. The thousand-faced fox departed after delivering the vial, and Zhang Hao did not notice how she left. "Zhang Hao, open the door. Uncle Zhao's memories have been tampered with." He now only recalls seeking out Ouyang to discuss matters, only to be caught by Zhang Hao. The subsequent events remain vivid in his mind. Yet all recollection of the investigation into Zhang Hao's identity has eluded him. As Uncle Zhao pounds on the door, Zhang Hao chuckles. "What is your hurry? Just wait a moment, will you?" The young rascal. Inside, Uncle Zhao is still inclined to hurl insults, but suddenly remembers there is a back door to this villa. He scurries to it, and as he swings it open, he is met with the sight of Zhang Hao leaning against the wall. Bang! "Zhang Hao, you scoundrel! Just wait till I get out. Save your breath," Zhang Hao replies, lighting a cigarette. "Once I finish this, I'll be expecting company." At that moment, the sound of braking reaches his ears. His guests have arrived. Outside the villa, a car comes to a halt. The door opens, and 2 individuals step out. Zhang Hao waves at Uncle Zhao with a grin, saying, "Come to the front door. I'll let you in. I have to get to work soon." "Really? You'll truly let me go?" "Of course. Why would I deceive you?" A cold sneer escapes Uncle Zhao's lips. "Humph, I doubt you dare to do anything." He strides confidently to the entrance, and indeed, the door swings open. 3 figures stand outside, Zhang Hao, Zhao Qingsong, and the old butler. Zhao Qingsong, clad in a new outfit, appears significantly rejuvenated. "Father, what is this?" Zhao Qingsong raises his cane and strikes Uncle Zhao. "How dare you call me father? For the sake of your worthless inheritance, you conspired to have me murdered. The recording has long since been sent." And the old butler had played it for Zhao Qingsong once he regained consciousness, explaining the entire situation. Naturally, the sniper incident was also attributed to Uncle Zhao. Dumbfounded, Uncle Zhao clutches his injured arm, wincing in pain. "Father, I never intended to kill you. I just wanted what? To oust me and send Yiting away. So you and your son could seize everything from the Zhao family? Father, I truly did not send anyone to murder you. Enough. From this moment on, you will transfer all your businesses. Furthermore, I will be residing here, so you may leave." Zhang Hao interjects. "Uncle, I keep my promises. I have indeed let you off. However, I cannot intervene if your father wishes to reprimand you, can I?" Zhang Hao. Again with Zhang Hao. "This brat seems fated to be my bane." Uncle Zhao laments. "What have I done to offend you? Why are you everywhere I turn?" "You haven't wronged me, but your actions towards Yiting have sealed your fate," Zhang Hao retorts, glaring at Uncle Zhao. "Whether you wish to contest the family fortune or seize power, that is beyond my concern. However, should you dare to lay a finger on Yiting again, I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell." As an alchemist, Zhang Hao possesses over 100 methods to inflict torment upon this man. Yet, he refrains from doing so. Uncle Zhao is unworthy of the elixirs he painstakingly concocts. The elder Zhao recuperated at home, and with Zhang Hao's assistance in his recovery, he was fully healed within a week. On the very first day of Zhao Qingsong's awakening, the Zhao family regained its vitality. Zhao Qingsong welcomed all visitors, regardless of their intentions. Zhao Yiting urged her grandfather to rest and not to concern himself with fickle allies. Zhao Qingsong chuckled. "Indeed, after seeing me, those rascals have become quite subdued." Once fully recovered, Zhao Qingsong sent out invitations, hosting a grand banquet attended by over 100 prominent figures from the business world. Zhang Hao received an invitation as well. But this time, he chose not to attend. In his quaint estate, Zhang Hao munched on grapes, smacking his lips, and remarked, "Old Feng, don't you think those people," grinning as they dine with the elder Zhao, "must be harboring some heart trouble? Perhaps I should set up a stall to sell heart-saving pills at 10,000 a bottle. I might find buyers." "Huh, brother Hao, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? If you truly went, Wang Yo might just spit blood on the spot." Those pills might even save his heart. Su Guanyi chimed in. Beidang Feng regarded Zhang Hao with approval. You're quite clever. Your decision to skip this banquet shows you've heeded my advice. A tree that stands out is bound to be felled, especially as you remain somewhat vulnerable. It's wise not to seek fleeting glory. Wang Yehua, after all, is a scion of the Wang family and not easily dealt with.